Chapter 1. Bounty Hunter. The room was cold. The thin cabin door could not block the penetrating cold wind. Winter had just begun, and today was cold enough to make people shiver. The cramped ship cabin held a bed with two thin cotton quilts piled on top. There was a cabinet, with a bottle of water, no more than 200 milliliters, under one of its legs. Apart from the precious water, the only valuable items left were 2 bags of high-protein liquid food in the cabinet, enough for 2 days that he had to go out and take on a mission. Besides being out of food, the rent for the cabin was also due. Shu Xingbei licked his chapped lips, tightened the canvas jacket he was wearing, and took out a foot-long cutting knife from under the bed before stepping out of the cabin. It was nearing noon, but the sun was blocked by a distant tall tower. The tightly packed cabins were arranged in a fan shape around the towering structure that reached into the clouds. The cabins were densely stacked, layer upon layer, with a channel left in the middle for small boats to pass through. The missions were released by Spear Company. In the water surrounding the cabins, there were submerged remnants of ancient civilizations. Items salvaged that were needed by Spear Company could be exchanged for food and water, as well as to pay the rent. Yes, the cabins were also rented from Spear Company. About 200 years ago, the entire planet experienced climate warming, leading to increasingly hot weather, causing glaciers at the poles to continuously melt and sea levels to rise, gradually flooding low-lying areas and spreading to higher elevations. The seawater advanced from both sides of the planet, submerging everything in its path, like 2 massive armies extending toward the middle, determined not to stop until they met. Half an hour later, Shu Xingbei arrived at the mission release area. Water, 1,000 milliliters, 5 bags of food, a female voice called out from within the cabin. Though a few people separated them, Shu Xingbei knew without looking that it was the deputy manager of the bounty department at Spear Company. She was responsible for issuing missions to various bounty hunters. After completing a mission, hunters would report back to her to claim their rewards. Completing a mission could be exchanged for food and water. If the salvaged items were valuable enough, they could be traded for even more desired goods. More than a dozen bounty hunters remained silent. 1,500 milliliters, 5 bags of food. The deputy manager adjusted her glasses and called out again. Still, no one responded. What mission? Shu Xingbei felt a stir of interest and gently elbowed a nearby hunter who had come a bit earlier. For Shu Xingbei, having 1,500 milliliters of water and 5 bags of food meant he could at least survive for 5 days. Taking on missions was about survival. If one couldn't even guarantee their life, what was the point of taking on missions? The food stays the same. Water increased to 3,000 milliliters, with 1,000 milliliters as a prepayment. The female manager adjusted her glasses once more. Hearing that a prepayment was possible, the previously silent atmosphere noticeably shifted. People began whispering to each other, but still, no one stepped forward to take on the mission. Forget this mission. Let's move on to the next. The manager lazily prepared to announce the next task at that moment. Shu Xingbei raised his hand. I'll take it. Is this kid foolish? Someone whispered. Youngster, headstrong, came the murmurs from the crowd. Maybe he won't survive the fog barrier, said someone who seemed to know the situation. Shu Xingbei ignored their comments and walked out after accepting the mission. Once he got his tools, he could set off, but just then, he was called back by someone from behind. Is there something? Shu Xingbei looked at her. He didn't know her and didn't need to. Survival was tough. Everyone lived for themselves. Staying alive was the only goal. Socializing was unnecessary. The woman, battered by the sea wind, had a somewhat darkened face, but it couldn't hide the beauty of her oval face. She was dressed similarly to Shu Xingbei, in gray canvas clothing. There was a hint of gray mist in her bright eyes. I want to team up with you for this mission in Onid, Shu Xingbei replied calmly. That place is a long fog barrier, she said. Shu Xingbei waved his hand. That's my concern that he had heard the discussions in the cabin. He wasn't worried. Ever since he fought for his life against a sea beast and drank the blood of that unknown creature, his eyesight had improved significantly. He could see things 2 kilometers away and navigate easily on the dark deck. There's a way to detour, avoiding robbers, she insisted earnestly. Robbers blocking the way? Shu Xingbei's heart sank, but he wasn't surprised. There were always those who wanted to take shortcuts, robbing others of their belongings without having to risk their lives at the bottom of the sea. Some robbers waited for hunters to successfully harvest and then attacked as they surfaced, seizing their loot. Others were even more despicable, cutting off the diver's gear. before they reached their destination and selling it to those who did not take on missions from Spear Company but went scavenging on their own. When submitting tasks to Spear Company, diving gear had to be handed in as well. If you failed to submit even once, the company would blacklist you, making it impossible to take on future tasks or even rent a cabin from them. Xu Xingbei ignored her words and jumped onto another boat. Having dealt with robbers before, he was not threatened by them. Though Xu Xingbei was only 17, he was quick on his feet and agile. If he couldn't fight, he could always dive down and escape. Unless he was surrounded by robbers, "I know the way. I don't need the prepayment," she called out urgently. "With 2 people, we can salvage more." Xu Xingbei hesitated for a moment. "All right, let's team up." At 2 in the afternoon, they put on their diving suits and fins, strapped on their oxygen tanks, with tubes extending from their helmets. Xu Xingbei wrapped the tube around his neck, ensuring it was tight before inserting it into the tank. Nialan was about to put on her helmet when her stomach growled. Xu Xingbei glanced at her and casually took out a bag of liquid food, handing it over. Nialan hesitated and did not take it. "Eat. I don't want my partner to die underwater," Xu Xingbei said coldly. There were too many dangers underwater. Not to mention the tangled seaweed and dense kelp. Just the ferocious sea beasts were enough to make anyone's heart race. Once encountered, a large sea beast could swallow them whole with just one bite. Nialan accepted the food, her eyes slightly red, opened the lid, and poured a third of it into her mouth. She returned the rest to Xu Xingbei. Half an hour later, a white mist blocked their way. Xu Xingbei looked around. The entire sea area was shrouded in mist. The further they went, the denser the fog became. Soon, they were engulfed in thick fog. Xu Xingbei's already altered vision was compressed to a range of 50 meters. But it was enough. He could see through the mist to the coordinates he was heading for. Nialan had lost her sense of direction. She couldn't even see Xu Xingbei anymore and was flailing about in confusion. After passing through the fog barrier, the 2 of them dove into the water one after the other. The seabed in this area was devoid of seaweed and kelp, but black strands of kelp, several meters long, floated along the ocean floor, already dead from lack of nutrients. The dense kelp seemed to drift without restraint in the water, like headless giants reaching out to them with grasping fingers. Xu Xingbei checked the depth gauge. He and Nialan were already at 400 meters underwater, but there was still no sign of the ruins. He was about to take a long look, but Nialan continued to dive deeper, not forgetting to signal Xu Xingbei to follow her down. Sure enough, she had been here before. This was also the reason Xu Xingbei agreed to come with her. The direction Nialan was diving had already deviated from the coordinates provided by Spear Company. Without her, even if Xu Xingbei dove down, he would not have any gains. 500 meters. Xu Xingbei glanced at the gauge again, hesitating. Another 50 meters down was his limit. The water pressure was increasing beyond what he could handle. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure, and the longer his recovery time would be once he was back on land. That if he dove any deeper now, he wouldn't be able to take on another mission without a 3-day recovery period. The current mission might not succeed. If he couldn't complete the next mission, he wouldn't be able to afford food, let alone rent. Rent, which was collected on time and paid monthly, could not wait until Xu Xingbei recovered. Spear Company would immediately throw his belongings out of the boat cabin. He vaguely saw the smile in Yelan's helmet and thought it was just his illusion. However, he still believed in her and dove down once more. Just then, a piece of kelp wrapped around Yelan's leg. Yelan was completely unaware of this and continued to dive down unconsciously. The kelp tightened its grip and soon held her back. Xu Xingbei shook his head, swam over, and took out a 1-foot-long cutting knife. Just as he was about to cut the kelp off Yelan's leg, he felt a gray shadow float towards him. Not good, it was a sea beast. The sea beast was a mutated creature that appeared in the ocean after it gradually swallowed the continent, capable of growing up to nearly 50 meters. This type of sea beast had a terrifying appetite. Before Xu Xingbei could see the shape of the gray shadow clearly, the sea beast lunged towards Nialan, who was using her hands and feet to swim. In fact, it couldn't even be called a lunge, it just swam over slowly. To it, Nialan, small as an ant, was merely an appetizer. The sea beast then raised its massive paw, which resembled a small hill, and struck towards Yelan's head. The helmet shattered instantly. Her black hair immediately spread out in the seawater. Terrified, Yelan could only open her mouth, forming a shape for "Save Me." In fact, she was already prepared, waiting for the impending doom. With the helmet shattered, the breathing tube naturally fell away. Seawater rushed into Nyelan's mouth, and a few bubbles escaped from her lips. This was a problem. Not only did she fail to help, but she also caused trouble. Chapter 2. Escape. 2. Escape. Shushing Bay had swum under the belly of the sea beast, its navel resembling an open sea clam. Ignoring the danger, Shushing Bay raised his hand and thrust the cutting knife into it. The sea beast howled in pain, releasing the helpless net as long as it retreated and raised its huge paw to strike. There would be no hope for him to survive. But Shushing Bay believed that with his few strikes, he would definitely cut through the sea beast's internal organs, causing it to lose at least some of its combat power. He was able to do this entirely thanks to his enhanced vision and calmness, which allowed him to find the softer parts of the sea beast's body. Blood gushed out from the sea beast's belly. The sea beast swung its paw and slowly began to retreat. It was angry, its cold gaze fixated on Shushing Bay. Retreating was for the sake of attacking. Shushing Bay understood this all too well. He didn't have time to think too much and swam towards Nyelan. Nyelan was already stunned with fear. Although she had seen everything that had just happened, she didn't know what to do next. She saw Shushing Bay swimming towards her, her lips trembling, seemingly wanting to say thank you, but the cold seawater rushed into her mouth. What a rookie. Shushing Bay sighed, swung the cutting knife, and cut through the kelp that was entangling her. He grabbed her arm and decisively dove to the side. The sea beast was wounded, but it was not dead. As Shushing Bay dove, a paw came crashing down, its sharp claws tearing into Shushing Bay's back. As the sea beast looked at the slow-moving Shushing Bay, ready to strike again, it suddenly sensed something, glanced at the injured Shushing Bay, and slowly retreated, swimming away. Nyelan was calmed by Shushing Bay's composure. She steadied her mind and actively tightened her grip on Shushing Bay's hand, guiding him forward. Shushing Bay swam closer to her and tightened the valve on the oxygen tank behind her. Diving deeper, they could already see the seabed mud. The two of them landed on a layer of seabed mud and gently stood still. As they moved forward, they noticed some dark buildings on both sides, with broken walls and ruins. When Shushing Bay was young, his father told him that many generations ago, there was still land beneath their feet, along with various buildings. Between the buildings were roads that led everywhere. The places where those buildings stood were called cities. Back then, people could communicate over long distances using something called a mobile phone or even the internet. Many generations, that was a vague concept. His father had not told him the more precise years. The people living in the boat cabin were not qualified to attend school. The concept of school must have only been seen by those living in the tall towers. Now is not the time to think about those issues. Shushing Bay shook his head. He took out the breathing tube from his helmet and exchanged breaths with Nyelan. Then, he turned on the headlamp. The dim light spread out like a lonely star hanging in the night sky on a winter night. Nyelan led Shushing Bay forward. Based on his sense of time, he knew it was getting dark. Also, Nyelan no longer had her helmet, and he felt a sharp pain in his back, clearly indicating he was injured. This was a big problem. Just as Shushing Bay was deeply worried, Nyelan made a gesture, indicating they had arrived. Shushing Bay was a bit confused, but he quickly guessed what Nyelan meant. In front of them was a building covered in layers of seabed mud. When Nyelan pushed open a door along the gap, some small shellfish fell to the ground with a rustle. The door closed again, and inside was seemingly another space. A spacious hall, a gray ceiling, and a clearly defined staircase. The enclosed space formed by the underwater door cut off the water flow, making it spacious enough for them to chat for a few moments. However, it was limited to just a few moments. The enclosed space cut off the water flow, and also the airflow staying here for a while made it feel like a heavy stone was pressing down on their chests. More things were discovered. Brushing the seabed mud off the table, a number of phones with handles emerged. Shushing Bay curiously picked one up. Can it make remote calls? Next to the phone were machines with screens, which should be the computers his father mentioned. The computers were different from what his father described, being taller and larger. Were they special-purpose computers? Shushing Bay was unsure. After they opened another sealed door, they found a row of sharp-nosed cans that were taller than a person. Counting them, there were at least hundreds of cans. Pure oxygen, or pure oxygen. Shushing Bay wiped the cans clean and read the words on them one by one. Joy is just a fleeting thing. When Shushing Bay calmed down, he clearly knew that these things, which were enough to ensure a worry-free life for him and Nyelan in the future, were merely a beautiful dream for them now. They couldn't take these things with them at all. If they could take them, perhaps they could even exchange them for tickets on the Noah's Ark. According to the deputy manager of the mission department of Spear Company, the Ark from the headquarters would arrive here in 2 or 3 months at most. Those who could afford the tickets would be taken aboard and then set sail for lands with solid ground. Tickets used to be a distant dream for Shuxingbai. Now, if he could just take the things in front of him, he could realize that dream. But neither he nor Nyelon could grasp that opportunity. That I'll give you the helmet and the oxygen tank, you take one canister up. Shuxingbai quietly gestured to Nyelon. Nyelon was taken aback and shook her head repeatedly in refusal. The one who could leave was Shuxingbai, and she was just a burden. That I'm injured. With the smell of blood on me, I won't make it. Shuxingbai pointed to his wounds, his expression helpless. The smell of blood would attract more sea beasts and fish. Nyelon continued to shake her head, tears welling up in her eyes and spilling over. Shuxingbai had saved her life. Without him, she would have died today. Now, asking her to take Shuxingbai's gear and leave to survive was something Nyelon couldn't do. Shuxingbai didn't say anything more. People like them could only face the facts of life, irrespective of emotions. Just like Nyelon's brother, who pushed his sister away from this body of water while he stayed behind forever. Life and death. When one has no choice, follow the law of the jungle. The strong survive, the weak perish. Like Spear Company, with its immense power and various unknown trump cards, it immediately dominated this world. If Spear Company were weaker, it wouldn't even exist, let alone arrange everything in the boat housing area. Nyelon stubbornly maneuvered past Shuxingbai's headlight and came to stand behind him. The back of his shirt was already torn. Nyelon glanced at his back and inhaled sharply. The giant claw of a sea beast had torn through Shuxingbai's skin, penetrating half a centimeter deep, with a wound over 5 inches long. There will be a way, a voice in Nyelon's heart said. She fought back her tears. She seemed to see her usually reticent brother, who after their father sold himself into slavery, would only hand her food and drink. He never spoke of how he earned it. Only once, when her brother went on a mission, he said he would take her along to see the life of a bounty hunter. Don't rush. Stay here for now. Nyelon pointed to the room, continuing to gesture, regardless of whether Shuxingbai could understand, then took the lamp and headed toward the stairs. She didn't know how much time had passed when she had a bottle and some gauze in her hands. This is alcohol. It can help disinfect your wound. Nyelon pointed to the instructions on the bottle. She signaled for Shuxingbai to take off his shirt. Shuxingbai did not resist. At least it will make dying look better, Shuxingbai thought to himself. He didn't refuse her kindness. His back was indeed in great pain. If he could reduce some suffering before dying, that would be good. Of course, Shuxingbai couldn't hear Nyelon's thoughts. He felt a bit dazed for a moment. Before today, he didn't even know Nyelon, and now they had an understanding between them. Nyelon pointed at the oxygen tank and then at her nose. Her intention was to say that oxygen could be used for breathing. She even wanted to explain that oxygen is used for respiration and that it constitutes a large part of the air. But if they were to collect the oxygen and store it in those canisters, probably only Spear Company could do it. Would they use the oxygen to save people? For someone like him, it was obvious they wouldn't even ask. Nyelon also didn't know how to express what she wanted to say in other ways. Here, it was impossible to speak. That if she tried to express something to Shuxingbai through drawing, she didn't have that ability. After a long time, Nyelon managed to draw a large head on the mud. It had no facial features, not distinguishing between genders. She then pointed at the pure oxygen and indicated the big head. An important person? A big shot in the tower or a leader in Spear Company? Shuxingbai was surprised to find that his understanding actually made sense. A special person? Shuxingbai was unsure about that. What kind of person is a special person? By saying this, Nyelon clearly indicated that her brother was an important person. But since he was a special person, did he need to be a bounty hunter? They would at least live in the tower, looking down on the people in the boat housing area from a high vantage point. Perhaps they wouldn't even have the interest to glance at them. Chapter 3. The benevolent organization. Various sea creatures, various large and small plankton, and various oddly shaped fish all pose a threat to human life. Sushing Bei remained non-committal. Of course, if one could survive, who would refuse? He wasn't foolish. My brother used to be a materials collector for the benevolent organization. The mission of the benevolent organization is to provide a way for the poor living above the sea to survive. After finding underground ruins, the organization studies those items to discover what humanity was like and how they lived in the past. Within the organization, they also produce food and purify seawater. But these are not sold. Instead, they're directly distributed to the impoverished. Nielon spoke with a look of longing. Shuxing Bei did not interrupt. He waited for Nielon to continue. It was still the earlier question. Since her brother was a member of the Jishur organization, why did he become a bounty hunter and ultimately lose his life because of it? Nielon did not speak directly. She stood there, looking at Shuxing Bei with her bright black eyes. I am proud of my brother. With someone like him, the poor can survive. Let me ask you, if the people in the boathouse can't afford the monthly rent, what measures would the people from Spear Company take? Shuxing Bei avoided her gaze, his expression suddenly turning cold. Selling oneself into slavery, and yet claiming it was voluntary. Shuxing Bei had seen such tragedies too often, he was almost numb to it. Do you have family? Nielon asked. I used to, Shuxing Bei replied. My father died of illness 2 years ago. My mother passed away even earlier. At the age of 15, Shuxing Bei had to dive to salvage items. He was too young, and Spear Company wouldn't provide diving equipment. His bounty hunter career began as a lone wolf. Fortunately, he survived and even rented a place to stay on a boat. Coldness can be contagious. Nielon lost the urge to continue speaking. She clearly felt she had touched the most painful depths of Shuxing Bei, and her own heart was gnawed by past suffering. Let's go look for something in the hospital, Nielon said, stepping onto the stairs once again. Shuxing Bei followed behind. Nielon had just cleaned his wound and wrapped it with a bandage, and he felt a bit better. His previously heavy head was waking up a little. The upper floors were all patient rooms. As one door after another opened, they revealed beds inside. When they reached a room at the very corner of the top floor, they saw a rectangular box inside. The box was sealed, covered with a transparent. Is this a coffin? Shuxing Bei suddenly thought of something. His eyes brightened. No, it's a transparent sterile cover for critically ill patients to lie in, Nielon explained. She knew quite a bit, probably told by her brother. Shuxing Bei didn't say anything further, pointed to the cover, and said, You lie in there. Me? Nielon was taken aback for a moment, then she realized. She climbed in and lay down inside. Before Shuxing Bei could say anything more, Nielon waved at him from inside. There's enough space for both of us to lie in here. Shuxing Bei hesitated. Can this really work? A layer of rust-red color appeared on Nielon's dark face. But her gaze remained firm, showing no signs of hesitation. Let's wait a bit longer. Try again when it's light out. Shuxing Bei was unsure if this cover could truly support 2 people floating up. However, with someone lying inside, connecting the oxygen and covering it up, it would be waterproof and relatively safe. As long as luck was on their side and they didn't encounter any currents, there was still a possibility of making it up alive. Shuxing Bei shook his head dejectedly. They lay inside, and if they went up like this, it would be a fruitless trip. His idea was to let Nielon go up with an oxygen tank while he stayed here. Once his injuries improved a bit, he would slowly float up. The new year was approaching. In the past, during the new year, the family would hang some red seaweed at the bow of the boat. Shuxing Bei thought about the days he spent with his parents, and his mood grew increasingly gloomy. Life was the same for the poor. Shuxing Bei pointed to the cover. You go in and sleep for a while. I'll wake you up when I think it's dawn. Nielon looked at him and softly replied, then crawled back into the cover. Shuxing Bei sat down on a nearby bench and turned off the headlamp. The headlamp had a usage time of only 5 hours, so he had to conserve it. After all, Nielon had no diving experience, and today she was quite scared. She lay in the cover and soon fell asleep. Shuxing Bei was sitting when he leaned against the table. Brother, brother, Nielon suddenly called out. Shuxing Bei was startled and woke up. Nielon had stopped calling out. She was making a faint snoring sound. It turned out she was talking in her sleep. In the darkness, Shuxing Bei smiled. Shuxing Bei's heart trembled. In that moment, he made up his mind completely. As soon as it got light, he would have Nielon take a canister of helium up, no matter what she said. He would insist on this. He then fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up again, he estimated that it was already bright outside. Shuxing Bei turned on the headlamp, ready to carry a canister of oxygen over, but after just taking 2 steps, he felt as if he was being pulled back. Shuxing Bei was about to untie the straw when Nielon had already woken up. Shuxing Bei, let's go up together. We can't make a trip for nothing. Shuxing Bei shook his head. I knew you would secretly push me out, Lan said in a pleading tone. Let's go up together. At worst, we'll just take one canister of oxygen. Su Xingbei said with a bitter smile. Only one canister? With both of us lying inside, we can't take even one canister. The sealed cover can't bear the weight of 2 people plus a canister of gas. Let's give it a shot, Lan insisted. Su Xingbei carried a canister of gas and placed it inside the sealed chamber. Then he stepped inside, and the chamber immediately tilted. It was too heavy. Su Xingbei shook his head. Su Xingbei looked at the sealed cover, then at the gas tank, and suddenly came up with an idea. He found some hoses and tied them together with Nilan's breathing tube, then hung the gas tank underneath the sealed cover. When he lay back inside, the cover remained stable without shifting. It was a success, and Nilan smiled happily. Brother Shu, you are really smart. Su Xingbei lay beside Nilan, and he could clearly feel Nilan's breath. At that moment, his heart softened like a puddle of water. The sealed capsule successfully brought the 2 of them to the surface of the ocean. After Su Xingbei and Nilan left the capsule one after the other, Su Xingbei eagerly looked under the capsule, and his heart suddenly sank. The tube that secured the canister was floating there, clearly bitten off by some creature from the seabed. The gas in that canister was gone. Su Xingbei and Nilan pulled the protective cover up to the surface, and there was indeed nothing below. We are still alive, and that is enough. Also, the sealed cover can be valued. It should be able to exchange for a good amount of air, food, and water, Nilan comforted him. The valuation from Spear Company was quickly provided. The sealed cover was worth 5 bags of food and 1,000 milliliters of water, which was exactly the reward Su Xingbei had anticipated. The situation was even worse, as the wound on Su Xingbei's back not only showed no signs of improvement, but also began to ooze pus. Su Xingbei lay in the cabin, starting to have a fever and rambling. Nilan took care of him. The water was gradually finished by Su Xingbei. The rent for the cabin was also about to be due. Su Xingbei was sometimes awake and sometimes confused. When he was awake, he looked at Nilan and said, "You should go. I don't want to burden you. You haven't burdened me. My life was given to me by you." Nilan stubbornly shook her head. "Brother Shu, don't be afraid. The company has approved my application, and the doctor will be here soon." "Doctor?" Su Xingbei was startled. "Where did you get the payment?" "I saved up before." Nilan smiled slightly. "Once you get better, we can join the Jishur organization to help the poor have a way to live. Okay?" "Okay." Su Xingbei held her hand. "I will definitely get better. But what if we can't find that organization? And will they definitely accept us?" "Don't worry. As long as we have a referrer, it's fine. My brother is our referrer. Look, he left me a badge." As she spoke, Nilan took out a badge and handed it to Su Xingbei. Su Xingbei held the badge in his hand. The badge was round, and he didn't know what material it was made of, but it felt solid in his grip. In the middle of the badge was a large character for light. It had to have light. Yes, it definitely had to have light. Su Xingbei smiled with his lips pressed together. He held the badge tightly in his hand. A few days later, Su Xingbei was awakened by the doctor, who came to change his dressing. "Who are you?" he asked in confusion. "I'm the doctor sent by the company." The doctor replied unhappily. The smell in the cabin was unpleasant, and Su Xingbei's own smell was even worse. If it weren't for the payment, he wouldn't have come at all. "Where's Nilan, the one from my room?" Su Xingbei asked anxiously. The doctor glanced at him, clearly thinking that she had sold herself into slavery. "Impossible." Su Xingbei suddenly stood up. "Believe it or not." The doctor looked at him sympathetically. "Do you have the payment to hire a doctor? If not, what do you have that would make me come?" Chapter 4. Awakening of Abilities. Su Xingbei slumped onto the bed. Yes, there was no more reasonable explanation than this. He had no ability to pay the doctor's fees. So what could Nilan use to hire a doctor for him? Also, it should have been past the time to pay the rent. Why hadn't the company kicked him out? Su Xingbei clenched the still in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Ever since his parents passed away one after the other, Su Xingbei's tears had dried up. He had been living in a daze like a walking corpse. But now, Nilan had stirred up a desire for change within him. No, I can't let Nilan leave like this. No, absolutely not. The tears that flowed again from his tear ducts seemed to mark a rebirth for Su Xingbei, and his gaze became unusually firm. He tightened his fist, his nails digging into his flesh. Yet Su Xingbei remained oblivious to the pain. "Find Nilan, set her free." Nielon, wait for me. He figured that Shu Xingbei wouldn't have the chance to get so much water again. Making a bid was just to let Shu Xingbei know the market situation. Shu Xingbei clearly felt the doctor's disdain for him just now, along with that arrogant sense of superiority. The doctor's treatment had some effect, but it couldn't heal the wound on Shu Xingbei's back. According to experience, the colder the weather, the harder the wound is to heal. His back felt like the fabric curtain on a small window of a ship cabin had been torn open, and the tearing pain was becoming increasingly unbearable for Shu Xingbei. He wanted to be a bit warmer. However, fires were not allowed in the ship cabins. Spear Company strictly prohibited residents from making fires. Old ships were tied together with massive iron chains, resembling fruits growing on vines. Once any cabin began to take on water, the fire would inevitably spread like a flood, consuming everything. Food was liquid, water was too, and it seemed there was no need for a fire. Everyone gradually got used to life without fire. Anything that people gradually got accustomed to eventually became taken for granted in their eyes. Shu Xingbei decided to find the only place in the boathouse district that could bring him warmth. That place, which the residents of the boathouse mentioned with a change in expression, was the crematorium. In the boathouse area, deceased individuals could not be directly thrown into the water. To avoid causing a plague, Spear Company specifically built a crematorium on the outskirts of the boathouse area. The crematorium was separated from the boathouse area by insulating materials, with the fence in between covered by iron sheets, resembling the colored steel tiles commonly seen on Earth, but built higher than those. The crematorium was constructed on top of several large barges, and there was a small building at the entrance. Inside the small building was a middle-aged man with hair as messy as a straw pile, a bushy beard under his chin, and a pair of yellowing eyes staring intently. His name was Shalian. Both Shalian and Shu Xingbei's father had once been bounty hunters, salvaging underwater ruins together, but later, Shalian somehow found his way to work at the crematorium. Shu Xingbei once visited the crematorium with his father to see Shalian. At that time, Shalian told Shu Xingbei in front of Shu Jinan that if he encountered difficulties in the future, he could try to come and find him. When Shu Xingbei's father came for the cremation, Shalian said the same thing. What did he want from Shalian when he encountered difficulties? Free cremation? Cremation is supposed to be free. Even if the crematorium wanted to charge, the residents of the boathouse area wouldn't have the money to pay. The crematorium's power isn't electric. The staff pushes the deceased body into a large, high cylindrical cabinet, then pours various inexplicable animal fat from plastic barrels to ignite it. The roaring flames crackle in the furnace, and the body is instantly reduced to ashes, skipping even the burial process. Shalian is responsible for registering the bodies. Shu Xingjin is not sure if Shalian is still working at the crematorium. However, he has no other choice. Shu Xingbei followed the boat's edge outside the boathouse, heading west. Along the way, he encountered a group of bounty hunters. The numbness and weariness were evident on everyone's faces. After more than 2 hours, Shu Xingbei finally arrived at the location of the crematorium. He peered inside through the open hollow section of the steel plate. There was a small room at the entrance of the crematorium, and the door was half open. "Uncle Sha," Shu Xingbei called out. After a moment, someone pushed the door open from inside, peeking out and looking at Shu Xingbei. "Is the body here?" "Oh, it's Xingbei." The middle-aged man with disheveled hair and yellow eyes widened slightly. "You? Come in." Shao Lian walked over, opened the door next to the hollow section, and led Shu Xingbei inside. Upon entering, the room was indeed as warm as before. A pipe ran along the wall, making a loop inside the room, filled with seawater. The pipe was connected to the cremation furnace, and the heated seawater served as a heating source. The warmth enveloped Shu Xingbei, making him almost shiver with comfort. Just as he was about to sit down, a sudden pain from his curled back made him involuntarily exclaim, "Injured?" Shao Lian's gaze fixed on Shu Xingbei's face. "See beast." Shu Xingbei replied, "I'm feeling better." Shao Lian brought over a stool, positioning it closer to the water pipe for Shu Xingbei to sit. "Do you feel like your strength has suddenly increased?" Shao Lian scrutinized Shu Xingbei and asked, "What do you mean?" Shu Xingbei shook his head in confusion. "Have you felt any abnormalities in your body?" Shao Lian asked again. Shu Xingbei felt that Shalian's words were somewhat nonsensical. He shook his head, his gaze lingering on Shalian's face. No, it's awakening ability? Shalian mumbled. Awakening ability? Shu Xingbei was even more confused upon hearing this. What ability? Yes, ability, Shalian replied, looking around at the vast ocean before them, which was also a continent. Whenever there are significant changes in the natural environment of the continent, the creatures on it will also undergo mutations. Just like the sea beast that injured you, there were no such creatures in the ocean before. Humans can certainly undergo changes as well. What is the form of expression? Shu Xingbei was intrigued by this statement. The form of expression is the awakening of abilities, Shalian said, picking up a glass container filled with a dark, mushy substance. Shalian opened the lid and handed the container to Shu Xingbei, saying, "Try a taste." Shu Xingbei hesitated for a moment, then bravely took a sip. If Shalian wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be acting like this now. Shalian was not indifferent to his arrival, but he could sense no malice from Shalian towards him. It was thick and had a bit of a fishy taste. Shu Xingbei took another sip. In harsh living conditions, animals that run slowly will run faster, and those that are not good at attacking will become irritable and suddenly aggressive. Humans are the same. They can awaken various strange abilities. Some call this ability awakening. Shalian paused for a moment. Even plants are the same. The tendrils of plants will wrap around anything that falls within their range of power, turning it into their food. Shu Xingbei quietly listened, analyzing everything that Shalian had said in his mind. "Are you hungry?" Shalian suddenly asked. Shalian was someone who spoke in a disjointed manner. Shu Xingbei thought to himself. He shook his head. Food and water are the lifelines of survival in the boathouse area. How could he bring himself to take food from Shalian's hands? Shalian got up and walked behind the bed, taking out a dark object and handing it to Shu Xingbei. It was cooked sea beast meat. "Eat." Shu Xingbei did not answer. Shu Xingbei eventually accepted it. He brought the sea beast meat to his mouth and took a bite. The meat smelled very fragrant. It was quite dry to bite, but it was actually very aromatic when chewed, with some toughness to it. The saying about the cheeks becoming fragrant probably referred to this. For some reason, Shu Xingbei always felt that Shalian was sizing him up. His gaze was like that of a professor conducting an experiment, repeatedly observing the little white mouse in his cage. Abilities are categorized into different systems. One type is the strength-based type, which is the most common. The more difficult survival becomes, the more important strength-based abilities are. How much power do you think you can exert with one punch? Shalian asked. About 200 pounds, I guess. Shu Xingbei replied, not very confident. You haven't awakened any strength-based abilities, Shalian said calmly, showing neither disappointment nor regret. Are there other ability systems? Shu Xingbei was intrigued by Shalian's words. There's also a psychic ability system. Some people can create fire with their thoughts. Some can bind objects with their minds. And some can fly for a short time using their thoughts. Of course, there are many more abilities beyond these. The psychic abilities are mostly caused by mutations in body genes. You also haven't awakened this type of ability, Shalian smiled as he gestured for Shu Xingbei to eat. Besides these two types, there is also the awakening of bloodline abilities. Blood can exert pressure on other creatures, making them fear it, tremble on the ground, or even be too scared to look at the other party. You similarly haven't awakened this bloodline ability, Shalian said, like a teacher evaluating a student's performance, pointing out what he lacks and what he cannot do, ultimately concluding with one word, poor. Is that all? 3 types of abilities awakened, and it really has nothing to do with me. If I had truly awakened any ability, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Not necessarily. As far as I know, there's another type called the mysterious source. However, I haven't heard of its specific manifestations, Shalian said, his yellowing eyes seeming to express some depth. Chapter 5. Coercion. Without waiting for Shu Xingbei to ask, Shalian began to explain. In primitive society, people survived by eating raw meat and drinking blood. What did they rely on? Eating animals raw. Didn't that lead to diseases? Drinking water randomly. Didn't they fear being poisoned? Yet, humans managed to survive, relying on the mysterious source, or what you might call the survival code. Who knows? Shalian shrugged. From the moment Shalian began discussing his research findings, Shu Xingbei had a bad premonition. The warm environment slowed down his thinking. In other words, he felt warm, comfortable, and well-fed, and he really didn't want to think about any problems. But what kind of person is Shalian? He works at a crematorium. What could he possibly study? The dead? Shu Xingbei sensed that something was wrong. Just as he was about to ask, a sudden wave of cramping pain hit his stomach. The pain felt as if someone was stabbing his internal organs with an iron awl, twisting it afterward. Even though Shu Xingbei had a strong character, he couldn't endure such inhuman suffering. He gritted his teeth and bore the pain, but within just a few minutes he fainted. Before losing consciousness, Shu Xingbei was certain that the problem was either with the food he ate or the drink he had. But there was no way to get rid of what was already in his stomach. Everything boiled down to one question. Why? Xiaolian looked at Shu Xingbei's twisted face from the pain and couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Kid, I really just want to help you. He merely wanted to apply the results of his observations and experiments to see if they would work on Shu Xingbei. If Shu Xingbei died, he would simply become the next victim to be cremated in the funeral home. The advantage was that it saved him the trouble of having others bring him in. He had delivered himself right to the doorstep. Shu Xingbei fainted again for several hours before waking up. He opened his eyes and saw Xiaolian's worried face. Are you okay? Xiaolian asked. Shu Xingbei felt around and found that there seemed to be no abnormalities in his body. The pain in his stomach was gone, so he shook his head. You don't feel your blood boiling or any soreness in your muscles, as if you had just thrown a punch at something with all your might? Xiaolian asked again. Shu Xingbei looked at Xiaolian strangely. Xiaolian cared so much about his reaction. Was this the laboratory teacher observing the experimental animals? Do you really feel nothing? Xiaolian confirmed again. Shu Xingbei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to say much more and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. It was really a bother. Shu Xingbei sat up and realized he was lying on Xiaolian's bed. He got up and left. It shouldn't be like this. It really shouldn't be. With so much animal blood and the blood of those superhumans he secretly bought from the tower, along with the potions mixed together. It shouldn't have had no effect at all. Xiaolian scratched his head in confusion, making his hair even messier. He had also drunk a lot, but it hadn't worked. The only change was that his eyes had turned yellow. Shu Xingbei confirmed that this place was very dangerous. Other places might be deadly, and here was no exception. Back at the boathouse, Shu Xingbei felt a wave of panic. He couldn't evaluate everything Xiaolian had done to him. Xiaolian had no malice. However, the pain he experienced before had almost cost him his life, and that was true. Is anyone there? A voice sounded from outside. Shu Xingbei recognized the voice. It was his neighbor, Idaho. Before Shu Xingbei could respond, Idaho had already pushed the door open. The light outside dimmed momentarily as the large figure of Idaho blocked the entrance like a mountain of flesh. Idaho was smiling, but the smile only made his already coarse, fleshy face look even more menacing. What's up? Shu Xingbei asked with a frown. The neighbors on the boat were not very familiar with each other. To survive, they were often wary of one another as they competed for the scarce resources necessary for survival. Because they lived close together, any benefits one neighbor received were immediately known to the others. Hence, a neighbor's visit often meant trouble. Shu Xingbei knew Idaho well. Idaho relied on his size and strength, forming a hunting team with a group of others to catch fish and sea beasts deep in the ocean. Fish and sea beasts had many valuable parts, and as long as they could get them, selling to Spear Company would yield far more than just food and water. Spear Company sold clothing, shoes, milk, and various canned fish products. As long as they had enough to trade, even weapons like daggers and harpoons could be obtained. This was clearly an opportunity to make a profit from a captured sea beast that Idaho wanted to share with Shu Xingbei. Come with me, and you'll definitely benefit, Idaho said, his smile growing even brighter. Such kindness? Shu Xingbei scoffed internally at Idaho's proposal. He knew exactly what kind of person Idaho was. After losing everything, he had never seen Idaho come over to offer a word of concern, even when they passed each other on the deck. Idaho's gaze was filled with disdain. I can't do that. Shu Xingbei shook his head. Thanks, but no thanks, brothery. You dare refuse me? Idaho was taken aback for a moment, then immediately became angry. In Idaho's view, he was giving Shu Xingbei an opportunity to work with him, and this kid actually turned it down. Shouldn't he be grateful? Idaho rolled up his sleeves and approached Shu Xingbei. Wait, a woman's voice rang out. Let me talk to Brother Shu. A woman rushed in, first rolling her eyes at Idaho. I knew you would mess things up. Is that how you ask someone? It's infuriating. She then turned to Shu Xingbei. Are you called a Bei or Xingbei? What Dahu said is true. That sea beast is injured. And our hunting team has enough people, but one of our brothers fell ill today, and we're short one person. We thought of you since we're neighbors and should look out for each other. Originally, Deng Yinghao wanted to ask someone else, but Dahu and I stopped him. If there are benefits, we shouldn't think of outsiders first, right? This woman was Qin Chunli, who lived not far from Shu Xingbei. She spoke eloquently, but she was also a formidable character, strong, bold, and ruthless. She had been married, but her husband was weak and often ill, and she had sold him to Spear Company as a slave. He didn't even dare to speak up, and when confronted by Spear Company representatives, he was so intimidated by Qin Chunli that he claimed it was his own choice. I would like to join, but Shu Xingbei sighed. I was injured by a sea beast a few days ago, and my back still hasn't healed. His meaning was clear. He was refusing. Collaborating with people like Qin Chunli and Dahu was more like risking his life than a partnership. If there were real benefits to be gained, Shu Xingbei knew he wouldn't even get a whisker from the fish. He understood that the reason they wanted him involved was that they were lacking bait. They wanted him to be the bait. Shu Xingbei used to be a lone fisherman, and he has seen the operations of the hunting team. Qin Chunli stared at Shu Xingbei for a long time before saying, I see. I think I heard that you were injured. But all you need to do is help us check the boat, keep it on the right course, and make sure it doesn't drift away with the current. Shu Xingbei shook his head again. Qin Chunli, seeing Shu Xingbei's indifferent expression, got angry. She sneered and said, if you know what's good for you, just agree quickly. We're leaving soon. If you want to suffer, I and Dahu won't mind the trouble. Dahu laughed and said, I told you, just beat him up a bit, and he won't dare to resist. After saying so much in the end, it still falls on me to do the heavy lifting. Seeing the situation, Shu Xingbei gritted his teeth and said, all right, you want to see the ship, right? I agree. Shu Xingbei had already torn his face with them. He agreed to join, but it didn't bring any pleasant expressions to Qin Chunli and Dahu. Both wore fake smiles. As he stepped out of the cabin, Shu Xingbei noticed that the sky was getting darker outside. At this time, going to hunt sea beasts was indeed not a wise move. Sea beasts were enormous and rarely moved from their spots unless disturbed. If the battle with a sea beast lasted too long and night fell, with little light outside, they would likely end up as the sea beast meal. A fishing boat, about 10 meters long, was already docked at the port. 3 people were waiting on the boat. One was bald, smoking a cigarette, and holding a knife, seemingly preparing to trim his nails. Another was bare-armed, with a sinister expression, his build comparable to Dahu's, and had a tattoo on his forehead. The third was sitting in the cockpit, feet propped up on the helm, lazily watching the dock. When they saw Qin Chunli and the other 2 approaching, the guy in the cockpit sat up, stood straight, and shouted, set sail. The engine roared to life, and the sails were raised. The boat began to move. There were 5 people in total. Shu Xingbei only knew Dahu and Qin Chunli. He had no intention of getting to know the others. The implication from the 2 earlier was nearly explicit. They wanted Shu Xingbei to be cannon fodder. There was no need for him to know these people. In their eyes, Shu Xingbei was probably just bait, like a worm thrown into the water to attract fish, with no concern for whether the worm lived or died, as far as the fisherman was concerned. As the boat sailed, Qin Chunli and Dahu sat together, while Shu Xingbei sat alone in a corner. His gaze occasionally drifted over to the others on the boat. Each of them was wearing clothing made from sea beast skins. It looked decent, though he was unsure how well it would keep them warm. At least, from Shu Xingbei's perspective, it was much better than his own outfit, which was made of just 2 layers of sailcloth. Soon, Shu Xingbei couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His situation was indeed concerning. He had just gotten distracted by thoughts about clothing. Each of those guys was equipped with gear. On Qin Chunli's high-top leather boots, the item with a leather sheath on her right leg was obviously a dagger. Who had a short spear tucked diagonally into his back, about the length of his arm. Besides the knife in the bald man's hand, he also had a long steel crossbow slung over his shoulder. The crossbow bolts were stored in the cabin, with a small opening on the side. Not far from the crossbow bolts was a circle of ropes. The ropes were not tightly secured, but were instead loosely placed in the cabin. The thickness of the ropes matched perfectly with the opening for the crossbow bolts. Shu Xingbei pondered for a moment and immediately understood the purpose of the crossbow bolt. The cable must have passed through the small opening of the bolt. And once the bolt hit the sea beast and embedded itself in its body, the cable would effectively secure the sea beast. No matter where it tried to escape, it would be under the hunter's watchful eye. What a good thing, Shu Xingbei secretly envied. Chapter 6. Change how much longer? The smoker finished his cigarette, flicked the butt into the sea, and turned to ask Idahu. He had put on leather gloves, and with a flip of his hand, a long knife appeared. Half an hour. If it hasn't run away, Idahu replied, not making his words too definitive. They're clever, looking for warm water. Once they settle, they won't easily move. The smoker was called Lao Wu. Among the five, he was the most scheming. Just now, Lao Wu had casually glanced at Shu Xingbei's face. He even caught a glimpse of the cold glint in Shu Xingbei's eyes, but Lao Wu didn't think much of it. Whether it was Lao Wu or the other three, including the one steering the boat, they had long agreed to find a homeless kid who wouldn't be missed, to use as bait to lure the sea beast into the water. With his thin frame, Shu Xingbei was just the right size for bait. In their eyes, Shu Xingbei was naive, and even if he wanted to resist, he wouldn't be a match for them. Once Shu Xingbei went into the water as bait to attract the sea beast's attention, the others would take the opportunity to strike at the sea beast. If the sea beast was injured and retaliated, it would only consume the bait. Qin Chunli held a grudge against Shu Xingbei. She thought that this naive kid would be swayed by her words, but unexpectedly, Shu Xingbei was unyielding. You little brat, just wait. Even if you miraculously survive today, I will make you pay. Shu Xingbei returned to his indifferent demeanor. Forget it for now. Confronting them at this moment would only reveal that he was no match for them, and he wouldn't gain anything good. Everything would be addressed once he was in the water. Shu Xingbei seemed to have forgotten to ask them for diving suits. The few guys didn't even think about giving him one. The sky was getting darker, and Old Wu frowned. He checked the coordinates to see how far they were. We're almost there, said Deng Yinghao, who was steering the boat. The helm had a positioning device. The few of them immediately fell silent, their eyes fixed on the water surface, searching around. There, Qin Chunli suddenly pointed to a spot ahead. Among this group, her physical strength wasn't the best, but her eyesight was exceptional. What is that? The bald brute leaned closer. I'm not sure. The color of the sea over there is obviously different. It's much darker, Qin Chunli explained. It was also her credit that they knew there were sea beasts lingering in this area. Whatever, let's shoot a crossbow and see. The bald brute took down the iron crossbow from his shoulder, prepared the crossbow bolt, and shot it into the depths of the sea. Damn waste, Old Wu said, curling his lip. To him, the bald brute was just a guy who knew how to grow muscles but not brains, wasting a bolt without even confirming what it was. The crossbow bolt shot out with a whoosh and then fell into the water. The few people on the boat watched nervously. The water surface remained unchanged, just like before. Just a few minutes later, the sea suddenly stirred, and then a flat-headed creature rose from the water, gazing at their boat from a distance. Its body continuously surfacing until its massive form was fully out of the water. Roughly, this creature's body was at least 20 meters long. The flat-bottom boat was only about 10 meters. As for the crossbow bolt shot earlier, there was no trace of it at all. It's a killer whale, Qin Chunli exclaimed. Killer whales are known for their ferocity. Encountering one would inevitably lead to the destruction of the boat and the loss of lives, unless the opposing force was far superior to it, allowing for a chance to resist. Shu Xingbei looked at the orca with a calm gaze. The whale was unharmed, showing no signs of injury, which meant that Qin Chunli and the others had never told Shu Xingbei a single truth from the beginning. The orca had been startled by the actions of the people on the boat, and the boat hovering there without leaving only made it angrier. The orca's eyesight wasn't very good, but its ability to grasp its prey was exceptionally strong. The orca slowly sank back into the depths, and from the angle it had just submerged, its target was clearly this flat-bottomed boat. The members of the capture team understood perfectly well what the orca's next plan was. This whale, nicknamed the killer whale, could adapt to different water temperatures, freely swimming and feeding under various conditions. Move away. Keep your distance. Lao Wu shouted at Deng Yinghao. Escape? Qin Chunli asked. Escape? Can you escape from it? Lao Wu was amused by Qin Chunli's question. Up until now, The capture team had never caught a single orca. This creature was incredibly fast underwater, its body smooth and sleek, with an elongated, massive size. Ordinary attacks were negligible against it. As long as the orca approached and rammed the boat, if the flat-bottomed boat didn't capsize, it would be a stroke of luck. Little brother, you jump down and swim over there. We'll hold it back from behind. As long as you survive this time, you'll be our brother. Lao Wu pointed toward the sea surface in the distance, which was right beside the flat-bottomed boat. Lao Wu's words were sincere, and Xu Xingbei nodded slightly. He certainly knew the situation was serious. Not just him, but the other guys would probably also be unable to escape misfortune. Xu Xingbei came to the deck, leaped into the water. The water temperature was not high, at most 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. After entering the water, Xu Xingbei immediately dove down. His movements were extremely coordinated, using both hands and feet, and he quickly disappeared from sight. Lao Wu could not determine which direction Xu Xingbei had swum. Damn it! He cursed, gripping the knife tightly in his hand. Shoot him dead. Let him attract the orca. Qin Chunli shouted sharply. The ship suddenly buckled, and a huge tail rose from the water, striking heavily against the hull. Several people lost their balance and staggered, their bodies tilting forward, then backward. Hurry up! Idahu shouted to Deng Yinghao. Under the gravitational impact, Deng Yinghao had fallen to the ground. He got up, shook his head, and cursed. Easy for you to say. The water surface had already stirred up whirlpools, and trying to steer the ship away was no easy task. Before Deng Yinghao could take the next action, the hull was struck heavily again. Having learned from the previous experience, the others crouched low, staring intently at the water below. The bald brute held the crossbow tightly, not daring to entangle himself with the rope. Even if the rope-tied crossbow hit the orca, they still couldn't do anything about it. Even if it didn't capsize the boat, dragging it into the deep sea awaited them was certain doom. Go to hell. If you knew this would happen, why did you even come? Qin Chunli retorted. She was not someone who would easily suffer losses. Lao Wu and the brute had no intention of mediating. They wanted to seize the slim chance to escape from the whale's mouth. This area was not too far from the cabin area. At most 30 kilometers, theoretically, large marine animals wouldn't live around here. The location of the cabin area was built on shallow seabed. According to their expectations, a sea beast about 10 meters long would have filled its stomach after consuming the bait, Xu Xingbei. Then they would work together to capture the sea beast, which would be a guaranteed profit. God knows it was an orca. Another heavy impact struck, the flat-bottomed boat creaked, and water surged up along the hull. Soon, the boat was filled with traces of water. I'm going to fight you to the end. Idahu pulled out his halberd from his back, aimed at the shadow on the water's surface, and jumped into the water. The spearhead thrust heavily into the orca's head. Idagao felchetriu. But the spearhead slipped and slid off the whale's body. Be careful, Qin Chunli shouted loudly to him. The whale's flat head had turned toward Idahu. Its massive mouth opened, and an unstoppable suction force surged forth, pulling Idahu uncontrollably toward its belly. Deng Yinghao in the cockpit also jumped into the water right after them. Qin Chunli watched helplessly as Idahu was sucked into the orca's belly. She and Idahu had been living together for these days, not quite a couple, but closer than one, and she had some feelings for him. Hearing the splashes of the three falling into the water, she finally reacted and hurriedly jumped in as well. This woman had lost her mind. The other three jumped to the other side of the boat, while she jumped directly to the spot where Idahu had just been. The orca attacked, and Qin Chunli didn't even take out the dagger from her leg before becoming a soul within the belly of the fish. She was worse off than Idahu, being bitten in half by the orca. Xu Xingbei had already traveled far, at least a kilometer away from here. Underwater, he noticed that his heartbeat had slowed down. A slower heartbeat meant a reduced rate of heat dissipation in the water. Normally, as the depth of the dive increases, the body's rate of heat dissipation also increases. Now, Xu Xingbei was at least 50 meters underwater, yet he felt no significant drop in his body temperature. Moreover, he could actually see the anatomical structure of the orca clearly. The reason the orca was not pierced by the sharp spear of the giant tiger was that its body was not only incredibly smooth, but also had a thick layer of blubber beneath the skin. This blubber allowed the orca to maintain its body temperature even in low temperatures. Upon closer observation, Shu Xingbei discovered that the orca possessed a self-contained heat exchange system. No matter how cold the ocean was, it would not feel cold. The black orca underwater spiraled around, swift and agile. Having already consumed 2 people, the orca was not satisfied. Its gaze turned toward Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei immediately felt a prickling sensation on his back. He realized that his perception of danger had also intensified. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Chapter 7. The activation of the mysterious source. The change in temperature around Shu Xingbei left the orca feeling confused. It swam closer to Shu Xingbei, but its speed became extremely slow. Moreover, Shu Xingbei no longer sensed any hostility from it. This wasn't the time to think about such things. As the orca approached closer, Shu Xingbei became more vigilant. He clearly remembered the fate of Ida, Hu, and Qin Xunli. Under the power of this massive creature, any resistance was a joke. Ida, Hu wielded a sharp spear, but he couldn't even pierce the orca's skin, let alone Qin Xunli, who didn't even have time to draw her dagger. The orca's flat head was now right in front of Shu Xingbei. He didn't dare to move at all. Yet, the whale seemed to want to get close to him, emitting a soft sound that seemed to carry a tone of flattery and affection. Shu Xingbei reached out to touch its head. The orca immediately became excited, swaying its body, and the sea water was swept by its massive tail, forming a large whirlpool. "Are you trying to kill me?" Shu Xingbei scolded. The water pressure pushed him upwards. The orca understood what Shu Xingbei meant and became docile. The wild appearance it had when it was crashing into the flat-bottomed boat was long gone. The orca surprisingly understood his words, letting out a soft call and gently rubbing against Shu Xingbei. "Are you letting me sit on you?" Shu Xingbei asked in surprise. The orca slightly nodded its head. The back of the orca was wide. Shu Xingbei initially intended to ride it, but ultimately had to sit sideways. He couldn't lay down, as that position was indeed too ungraceful. The orca glided forward close to the surface of the sea, following the direction pointed by Shu Xingbei. The orca took him all the way to the outskirts of the boathouse area. Under the water, at the outskirts of the boathouse area, Spear Company had set up a protective barrier. The barrier consisted of several layers of steel nets, designed to prevent giant marine creatures from directly crashing in. At the barrier, Shu Xingbei reluctantly parted ways with the orca. He didn't know when he would see this giant whale again. However, he had more important matters to attend to at that moment. Before the injury on his back had fully healed, he entered the water. To avoid worsening the infection of the wound, Shu Xingbei gritted his teeth and continued towards the crematorium where Shalian was located. It was warm there and conducive to healing. As for the drinks provided by Shalian, he decided not to consume them. Shu Xingbei thought to himself. By midnight, he finally arrived. Shu Xingbei called out Shalian's name, not knowing how many times he had shouted. It was only then that Shalian responded, "Who is it calling out in the middle of the night? Dead people come during the day." Shalian replied impatiently, It's me. Shu Xingbei shouted. "Is it Xingbei?" Shalian was taken aback. He quickly opened the door to his small room, ran outside, opened the door again, and let Shu Xingbei in, carefully glancing outside. It was pitch dark outside, with no signs of anyone. A light was on in Shalian's room. A thick wick was soaked in a large iron container. The container held an unknown, dark, sticky substance. Above the wick, thick smoke was wafting upwards. No wonder there was always a dark, strange smell in this room. "Are you all right?" Shalian's yellow eyes kept darting around Shu Xingbei. The feeling of being watched returned to Shu Xingbei. "I'm Yufine. What could possibly be wrong?" Shu Xingbei replied, "My back injury hasn't healed, and I've gotten it wet again. I came here to feel some warmth." The room was indeed warm. Shu Xingbei sighed to himself. Surviving in this environment was at least better than living in the shipyard area for a much longer time. He took off his clothes to check the wound, and at last, Shalian had shifted his attention. Is there anything stranger than a cremation worker wanting to be a researcher? Shu Xingbei took off his wet clothes, and the indoor temperature caused a layer of steam to rise from his body. No injuries? Shalian held the oil lamp in his hand and looked at the bare back of Shu Xingbei. No injuries? How is that possible? Shu Xingbei didn't believe it at all, especially with the bandages the doctor had wrapped around him. As he spoke, He suddenly noticed that the bandages that were supposed to be wrapped around him had fallen to his waist, likely due to the soaking in seawater. Really no injuries. However, there was a long scar. When Shalian mentioned this, he poked Shu Xingbei's back with his finger and asked, "What does it feel like?" Shu Xingbei felt no pain. Could it be that he was really healed? Fine. As long as the wound was healed, he could take on missions again. He and Yelan were going to that underwater site to salvage relics, and there were still many oxygen tanks. If they brought some back, it could solve his winter problems. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, Uncle Sha," Shu Xingbei said as he put on his clothes and prepared to leave. "Don't rush. Don't rush. I remember you were injured just a few days ago. Did the doctor help you change your bandages today?" Sha Yin scratched his messy hair. "It can't heal that quickly, can it? Could it be?" Sha Yin's yellow eyes lit up. "Kid, have you awakened your abilities?" "No." Shu Xingbei felt a bit uneasy under Sha Yin's gaze. He hadn't awakened any powers. He still didn't know how much force he could exert with a punch. There was no difference in strength between him now and a few days ago. Abilities? Even less likely. He didn't even understand what telekinesis was, let alone how to use it. Using blood to bind others, making enemies tremble in fear? Impossible. If that were possible, would he have been forced onto a flat-bottomed boat by Qin Chunli and Idahu? Compared to before you drank this mixed potion, do you feel any changes? Sha Yin was skeptical. If he hadn't awakened any abilities, how could this kid's injuries have healed so quickly? Shu Xingbei pondered for a moment. If he were to talk about changes, there really were a few. He could see further and clearer. His body temperature could change according to the environment. And the orchid didn't kill him, but instead showed him a friendly kindness, which was all quite strange. After listening to Shu Xingbei recount everything that happened in the afternoon, Shalian's expression darkened at first. As he listened, he furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Even after Shu Xingbei finished speaking, Shalian was still contemplating the issue. "Uncle Sha, Shu Xingbei still wants to leave." After he entered, Shalian glanced outside, indicating that this place was not easily accessible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so tense. Shu Xingbei didn't want to cause trouble for Sha Yin. Since his injury had healed, there was no need to stay here. He certainly wanted to live in a warm and cozy place, but that was also a luxury he was very aware of. Uncle Sha meant no harm. He just wanted to help you. As I said when your father was around, when you encounter difficulties, ask Uncle Sha for help. That's why Uncle Sha gave you that mixed drink, Sha Yin began to explain. "I know. I don't blame you," Shu Xingbei said repeatedly. He clearly distinguished between good intentions and ill intentions. "I want to apply my research to you. Someone told me that abilities can be awakened through external stimuli," Sha Yin said with a bitter smile. "While I'm here working, aside from the necessities of food and drink, my compensation has all been exchanged for various potions. See beast blood and ability user's blood." However, at this point, Sha Yin still looked unwilling to give up. "Come on, let's arm wrestle," he said, squatting by the bed, propping his arm against the edge of the bed and opening his palm. Shu Xingbei had no choice but to squat down as well, raising his arm to grip Shalian's palm. With force, he began, and the muscles on Shalian's arm immediately bulged. Shu Xingbei also concentrated his strength, straining to twist Shalian's wrist. With a twist of his right hand, Shalian pressed down Shu Xingbei's arm. The explosive power was at most 300 pounds. Not enough. Without awakened power, Shalian sighed. As for other awakened abilities, Shalian didn't even have the thought to test Shu Xingbei. Whether it was bloodline abilities or other powers, they all had external manifestations. But Shu Xingbei had none. Then what caused the changes in me? Shu Xingbei pondered. The orca had inexplicably become close to him. As if that sea beast had also let him go for some unknown reason. He had clearly seen the process of Shalian exerting power just now. Shalian was much stronger than him. But after Shu Xingbei understood his exertion process, he realized one thing. If he concentrated all his strength together first and then applied it to his palm through his arm, Shalian might not be his opponent in an arm wrestling match, unless a mysterious source activated something, granting him some strange ability. The orca's fondness for you is more likely due to the fact that you drank the mixed potion. I've heard of orcas being tamed. You're not the first. At least I've never heard of the mysterious source being activated, Shalian said, shaking his head. You have no special traits, so you can't enter the organization. Organization? Shu Xingbei was taken aback. Is it the Jisher organization? Shailene was surprised, right, Someone gave me a badge with a light symbol on it. She said that it was a membership badge, and with it, I could enter the Jisher organization. Shu Xingbei thought of Nielon, feeling a pang in his heart. Do you have the badge? Let me see it, Shailene said non-committally. Shu Xingbei took out the badge from his pocket. When he was pressured by Qin Xunli and the others, he had put the badge into his pocket. Shailene took the badge and gently rubbed it with his fingers. Having a badge doesn't mean you can enter. What they want are useful people. Warriors who can fight. Researchers who can desalinate seawater or refine weapons. Without a skill, even survival becomes a problem, and you still dare to dream of saving the world? There was no hint of disdain in Shailene's tone, just a sense of lament and helplessness. The person who gave me the badge said her brother was a materials collector for the Jisher organization. Shu Xingbei said, the threshold is not low. It means they don't keep idle people. Chapter 8, Redemption Price. Materials collector? Shailene smiled non-committally, just peripheral personnel. Do you think I'm here with nothing to do, specifically collecting the blood of various sea beasts and buying those reagents? Shu Xingbei suddenly understood that Uncle Sha was also an outer member. Sha Yin nodded. Outer members do not enjoy any benefits of formal members. In possible situations, the organization can prioritize assistance. That's all. Prioritizing assistance means giving priority when help can be provided. Quite cruel, isn't it? Sha Yin asked. Shu Xingbei remained silent, tightly pursing his lips. The more brutal it is, the more reasonable it becomes. Those who are capable band together to save themselves before they can talk about helping others. There are too many people in the boathouse area who need help. Is it possible to save them all? Shailene asked. Shu Xingbei suddenly felt that all the confusion in front of him was resolved in an instant. Yes, one must first have the ability to save oneself before they can talk about saving others. He had never even had the ability to protect himself. So how could he rescue Nielon? Here's the token for you. Keep it as a memento. Shailene threw the token back to him. Shailene looked at Shu Xingbei with interest, then squatted down by the bed, raising his arm. 1, 2, 3, start. Shu Xingbei exerted force and heavily pressed Shailene's arm against the edge of the bed. Shailene was startled and stood up. You little rascal, not bad. Shailene was unusually excited, but it did not affect Shu Xingbei. He felt no excitement at all. The reason he engaged in arm wrestling with Shailene earlier was just to let Shailene know that the accumulation and attempt he had made over the years were not completely in vain. At least those mixed potions had shown effects on Shu Xingbei. It was just a way to comfort Shailene. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Shailene urged. I watched how you exerted force. Then I concentrated my strength in the same way, Shu Xingbei explained. Imitation? Shailene was disappointed again. Imitation was not a real ability. It didn't require any activation. Seeing a bird fly in the sky, humans also want to sprout wings. Seeing non-powerful animals build nests, humans also construct houses, and even learn to create multiple burrows like a cunning rabbit. There are countless similar imitations. How could that be considered an awakening of ability? Shu Xingbei is just like himself, an ordinary person. Shailene can't really say whether he feels helpless or frustrated. He is merely an outer member of the Illuminati, and even if he were a core member, he still couldn't recommend Shu Xingbei for membership. Shu Xingbei did not tell Shailene that he could actually see the coordination of Shailene's bones and strength when he exerted himself, and that he was not imitating but rather copying. It was an impressive copying ability. Just one look at what others could do, and he could do it too. Isn't that a remarkable ability? As for what this ability is called and what type it belongs to, Shu Xingbei couldn't care less. No matter what the ability is, if it can enhance strength and save one's life at critical moments, then it's an incredible ability. Since Shailene thought he was just imitating, so be it. Abilities are meant for survival, not for show. Just when Shailene was feeling down and disheartened, Shu Xingbei left. After Shu Xingbei walked away, Shailene remembered that he hadn't brought any food for him. He always acted a beat too late. There was someone in the room. The faint sound of breathing did not escape Shu Xingbei's ears. After listening for a few seconds, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he pushed the door open and walked in. Feeling for the headlamp on the bedside cabinet, he turned it on and a body under the blanket tensed up, followed by a head popping out. "Brother Shu Yu, you're still alive?" The boy lying on the bed was a kid from the neighboring house named Tong Ziyun. I'll leave right away." Tong Ziyun scrambled up from the bed and immediately began to get dressed. "Forget it, if you don't mind being cramped. You can just sleep here tonight." Shu Xingbei shook his head. "Then, I'll stay here." Tong Ziyun blinked. The child did not smile. Shu Xingbei did not smile either. People in the boathouse district had never smiled. "Did your parents say I was dead?" Shu Xingbei asked, as he also took off his clothes and crawled under the blanket. The thin cotton filling barely covered Shu Xingbei's body. After all, there was an extra person now. Then he vowed, "I didn't touch anything in the house. I didn't move anything. My parents didn't allow me to touch anything. I didn't want to move anything either. I felt you were still alive. Good people always live a long, long time." Shu Xingbei felt a softness in his heart, but said, "Don't talk. Go to sleep." The reason he didn't explode was also because the water and food in the room hadn't been touched. Tong Ziyun's parents, including Tong Ziyun, still had a bottom line. At least they knew to confirm their own death before taking their belongings. The next day, Shu Xingbei got up very late. Tong Ziyun didn't sleep well at night and ran away as soon as it got light. Before long, Tong's father came over to apologize to Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei waved his hand, not taking the matter to heart. The other 3 members of the beast-catching team didn't die. Shu Xingbei was taken aback. Thinking about it, it made sense. The orca had later come to him, so it was normal for those 3 guys to have survived. "Thank you. If there's nothing else, let Tong Ziyun come over to play," Shu Xingbei said politely. Okay. The kid Ziyun has always admired you, saying you're impressive, managing to support yourself at 15, Tong's father said, leaving discreetly. Buxing Beiyue increasingly felt the cruelty of this world. If he had really died yesterday, there wouldn't be anyone who would be sad. The first thing that would come to mind for others would definitely be to take his belongings. Shu Xingbei has thought thoroughly about the path ahead of him. First, he needs to settle his own life and find a way to understand where the slaves from Spear Company have been sent and what they're doing. If he can exchange items salvaged from the ruins, that would be even better. Shu Xingbei thought for a moment, tidied up, and tucked the knife into his pants leg before heading straight to the task office of Spear Company. The room was as crowded with bounty hunters as usual. There were over 30 people waiting to take on tasks, among them about 10 familiar faces. Upon seeing Shu Xingbei, not only were the bounty hunters stunned, but even the female deputy manager in charge of assigning tasks was taken aback. She pushed her glasses up on her nose and scrutinized Shu Xingbei twice. A guy injured by a sea beast could get out of bed and kind of take on tasks? The surprise was brief, and there was no pause in the proceedings. Tasks were assigned one after another, and Shu Xingbei quietly watched without saying a word. The ruins he went to with Nianlan were not among today's tasks. After the bounty hunters in the ship's cabin took their tasks and left to gather their tools, only Shu Xingbei and the female deputy manager remained in the room. "Aren't you here to take on a task?" The deputy manager asked. "Is there something you need?" "Oh, are you talking about that woman?" Nianlan selling herself to find a doctor for Shu Xingbei was something the deputy manager herself had handled. Upon hearing Shu Xingbei's question, she immediately thought of Nianlan. Shu Xingbei remained silent, waiting for the female deputy manager to continue. The female deputy manager stopped tapping the table, instead playing with the pen in her hand, turning it over one moment and flipping it back the next, also observing the situation. Shu Xingbei's gaze was accumulating a coldness. What kind of company is this? To be so shameless? Just as the female deputy manager was secretly sneering, Shu Xingbei spoke up, "I want to redeem someone. Her name is Nianlan. She sold herself into slavery a few days ago. You can find out the exact time, right?" Shu Xingbei fainted in the middle, and he really didn't know when Nianlan sold herself. The female deputy manager checked the records and told Shu Xingbei that the woman named Nianlan signed the agreement on December 17th. Well, Shu Xingbei was tight-lipped. Chapter 9. Contest of Wits. The female deputy manager believed she had done her utmost and had explained clearly enough. If she didn't have anything else to do, she wouldn't bother to talk so much with Shu Xingbei. Redeeming someone? What a big face. Oomph. Before entering, Shu Xingbei had thought that if everything went smoothly, he could ask about Nianlan's ransom price, and then he would take on the last task at that ruin. with so many jars. Shu Xingbei didn't believe that Spear Company wouldn't be tempted. After accepting the task, Shu Xingbei went to pick up his equipment. The female deputy manager watched Shu Xingbei leave and muttered softly, taking on such a task, wanting to redeem someone, and even wanting to redeem 3 BFF. Shu Xingbei was unaware that the female deputy manager despised him so much. He drove a small iron boat, piling all the diving suits, oxygen tanks, and helium tanks into the cabin. The small iron boat was only about 3 meters long. Calling it a cabin was an exaggeration, as it was merely a few partition boards at the bottom of the boat. Fortunately, the boat's draft was not deep, and Shu Xingbei estimated that it would be no problem to load 2 or 3 large steel tanks later on. There were many good things under those ruins, but the location was far away from the boat housing area. Normally, treasure hunting was done within a 10-kilometer radius of the boat housing area. The further away, the more unknown dangers arose, making it easy to encounter sea beasts or large fish. Furthermore, the return journey would not be safe. The boat housing area maintained basic order thanks to Spear Company, and the residents living there could not behave too greedily, as it would tarnish their reputation and lead to fewer collaborations. Therefore, once inside the boat housing area, it was rare for anyone to snatch another's spoils. It wasn't until afternoon that Shu Xingbei boarded the small iron boat and leisurely headed toward the ruins where he and Yalan had previously salvaged. As for the task he had accepted, it was merely to conceal his true purpose, so he let it be damned. Once the small iron boat passed through the isolation layer between the boat housing and the endless sea, Shu Xingbei felt as if someone was watching him. He was acutely aware that the other party harbored murderous intent. In a real fight, it was uncertain who would win. Besides, if he truly couldn't win, he could always dive underwater. With the slow rate at which his body dissipated heat, no bounty hunter could outlast him underwater. After leaving the boat housing area, Shu Xingbei revved up the engine, and the speed of the iron boat surged. A long boat followed closely behind, accelerating straight toward Shu Xingbei. Old Deng, don't go too fast. Be careful he slows down. You might not be able to stop in time. Old Wu shouted from the deck to the cockpit. The 3 men on the large iron boat were all familiar faces to Shu Xingbei. Old Wu, the brute, and Deng Yinghao. Is that kid really that crafty? Deng Yinghao was skeptical. From a distance, he vaguely heard what Old Wu was saying. The bald brute didn't believe it either. After all, he was just a kid. Although he was called a brute, he wasn't entirely reckless. He agreed with Old Wu's reasoning and asked, "So what do you suggest?" "Slow down and see where he goes. If he finds something, we can rob him, and it won't be a wasted trip," Old Wu replied darkly. While the two of them discussed this, Deng Yinghao in the cockpit was getting anxious. He had lost sight of Shu Xingbei ahead. Under normal circumstances, with wind speeds below 6, ships on the sea would be visible from a short distance. However, he could not see the small iron boat driven by Shu Xingbei at all. Could have sunk? Deng Yinghao absurdly entertained this thought. A sunken ship was impossible, but in calm seas with clear skies, where could Shu Xingbei have gone? Damn it, that kid has come up behind us. The brute exclaimed as he looked back from the deck, suddenly appearing as if he had seen a ghost. "I told you that kid is no simpleton," Old Wu said, tossing away his cigarette, but then calmly pulling out another. Although Old Wu warned against underestimating Shu Xingbei, he still viewed him with a degree of condescension. After all, Shu Xingbei's age was evident. He was probably not even 20. Could he really be stronger than them? Did he have more experience? Was he more cunning in a crisis? "Are you waiting for me to be the bait?" Shu Xingbei stood at the bow, hand on the steering wheel, provocatively stating. He believed that the other party would not turn against him on the sea without any task benefits. The brute's face flushed red with anger. Old Wu took a puff of his cigarette and replied loudly, "How could that be, little brother? It was Dahu and the other's idea yesterday. It has nothing to do with us. I was even thinking of helping you. What about now?" Shu Xingbei ignored Old Wu's explanation. He increased the power of the iron boat, making the engine roar louder, forcing the pursuing boats to accelerate if they wanted to catch up. Meanwhile, Shu Xingbei took advantage of the small boat's agility, changed direction, made a circle, and then stopped the engine, slowly moving along the protective layer. As the other party caught up ahead, he was finally able to see the group that harbored murderous intent toward him. "You go your way. we'll go ours. Old Wu certainly did not want to clash with Shu Xingbei immediately, as it would be pointless. If they encountered him elsewhere, he would not hesitate to send Shu Xingbei to his demise. Then you go ahead, Shu Xingbei replied lazily. The brute understood Old Wu's intentions. But Shu Xingbei's suggestion to let them go first posed a problem. Once they split up, where would they find this kid later? The brute couldn't he just say, "You go first, we'll follow behind you." Deng Yinghao, having listened to the back and forth for a while, realized his boat was speeding up, so he eased off. Listening to the negotiation between Old Wu and Shu Xingbei, give him a taste of his own medicine? The brute asked, "What if we can't find him?" The brute lost confidence. "Good idea," the brute replied. Deng Yinghao, watching from the cockpit, saw Old Wu and the brute mumbling to each other without giving him any input. He couldn't hold back any longer and ran over. As soon as Deng Yinghao left, Shu Xingbei immediately started the engine, revving up the power, and the small iron boat sped forward. The three men saw Shu Xingbei heading off to carry out a task, hoping to make a profit off him before sending him to his end, while Shu Xingbei had also set his sights on their equipment. If it weren't for it being too late last night to locate the overturned large ship, he would have already gone to salvage the spoils. That iron crossbow was indeed a valuable item. Shu Xingbei steered the boat to a distance until the three people's boat was no longer visible, then slowed down. A faint call escaped his lips. Although this waterway deviated somewhat from the one taken yesterday, the beached whale might swim here. If there was a beached whale as an ally, his task of salvaging the relics today would go much more smoothly. Shu Xingbei called out for over an hour, but still did not see the beaked whale come over. As they approached the ruins, Shu Xingbei stopped calling. He first put on his diving suit and fins, then tied a long rope onto the ship's helm. The rope was nearly 1,000 meters long, originally bundled up inside the ship, and now was thrown into the water by Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei jumped into the water and slowly sank. This time he was alone, and he had to be very careful. If the boat was swept away by a big fish or if someone took advantage of the situation, he wouldn't have any tools to carry the salvaged items. Fortunately, he encountered no danger during the descent, and the sky-swallowing beast did not appear. Shu Xingbei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and planned to make a quick decision. He landed in a place that wasn't too far off from last time and quickly found the isolated house. The long iron cans were still there, looking no different from before. Shu Xingbei lifted a canister of oxygen onto his shoulder, biting down on a rope that was lowered. With one hand, he released the helium tank, and the pressure propelled his diving suit, quickly bringing him to the surface. When he emerged from the water, he saw the boat still spinning there. He immediately pulled on the rope, and the boat slowly moved towards him as he swam in its direction. Once Shu Xingbei placed the oxygen tank into the small iron boat and changed out of his diving suit, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. If things had gone as smoothly when he was with Nyalan last time, she wouldn't have ended up selling herself into slavery. As this thought crossed his mind, Shu Xingbei hurriedly dismissed his wandering thoughts. Now was not the time for him to get distracted. Shu Xingbei started the ship and was about to increase the power to leave when he suddenly sensed the presence of the harpoon whale. This feeling was unmistakable. Shu Xingbei was certain he wouldn't be mistaken. He stopped the ship again and looked in a certain direction. Sure enough, there was a shadow drifting towards him. "Hey, I'm over here," Shu Xingbei called out happily. Whether the harpoon whale was summoned by him on his way here was no longer important. What mattered was that he had a reliable partner, and this partner was incredibly strong. The harpoon whale drew closer and emitted a low call towards Shu Xingbei. "Are you saying you've been here all along and even helped me drive away a few sea beasts?" Shu Xingbei was greatly surprised. No wonder he had managed to successfully retrieve a large oxygen tank. Chapter 10, Trial Crossbow. Shu Xingbei piloted the boat, with the orca diving beneath the water, closely following him. The sun was setting in the west, casting a streak of crimson across the undulating surface of the ocean, resembling brilliant stars dancing on the water. Over an hour later, the boat housing area came into view. As Shu Xingbei directed his gaze, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lao Wu and the other two were actually guarding the protective barrier. It seemed they were determined to have him. They did not attack Shu Xingbei right away, which he understood well. Seeing that he had taken on a mission, They wanted to secure their own gains before claiming his life. Times had changed. He feared their thoughts would not only come to naught, but they themselves would also meet a bad end. Have you seen clearly? Any gains? As Xu Xingbei's boat drew closer, Lao Wu and the others also noticed him. Their line of sight was far inferior to Xu Xingbei's. Completely unaware that he had long discovered them. "There is something in the boat," the barbarian replied. "Here is what we'll do." Lao Wu laid out his plan. "All right, when he gets closer, we'll strike." The barbarian never doubted Lao Wu's strategy. As the distance narrowed, the people on both boats could clearly see each other, and Lao Wu shouted, "Hey kid, what a coincidence. Any gains?" "Yes." Xu Xingbei tilted his chin towards the boat. Lao Wu and the barbarian had already seen it. There was a long canister inside the boat. Their eyes were filled with greed. "You bring the boat closer. Let us brothers have a look." Lao Wu still appeared unhurried. "Run. Xu Xingbei can't escape." Lao Wu's boat was larger and faster. Xu Xingbei was not in a hurry, slowly steering the boat while making a faint sound. "What's going on?" The barbarian looked at Xu Xingbei in confusion. A flat-headed creature suddenly emerged from the water, appearing right in front of the barbarian. At a glance, the barbarian was scared out of his wits. It's that killer whale," he stammered, turning to run. Lao was also dumbfounded. At this point, it was no longer a matter of whether to salvage the ruins brought up by Xu Xingbei, but rather a matter of survival. Lao Wu jumped into the water from the other end of the boat, desperately swimming toward the cabin area. In the past, when sailing a large ship, Lao Wu always complained that the protective layer was a nuisance, as the large ship had a deep draft and would inevitably bump into the protective layer. Now, he could only hope to reach the protective layer. The dreadnought whale couldn't get past that heavy protective layer. The barbarian also jumped into the water, swimming frantically toward the protective layer, just like Lao Wu. After all, the distance wasn't too far, at most 2 or 3 kilometers. The worst off was Deng Yinghao in the ship's cockpit. He had no idea what was happening. Seeing his companions jump into the water, he did the same. There must be fierce fish or sea beasts in the water. As long as he could swim past his companions, it didn't matter if he couldn't outswim the dreadnought whale. Horrific screams came from the surface of the sea one after another, and blood occasionally rose in the water. First, it was Deng Yinghao, then the barbarian, and finally Lao Wu. None of them escaped the fate of death. Bu Xingbei slowly brought the small boat close to the large ship of Old Wu and the others. He picked up the rope and leaped onto the big ship. Then he tied the 2 boats together and stayed inside the large ship. The big ship was his trophy, and the weapons inside, a long knife, an iron crossbow, and 3 crossbow bolts, also became Bu Xingbei's possessions. It was quite nice for the first time. A smile appeared on Bu Xingbei's face. He had long coveted the iron crossbow, and now it was finally in his hands. As for whether this iron crossbow was the one the barbarian had yesterday, Bu Xingbei didn't care at all. The trident whale sent a message, informing Bu Xingbei that it could only swim here and would run aground if it went further. "You go ahead. If possible, help me keep an eye on the place I visited today. Don't let anyone else retrieve the underwater items." Bu Xingbei conveyed his message to the trident whale. After 3 attempts, the trident whale finally understood the somewhat complex information and submerged to leave. Xu Xingbei started the large ship and headed towards the boathouse area. Just now, the scene on the water was witnessed by other nearby boats, but they did not see it clearly. They only knew that the barbarians, Old Wu and his crew, had been eaten by sea monsters or giant fish, and they did not expect that the orca could be controlled by Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei sailed the boat to the front of his houseboat, continuing to use ropes to secure both boats and the houseboat together before moving the items from the boat into his houseboat one by one. When he lifted the oxygen tank onto his shoulder, the residents of the surrounding houseboats were stirred. The previously quiet houseboat area suddenly became lively, and it was unclear how many people had stepped out of their houseboats, standing on the deck and looking over here. Their gazes were either eager, greedy, or envious. Xu Xingbei ignored these things and put the canister of oxygen into the cabin, carefully placing it on the floor. He ate a bag of food and took a few sips of water before his gaze turned to the crossbow. He needed to find a place to practice. Xu Xingbei played with the crossbow, unable to put it down. As it grew dark, he closed the cabin door and, with the crossbow in hand, walked towards the large ship. "Brother, Brother. Tong Ziyin ran out and waved to him. Shu Xingbei smiled at him. The smile was like encouragement, and Tong Ziyin quickly ran over and whispered, Brother, are you going out? Shu Xingbei nodded. I knew it. My dad said that if you go out, I should keep an eye on you. Tong Ziyun's voice got a bit louder. Shu Xingbei looked over at the boathouse belonging to the Tong Ziyun family. Tong Ziyun's father was watching him from there, giving a slight nod. It was a kind gesture, and there was no need to let it go to waste. Shu Xingbei went out to test the crossbow he had just acquired. Lacking a reference point, he was unsure of the crossbow's range and power. The only place that allowed him to try it out was the deep sea area with its sea beasts and fish. In the thick, impenetrable darkness, the ship sailed out of the boathouse area. Just after leaving the protective house, Shu Xingbei noticed sea beasts appearing in the water. This was strange. Based on past experience, there should be no large sea beasts within 20 kilometers of the boathouse area. However, recently, aside from the fierce sea beasts encountered at that ruin, he had also come across a beaked whale. Why were these sea beasts and giant fish all coming this way? Shu Xingbei did not dare to be careless. He watched the movements in the sea intently. Encountering a sea beast or fish over 30 meters long would be a disaster. There was no need to seek trouble in the darkness by trying out the crossbow. As he moved forward, along, strange fish appeared in Shu Xingbei's line of sight. In the darkness, the strange fish's gaze met Shu Xingbei's. Shu Xingbei was taken aback. This fish actually had 3 eyes. It moved slowly, clearly having no intention of attacking Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei turned the helm and made way for it. Just ahead, no more than 50 meters away, another sea creature appeared. Its 4 paws were submerged in the water, with its black back exposed above the surface. No, we can't go any further. At least not tonight. A sea creature appeared ahead. The creature was only about 10 meters long, lazily lying there. This is it. Shu Xingbei took the crossbow bolt, secured the cable at the front, and loaded it into the launcher. He then pulled back the iron crossbow with all his might, aiming the bolt at the massive head of the sea beast. Holding his breath and focusing, he pulled the trigger, and with a whoosh, the iron crossbow shot out. The powerful recoil caused Shu Xingbei to lean back abruptly, nearly falling into the cabin. The sea beast sensed the danger, its body shrinking as all 4 claws moved together, stirring the water's surface and darting forward. However, it was too close to Shu Xingbei, merely 300 meters away, just a few moments behind its movements. The iron crossbow had already reached it. The sea beast suddenly stopped. The bolt struck its neck and then slid down, sinking to the bottom. The range was too far. Shu Xingbei silently lamented. He finally understood why the barbarian had failed to harm the beaked whale. The barbarian had shot from at least 500 meters away, and the bolt would have encountered water resistance upon entering, posing no threat to the beaked whale. However, the sea beast was now enraged and was heading straight towards Shu Xingbei. With all 4 claws pushing forcefully, it moved at incredible speed. Its body seemed to glide across the surface of the sea, and the water splashed loudly. Shu Xingbei had no time to retrieve the rope. He made up his mind and took another iron crossbow from his side, loaded it, and tracked the movement of the sea beast with his gaze, silently calculating the distance between it and himself. 100 meters. He fired the crossbow, hitting the sea beast between its eyes. With a loud thud, the bolt pierced through. The sea beast, in pain, thrashed and roared angrily on the surface of the water. Blood poured out of the hole in its face. The strong smell of blood filled Shu Xingbei's nostrils. The sea beast struggled in the water for over 10 minutes before going still. The surrounding area was filled with the continuous sound of splashing water. The scent of blood attracted more sea beasts and fish, all swimming toward his location. Shu Xingbei realized that he must act quickly. He rolled into the water and lifted the dead sea beast, which was heavy, over 500 pounds. With hands and feet, Shu Xingbei pushed the sea beast to the edge of the boat. After quite a while, he finally lifted the sea beast with his shoulder and pushed it into the boat. The boat was spinning in the churning sea water. Once on board, Shu Xingbei hurriedly restarted the engine, pushing the power to the maximum, and left the area in a hurry. After returning, Shu Xingbei turned on the headlight as he entered the house and saw that Tong Ziyun was still awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, resting his chin on his hand. What's wrong? Shu Xingbei opened the cabinet and took out a bag of liquid food, handing it over. Shu Xingbei's face darkened. Someone is coming. They haven't come in. They're all outside. They probably want to wait until I fall asleep, Tong Ziyun replied. Chapter 11. Faces. Just sleep for now, Shu Xingbei said, not saying much more. After only a few hours of sleep, there was a knock on the cabin door. The visitor was Tong Ziyun's father. Uncle Tong, Shu Xingbei greeted. Xingbei, it's a bit troublesome. The neighbors gathered last night and are coming over to see you, Tong Ziyun's father said, frowning tightly. Looking for me? Shu Xingbei was taken aback and had not yet had the chance to speak when voices came from outside. Xingbei, it's your Uncle Ping, said a voice as a person entered. It was Shu Xingbei's next-door neighbor. Behind him followed a group of people, all of whom were Shu Xingbei's neighbors. What's going on? Shu Xingbei surveyed them, his face showing no signs of joy or sorrow. Shu Xingbei let out a sound. What does this have to do with being a good child? Shu Xingbei understood. They came to take advantage of him. They planned to steal last night, but a young boy was guarding the house, and they failed. Today, they intended to take a tragic route. Shu Xingbei waved his hand. You all go out. Huh? Uncle Ping was stunned by Shu Xingbei's action. I say, Xingbei, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? My meaning is very clear. The things I fished up are mine, and it has nothing to do with you. If you're jealous, go fish for yourself, Shu Xingbei said impatiently. Exactly, the others chimed in. You, Shu Xingbei, are just one person. How much can you eat? How much can you use? Share some with everyone. It's not forgetting your roots. Shu Xingbei glanced faintly at old Ping Shu. Since we're talking about how distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, I might as well speak openly. I don't remember much about my mother's death, but I clearly remember my father's death. From the time he was bedridden until he took his last breath. Did any of you come to see him? Old Ping Shu was at a loss for words and remained silent. The others exchanged glances, looking at each other in confusion. Isn't this about fearing infectious diseases? After a long pause, old Ping Shu finally came up with a word. If my father had an infectious disease and left a child alone in the house, wouldn't that child be pitiful? Did anyone give him something to eat or drink? Shu Xingbei's tone turned cold. You child, you're doing fine. Why say such nonsensical things? What's the point? We're all here today. If you don't offer something up, it wouldn't be fair, would it? Old Ping Shu didn't speak again, and another middle-aged man chimed in. Oh, the soft approach doesn't work. So you're going for the hard one? The angrier Shu Xingbei got, the calmer his expression became. I'm laying it out here today. Don't bring up useless things. If you want something from me, there's no way. So? Shu Xingbei looked at old Ping Shu with interest. Unless you agree to share all 100 bags of food and 500 liters of water with us. Otherwise, when those 3 households come knocking, no one can protect you, old Ping Shu said coldly. Speaking softly didn't work. This kid actually wouldn't play along. He had to lay his cards on the table. The other sneered. You mean to say that everything I can exchange for must be shared with you, right? Shu Xingbei saw through these guys' true faces completely. If you can think that way, then that's even better, old Ping Shu said with a smug expression. Hands on his hips. He felt neither anger nor sadness. After his father died, he carried his father's body to the crematorium with his frail back, and since then, he had no hopes for anyone. Even if someone helps you, it might not be out of kindness. Compared to deliberate help, Shu Xingbei preferred to believe in the kindness shown inadvertently. Just like Shalian, just like Nielon, their goodwill was expressed naturally. Go away, Shu Xingbei pointed outside the boathouse. If you have any other ideas, you could go see what's happening with the sea beast outside the boat. The sea beast outside the boat? Old Ping Shu was a bit confused. Some of the others had seen the cabin. Was that sea beast killed by him? What sea beast? Someone asked. You'll know if you go take a look, the person who spoke earlier replied with lingering fear. A few people went outside, and all looked at the big ship next to the boathouse. A sea beast lay in the cabin, measuring dozens of meters long and weighing several hundred pounds. The triangular head of the sea beast was covered with scales, and its body was dark. Its front limbs were short, while its hind limbs were long, with claws that were as bright as blades at the tips of its toes. Old Ping Shu saw the hole in the middle of the sea beast's face and gasped. He had hunted many sea beasts himself, so he could tell how it died. The key was that getting the dead sea beast from the sea onto the ship couldn't be done by just one person. At least old Ping Shu couldn't he do it. This kid is ruthless and strong enough, old Ping Shu muttered. How could he possibly bring the sea beast onto the ship by himself? Didn't you notice that Tong didn't he say a word from beginning to end? And the Tong family's kid was guarding the door for the Shus last night. What does that indicate? It indicates they've long been in cahoots, someone coldly mocked. Don't say so much. Since the kid from the Shus is uncooperative, let us send someone to notify those 3 households to come and settle the score with him. Another person suggested. Right, old Ping Shu, you go, one matter doesn't trouble 2 masters. All right, then I'll go. Even if he immediately goes to the Spear Company to complete a mission, we can still find him. The monk can run, but the temple can't, old Ping Shu said loudly, not worried at all about being heard by Shu Xingbei. Chapter 12. Redemption. A slender young man arrived at the bounty task release point in the morning. He wore a canvas jacket and carried a long canister. His gaze calm and his expression neutral. Who is that? The bounty hunters in the boathouse noticed the young man's passing figure. Rather than asking who the person was, they were more interested in the canister the young man was carrying. He seems to be surnamed Shu, one hunter said, having some impression of Shu Xingbei. The female deputy manager also noticed Shu Xingbei. Her gaze lingered more on that canister. Unlike these hunters, she immediately recognized it as a gas canister. Regardless of what gas it is, that kid from the Shus must have made quite a haul this time. Although the female deputy manager could post tasks, she was just a low-level leader in Spear Company, and she had a group of people at home waiting for food. Today's task release ended here, and the female deputy manager quickly finished posting the task and hurriedly headed towards the acquisition office. Shu Xingbei carried the jar and, of course, headed to the purchasing office behind the bounty office. On the deck of the purchasing office was the head of Spear Company. There were very few people coming to deliver tasks in the morning, so he certainly understood the value of taking a break. When this male deputy manager saw Shu Xingbei, a smile spread across his face. Here, to deliver a task, he greeted Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei was taken aback for a moment and nodded. In Shu Xingbei's impression, the deputy manager of the acquisition office was always aloof and rarely bothered to engage with others. It was truly unprecedented for him to take the initiative to greet someone today. The deputy manager watched as Shu Xingbei placed the jar on the deck, and with his keen eyes, he had already noticed the writing on the jar. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. How much is it worth? Shu Xingbei asked. Well, Deputy Manager Yao Lu stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. His gaze swept over Shu Xingbei's face. Despite being buffeted by the sea breeze countless times, Shu Xingbei's face still couldn't hide a youthful innocence. It needs to be evaluated. It also needs to be tested, Yao Lu said again, his eyes lingering on Shu Xingbei's face. A well-mannered young man should know by now that he needs to show some courtesy, right? The female deputy manager of the task office, Zhang Meihua, arrived and bent down to pat the jar, exclaiming that it was a good item. Then, Zhang Meihua said to Yao Lu, the jar shows no signs of being unsealed. Yao Lu responded with a hum, acknowledging that Manager Zhang was an expert. Since she said it hasn't been unsealed, that saves the testing step. We'll buy it at the normal price, and I'll give you 500 bags of food and 200 liters of water. After Yao Lu finished speaking, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhang Meihua. Zhang Meihua immediately understood his implication. The item that Yao Lu had taken from Shu Xingbei would also have her share. So much? Zhang Meihua made a gesture as if to cover her mouth, looking very surprised. Shu Xingbei asked lightly, does Manager Yao think I'm young and easy to bully? Upon hearing this, Yao Lu's expression darkened. What do you mean? Shu Xingbei slowly replied. I think Manager Yao may have forgotten. Was the acquisition price like this before? He had managed to survive on his own until now, having seen his fair share of deceptions. Whether it was the faces of the neighbors this morning or Manager Yao wanting to take advantage now, Shu Xingbei was not surprised. But he was also determined not to give in. Things earned at the cost of one's life cannot be casually given away as favors. Is that so? Did I really remember it wrong? Yao Lu didn't dare to push things too far. Since he couldn't fool Shu Xingbei, he planned to take the items at the normal price. After all, if he got into trouble for extorting Shu Xingbei, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Yao Lu pretended to take out a record book, flipped through it, and then slapped his forehead. Indeed, I remembered it wrong. 1,000 bags of food, 500 liters of water. Do you want to exchange? Of course, Xu Xingbei nodded. At this moment, Yao Lu hated Xu Xingbei to the bone. That damn kid, who neither understood what filial piety meant nor would listen to reason. Just wait until I find an excuse. You'll regret it. Yao Lu called over 2 workers to take away the oxygen tanks, and then correspondingly handed over the food and water to Xu Xingbei. There's also a sea beast on the ship outside. Manager Yao, please quote a price, Xu Xingbei said. A sea beast? Yao Lu felt even more envious and jealous. The sea beast could be exchanged for a year's rent for the boathouse and necessary fuel for sailing. Xu Xingbei then handed over the boat and turned to leave. Brother Xu, you've exchanged quite a lot. Don't you need a waterproof storage bag? Zheng Meihua, who had been silent, suddenly said. A waterproof storage bag? Is there such a thing? Get one for me, Xu Xingbei said to Yao Lu. Exchange it for 100 bags of food, Yao Lu replied irritably. Xu Xingbei saw the water-sealed storage bag brought by Yao Lu, and a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. He didn't hesitate to switch to another storage bag. The large ship belonging to Deng Yinghao and the others now belonged to him, so he no longer needed to rent a ship from Spear Company. Xu Xingbei packed food and water into the storage bag, which only took up a small portion of the space. After closing the storage bag, Xu Xingbei did not linger and just picked it up and left. As soon as Xu Xingbei left, Yao Lu looked at Zheng Meihua with dissatisfaction. Manager Zheng, why didn't you say a word just now? There are benefits, and you have a share too. Why are you still helping him? Zheng Meihua replied softly. Keep your voice down. Let me tell you, that guy named Xu is not simple. Not simple? Yao Lu scoffed a few times. It's just that he has a bit of luck. I don't believe Xu Xingbei can hunt a sea beast. The risks of survival at sea are high. But luck can't be ruled out. It's not just Xu Xingbei who can come across an injured sea beast. The Tiger Beast Capture Team. All 5 of them are gone, Zheng Meihua said quietly. He killed them? Yao Lu shivered. If that's the case, Xu Xingbei is indeed not someone he can afford to offend. I'm not sure if he directly killed them, but he is definitely involved, Zheng Meihua said. Then we can only let him go, Yao Lu sighed. The ruthless guys in the boat area are simply not people he dares to squeeze easily. Only young people like Xu Xingbei give him the courage to extort. He didn't expect this kid to be so tough. Maybe not, Zheng Meihua smiled lightly. Yao Lu's eyes lit up. Manager, Zheng has a way? Didn't he bring the ship over? What'll be on the ship that you don't know? Zheng Meihua reminded him. Yao Lu suddenly understood. The recorder. How could I forget the navigation recorder? He smacked his forehead. Let us find the places he has been to, and let our families go salvage. I don't believe there is only a canister of gas down there. Zheng Meihua said, also, let us spread the word about what he exchanged for today. I don't believe those robbers want to be interested in him. Hearing Zheng Meihua come up with 2 vicious plans, Yao Lu was shocked. No wonder people say that a woman's heart is the most poisonous. This saying is indeed true. In Yao Lu's view, Xu Xingbei hadn't offended Zheng Meihua at all, but Zheng Meihua had already devised a plan to put him to death. It's better not to provoke women easily. Otherwise, you might die without even knowing how. Xu Xingbei never expected that Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu would quickly come up with a plan to deal with him. At this moment, Xu Xingbei was heading toward Shalian. Now that he had food and water, he had to share some with Uncle Shalian no matter what. When Shalian saw Xu Xingbei enter the room, he opened his waterproof storage bag to take out food, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Xu Xingbei took out 100 bags of food and was about to take more when Shalian stopped him. I can't eat this much by myself, Shalian said, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. Xu Jia's kid is truly a person of deep feelings and loyalty. Shalian accepted the 100 bags of food because he knew that refusing would be futile, so he simply accepted Xu Xingbei's kindness. I won't disturb Uncle Sha, Xu Xingbei thought, and he didn't linger. There were more staff members at the crematorium than just Shalian, and every time he came alone, Shalian was very cautious. So Xu Xingbei didn't want to cause him any trouble. Watching Xu Xingbei's departing figure, Shalian silently said to himself, Xingbei, no matter what, Uncle Sha will get you into the Jisha organization. Although Shalian was only an outer member of the Jisha organization, he had heard about the benefits that formal members received. If Xu Xingbei could join the organization, his life would at least be dozens or even hundreds of times better than it is now. Xu Xingbei did not expect that his act of gratitude would lead Shao Yin to make such a firm decision. After leaving the cremation site, he once again headed towards the outer sea area of the boathouse district. He still wanted to go to the ruins. As Xu Xingbei's boat passed through the protective barrier of the boathouse district, two large ships that had been anchored there for a long time also moved. They leisurely followed Xu Xingbei's boat. Each ship had 3 people on board besides the helmsman. It goes without saying that they were relatives of Yao Lu and Zheng Meihua. "Don't follow too closely. Let the Zheng family lead the way," said Yao Zichuan, who was in charge of the Yao family's boat and was Yao Lu's cousin. The Yao family's boat slightly slowed down, and the Zheng family's boat took the lead. Zheng Wufa, who led the Zheng family, was Zheng Meihua's older brother. Because his sister worked at Spear Company, Zheng Wufa had long developed a domineering attitude. Seeing the Yao family's boat slow down, he sneered and called them cowards. In order to speed up, "We're too close. Xu might notice something," someone beside Zheng Wufa reminded him. "What are you afraid of? A poor kid, what can he do?" Zheng Wufa said, patting the item at his waist. There was a gun prominently displayed there. Chapter 13. Poison Frog Originally. According to the plan discussed by Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu, their relatives were supposed to use the navigation records from the boat rented by Xu Xingbei to locate him and wait for an opportunity. However, both families had heard that Xu Xingbei had exchanged for many items and were itching to get their hands on him, eager to rob him clean without bothering to play any waiting games. Xu Xingbei was at the helm when a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. The ship ahead was moving at a speed that was no less than his own. The distance between them was only about a kilometer, and it was getting closer. The guy standing on the deck took out a wireless speaker and shouted at Xu Xingbei, "Xu Xingbei, don't waste your efforts. Surrender quietly, and I will spare your life." The person shouting lightly patted his waist. Xu Xingbei saw clearly that the guy had a weapon at his waist. Jin couldn't help but laugh. "Xu Xingbei, it's just your fault for lacking strength, yet you got so many good things." Xu Xingbei's gaze grew colder. "If you have the ability, catch me first." He no longer paid attention to the guy behind him. Zheng Wufang never expected that Xu Xingbei would dare to challenge him. He took out the gun from his waist, aimed it at Xu Xingbei, and shouted, "Hurry up, faster." Xu Xingbei suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. The sense of crisis returned, and it was even more intense than before. Not good. Xu Xingbei gritted his teeth and pushed the boat to its maximum speed, while slowly turning the helm to avoid becoming a live target for the opponent. The boat, driven by Xu Xingbei, swayed left and right, making it impossible for Zheng Wufang to aim. He couldn't help but feel furious. How was the boat being steered? Couldn't it be controlled like he did? The helmsman from the Zheng family secretly cursed Zheng Wufang for being foolish, but didn't dare to retort, responding meekly, "I'll do my best, I'll do my best." Although he said that, he was thinking that if it weren't for this idiot relying on being Zheng Meihua's older brother, he wouldn't bother with him at all. They could have followed Xu Xingbei unnoticed, but Zheng Wufang had turned it into this mess. Zheng Wufang tried to aim several times, but couldn't hit Xu Xingbei, then turned to shout at Yao Zichuan behind him, "Hey, you from the Yao family, don't just watch without putting in any effort." Yao Zichuan shot Zheng Wufang a resentful glare. Zheng Wufang was completely brainless. However, Yao Zichuan was also worried that Xu Xingbei might escape, so he had to direct his family's boat to encircle Xu Xingbei from the side. The sense of crisis in Xu Xingbei grew stronger. At this moment, he had to head towards the ruins and must encounter the nearby boat. He couldn't be sure if there were guns on the boat behind him. No, he could only continue to run towards the outskirts. Xu Xingbei looked at the distant sea, steeled himself, and continued to steer the boat forward. As he drove the boat wildly, he unknowingly sailed out of the safe waters of the houseboat area. When the houseboat area was first established, it was located in a zone that could avoid giant waves while also providing a buffer zone for the tower. Xu Xingbei charged towards the outer area, and before he knew it, he had crossed out of the safe waters. Behind him, Zheng Wufa was still relentlessly pursuing him. As for Yao Zichuan, he had long given up on chasing Xu Xingbei. "Wufa, we can't pursue any further. We've already deviated from the coordinates given by Meihua." Several others from the Zheng family advised Zheng Wufa. "No way." Zheng Wufa completely ignored this suggestion. "If we keep chasing, we won't have enough fuel on our boat." the Zheng family members urged. Hearing this, Zheng Wufa gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a brown deep-sea poison frog jumped into his boat with a thud. The frog, completely brown, stared with its round, bulging eyes that glimmered with fluorescence. Once it jumped into the boat, its gaze never left Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei's mind buzzed. During this series of actions, he dared not take his eyes off the poison frogs. The sacks behind the poison frogs were filled with toxins. Just when Xu Xingbei felt helpless, another poison frog jumped into the boat. The two poison frogs stared at each other and suddenly began to croak loudly. It seemed they were arguing, one claiming it arrived first, while the other retorted that being first wasn't impressive. Croak? Xu Xingbei tried to croak back. The two poison frogs immediately stopped croaking and stared wide-eyed at Xu Xingbei. A flash of joy appeared in their eyes. Damn! Xu Xingbei cursed himself for having such a strange thought. Could they express joy? Then the next scene completely stunned Xu Xingbei. The two poison frogs croaked a few times, and one by one, they jumped eagerly into the boat. In an instant, the boat was packed with poison frogs. Even under his feet and on his precious waterproof storage bag, 3 poison frogs were perched. This was trouble. Xu Xingbei felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He observed for a while longer. These poisonous frogs did not attack Xu Xingbei, but remained quietly lying in the boat, completely motionless. If it weren't for the glowing light in their eyes, Xu Xingbei would even suspect that they had entered hibernation. Xu Xingbei speculated. The sun had set, and this escape had truly taken a long time. Xu Xingbei let out a wry smile. Today's plan to salvage the ruins had fallen through. Xu Xingbei felt completely uncertain. If it weren't for the guy shouting with a gun at his waist, he wouldn't be afraid of them at all. The problem now was that Xu Xingbei couldn't determine the range of the gun, so he didn't dare to conclude that his crossbow could take the other party's life. Nowadays, the poisonous frogs on the boat were no longer his biggest headache, as they had not attacked Xu Xingbei or shown any hostility. If only you could help me a bit, Xu Xingbei said with a bitter smile. The poisonous frogs, as expected, couldn't understand Xu Xingbei's meaning. As Xu Xingbei's boat got closer to the boathouse area, they began to jump into the water continuously. Gone? Xu Xingbei felt a wave of disappointment. The sky was gradually getting darker. Xu Xingbei simply stopped the boat, letting the waves crash against the hull. To survive, he had no choice but to wait. He would only have a chance to use his extraordinary vision and fight to the death with the opponent when it was completely dark. When the last rays of red sunlight were swallowed by the dark sea, and the final glimmer of light disappeared, Xu Xingbei started the motor and headed towards the boat housing area. The crossbow had been slung over his shoulder, with a bolt already fitted with a rope. I said, Zheng Wufei, you were too hasty today. If you hadn't scared Xu Xingbei away, we wouldn't be empty-handed right now. Yao Zichuan couldn't help but say. Since noon, they had been chasing Xu Xingbei, and after a whole afternoon of effort, they hadn't managed to catch him, wasting a lot of fuel in the process. Zheng Wufei also realized he had been too impatient, but he wouldn't lose his composure in front of the Yao family. Do you think the one with the surname Xu can survive today? Zheng Wufei snorted coldly. He had extreme confidence in his own strength. As long as he shot Xu Xingbei, no matter what information Zheng Wufei wanted, he was not afraid that Xu Xingbei wouldn't talk. The sound of the motor caught the attention of someone from the Zheng family. People on both boats held their breath to listen. Sure enough, the sound of the motor came from afar. The boat was getting closer. Who? Zheng Wufei drew his gun from his waist. No one answered from that boat. Sweat broke out on Zheng Wufei's palm. He suddenly felt that things were getting strange. Yao Zichuan also changed his expression. He sensed something was off and drew his tranquilizer gun from his waist. Their guns are provided by Zhang Meihua and Yao Lu. The company issued guns to them for self-defense, to prevent riots from the residents of the boat housing area. If you don't speak, I'll shoot, Zheng Wufei warned. As the boat drew closer, within a distance of no more than 200 meters, he fired a shot towards it. There was a loud bang. However, there was no response from that boat. Suddenly, a whoosh of the crossbow was followed by a long, piercing scream that shattered the silence. Chapter 14, Not Good. Wu Fei is dead. Wu Fei is dead. Surname Xu. We're the family of Manager Zheng from Spear Company. How dare you? Members of the Zheng family shouted in unison. The female deputy manager from the task department? After a moment of thought, Xu Xingbei understood the identity of these people. There was another boat, and the people on it also had guns. This was not the time to let down their guard. Lying on the surface of the water, Xu Xingbei placed another crossbow into the launcher and shot it at Yao Zichuan. With a whoosh, the iron crossbow pierced through the silent night sky and struck Yao Zichuan in the head. Yao Zichuan didn't even let out a sound before he fell down. "You Shu, we won't let this go. The Yao family is starting to roar," the Yao family members shouted. The Yao family? The Yao family from the acquisition office? They were indeed well prepared. Unfortunately, they were a bit too foolish. Xu Xingbei resolved two major threats, leaped up, and boarded the Zheng family's boat. As soon as he landed, he gripped the knife in his hand and slashed at the nearest Zheng family member's neck. A clean cut, a swift kill. Although Zheng Wufang was dead, the headlamp was still shining there. Another Zheng family member died, causing the other two to tremble in fear. What kind of terrifying existence had they provoked? "Please, don't kill me. I won't dare again." One Zheng family member knelt down. The helmsman of the Zheng family was so scared that he was dumbfounded, forgetting to steer the boat. It was too late. Since he had already killed someone, Xu Xingbei would definitely not go easy now. Letting these people go would mean he would never have peace again. Killing them all would prevent any future denials. Having made up his mind, Xu Xingbei slaughtered the Zheng family members, casually took the gun from Zheng Wufang's hand, and tucked it into his clothes. Looking again, he saw that the Yao family members had already fled on their boat. Xu Xingbei calculated the distance. It was about 500 meters. He could still catch up. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The Yao family members shouted wildly, "Hurry, faster." Unfortunately, it was all too late. With a loud crash, the two boats collided. On the Zheng family's boat, a fiery blaze erupted. "Is that demon dead?" One person on the Yao family's boat trembled. "What do you think?" A cold voice sounded, and then Xu Xingbei climbed over the edge of the boat and jumped in. "Make a move." Another member of the Yao family was much calmer. He had a knife in hand. Although fearful, he understood that the situation before him was either Xu Xingbei would die or they, the Yao family, would perish. Too slow. Facing the incoming knife, Xu Xingbei heightened his senses to the extreme. He lightly dodged, crouched down, and the knife fell onto the opponent's knee. A scream echoed as another Yao family member was incapacitated. By the time Xu Xingbei had killed another Yao family member, only two remained on the boat. One was injured, and the other had let go of the helm, trembling uncontrollably. "Please, spare me, spare me," the one at the helm begged Xu Xingbei repeatedly. The answer to him was Xu Xingbei's merciless knife. If he fell into the hands of the Yao family or the Zheng family, the outcome would definitely not be good. Since he had made a move, he would go all the way. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Xu Xingbei found the gun that Yao Zichuan had dropped on the boat and tucked it into his pocket. The last remaining member of the Yao family looked at Xu Xingbei in panic, unsure if his injured self could survive. Unless Xu Xingbei saved him, he would also struggle to escape death. Water had already risen above the ankles inside the damaged boat. Xu Xingbei took out his gun, studied it for a while, and pulled the trigger at the remaining guy from the Yao family. There was no sound. The man was completely frozen. He understood that the reason he was still alive was that Xu Xingbei wanted to use him to test the gun. Xu Xingbei didn't even glance at him, muttering to himself, then looked at the gun. He realized that the gun, like the crossbow, also had a safety mechanism. He disengaged the safety and fired another shot at that guy. The bullet hit the man's stomach. The man looked at Xu Xingbei, trembling uncontrollably. Not dead. Xu Xingbei was stunned. He switched to another gun, which belonged to Zheng Wufang. Another shot was fired. They were all tranquilizer guns, not meant to kill. "I beg you, give me a break," the man cried. If Xu Xingbei kept playing with him, he would either be shot to pieces or bleed to death from his leg. Is that so? Xu Xingbei understood. He put away the gun, picked up 3 headlamps from the boat, and jumped directly into the water, swimming towards his own boat. If he didn't move faster, his boat would collide with them as well. "Xu, you won't have a good end," the man from the Yao family said. Watching the rising water level in the cabin, falling into despair, unable to hold back his curses, Xu Xingbei ignored him and headed straight for his boathouse. Today was truly a waste. Shu Xingbei sighed. If it weren't for the 2 tranquilizer guns he had obtained, he would have come away empty-handed. As for the enmity he had developed with Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu, that was not something Shu Xingbei was concerned about. He had already decided to deny everything, and what those 2 families thought was none of his business. He didn't believe that the 2 deputy managers of Spear Company would dare to openly deal with him in the boathouse area. As for what would happen outside the boathouse area, well, it was uncertain who would survive. Indeed, things unfolded just as Shu Xingbei had imagined. The boats of the Yao and Ma families sank one after another, and it was impossible for no one to see it. As the flames shot up into the sky, those who harbored ill will toward Shu Xingbei couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. That kid with the surname Shu was ruthless. Upon entering the cabin, Shu Xingbei turned on the headlight and found Tong Ziyun sitting in the corner of the room, trembling. He had no aversion to Tong Ziyun, but he was also unwilling to take him in. Previously, when Tong Ziyun lived in his own boathouse, it was undoubtedly because the Tong family thought he was dead and wanted to take advantage. Now, it was inappropriate for Tong Ziyun to continue staying here. Tong Ziyun could sense Shu Xingbei's displeasure. "Oh, what's the matter?" Shu Xingbei asked. As Tong Ziyun spoke, he turned to leave. Shu Xingbei thought for a moment, took a headlamp and handed it over, saying, "Be careful, don't drop in the water." Tongzi responded with an took the headlamp, and left. Shu Xingbei turned on another headlamp and placed it on the small table. Following that, he took out a bag of food and poured some into his mouth. There were still some leftover water containers in the room, and Shu Xingbei poured some water to drink, feeling that he had recovered quite a bit. After nearly killing everyone on the 2 boats, Shu Xingbei was also a bit tired. Now, whether it was his vision, strength, swimming speed, or danger perception, Shu Xingbei had greatly improved. The only thing that hadn't changed was his recovery ability. If he could enhance his recovery ability, then regardless of whether he faced people, storms at sea, or ferocious sea beasts, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Shu Xingbei thought to himself and shook his head with a bitter smile. The changes he had now were already a blessing. Wanting more was impossible. After about an hour, Tong's father arrived. He came alone. Shu Xingbei nodded slightly. "After you left during the day, a few families from the tiger hunting team came looking for you, saying they wanted to settle accounts." Tong's father explained somewhat uneasily. "And then?" Shu Xingbei asked quietly. "Then several more groups of bounty hunters came, saying they wanted to join you in salvaging the ruins," Tong's father said. Looking at the unperturbed Shu Xingbei, genuinely surprised. Shu Xingbei is so young, yet possesses such a temperament. It really is not simple. "So they have left as well?" A hint of sarcasm flashed across Shu Xingbei's lips. "Want to join me in salvaging the relics?" It would be more accurate to say that I should salvage the relics and give them to them. "Yes, even Uncle Ping, who wanted to deal with you, hasn't come out to discuss it anymore," Tong Fu said, glancing at Shu Xingbei. "Zian watched the door for you all day. He was worried someone would come in and steal your things." Tong Fu thought for a moment and added, "I truly apologize for not helping you before." Shu Xingbei shook his head. Who isn't just struggling to survive these days? It's already not easy to keep oneself alive, so how can one talk about helping others? I'm already very grateful for Uncle Tong's good intentions. Hearing this, Tong's father felt even more embarrassed. After all, he had once thought about taking advantage after Shu Xingbei's death. "Xingbei, there are so many people who resent you. It might be better to live somewhere else." Shu Xingbei was taken aback. "Another place? People living in the boathouse area have other options?" "Yes, although it is more dangerous there if you don't have anything eye-catching. The people there won't make things difficult for you," Father Tong said. "What place?" Shu Xingbei asked curiously. "In the northwest area, outside the boathouse district. There's a place called the Chaos Zone, where only the most vicious people live. The influence of Spear Company doesn't reach there," Father Tong introduced. "I heard it from others, but I'm not sure how far it is." Shu Xingbei nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Uncle Tong." As he spoke, he picked up a bag of food and handed it over. "It's for Zian." This is too much trouble," Tong's father said. But he couldn't resist and accepted the food. "It's dangerous here, so it's better not to let Ziyun come over to keep watch for me," Shu Xingbei said as he stood up and escorted Tong's father out. At that moment, Shu Xingbei couldn't imagine that the Yao family and the Zheng family had already stirred up a huge storm. Chapter 15. Ensuring no difficulties whether it was Zheng Meihua or Yao Lu. Although they were low-level managers at Spear Corporation, they had a quick means of communication, an electronic communicator. The electronic communicators they had, while not the company's core product, were still very useful. At least they could receive messages within hundreds of kilometers. Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu both learned about Zheng Wugai and Yao Zichuan's deaths. They rushed home to discuss the situation with their families. Both the Zheng and Yao families were in a state of rage. Both households had their own backing and were usually arrogant in the boathouse area. They had never suffered such a loss. "I want him dead immediately," Zheng Meihua's father shouted. "Kill him right now. I can't wait a moment longer." Yao Zichuan's father cursed relentlessly. Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu got in touch with each other. "We were clearly trying to benefit our families. What do we do now?" Yao Lu asked Zheng Meihua. "If Xu Xingbei runs away, can we still catch him?" "Run? Where can he run to?" "There's something you don't know. Xu Xingbei has a good woman who voluntarily sold herself as a slave, and right now he is still waiting to redeem her," Zheng Meihua said with a cold smile. "As long as that woman named Nielan hasn't been redeemed, he won't run at all." "Oh, in that case, there are many opportunities to exploit." Yao Lu's eyes lit up. "You and I will calm our families down, and tomorrow morning we will report the situation to the company. Letting them send someone to catch this kid," Zheng Meihua said. "What is the reason?" Yao Lu asked. "If they could resolve the issue without involving their families directly and have the company deal with Xu Xingbei, it would be ideal. If we can eliminate all 6 of them, Xu Xingbei's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. They say he killed indiscriminately in the boathouse area, and the Tiger Beast capture team was wiped out by him, which has affected the stability of the entire boathouse area. When the company sends someone to investigate, we can have Xu Xingbei's neighbors provide statements saying that he has always acted alone and even threatens his neighbors when things don't go his way." Zheng Meihua had already devised a plan. After listening, Yao Lu couldn't help but praise Zheng Meihua's cunning scheme. Cunning, truly vicious. If Xu Xingbei were not his enemy, he might even feel sympathy for him. What did this kid do to offend Zheng Meihua? After discussing, Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu each calmed their families. Xu Xingbei was completely unaware of all this. He was considering something else. Moreover, he needed to find a place to store his items. If he could move the gas tanks from the underwater ruins to a safe location, he would have a certain level of strength and could use that to negotiate with Spear Company. As for where to find such a place, Xu Xingbei thought about moving away from the boathouse area and seeing if he could find a deserted island further out at sea. With his decision made, Xu Xingbei went to rest. The next morning, before dawn, he untied the ropes and set sail. He had packed all the food and water from the boathouse into waterproof storage bags. If this trip went well, he would also need to place these items in a more secure location. As soon as Xu Xingbei left, hundreds of small boats also set sail from the boathouse area. These were all bounty hunters tracking Xu Xingbei. If Xu Xingbei can get the gas canister, they just need to follow behind, and they will naturally be able to retrieve it. Xu Xingbei could sense the movements behind him, but he didn't take them seriously. Whether they were robbers or bounty hunters, as long as they meant him no harm, he naturally wouldn't pay them any mind. If they intended to make a move, once they entered the distant sea area, Xu Xingbei certainly wouldn't sit back and wait for it to happen. As the ship sailed further away, the sky grew brighter. Xu Xingbei arrived at the protective barrier of the boathouse area, where a large ship blocked his way. Already on high alert, Xu Xingbei reached for the tranquilizer gun in his pocket. This gun belonged to Zheng Wufang, while another one was stored in his waterproof pouch. There were still 4 bullets left in the magazine. "Could you move the ship aside, please?" Xu Xingbei shouted to the opposite side. There was no response from the cockpit, but someone walked out from the cabin. Xu Xingbei was taken aback by the person in front of him. Opposite him was a round-faced man, sturdy in build, with small eyes and a smiling expression. What surprised Xu Xingbei was not the man's appearance, but his attire. The man was wearing a light blue cotton jacket and black trousers. Such clothing was completely different from that of the people in the boathouse district. The poor in the boathouse district typically wore canvas clothes, while those slightly better off wore animal skins. Xu Xingbei had never seen anyone dressed like this man before. Had he set out to see this early? The man waved to Xu Xingbei and asked if he could hitch a ride. Xu Xingbei looked warily at the other person. He did not think that the person in front of him was a bounty hunter. "You're joking. The kind of job that involves tying your head to your belt isn't something you would do, Shu Xingbei replied. Oh, then what do you think I am? The middle-aged man asked playfully. You from the tower? Shu Xingbei thought for a moment and gave what he believed to be the most likely answer. The man laughed. Not bad. I am an investigator from Spear Company. I came specifically for you. Shu Xingbei's heart sank. It was indeed coming for him. He had a premonition when the other party's ship stopped at the entrance. The man, seeing that Shu Xingbei remained silent, asked again, Someone reported you, saying that you were killing innocents indiscriminately. Do you have anything to say about that? Killing innocents indiscriminately? Like what? Shu Xingbei's tone grew cold. For example, several members of the tiger hunting team. You killed people and took their ship, the investigator said, glancing at the vessel Shu Xingbei was operating. Shu Xingbei felt a shift in his heart. The other party understood the situation so thoroughly that if he wanted to turn against him, he would have acted long ago. Since he had said so much, he must have other plans. Most importantly, Shu Xingbei did not sense any hostility or murderous intent from this person. Killers are always killed. They do not provoke me, and I have no reason to provoke them. Shu Xingbei replied without hesitation. The middle-aged man looked at Shu Xingbei with a bit more appreciation. Indeed, killers are always killed. There is enough courage. Good luck to you. With that, the middle-aged man shouted towards the cockpit, and the large ship quickly moved away. Shu Xingbei clearly heard the middle-aged man's words, and a wave of doubt rose in his heart. What did it mean? The middle-aged man not only did not punish him, but also wanted to help him? Could it be that he intended to get rid of those 2 deputy managers? Shu Xingbei thought for a while and decided not to consider the issue any further. The safety of the boathouse area was guaranteed by the company. If those 2 deputy managers chose to take action against him in the boathouse area, Shu Xingbei was not worried about not having a place to seek justice at that time. The boat of Shu Xingbei sailed further and further away, and the boats that followed gradually hesitated. That kid doesn't seem to be heading for the ruins. Where could there be ruins that far away? Someone exclaimed. Yes, he must have sensed our intentions and is deliberately leading us in circles. Someone echoed. That damn kid. I want to let this go with him. Someone cursed. The fewer people, the better. This kid is so cautious. He must have discovered some major ruins, someone speculated. At this moment, Shu Xingbei in front had no time to think about what the boats behind were contemplating as he encountered trouble again. Several poisonous frogs jumped into his boat once more. Soon, more and more poisonous frogs jumped in, filling the entire cabin again. The poisonous frogs lay in the cabin, staring with their glowing eyes, croaking one after another. Shu Xingbei gradually understood their meaning. It seemed to be telling him not to go forward anymore. Was there danger ahead? Shu Xingbei also croaked a couple of times. The group of frogs fell silent. Yes, Shu Xingbei recalled the strange occurrences he had encountered recently. First, there was the beached whale that had come near the boathouse area. Then a large group of giant fish and sea creatures also arrived at the boathouse area. Now it was the poisonous frogs. Could it be that there was indeed some enormous danger ahead that even the sea creatures and poisonous frogs dared not confront? Shu Xingbei increased the power of the boat and continued to sail forward, while he paid attention to the reactions of the poisonous frogs. The poisonous frogs started to scream frantically again. What danger is ahead? Shu Xingbei furrowed his brows. No one on the other boats spoke, but judging by their expressions, they clearly shared the same thoughts as the person who had spoken earlier. Why aren't you going to salvage the ruins? Why are you following me? Shu Xingbei shouted at the 10 or so boats. Shu, stop playing tricks. Just go salvage obediently. As long as we are satisfied, we won't make things difficult for you. Someone yelled back at Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei coldly smiled. Are you satisfied? If you're satisfied, I certainly won't be. Although there are many things in the ruins, they can't withstand so many people dividing them. Kid, don't play tricks. Someone has set up a crossbow. Seeking death, Shu Xingbei's expression immediately changed. There are more than 10 boats following him now, and no matter what, he can't deal with them for the time being. If they all use crossbows to shoot at him, no matter how powerful Shu Xingbei is, he will have to face defeat. Let's talk this out. Someone stepped in to mediate. Shu Xingbei, as long as you take us to your ruins, we won't make things difficult for you. Chapter 16. A waste of time. The mediator deliberately used this statement to placate Shu Xingbei, and he was well aware of their true intentions. Can you guarantee that? Shu Xingbei asked coldly. A raging anger ignited within him. What exactly had he done to provoke them? Why couldn't they just leave him alone? This way, it's better to end it quickly. Of course, Shu Xingbei wouldn't act immediately. He had already used 2 of his 3 crossbows to kill members of the Yao and Zheng families yesterday, and with just 1 left, plus the bullets in 2 tranquilizer guns, he couldn't handle the more than 10 people in front of him. I guarantee it. The speaker intentionally raised his voice. At the very least, I can guarantee myself. Shu Xingbei didn't say anything more. Discussing the situation further was pointless. Ribbit! Ribbit! I wonder if I can count on you? Shu Xingbei turned his gaze to the poisoned frogs on his boat. If they didn't understand him or were unwilling to help, he would have no choice but to jump into the water and deal with these guys one by one. The poisoned frogs began to croak loudly, and soon, one after another, they jumped into the water. Did they understand him? Shu Xingbei could hardly believe his eyes, whether it was the beached whale or the poisoned frogs. They brought him too much shock and surprise. Shu Xingbei, have you made up your mind? The guy aiming a crossbow at him shouted. He was getting impatient. All right. Shu Xingbei pretended to think, hesitating for 2 minutes before finally nodding in agreement. Smart choice. The man put away the crossbow. Immediately, he screamed, Poison, poison frogs. How did they jump onto my boat? The guy yelled again, Poison, my leg, my leg. This man was tough too. He drew a knife and hacked at his own leg. Blood sprayed everywhere. The hunters on the surrounding boats were stunned. But soon, they all started screaming, Oh no, I have him on my boat too. Seeing the situation was dire, the hunters jumped into the water one by one before the poison frogs could spray their venom. What they didn't expect was that after falling into the water, they became live targets for the poison frogs. The poison frogs floated on the surface, spraying venom at the guys in the water. My face came a desperate cry. My eyes, my eyes. Another scream followed. It wasn't long before all the hunters who had jumped into the water were wiped out. The boats that were a bit farther away quietly steered clear, raising their sails and increasing their power, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. You see, in the boathouse area, even being slightly injured and needing a doctor could spell disaster for the hunters. Shu Xingbei had experienced the pain once, and he never wanted to go through it again. There was no choice. Today he had made a big detour, and there wasn't much fuel left on the boat. The purpose of returning was not only to refuel, but also to verify what that round-faced man had said in the morning. He remembered the man mentioned that he no longer needed to worry about the 2 managers with the surnames Yao and Zhong. Upon arriving at the task office, Shu Xingbei saw that the person in charge of Spear Company was indeed no longer Zheng Meihua. Now the female deputy manager in charge was a middle-aged woman whose voice was soft and somewhat pleasant. The task for today has been released. Do you have any questions? The female deputy manager asked. You know, Shu Xingbei was curious. What items? He inquired. The female deputy manager pulled out a piece of paper from the desk and handed it to Shu Xingbei. You could take a look for yourself. Under the relics detected by the detector, there are many secrets unknown to this world. Shu Xingbei was puzzled. I'm not sure what exactly it is. The female deputy manager shook her head, but since it's an instruction from above, there must be a big secret at relic number 7. Am I supposed to find a specific item, or is there something I can take? Also, is it one item or multiple? Shu Xingbei wanted to confirm. Take what you can. One item. The female deputy manager answered without hesitation. This is the location of the relic. You can go anytime. She also handed Shu Xingbei the coordinates for relic number 7. Thank you. Shu Xingbei carefully noted the requirements and accepted the relic coordinates, then headed towards the procurement office. The female deputy manager watched Shu Xingbei's back, squinting her eyes to be able to get rid of Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu. It seems the higher-ups have quite an interest in this guy. What a pity. It's worth noting that the salvage task for Relic No. 7 had never been assigned to bounty hunters in the boathouse area. Shu Xingbei purchased some fuel at the acquisition office and paid 100 bags of food as the price. At this time, the deaths of more than 10 bounty hunters at sea due to Shu Xingbei had spread widely, creating a ripple effect that far exceeded the complete demise of the Tiger Beast Hunting Team. At the time of the Tiger Beast Hunting Team's members' deaths, not many people believed it was related to Shu Xingbei. But now, with more than 10 people dead because of Shu Xingbei, no one dared to easily provoke him. The bounty hunters alone did not dare to act against Shu Xingbei easily, but if there was a chance in secret, they would certainly not let it slip away. Shu Xingbei headed back to his boathouse, with no plans to go out again today. The coordinates of a no. 7 ruins were over 120 kilometers away from the boathouse area, in the direction he had taken in the morning while searching for the deserted island. As a result, he was persuaded to turn back by a poisoned frog. Now, Shu Xingbei was certain that something significant was about to happen on the sea. If nothing unexpected occurred, it would at least be a superstorm. According to the warnings from today's investigators, the waters around the boathouse were about to face storms of level 12 or higher, with waves possibly reaching hundreds of meters high. Tang Yuan planned to inform the hunters who would come tomorrow about this news, completely ignoring Shu Xingbei. From what Tang Yuan understood, the reason Zheng Meihua and Yao Luji had fallen out with Shu Xingbei was also due to his lack of tact. A guy like Shu Xingbei would not be liked by anyone sent over by the company, no matter who it was. Of course, Tang Yuan was unaware that the information she deemed valuable enough to exchange for food and water had already been guessed by Shu Xingbei. In the crematorium on the east side of the boathouse area, a surprise visitor arrived at Sha Lian's small cabin. Sha Leoj, a round-faced, stout man, greeted Sha Lian with a smile. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Yu." Sha Lian stood up in surprise. "What brings you here? Didn't you ask me to come?" Yu Feng replied, "You used up your only chance to seek help from the organization, wanting to recommend someone. I found out about this and took the initiative to come out because the company had an investigation task. That young man is really impressive." Sha Lian became excited upon hearing that Yu Feng was here for this reason. He knows when to advance or retreat, is reasonable, decisive in his actions, and knows how to be grateful. Yu Feng waved his hand. No need to introduce him. "I've met him. No, I want to say Shu Xingbei is really good." "Ah, you've met him?" Sha Lian was stunned. Yu Feng replied with an "He doesn't have any special abilities, right?" Sha Lian felt embarrassed. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "There are plenty of people outside who fit the qualities you mentioned. The organization can't possibly attract them all, not to mention others. Even you, Sha Lian, have many good qualities, so why didn't you end up getting in?" Yu Feng showed no mercy to Sha Lian. Sha Lian lowered his head in embarrassment, realizing that he had indeed not acted very reliably. Seeing Sha Lian's awkwardness, Yu Feng sighed. "You've been around for a while. That young man is indeed not simple. He has killed quite a few people. He killed the families of 2 deputy managers from the company's task department and acquisition department." "Ah." Sha Lian's mouth dropped open, forgetting to close it. "Shu Xingbei, I never realized you had such great courage." Yu Feng patted Sha Lian's shoulder. "Don't worry. If it weren't for me coming out this time, that kid with the surname Shu would probably be facing a dead end. When I saw that kid this morning, he even gave me a lesson." Sha Lian was even more surprised. "He dares. He must be itching for trouble, wanting to peel off a layer of skin. He even dares to confront Mr. Yu." Yu Feng casually shrugged. "It's fine. He doesn't know my identity, which isn't surprising. Although he gave me an average impression, I still gave him a chance. If he can succeed, I will bring him into the organization." "Really?" Sha Lian was excited. "Mr. Yu, are you serious?" "Of course." Yu Feng said casually, "I tell you, Lao Sha, after all these years, your temperament hasn't changed at all. Don't you even ask what task he has to complete next?" "What task?" Sha Lian finally realized that things were not as simple as he thought. There is a ruin that the company is very interested in, and the organization is also interested. For ordinary people to salvage it, just reaching there alive would be a miracle. Yu Feng smiled. "So I'm not too optimistic about that kid with the surname Shu. You have essentially wasted your only opportunity to seek help from the organization." Chapter 17. Towering waves. Because he anticipated the impending storm, Shu Xingbei actually had a good sleep. Another reason that allowed him to sleep peacefully was that those poisonous frogs somehow found their way near his boathouse, their croaking sounds echoing all around, with a few even lingering at the entrance of the boathouse, guarding him like door gods. To ordinary people, the croaking of the frogs might seem annoying, but to Shu Xingbei, it was like heavenly music. There were quite a few in the boathouse area coveting his current wealth, and those he had killed inevitably had thoughts of revenge. But under the protection of the poisonous frogs, all of this became insignificant. Shu Xingbei doesn't even feel a hint of crisis. Of course, the disappearance of that sense of crisis is temporary. Those lurking in the shadows, monitoring Shu Xingbei's every move, are gnashing their teeth in frustration. It's too bizarre. This kid is too bizarre. The fearsome poison frog has become Shu Xingbei's guardian deity, leaving everyone at a loss. Those with malicious intent have no choice but to retreat into the darkness. Shu Xingbei surprisingly slept until dawn. This sleep left him feeling refreshed. Outside, there were the sounds of hunters calling to each other, all preparing to go out to sea. There were also the coughs of people in their 40s and 50s, each weaker than the last, with clear phlegm in their voices. At this age, if they cannot gather enough food and water, it is no different from stepping into old age. The poisonous frogs at the door of the boathouse had already dispersed. Shu Xingbei opened the hatch, only to see them still guarding the ship's edge. What were they really doing? Constantly surrounding him. However, the poison frogs posed no threat to him. In fact, they became a great help, and Shu Xingbei wouldn't mind them. As long as the poison frogs were willing, he had no objections to them living in his cabin. Poison frogs were much better than humans. For some reason, after getting up today, Shu Xingbei felt an inexplicable restlessness. After he consumed some liquid food and drank some water, the feeling of unease and irritability intensified. Could it be that something was going to happen today? By 10 o'clock in the morning, Shu Xingbei distinctly felt the temperature drop, and the air around him began to move more quickly. First, the half-open hatch was slammed shut by the wind. Immediately, an endless howling sound filled the cabin area. The wind grew stronger, and the sky became darker. Gradually, heavy black clouds completely covered the horizon, plunging the cabin area back into darkness. Curses and voices of concern echoed from both near and far. Bang, 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 the waves rose. The wind pushed the seawater, which piled up on itself. And in just 3 to 5 minutes, the enormous waves resembled giant sea beasts standing upright, wide-eyed and ready to swallow the entire cabin area. The waves surged in, pulling on the iron chains between the cabins, producing creaking sounds. A wave, like a collapsing mountain, disintegrated from the air and crashed heavily onto the cabins. The interconnected cabins groaned under the strain, and with a crash, some cabins were swept away by the furious waves, breaking apart into pieces of small boats. There were also terrified cries for help, but they were instantly swallowed by the waves. Just as the first wave passed, a second massive wave struck again. The iron chains, just pushed apart by the first wave, had not yet recovered before being yanked apart again. The second wave passed, followed by the third. In less than half an hour, the cabin area had endured more than 10 violent impacts. Finally, the outermost iron chain was torn apart, and at least tens of thousands of cabins were swept into the sea, leaving the people inside no chance to struggle. Some merely raised their arms, wanting to do something, but with a sweep of the gigantic waves, they became souls beneath the water. After the first layer of iron chains surrounding the cabins was broken, the second layer of cabins immediately took its place as the outer layer. Along the path of the waves, tens of thousands more cabins were ruthlessly pulled into the ocean. Beneath the black giant waves, they had no strength to fight back, let alone the chance to call for help. In the face of the raging wind, everyone found it difficult to open their mouths, not to mention shouting for help. With 2 layers of cabin areas swallowed by the giant waves, the residents living a bit closer to the front were left in shock. An unstoppable natural disaster, no matter who encountered it, could only leave one lamenting their misfortune. If one could miraculously survive, it would be a sign of great luck. Shu Xingbei lived in the rear area of the houseboats, and for the time being, he was not at risk of being engulfed by the giant waves. Most importantly, the poison frogs were still on his boat. This indicated that his location should belong to a safe zone. The giant waves had swallowed 7 layers of houseboats, and finally, they began to calm down. At this moment, darkness still shrouded the houseboat area, and there were very few people, like Shu Xingbei, who could see clearly in the dark, at least in the houseboat area. He was one of a kind. The giant waves finally subsided, and the darkness gradually receded. When people bravely ventured out of the houseboats, they were surprised to find countless fish floating on the sea, some unconscious and some already dead. Catch them! Hurry and catch them! The survivors were excited. The fish near the houseboat area were not large, posing no danger to the people. This one is mine, this one too. As more and more people gathered to catch fish, competition inevitably arose. While someone was fishing, he pulled up a corpse but barely glanced at it, directly pushing it away with a spear, wasting my time. He completely disregarded the fact that this corpse was one of his kind, someone who, like him, had been a living person before the giant wave struck. But no one cared. The chaos in the houseboat area certainly did not escape Xu Xingbei's eyes. He did not intervene or compete. As for food and drink, he was not lacking at the moment. The poison frogs on the boat had already disappeared, so it was likely that there was no longer any particular danger after the giant waves. Xu Xingbei decided to go out and scout the path first. It would be best to find a secluded island where he could take shelter and store his belongings while exploring the ruins of Route 7. Chapter 18: Encounter with the Arrowfish. Xu Xingbei filled the boat with fuel, climbed aboard, and slowly sailed out of the boat housing area. Along the way, he encountered those who were still frantically competing for floating fish, but Xu Xingbei remained indifferent. "Oh, there's still those who dare to go to sea?" Someone commented while scooping up fish. "What is it to you?" Another replied. "Sure, do you know who he is?" Someone whispered, recognizing Xu Xingbei. "Who? Someone from the tower?" Someone started to laugh. "People from the tower wear canvas clothes? Not someone from the tower, but those at the bottom of the tower definitely can't compare to him." A knowledgeable person quickly speared a fish and dragged it into his cabin. "Bluffing? Intentionally attracting me, so you can catch fish?" Someone thought they had seen through the other scheme. The female deputy manager at the task office has been replaced, and so has the deputy manager at the purchasing office. It's related to him. Moreover, I heard he even killed the families of those 2 deputy managers, the informed person said, lowering their voice. "Have you heard of such fierce matters? Who among you would dare to do that?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The arguing stopped, and those who were bickering looked at each other and also paused. People began to focus on catching fish, and no one dared to say another word. Those who had not heard of Xu Xingbei's deeds noticed the strange atmosphere, and couldn't help but glance at the receding figure of Xu Xingbei. Tall and thin, even from behind, he looked very upright. As the boat left the housing area and entered the open sea, Xu Xingbei noticed that the fish and sea beasts he had seen a few days ago were no longer congregated in groups. This discovery further solidified his thoughts. The towering giant waves would definitely be gone in a short time. Set sail, Ruins number 7. More than 2 hours later, Xu Xingbei realized he was not far from the ruins' coordinates. 3 kilometers ahead was the target area. A hint of a smile finally appeared on his indifferent face. In Xu Xingbei's view, Ruins number 7 was undoubtedly a place full of challenges. Now that he had arrived here without any danger, one could not say it wasn't a stroke of luck. However, Xu Xingbei did not dare to let his guard down. He only slowed the boat down, not even daring to lower the sails. In case of unpredictable events, he needed to be ready to flee at any moment. A thin layer of mist began to rise. Xu Xingbei reduced the ship's speed again and again. The further he went, the thicker the fog became. The dense fog obstructed Xu Xingbei's vision and dampened his face. "No, this fog is a bit strange." Xu Xingbei realized that his visibility was severely limited. He could only see about 200 meters ahead in the fog. Then he discovered another problem. The panel in the cockpit showing the coordinates suddenly shook violently, and the pointers on the panel swung left and right, unable to stop. Retreat? No way. Although it would still be possible to retreat now, if he backed out, the situation would not be any better next time he came. It should be noted that just a moment ago, there had been a great storm on the sea, and such a strong storm couldn't disperse the fog, which shows just how thick the fog is in this area. Xu Xingbei gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. He had not yet encountered anything that posed a threat to his life. As he went further, Xu Xingbei suddenly felt the ship spin violently, losing control, and the entire vessel was no longer under his command. What was happening? However, at this moment, the ship was beyond his control. No matter how Xu Xingbei tried to steer, twisting the helm back and forth, the ship continued to spin like a top, and it was also rotating on its own. This was a serious problem. Xu Xingbei simply turned off the motor, put on his diving suit, and jumped into the water. Since the boat couldn't move, he would push it away himself. After entering the water, Xu Xingbei swam while keeping one hand on the edge of the boat, pushing it with all his might, trying to get it out of the foggy area. However, despite his efforts, the boat continued to spin on its own, just like before. The situation was completely beyond Shu Xingbei's control. This place was far from the boathouse area, and no vessels passed by here at all. Moreover, the storm had just passed, so it was impossible for any boats to appear on the sea, even if he wanted to find other boats for help. It was a mere wishful thinking. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to give it his all. Xingbei Shu made decisions quickly. He took down the waterproof storage bag from a boat, strapped it onto himself, hung the crossbow over his shoulder, and then swam forward. The boat belonged to someone else. If things really went wrong, he would just give it up. There was only one life, and food and water had to be preserved. As Shu Xingbei swam forward, he was also paying attention to the changes in the mist. As he went further, the fog remained just as thick. Calculating that he was almost at the right distance, Shu Xingbei began to dive underwater. However, after diving about 700 meters, something strange occurred. In front of Shu Xingbei was a glass-like light curtain, beneath which everything could be seen clearly. But Shu Xingbei just couldn't dive down. He drew the knife from his leg, intending to cut through the light curtain. To his surprise, the light curtain was extremely resilient. Not only did it not break, but also produced waves of rebounding force. Shu Xingbei put away the knife and picked up the crossbow, shooting it toward the light curtain. The crossbow faced resistance and, just like the knife, was deflected and slid into the water. Inside the light shield, there were buildings, a row of single-story houses, at least 50 in total. In the center of the houses, there was a square. Surrounding the square were numerous pillars, adorned with patterns and inscriptions. Shu Xingbei spent a long time trying to decipher them, but he couldn't find any words related to the glass dome before him. He could almost conclude that this was the number 7 relic. To reach this place, the ship had to pass through a foggy area and was also pulled by some mysterious force, causing the hull to spin, which was enough to deter many hunters. At this moment, Shu Xingbei was still unaware that this number 7 relic had caught the attention of both Spear Company and the Jisher organization. Unable to break through the light curtain, he could not enter the relic. Shu Xingbei climbed up the light curtain, deciding to reach the very bottom where there must be a door to enter. He was like an ant crawling on a balloon, going back and forth without knowing how many circles he had turned, yet he still couldn't find the bottom of the light curtain. What on earth is this? Shu Xingbei furrowed his brows. The number 7 relic had exceeded his knowledge. He didn't know how long he had been struggling, and just as he was about to despair, he saw more than a dozen needlefish rushing toward him. Once entangled by the needlefish, their needle-like beaks would pierce into your body and then drain your blood. This was a big problem. Shu Xingbei kept retreating to the side. He held his breath, and his heartbeat slowed down, going from over 70 beats per minute to just about 20. He had to keep the needlefish from noticing him. He must not let them come closer. Chapter 19. Inside the light screen, the needlefish did not show any signs of being interested in Shu Xingbei. To be precise, it was because Shu Xingbei's heartbeat had slowed that the needlefish could not sense he was still a living person. The needlefish swam continuously, in groups, moving up and down. They always swam around the light screen, which gave Shu Xingbei an idea. He decided to continue watching. As the needlefish swam, they continued to sink lower. In just a moment, Shu Xingbei suddenly saw another needlefish appear inside the light screen. It got in? Shu Xingbei was astonished. How did it get in? He widened his eyes and continued to watch the needlefish outside the light screen. Another needlefish entered the light screen. There must be a secret in that position that he had not noticed. Although Shu Xingbei was anxious, he did not rush to take action. Instead, he continued to wait for the other arrow squids to dive into the light curtain. More than a dozen arrow squids did not take long to all enter the light curtain. Shu Xingbei saw that there were no traces of a needlefish outside, so he immediately swam over there. The light curtain was still smooth. However, with the successful example of a needlefish, Shu Xingbei was not in a hurry. Instead, he slowly reached out his hand to touch it. Sure enough, there was a section of the light curtain that was noticeably thicker than other areas. Shu Xingbei's mind was racing. Is it possible that this area of the light screen is at the intersection of 2 layers? Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the light screen can cover such a vast area. Shu Xingbei tried to use a cutting knife to push the light screen. He pried open a spot. It works. Shu Xingbei slowly raised the cutting knife and finally stood it upright. He lifted a corner of the light curtain and sidled in from the edge. After entering the light curtain, Shu Xingbei did not rush to put away the cutting knife, but instead used an iron crossbow to wedge it into the layered position of the light curtain. Marking the entrance and exit, Shu Xingbei forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and slowly descended. Shu Xingbei was still curious about the role of the light curtain. Of course, it wasn't the time to study the light curtain. When he arrived at the square and clearly saw the words on the columns, he couldn't help but be stunned. One column had the words, strengthen the body. The next one said develop sports, enhance the physical fitness of the people. And the next column read explore the potential of the human body, promote martial arts skills. Martial arts? Shu Xingbei shook his head. He felt a bit dazed. Without looking at the words on the other columns, Shu Xingbei headed towards the row of low houses. The door of the low house had long rotted, and with a push, the door shattered completely. Shu Xingbei reached out and brushed his hand, looking ahead. Inside, there was a long table and 4 bunk beds against the wall. There were items on the beds. When Shu Xingbei touched them, they immediately turned to dust and floated in the water. It seemed to be decayed bedding. Near the door on the wall, there was an embedded space. On it were several boxes. With a touch, the boxes also turned to dust. Shu Xingbei shook his head in disappointment and continued to walk to the next room. The situation was the same as in the previous room. There was nothing that could be taken. After checking all the rooms, he finally found something in the innermost room. This room was a storage room, and there stood a person inside. Caught off guard, Shu Xingbei almost had a heart attack. Once he regained his composure and brushed off the black sludge on top, he realized it was not a living person, but a human model. The material of the model was unknown, as it did not turn to ash like the previous items when touched, but remained intact. This should be the biggest gain of this trip. Shu Xingbei did not rush to take away the human model, but carefully observed the human meridians, comparing them one by one with his own body parts. Ever since Shu Xingbei could see the human meridians clearly, his memory had improved 1,000 times over. After looking several times, he had already memorized the acupoints clearly in his mind. When he looked at the other items in the storage room, most of them turned to nothing upon contact. However, there was one object in the corner that did not shatter. Shu Xingbei picked it up, held it in his hand, and wiped away the black mud on its surface, revealing a crystal-clear box. The box was a foot square and was tightly sealed. Shu Xingbei opened the box. Inside was a piece of animal skin. There were words on the animal skin. The text was familiar to Shu Xingbei, so he easily read through it. After finishing, he fell into silence. The amount of information on the animal skin was overwhelming, to the point that he couldn't fully accept it. Now Shu Xingbei knew that he was on the planet Glacius. The planet Glacius had entered the Ice Age 5 million years ago. The direct manifestation of the Ice Age was the gradual decrease in temperature across the entire planet. Although the rate of decrease was slow over time, many species that could not adapt to the low temperatures gradually went extinct. As the intelligent species on Glacius, humans began to excavate the planet's internal reserves to convert them into energy they needed. The burning of energy released waste gases that altered the planet's temperature, causing the gradually decreasing temperatures to stabilize and even begin to rise. The glaciers formed in the polar regions due to limited sunlight began to melt, and the resulting seawater covered large areas of the planet. As a land species, humans were forced to live above the ocean. Some people, unwilling to accept their fate, left behind one precious item after another, hoping that after several years, when the seawater receded, their legacies could be inherited by humanity. This place was originally a martial arts school. The chief instructor of the martial arts school recorded his most prized boxing techniques on animal skin and placed them in a jade box. He also spent a great deal of effort to create a jade model of a human body to display in the school. The first 4 forms were quite simple, but starting from the 5th form, when attacking the enemy, the punches targeted different acupoints on the opponent's body. Shu Xingbei's eyes grew brighter. Whether it was the human model or the inscriptions on the animal skin, they were all excellent finds for him. He did not put the animal skin back in the box, but instead placed it separately in his waterproof storage bag. After searching around again, Shu Xingbei found nothing else. After pondering for a long time at the martial arts school, he decided to take the jade human model with him as well. He would not hand the human model over to Spear Company. At most, they would only get an empty jade box. After walking around the square, Shu Xingbei still couldn't find a reason for the area of seawater that prevented his boat from turning. The inability to leave the boat was a hassle for Shu Xingbei. He did learn the reason for the existence of the light screen. It turned out that the head instructor of the martial arts school was worried that the items he left behind would eventually be eroded by seawater and had someone set it up. The light screen was made of a chemical composite material, impervious to cutting by knives and ineffective against gunfire. Moreover, it had a very high ignition point. Even if someone could start a fire in the seawater, they would not be able to damage the light screen. Shu Xingbei finally managed to break through the light curtain with the human model. The needlefish was still swimming not far away, having never attacked him from the beginning to the end. This discovery greatly surprised Shu Xingbei, and he hurriedly rushed back to his boat. The waves were not very big, and with Shu Xingbei's vigorous pursuit, the distance between him and the boat was getting closer. By the time he threw the human model into the boat and climbed up himself, Shu Xingbei was exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to take off his diving suit and simply lay in the cabin, motionless. As night approached once more, Shu Xingbei looked at the sparse stars, and an overwhelming joy filled his heart, something that couldn't be described in words. Also, he had obtained the Tong Bikwen straight punch technique, and with the human model, he practiced continuously. He was sure he would find a place for himself in this world. Outside the boathouse, a few poison frogs lingered, which further delighted Shu Xingbei. "Froggies, can you keep watch for me tomorrow?" Shu Xingbei said as he carried the human model into the house. The poison frogs stared at him with wide eyes, looking confused. Shu Xingbei almost gasped. How could he achieve his goals without being able to communicate? Well, forget it for now. He should go practice his punches instead. At least now that the poison frogs were on the boat, they could provide him with a safe space. Just as Shu Xingbei thought, the first 4 moves of the Tongbi straight punch were really not difficult. After practicing for 4 hours, he was already doing quite well. The last 3 moves, using punch wind to hit acupoints, became a nightmare for Shu Xingbei. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't generate any punch wind. Without punch wind, talking about hitting an enemy's acupoints was simply a joke. How could he make his fists produce wind? Was it through strength, or was it through the airflow generated by the punches? Shu Xingbei couldn't figure out, without the guidance of a master. It was already a great achievement to practice the first 4 moves. As for the last 3 moves, he would take it one step at a time and deal with it later. Early the next morning, Shu Xingbei once again expressed to the poison frogs that he wanted them to guard the door. What he received in response was a cacophony of croaking from the poison frogs. Well, he might as well bring the human model along. Shu Xingbei looked at the human model, then glanced at the diving suit in the cabin. A thought struck him. He put the diving suit on the human model and placed the helmet on its head. Now, no matter who came to see it, they would think it was a person. Shu Xingbei leaned the human model against the cockpit entrance. From a distance, it looked like a person was peering out from the ship. For the time being, it could deceive many people's eyes. Shu Xingbei packed up, took the waterproof storage bag, and went straight to the task office. Chapter 20. The deal. The task office's Tang Yuan was in a state of idleness. Yesterday's massive storm had caused all the bounty hunters who went out to sea to be buried at the bottom of the ocean, and surprisingly, no one came to take on tasks this morning. Fortunately, a first-level warrior from the company's security department, Ding Xiang, had arrived. Ding Xiang was tall and strong, looking very robust. Despite it being winter, he was only wearing a tight black outfit, with thick hair on his exposed arms. Ding Xiang initially thought his trip to the boathouse district was a tough job, but he was pleasantly surprised by Tang Yuan. Looking at the slight dimple on the corner of Tang Yuan's mouth, Ding Xiang felt a bit enchanted. "Manager Tang, do you live in the boathouse district or in the high tower?" Ding Xiang asked with a meaningful tone. Although the security department and the task department were both subdivisions of the company, in terms of prestige, the task department she belonged to was far inferior to the security department. It should be noted that the task department was also divided into external and internal sections. The external tasks were responsible for the boathouse district, which the company did not value at all. When Ding Xiang heard that Tang Yuan lived in the boathouse district, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, but he continued with interest. "How about I come to visit you after I finish this task tonight?" By saying you there instead of your home, Ding Xiang's meaning was very clear. Tang Yuan was startled and immediately understood Ding Xiang's implication. She also made her intentions clear, You are welcome to visit me, but if you want to achieve something good, you still need to go to the high tower. After all, I should see how you're doing in there, right? No problem. Even if you didn't say it, I would invite you. But let's wait until I finish my task today. Ding Xiang received a positive response and felt a wave of joy. This was the second time Tang Yuan had heard Ding Xiang mention his task, so she curiously asked, Mr. Ding, what is your task? At that moment, Xu Xingbei arrived at the door. Manager Tang, I'm here to report, Xu Xingbei said, holding a waterproof storage bag in one hand and embracing a jade box in the other. Tang Yuan and Ding Xiang were chatting happily, and upon hearing Xu Xingbei's words, Tang Yuan waved her hand impatiently. Reward the task. You need to go to the acquisition department. You're at the wrong door. It was not easy for her to connect with Ding Xiang, and she wanted to know him better. As for her husband, Humph, who cares about him? I'm here to redeem a person. Xu Xingbei frowned. Didn't you say that if you went to the ruins and salvaged what you wanted, the task would be considered complete? Oh, Tang Yuan widened her eyes and looked at Xu Xingbei. It was at this moment that she truly regarded him. Not for any other reason, but because the information in Xu Xingbei's words was too significant. You've been to the ruins? You actually didn't he die? What? Tang Yuan wanted to ask why Xu Xingbei didn't he die. Considering the lies he held in his hands, she finally softened a bit and changed eye to what? Can't my presence here explain enough? Xu Xingbei's expression was indifferent. He had long been accustomed to the faces of the people at the task department. Expecting them to respect bounty hunters was harder than ascending to heaven. That is true. Tang Yuan forced a smile, but just saying you went to the no. 7 ruins, isn't enough. Then how can I prove it? Xu Xingbei did not rush to hand over the jade box. Didn't I say? You need to salvage what the company wants. Tang Yuan did not believe that Xu Xingbei had been to the number 7 ruins. If it were so easy to explore the number 7 ruins, the company wouldn't place such importance on it. What do you want? Xu Xingbei's heart sank. Things were developing in the direction he had anticipated. He had never trusted Spear Company and would not believe they would keep their promises. However, with Nilan in their hands, Xu Xingbei had no better options and could only take a risk. Didn't I give you the requirements to look at? If you can provide it, there will be follow-up. If you can't, then please leave. Tang Yuan's tone grew increasingly cold. What do you want? Coming here to talk about redeeming someone? Is redeeming someone that easy? Her arrogance was not unrelated to Ding Xiang's presence at the scene. Men always love to show off, and she had to give Ding Xiang a chance, right? If I take something out, and you then say it's not from the number 7 ruins, what do we say then? Xu Xingbei retorted. Oh, I say, Xu Xingbei, one must be reasonable, right? If you want to redeem a person, you must follow the company's requirements. You haven't brought anything. Is your purpose just to spar with me verbally? Tang Yuan frowned, her face full of displeasure. Xu Xingbei didn't say much more and turned to walk outside. Hold on, Ding Xiang, who was watching the excitement, spoke up. Kid, you're quite arrogant. You have character. We could talk. Ding Xiang smiled. Did he say he wanted to redeem someone? Ding Xiang asked Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan initially thought Ding Xiang was going to confront Xu Xingbei, but unexpectedly, Ding Xiang suddenly said this. She nodded in frustration. With you like this, you still want to sleep with me? I give you a chance, and you don't cherish it. People have their pride too. Ding Xiang said softly. My task on this business trip today is this. Tang Yuan was stunned. How is that possible? If you have something to say it quickly. Xu Xingbei said to Ding Xiang. Leave the jade box, Ding Xiang said firmly. And then? Xu Xingbei sneered inwardly. You also brought something out from inside. You need to hand it over to the company, Ding Xiang said with a faint smile. Ding Xiang's words stirred up a storm in Xu Xingbei's heart. The company could actually discover that he had brought something out from inside. What does this indicate? It indicates that he has no secrets in front of the company. No, it's not just him. Perhaps all bounty hunters have no secrets under the company's watchful eyes. Suddenly, the image of towering structures flashed through Xu Xingbei's mind. Is there someone at the top of those towers monitoring the entire sea area? I haven't seen what you're talking about. I only managed to come out of the ruins because I was a bit lucky, and what Xu Xingbei said afterward was the truth. A cold glint passed through Ding Xiang's eyes. Mr. Ding, what is your mission? Tang Yuan asked cautiously. She could see that Ding Xiang's words didn't resonate with Xu Xingbei at all. If he wants to die, I'll help him. A young punk. thinking he can stir up any trouble. Ding Xiang sneered. Mr. Ding, he's a bit strange. Many have died at his hands. Tang Yuan couldn't help but remind him. Ding Xiang laughed wildly. He took a few worthless lives in the boathouse area and really thinks he's someone important? Do you know why I let him go just now? This kid brought something up from the ruins. It's unsafe to leave it in the boathouse area, so he must have it with him. Only then did Tang Yuan realize. Ding Xiang wasn't someone without brains, with high combat power and intelligence. It truly is a blessing for someone like him to take an interest in her. Just as Tang Yuan was lost in thought, Ding Xiang called out to her. Tang Yuan, prepare a speedboat for me. I'm going to chase him. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Tang Yuan led Ding Xiang to the acquisition area at the back. Pointing to a speedboat parked there, you can go over now. Be careful, he's waiting for you. Shu Xingbei's boat couldn't possibly outrun the speedboat. With a plan in mind, Ding Xiang was confident about catching up to Shu Xingbei. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, Ding Xiang caught up to Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei was still steering the boat ahead, completely unaware of Ding Xiang chasing behind. As the boat sailed away from the boathouse area, Shu Xingbei's expression grew increasingly grim. Today, he had to find a sufficiently safe place to store his belongings, and now it also had to be able to avoid the company's surveillance. Ding Xiang's words had sounded a warning bell in Shu Xingbei's mind. If Shu Xingbei had found an isolated island before this, he would have certainly stored all his valuables there, and the company wouldn't need to say much to him. They could just raid his hideout directly. Ding Xiang watched as the boat ahead showed no signs of stopping, and he wasn't in a hurry, continuing to follow closely behind. Ding Xiang clearly saw Shu Xingbei bend down, take a bag of food, and pour it in his mouth, then put it back into the waterproof storage bag. Hungry? Ding Xiang sneered. A person so lacking in vigilance was unworthy of being his opponent. This mission was still as simple as ever. What a joke. Just as Ding Xiang was inwardly mocking Shu Xingbei, he saw Shu Xingbei suddenly turn around, raise the gun in his hand, and fire a shot at Ding Xiang. Damn kid. Ding Xiang was taken aback. He actually had a gun. Chapter 21. A battle of wits and courage. Although Ding Xiang was startled, he did not lose his composure. Shu Xingbei acted decisively, his eyesight exceptional, and he hit Ding Xiang in the shoulder with a single shot. Ding Xiang's body stiffened. The speedboat lost control, nearly capsizing. But just a few minutes later, Ding Xiang regained control of the speedboat. How is this possible? He had conducted experiments on the effects of the tranquilizer gun on the Yao family. After being shot, while he could still speak, he had no ability to act. The fact that Ding Xiang could still operate the speedboat indicated that the tranquilizer gun was ineffective against him. No wonder he was someone from the tower. Remembering what Shalian had said, a bitter taste rose in Shu Xingbei's mouth. It was no surprise that the Jishur organization was so selective in choosing its members. Based on Ding Xiang's performance now, without extraordinary abilities, encountering someone from the tower would only mean certain death. Kid, you've successfully angered me. Ding Xiang was extremely furious after being hit by the tranquilizer. In his eyes, Shu Xingbei, who seemed like an ant, actually dared to resist instead of surrendering. Was he supposed to wait to die? Shu Xingbei quickly regained his composure. Waiting to die was never his choice. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill first. If heaven wants to destroy me, I will destroy heaven. As long as there is a breath left in me, even if the king of heaven comes, I will bite off a piece of flesh from him if I can't win. Good, very good. Originally, I planned to let you live after taking the items, but it seems I was too merciful. As he spoke, the speedboat had already reached the side of Shu Xingbei's boat. Ding Xiang slowly stopped the speedboat, stood up, and leaped onto Shu Xingbei's boat. Shu Xingbei also stopped the boat, fearlessly locking eyes with Ding Xiang. With a gun in hand, a bang sounded as another shot was fired, hitting Ding Xiang in the abdomen. Ding Xiang staggered, and Shu Xingbei rushed towards him, firing another shot with the gun in his hand. Although the tranquilizer gun couldn't completely incapacitate Ding Xiang, it was enough to numb him within just a few minutes. In just a few minutes, Shu Xingbei fired the third shot, hitting Ding Xiang again. Shu Xingbei casually threw down the gun and swung a punch towards Ding Xiang's head. He did not directly use the cutting knife. The punch hit Ding Xiang squarely in the face. Ding Xiang only felt a buzzing in his head, and a surge of hot liquid gushed from his nose. He reached up to wipe it, and saw a smear of blood in his palm. Furious, Ding Xiang said nothing more and swung his fist fiercely at Xu Xingbei. The punch carried a strong wind, making a whooshing sound. Before the punch even reached him, Xu Xingbei felt a sense of alarm rising in his heart. He couldn't take this punch. Ding Xiang was a first-level warrior, and the force of his punch, fueled by rage, exceeded 1,000 pounds. Xu Xingbei instinctively took 2 steps back, but Ding Xiang threw another punch. If he dodged again, he would be at the cockpit. Xu Xingbei's feet remained planted as he swiftly shifted to the side, barely avoiding Ding Xiang's fist. Ding Xiang's combat experience far surpassed that of Xu Xingbei. He had already anticipated that Xu Xingbei wouldn't be able to dodge this punch. Unexpectedly, Xu Xingbei's body moved in a strange way to evade it. You, Ding Xiang let out a low sound. There's indeed some skill. But that's all there is to it. He threw another punch. Xu Xingbei's body flickered strangely once again. Ding Xiang, furious and embarrassed, kicked out at Xu Xingbei's face. The distance of the kick was greater than that of a punch, and Xu Xingbei couldn't evade it in time. He desperately raised his arms, trying to block Ding Xiang's foot. When the kick landed, Xu Xingbei's arms sank heavily, and his body staggered. Taking advantage of a situation, Ding Xiang continued to exert force with his foot and kicked forward. Xu Xingbei instinctively thought of the straight punch. At this moment, he couldn't fully extend his fist, so he couldn't use the first 4 moves. The last 3 moves required the use of fist wind to strike the acupoints, but Xu Xingbei hadn't developed that fist wind. Right now, he could only forcefully strike Ding Xiang's acupoints with his fists. Xu Xingbei suddenly concentrated all his strength into his right fist and swung it out, striking the Yongquan acupoint at Ding Xiang's foot. Ding Xiang's foot trembled, and the power beneath him vanished without a trace. Xu Xingbei turned his hand to grip Ding Xiang's ankle and delivered another punch to the Tai Chi acupoint on the side of Ding Xiang's foot. Just as Ding Xiang was about to pull away, his leg went numb, and he lost his balance, crashing down onto the boat with a loud thud. His body hit the ground with a bang. Xu Xingbei still held Ding Xiang's foot and struck him on the Tai Bai acupoint with another punch. Before Ding Xiang could react further, a knife was ruthlessly placed against his neck. You, Ding Xiang's eyes widened in anger. He didn't know the identity of this strong man in the company, but from Ding Xiang's words, he could tell that he knew the secrets hidden in the tower. It would be better not to kill someone like this just yet. Ding Xiang showed a helpless expression. All right. Do you have any suggestions? Xu Xingbei asked. Suggestions? Ding Xiang's mind was spinning. What do you mean? Like, has the company ever considered exchanging with me? Xu Xingbei inquired, secretly communicating with the poison frog, hoping it could understand his meaning. The internal task sent me to talk to you. Ding Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly, but he wouldn't reveal more secrets. Internal task? Xu Xingbei pondered. Is the internal task within the tower? Is the place where Manager Tang is located considered external? Xu Xingbei immediately asked. Ding Xiang was surprised by Xu Xingbei's reaction and replied with a sound of acknowledgement. Now tell me about yourself. Xu Xingbei tightened the knife against Ding Xiang's neck. Having established communication with the poison frog made Xu Xingbei very pleased. However, he did not relax his grip on the knife at all. The cold blade gave Ding Xiang a bad feeling. This kid might actually dare to kill me. My name is Ding Xiang, and I work in the company's security department. Ding Xiang replied. Warrior? Yes. What level? Level 1. I tell you, if you let me go, it will be beneficial for you. Ding Xiang could no longer stand the current situation. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? All right, but I warn you, don't try any tricks. You can look around. Xu Xingbei still did not rush to put away the knife. Ding Xiang instinctively glanced around the cabin. He gasped. He didn't know when, but the entire cabin was filled with large and small poison frogs. Each poison frog stared at him with wide eyes, their poison sacs swelling and ready to shoot out venom at any moment. Ding Xiang trembled involuntarily. Get lost. Xu Xingbei sheathed the knife and walked toward the cockpit. At this moment, if Ding Xiang made a move, he could definitely take down Xu Xingbei. The skinny kid wouldn't withstand a few punches. But Ding Xiang didn't dare. Please, take me to the speedboat. I owe you a favor. Ding Xiang could only soften his tone. Xu Xingbei brought the boat over to the speedboat. Ding Xiang stood inside the boat, not daring to move at all. Quack, quack, Xu Xingbei called out, signaling the poison frogs to make way. The poison frogs cleared a path. The fact that these poison frogs actually listened to this kid was too bizarre, really too bizarre. When Ding Xiang was under Xu Xingbei's control earlier, he had originally planned to wait until Xu Xingbei relaxed his guard a bit before capturing him in one fell swoop. After obtaining what the company wanted, Ding Xiang would directly send Xu Xingbei to his demise. He didn't expect that Xu Xingbei had a whole ship of poison frogs guarding him. Ding Xiang couldn't even think about making a move. He didn't even dare to move at all. At that time, he thought this kid was sick. He never imagined it was about communicating with the poison frogs in the sea. Thinking of this, Ding Xiang broke out in a cold sweat on his back. The reason Shuxingbai called the poison frog onto the boat was clearly to guard against himself. He had long thought that as soon as he sheathed his knife, he would counterattack. A young kid with a mind as cunning as a fox made Ding Xiang both hate and fear him. His mission had failed, and he would definitely be punished upon returning. Thinking of this, Ding Xiang's expression became extremely ugly. However, he did not plan to tell the company the truth. If he couldn't complete the mission, others might not be able to gain any advantage from Shuxingbai either. If the company sent someone else for the task, and they also failed, it would not be Ding Xiang's incompetence. Ding Xiang snorted through his nose. The mission is complete. Take me to the tower. They want to visit your residence. Tang Yuan spoke with a nasal tone, her allure growing stronger, and the mist in her eyes was almost unshakable. Next time, Ding Xiang's face was ashen. He secured the speedboat, jumped into the small boat he had arrived in, and quickly left, bringing her along. Isn't that what you said? Tang Yuan felt a wave of disappointment as she saw Ding Xiang about to leave. Get lost. Ding Xiang finally lost his temper. Tang Yuan was taken aback. The normally perceptive Tang Yuan finally realized something was wrong. Ding Xiang's expression was extremely grim. Could it be that his mission had failed? The warrior couldn't take down Shuxingbai? Tang Yuan looked at Ding Xiang speeding away. Her shock was impossible to conceal. At this moment, Shuxingbai was still sailing forward in the sea. If he could observe the sea conditions from the tower, it meant that to find a safe, deserted island, he had to continue moving forward, at least deep into an area that the tower could not observe. The poison frogs had not left the boat. Shuxingbai watched them croaking on the boat, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Much better than people. Today's confrontation with Ding Xiang had long been part of Shuxingbai's plan. The reason he sailed to this area was to use the power of the poison frogs to drive Ding Xiang away. It was easy to imagine that without the poison frogs, Ding Xiang would definitely not have given up so easily. However, why would the poison frogs and the beached whale help him? This was something that had always puzzled Shuxingbai. Chapter 22. The suspended island Xu Xingbei couldn't understand the closeness between the broken sword whale and the venomous snake, so he chose not to think about it. Things in this world are not something one can comprehend just by thinking. The ship turned westward, and after traveling about 270 kilometers, Xu Xingbei stopped the ship, added some fuel, and continued forward. The color of the sea in front of him had changed dramatically compared to the waters near the boathouse. The water near the boathouse was light blue, while here it was deep blue. In the distance, there was a solitary island. Xu Xingbei estimated the distance, frowned in thought for a moment, and decided to go over. The solitary island was finally reached. Half of the island floated on the water, overall appearing grayish-brown. It turned out to be a coral island. The entire island had countless crevices, each filled with water that connected to the external sea. After docking the boat nearby, Xu Xingbei walked up. The island was not large, but it took quite some time to walk around. If one were to hide something here, it would be extremely difficult to find, even if someone came searching. Xu Xingbei pondered for a moment and decided not to continue moving forward, choosing instead to hide everything right here. With this thought, he turned a few circles on the spot, pinpointed a gap, and revealed a faint smile. This would do. Above the gap was a cluster of seaweed, and behind the seaweed was a hole. Xu Xingbei's slender figure barely managed to squeeze in. After delving several dozen meters inside, the area behind the hole became more spacious. It was indeed a good place to hide things. Xu Xingbei emerged from the hole, stuffed the jade human model inside, and then took a third of the water and food from the waterproof storage bag to put in the jade box. After diving back in, Xu Xingbei left the jade box and the human model inside. Having done all this, Shu Xingbei looked at the sun and estimated that there were still at least 3 or 4 hours until dark. So he began to wander around the deserted island once more. Although he had already confirmed that it was a coral island, Shu Xingbei still needed to check if there were any sea creatures in the area. If a smaller sea creature crawled into the hole, the things he left behind might not be safe. The difficulties of survival in the sea can be glimpsed from this. A place that is too safe can actually be unsafe. If humans can come, so can sea creatures. If you can come, so can others. Although Shu Xingbei had discovered hundreds of cans of gas in the ruins, he knew that everything had to be considered thoroughly. He must never act carelessly. Shu Xingbei circled the isolated island twice before finally easing his slightly worried mind. If you are willing, just stay here, he said to the poisonous frogs on the boat. No food. Shu Xingbei listened to the calls of the poison frogs and suddenly understood their meaning. Indeed, in a place without food, how could the poison frogs survive? Since that was the case, he had no choice but to give up. Shu Xingbei dismissed the idea of having the poison frogs guard the island. Then, he took his boat to the ruins. To his great surprise, the broken spear whale was indeed lingering in that area of the sea as he had promised. Sensing Shu Xingbei's arrival, the broken spear whale poked its flat head out of the water and let out a few soft calls. Thank you for your hard work. Shu Xingbei was deeply moved. When the massive storm arrived, the entire sea surface seemed to turn upside down, yet it still kept its promise, which truly surprised Shu Xingbei. The broken spear whale called out a few more times. Since you want to leave, then go, Shu Xingbei understood its words, stopped the boat, and gently patted the whale's head. The broken spear whale looked at Shu Xingbei with reluctance, and after a long while, it slowly submerged and swam away. Shu Xingbei put on the diving suit and descended to the seabed. Hundreds of gas canisters were still there. There were no signs of anyone else having been there. Shu Xingbei floated slowly to the surface of the sea, carrying 3 tanks of gas. He tossed the gas tanks into the boat and went back underwater, shouldering 3 more tanks. With 6 tanks of gas, the boat's waterline noticeably dropped. Shu Xingbei did not take too much and left on his boat. He delivered 5 canisters of gas to the suspended island, which he named after Coral Island, keeping 1 canister of gas. Shu Xingbei slowly made his way towards the boathouse area. On his return journey, he discovered a stretch of boat houses to the south, no more than 50 kilometers away. Could this be the chaotic area that Tong Fu mentioned? Shu Xingbei curiously glanced in that direction several times. The houseboat was much larger than the one he lived in, at least 3 times bigger. Surprisingly, the houseboats are not connected by iron chains. Each boat appeared to be fixed in place, unaffected by the crashing waves. Could it be that there was an island beneath the houseboats? Following Shu Xingbei, he soon realized he was mistaken. 2 speedboats suddenly emerged from an unknown location, rapidly approaching Shu Xingbei's side. Shu Xingbei's gaze gradually turned cold. He could see very clearly that the other party was coming for him. As the distance closed, the people on the boat all revealed smiles, the delight of hunters seeing their prey. Besides the one steering the boat, each vessel had 2 strong men dressed in animal skin clothing. Little brother, leave the things on the boat. One of the strong men stood on the deck, took down his bow, and drew an arrow from the quiver on his back. What if I say no? Shu Xingbei asked in a deep voice. Then you can only die. As these words left his mouth, the bow was already drawn tight, and the long arrow was knocked. I have nothing on my boat, Shu Xingbei said helplessly. Hey kid, you're pretty sly. We saw the gas canisters in your cabin a long time ago. Another boat approached, and the person on the deck held 2 cylindrical objects in his hands. Binoculars? Shu Xingbei was startled. They actually had such a thing. All right, I'll give it to you. Don't take action, Shu Xingbei hurriedly replied, gradually slowing down the boat. The poisonous frogs in the boat had already been instructed by him to jump into the sea one by one. The archer, seeing Shu Xingbei concede, smiled with interest, put away his bow and arrow, and waited for the boat to continue approaching Shu Xingbei. A poisonous frog jumped onto the deck of that boat. The poison sac swelled, and a stream of green liquid shot out, splattering onto the man, his hands, and his arms. The man let out a series of screams. Looking at the exposed areas on his hands and arms, the skin had already rotted away. The injured parts felt as if hot oil had been poured on them. Even worse, those areas were unbearably itchy. His companion was about to come over to check what was going on when more than 10 poisonous frogs jumped onto the boat. The man's companion was scared out of his wits and hurriedly ran towards the cockpit. In a short time, the guy who had been poisoned by the frog fell on the deck, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, and then he stopped breathing. "Quick, retreat!" The man standing on the deck of the boat behind shouted, realizing the situation was dire. Xu Xingbei did not pursue. He didn't even jump onto the nearest boat, but instead increased the horsepower and sailed away. This place was too close to the chaotic area. Since this group had binoculars and could see the things on his boat, it was inevitable that others would have ill intentions. Now, the guys on the two boats were scared stiff by the poison frog and wouldn't come looking for trouble anymore. He simply took this opportunity to leave. Xu Xingbei did not take the lives of these few individuals, as he had another idea. If he completely fell out with Spear Company, running to the chaotic zone could be a choice. As for staying on the floating island, that was impossible. The floating island could be used to hide things, but it wouldn't work for a long stay outside. Sailing relies on fuel, and diving requires equipment. Xu Xingbei didn't have the strength to completely detach himself from others and live alone in the world. As for the poison frogs on the other two boats, Xu Xingbei did not summon them immediately. If he left now, the people on the other two boats wouldn't associate the poison frogs with him, meaning that even though someone had died from poisoning, they wouldn't think anyone could command the poison frogs. Even if someone thought of it, no one would believe it, unless Ding Xiang came to tell them. The likelihood of that was very small. Xu Xingbei is becoming increasingly measured in his actions and more meticulous in his thinking. He knows that in the process of constantly battling with others, he has unknowingly grown. The people on the two boats watched Xu Xingbei sail away, feeling bitter in their mouths. "Is that kid from the boathouse area?" someone asked. "He must be lucky," the people on the two boats cursed. Just as Xu Xingbei thought, they did not connect the poison frog with him at all. They only believed that the obedient Xu Xingbei had seized the opportunity to escape and slipped away. As for the people who died on the deck, they could only mourn for him. The reason the chaotic area is called the chaotic area is that whoever has the bigger fist is right. Every day, a grand drama of life and death unfolds here. They have long been used to the impermanence of someone who is lively today becoming a corpse tomorrow. Moreover, the guy who died has no close ties to them. They were merely companions huddling together for warmth, dying under the poison of the poison frog. They could only feel it was a pity for him. After surviving so many storms, he ended up dying from poison in such a frustrating way. The distance between the suspended island and the chaotic area is over 100 kilometers, so he is not worried about the people from the chaotic area finding the suspended island. Next, he needs to reflect on his confrontation with Ding Xiang from the company's security department today. Ding Xiang's strength far exceeds that of Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei was able to dodge Ding Xiang's punches entirely because of his agility. Moreover, the most important point is that Ding Xiang was shot 3 times with a tranquilizer gun by Xu Xingbei. If it weren't for the tranquilizer gun giving Xu Xingbei the upper hand, he would have been in danger today. No, he must continue to grow stronger. Ding Xiang has fallen, but there's no guarantee that Spear Corporation won't resort to other underhanded tactics. What if they send someone even more formidable than Ding Xiang? Chapter 23. Bounty Xu Xingbei wished he could become powerful overnight. Power. He craved power. In the darkness, Xu Xingbei stayed in his cabin, practicing his straight punches over and over again. The muscles and acupoints on the human model had long been firmly etched in his mind. Punch out, retract, then punch out again. He had practiced the first 4 forms of the straight punch thousands of times, and gradually he gained some insight. The fist technique required the support of strength. The reason he couldn't master the last 3 forms was that his strength was still too weak. Without over 1,000 pounds of strength, he couldn't generate the momentum of a punch. Since that was the case, he would continue to practice the first 4 forms. Large beads of sweat slid down from his forehead as he kept punching, exhausting the last bit of his energy. Xu Xingbei was so exhausted that he was on the verge of collapse, yet he still gritted his teeth and persevered. With enough effort, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. If strength is lacking, can it be achieved through training? Otherwise, how can one explain the existence of martial arts schools? Xu Xingbei had exhausted all his strength before finally stopping. He found a piece of worn-out canvas to wipe the sweat off his body, and a refreshing feeling made him feel as if he was reborn. Happy, truly happy. The people in the boathouse area had been struggling for food and water, and the word bath was an unimaginable luxury for them. Even thinking about it felt like a crime. Shu Xingbei was drenched in sweat, which was no different from taking a bath. The lingering fishy smell all over his body was completely cleared away. Shu Xingbei began to contemplate what he should do next. Since Spear Company had discovered that he had gone to the number 7 ruins, why didn't they send someone to seriously inquire about the situation of the ruins, but instead sent Ding Xiang to steal his things? Following this line of reasoning, only 2 possibilities could be concluded. After all, who made Shu Xingbei just an ordinary bounty hunter from the boathouse district? After analyzing, Shu Xingbei believes that the second possibility is the most likely. However, there are only a human model and that jade box in a martial arts school, nothing else. Could it be that there is something I overlooked? Shu Xingbei's analysis has touched upon the true thoughts of the internal leaders of the company regarding their mission. They have sent people to search for the No. 7 ruins more than once or twice, and each time they returned empty-handed. Every group that went to the ruins either lost their way in the thick fog or got caught in whirlpools, never reaching the true destination. Whether it is the No. 7 ruins or other sites valued by the company, there are dedicated personnel monitoring them. As soon as someone is found to have successfully arrived, they report immediately to the management. Naturally, the management would not trade with Shu Xingbei. How could the high-ranking management possibly engage in equal trade with Shu Xingbei? The fact that they could send Ding Xiang shows that the task department and security department already consider Shu Xingbei, this somewhat peculiar ant, to be of significant importance. The effect of the tranquilizer gun on Ding Xiang is minimal. Is this Ding Xiang's special ability, or is it a capability that every warrior possesses? Shu Xingbei's eyes flickered. He really wanted to pick up the tranquilizer gun and give himself a shot to test its power. In the end, he gave up. It's better not to court death when there's no need. The boathouse area was as quiet as ever under the night sky. With only the sound of waves crashing and splashing against the boat's edge, there were no other sounds. But who could be sure how many pairs of dark, prying eyes were watching in the silent night? While Shu Xingbei was busy that day, the manager of the task department in the tower had finished listening to Ding Xiang's report. That kid has a tranquilizer gun? That's something we overlooked, the manager said, immediately thinking about the source of the tranquilizer gun in Shu Xingbei's hands. Zheng Meihua and Yao Lu, who were responsible for the boathouse area, were truly useless. They gave the gun to their family, which led to their demise. They were really pathetic. I apologize for the failure of this mission, Ding Xiang said bluntly, bowing to the manager. Throughout, Ding Xiang did not mention that the poison frog could be manipulated by Shu Xingbei. As for jurisdiction, the task department had no authority over Ding Xiang. He was under the security department. Therefore, Ding Xiang's attitude still pleased the task department manager. You're being too harsh. The oversight regarding the tranquilizer gun is our responsibility. The fault does not lie with you, the manager said generously. We will communicate with the security department. After Ding Xiang left, the task department manager's expression gradually darkened. He did not fully trust what Ding Xiang had said. As a first-level warrior, even if Ding Xiang was hit by a tranquilizer gun and temporarily lost his strength, it was still impossible for Shu Xingbei to escape from his hands. How many bullets could 2 tranquilizer guns hold? At most 12. The first time, Ding Xiang was caught off guard, but what about later? How many could Shu Xingbei shoot? The task department manager lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and after a while, he smiled. Notify Tang Yuan and have her release a mission tomorrow. Recruit 10 bounty hunters and distribute 10 tranquilizer guns. The task is to capture Shu Xingbei alive. The manager issued the order. Investigator Yu Feng from Spear Company also learned through his channels about Ding Xiang's failure. Interesting, very interesting, Yu Feng's small eyes narrowed. Could it be that the kid with the surname Shu has some abilities that I haven't discovered? If he manages to survive next, I decide to recommend him. It is nothing short of a miracle that Shu Xingbei was able to escape from the first-level warrior Ding Xiang. In a fight, Shu Xingbei would have no chance against Ding Xiang. In terms of escape, living in the boathouse area, where could Shu Xingbei possibly go? Even if Shu Xingbei had a weapon, wouldn't Ding Xiang have one too? Moreover, Shu Xingbei actually managed to reach the number 7 ruins. It's quite strange. Let's wait and see. Yufeng was well aware of the company's internal handling style, which was domineering and unreasonable. Ding Xiang's failure does not mean that the task department will give up. If the task department gets annoyed, Xu Xingbei's situation will only become more dangerous. Last time, Yufeng casually helped Xu Xingbei, considering it a favor to Shaolian. This time, Yufeng started to take Xu Xingbei seriously. Perhaps Xu Xingbei, recommended by Shaolian, truly has something that impresses him. Xu Xingbei went to the Tong family early in the morning and handed Tong Ziyun a bag of food. He had a bad feeling. Once he fell out with Spear Company, it would be difficult for him to exchange items in the future. He would have to rely on others for help with exchanges. The character of the Tong family was worth considering. The newly appointed deputy manager of the procurement office had heard of Xu Xingbei's past actions and did not say much to him. After exchanging the items, Xu Xingbei went to the task department. When Tang Yuan saw Xu Xingbei approach, her expression immediately became unnatural. Xu Xingbei, are you here to take a task? She felt a bit anxious, recalling the instruction she received last night. The main person had arrived, yet her task had not been issued. Have you contacted the company? Is there any news? Xu Xingbei stared into Tang Yuan's eyes. When do you think there will be a response? Xu Xingbei keenly noticed Tang Yuan's uneasy expression. I'm just a small manager. Do you think I would know? Tang Yuan said, starting to issue an eviction order. If you're not taking a task, please leave and don't delay our work. She didn't want Xu Xingbei to ruin the task, but she also didn't dare to offend Xu Xingbei directly. Even Ding Xiang had suffered under her. So could she really outdo Ding Xiang? Whether Ding Xiang was careless or underestimated the situation didn't matter. Please help me keep an eye out, Manager Tang. I'll remember your kindness, Xu Xingbei said seriously. Sure. I'll notify you as soon as there's news. Tang Yuan replied impatiently. Not long after Xu Xingbei left, several bounty hunters arrived at the mission office. Among them was Uncle Ping, who had previously pressured Xu Xingbei with righteousness. We have a mission below. Anyone who agrees to take it will receive 50 bags of food and 5 liters of water. Tang Yuan announced the mission. What mission? Someone asked warily. With such a high reward, the danger must be greater. It's not about going to sea. It's about dealing with a person, Tang Yuan said. Dealing with a person? The bounty hunters in the room were stunned. Does the company even need to offer a bounty on someone they want to deal with? Who would dare to go against the company? That would be seeking death. Yes, dealing with a person. The higher-ups have instructed us to find 10 people. Tang Yuan asked. I'll go. Voices rose one after another. As time passed, more and more bounty hunters arrived. The number of people wanted to take on this task increased. Who are we dealing with? Uncle Ping asked. He had a feeling that the person the Spear Company wanted to deal with was Xu Xingbei. Because of Xu Xingbei, both the managers of the mission office and the acquisition office had been replaced. Those who were familiar with Xu Xingbei would be prioritized. And Tang Yuan's answer hit the mark for Uncle Ping. I'm his neighbor. I'll take this task, and I'll also organize the other 9 people. Uncle Ping stepped forward. Upon hearing that the target was Xu Xingbei, the cabin fell silent for a moment. Recently, Xu Xingbei had been causing quite a stir. Seeing that Xu Xingbei's neighbor had stepped up to take the mission, everyone felt emboldened. It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to guard against a hidden one. Everyone understood this principle. Tang Yuan couldn't help but snicker when she heard Uncle Ping's self-introduction. Xu Xingbei, your popularity is really terrible. Even your neighbors want to deal with you. It's you. Find your own manpower, and you have to complete the task within 3 days, Tang Yuan said. No matter how much noise is made, the company will handle the aftermath. Chapter 24. Cutting off the fuel supply. Uncle Ping smoothly accepted the task and received the advance payment. He was so happy that he was about to go crazy. Xu Xingbei is indeed very strange. Whether he salvaged a gas tank or hunted a sea beast, he has always made Uncle Ping uneasy. At the same time, due to Spear Company's control over the shipyard area, Uncle Ping did not dare to confront Xu Xingbei directly. One-on-one, if he got injured, it would be a troublesome situation. However, things are different now. He has obtained a tranquilizer gun and can gather 9 people. 10 people with tranquilizer guns against 1 Xu Xingbei. Uncle Ping can't think of any possibility for Xu Xingbei to turn the tables. In Uncle Ping's eyes, Xu Xingbei is no different from a fish waiting to be slaughtered. Finding 9 people is easy. There are plenty of neighbors who hate Xu Xingbei to the point of gritting their teeth. Xu Xingbei didn't do anything to provoke public outrage. The main reason he is disliked is that he managed to salvage a canister of gas. Old Uncle Ping also knew that this morning, Xu Xingbei exchanged another canister of gas with the company's reward, along with the food and water in Xu Xingbei's possession. Old Uncle Ping was almost laughing joyfully up to the sky. Xu Xingbei, you should be grateful that the company didn't take your life. Just as Uncle Ping thought, it's easy to find 9 capable hands. As soon as the neighbors heard about the task Uncle Ping received today, they gathered around. Uncle Ping selected 9 strong and capable individuals from the crowd and distributed the tranquilizer guns to each of them. The 10 of them familiarized themselves with how to operate the tranquilizer guns in Uncle Ping's boathouse. The others who weren't selected by Uncle Ping didn't leave immediately. Those with quick minds had already realized that Xu Xingbei had food and water. Once Xu Xingbei was taken away, wouldn't those supplies be shared among the onlookers? Keep your voices down and don't mention that person again. Be careful not to let the news slip. Uncle Ping warned everyone. That kid has enemies everywhere. Who would leak the news to him? Someone scoffed. That may not be the case. Isn't the Tong family quite close to him? Another person reminded. Not knowing their own limits, associating with that plague, others continued to gossip. Xu Xingbei delivering food to the Tong family certainly didn't go unnoticed by the neighbors. Some saw the Tong family benefiting from Xu Xingbei and felt intense envy, leading to resentment not only towards Xu Xingbei, but also towards the Tong Ziyan family. The 10 people studied how to turn off the safety on the tranquilizer guns and how to shoot, each gripping their guns firmly. Has that kid left the boathouse? Uncle Ping asked the people outside. Someone had already been standing on the deck, observing the ship's course. No, he hasn't come out at all, the person replied. That's good. Let's go, Uncle Ping said, seeing that everyone was ready without hesitation. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Uncle Ping's eyes. The 10 people hadn't even discussed how to deal with Xu Xingbei. Both Uncle Ping and the others were fully confident in capturing him. First of all, this is the boathouse area. Xu Xingbei wouldn't dare to act. Even the relatives of the tiger beast catching team wouldn't dare to directly cause trouble in Xu Xingbei's boathouse. Would he dare to? Even if he wanted to run, it would be difficult for Xu Xingbei to escape. After all, the boathouse area isn't in the outer sea. Secondly, they had the advantage of surprise. Xu Xingbei didn't know that 10 people were coming for him. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. No matter how powerful Xu Xingbei is, can he compete against 10 armed individuals? The 10 tasked individuals walked ahead, followed by a large group of people waiting to pick up the scraps. This caused quite a commotion, even alerting the Tong family. Seeing the people walking along the deck outside, Tong Ziyun immediately thought of something. Dad, they're going to catch Brother Xu. Tong Ziyun shouted to his father. A flicker of struggle crossed Tong father's eyes. In the end, he held back. Xiaoyun, lower your voice, he said to Tong Ziyun. I'm going to tell Brother Xu. Tong Ziyun panicked. Tong father shook his head, saying it was too late. Even if there was time, it wouldn't be useful. Tong father's thoughts were in line with Uncle Ping's. And not just them. Anyone who knew the inside story wouldn't have a favorable view of Xu Xingbei. Besides, even if Xu Xingbei could escape from these people this time, what about next time? If he could successfully escape again, what about the time after that? Since the company is going after Xu Xingbei, he can't escape, unless he doesn't live in the boathouse area. This tactic of cutting off the opponent's supplies is truly brilliant. But why didn't that person do it? How could it be like this? Xu Xingbei frowned. Wait a minute. Since the company has no intention of redeeming him, what comes next? Xu Xingbei felt a shiver run down his spine. This is not good. He was in danger. He secretly regretted his actions today. He had been too careless. He probably wouldn't be able to live here anymore. Xu Xingbei quickly tidied up the thin cotton quilt on the bed and packed it into a waterproof storage bag. Then he walked out of the boathouse, untied the boat's mooring ropes, and started the boat immediately. To increase speed, he also raised the sail. Xu Xingbei's actions were clearly seen by others. Not good. Xu Xingbei has set sail, someone shouted loudly. Sailed away? Chase. Hurry, let's take the boat and chase after him. Uncle Ping also became anxious. Xu Xingtian definitely heard the shouting. If he escapes this time and hides somewhere, It would be difficult for Uncle Ping and the others to complete the task in 3 days. There are more families with boats in the boathouse area, not just Xu Xingtian. The bounty hunters also took small boats from the task area. In a short while, more than 10 boats followed behind Xu Xingtian in pursuit. Xu Xingbei heard the shouts and then saw the boats chasing behind him. His mood grew heavier. The people pursuing him were actually his own neighbors. They had stood on the moral high ground to pressure him, and now they were coming after him. What kind of people are they to still call themselves human? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, you all should die. On the boat at the front of the chase, someone raised a tranquilizer gun and aimed at Xu Xingbei. The distance was short, the range was sufficient. Chapter 25. Must not die after being aimed at by the tranquilizer gun. A sense of crisis immediately surged in Xu Xingbei's heart. Without a second thought, he immediately dropped to the ground. Even though Xu Xingbei had excellent flexibility, the bullet almost hit him. When Xu Xingbei lay down, the people on the ship behind could hardly believe their eyes. They missed. The two ships were very close to each other, one in front and the other behind. The sense of crisis had not yet faded. Xu Xingbei rolled on the spot. The cabin's partition pressed against his back, causing him real pain. At this moment, Xu Xingbei's ship was without a helmsman, lost its direction, and with its speed unchanged, it crashed violently against the left side of the ship house. The force of the impact caused Xu Xingbei's head to hit the cabin wall. With a loud bang, Xu Xingbei was left dazed. However, it was not over. After the ship took the impact, it crashed to the right side again. Once more, it slammed against the right side of the ship house, and Xu Xingbei's head hit the cabin wall again. The person behind was excitedly shouting, "Die, kid!" He had missed Xu Xingbei with 2 shots and was growing more ruthless. Since the tranquilizer gun couldn't kill this kid, he decided to completely strip Xu Xingbei of his ability to resist. He fired several more shots, emptying the entire magazine. Although Xu Xingbei was not hit, he turned around in the cabin, and his head didn't know how many times it had been bumped, buzzing. Even worse, the cabin was hit and started to leak water from the side. Save some strength and surrender obediently. The people following behind laughed heartily. In their eyes, Xu Xingbei was like a grasshopper after autumn. No matter how he jumped, it couldn't change the situation. Water was leaking into the cabin of the ship, and they could see it clearly. What was even more critical was that the ship was crashing around like a headless fly. This was problematic. Xu Xingbei understood immediately when those people opened fire without hesitation. They were sent by the company. Good neighbors, truly his good neighbors. At this moment, thinking more would be futile, only making his situation more severe. Xu Xingbei couldn't care too much. He reached out and grabbed the waterproof storage bag. Lifting it in his hand, clinging to the edge of the boat, he flipped into the water. As for putting on the diving suit and the 2 small barrels of fuel in the cabin, he couldn't worry about those either. Xu Xingbei fell into the water, and the people chasing after him were first taken aback, then laughed even harder. Some even laughed to the point of tears. He was really asking for death. Without even wearing a wetsuit, how could Xu Xingbei survive underwater? It wouldn't be long before he popped his head up. Surround him, don't be careless. The moment he shows his head, we shoot him, Uncle Ping instructed. Everyone nodded in agreement. As long as they caught Xu Xingbei and handed him over to the company, they would have completed their mission. So they all raised their guns, aimed at the surface of the water, quietly watching and waiting for Xu Xingbei to surface. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 15 minutes, half an hour. The waves on the surface of the water remained calm, but there was no sign of Xu Xingbei at all. Did he run away? Or did he drown? Keep a close watch. If yes, coming up. It'll be right about now, Uncle Ping said in a low voice. Everyone was fighting for survival in the sea and was naturally very familiar with the water. No matter how good Xu Xingbei is at swimming, he can't hold his breath underwater for too long. You 2 boats move a bit further out, Uncle Ping, being cautious, instructed the crew to steer towards the outer area of the boathouse. What if this kid swims outward after going into the water? Uncle Ping couldn't have imagined that as soon as Xu Xingbei entered the water, he immediately dove forward. At this moment, Xu Xingbei had already swum out of the boathouse area, surfacing and gasping for air. Further ahead, he would be out of the protective layer of the boathouse. Xu Xingbei wrapped the carrying rope of the storage bag around his wrist a few times and continued to swim forward, dragging it along. Over there are people. A speedboat emerged from the boathouse area. The people on the boat immediately noticed Xu Xingbei in the water. Shoot him, the driver of the speedboat shouted to another person. That person took out a crossbow and shot towards Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei felt danger closing in again, and he swam forward with all his might. However, the speeding crossbow still hit him. A bolt shot diagonally from his left shoulder, taking away a piece of skin. Blood gushed out in an instant. Xu Xingbei sensed that the situation was not good and instinctively submerged himself in the water again. He was already exhausted and could no longer swim. Xu Xingbei held his breath and focused again, entering that closed state once more. His heart rate dropped sharply, and his body temperature gradually decreased. At this moment, he had a feeling that in this state, he could hold his breath underwater for at least half an hour. However, the trouble was that he was injured, and the smell of blood would soon attract fierce, bloodthirsty giant fish and sea beasts. Xu Xingbei slightly kicked his legs to prevent himself from sinking completely to the bottom of the water. Without a diving suit, the deeper he sank, the more dangerous it became. The speedboat circled above the water, waiting for over an hour, yet there was no sign of Xu Xingbei surfacing. Old Ping and the others had already arrived. Manager Feng, is Xu Xingbei here? Old Ping asked Feng Jianian with a forced smile. Of course. What are you all doing? 10 people to catch one person. And you let him escape, the deputy manager of the acquisition department said with a dark expression. At least it's not too bad. We didn't let that brat slip away. So what now? Old Ping asked anxiously. I shot him with a crossbow, and he hasn't surfaced, Feng Jianian said, pointing to Old Ping and the others. You continue to wait here and see if his body floats up. Feng Jianian signaled to his subordinate driving the speedboat, and they soon left. I didn't expect that brat named Xu could run so fast. Old Ping gasped after Feng Jianian left. So what if he can run? He's still dead. Someone shook their head. By the way, what about the stuff on his boat? Now that there's nothing we can do, let's divide it up, someone suggested. Before Xu Xingbei's boat sank, someone had jumped aboard and found a crossbow and 2 barrels of oil. Not good. So many people know we're chasing Xu Xingbei. Are there still things left in his boat? Someone was reminded by this and immediately smacked their thigh. Old Ping's expression grew darker. That's true. When Xu Xingbei jumped into the water to escape, who knows how many pairs of eyes saw it? Everyone instantly realized and began to curse. We worked our butts off, and in the end, it benefited others. Damn it. Old Ping frowned and urged everyone to calm down. In my opinion, we should confirm that this brat is dead. If he isn't, we'll have a lot of trouble in the future. Old Ping, are you suggesting that the brat named Xu could still be alive? Someone laughed. How long has it been? Almost an hour now, and there hasn't even been a bubble. How could Xu Xingbei still be alive? After all, we haven't seen a body yet. Old Ping also began to have doubts. Logically, if Xu Xingbei was hit by a crossbow bolt, he wouldn't last long underwater. If he was dead, having swallowed a belly full of water, he should have floated up. He must have been eaten by a sea creature. How many people have perished in the sea without a trace? Someone analyzed the situation. Let's wait a little longer. If we still don't see a body, we'll leave. Old Ping nodded. At this moment, Xu Xingbei had entered a semi-comatose state. Because his body was in the water, his wound remained open. Although it wasn't bleeding anymore, his mind began to feel hazy. Suddenly, it became dark underwater, and Xu Xingbei instinctively opened his eyes. Is it a big fish or a sea creature? He couldn't clearly see what was coming, only feeling an irresistible force rushing towards him, lifting him up high and swimming forward at great speed. Dad, you taught me to be gentle, kind, humble, and accommodating, even if I starve to death. I should never lose my dignity as a person. Now I truly have my wish, Xu Xingbei thought, unable to muster any strength, a bitter smile on his lips. Look at those neighbors. They preach righteousness and morality, but when trouble arises, they vanish. Yet once they see a benefit to be gained, everyone rushes in. If it weren't for these damn neighbors, if it were someone else from Spear Corporation, Xu Xingbei would definitely not be so flustered. He would have struck first. A tranquilizer gun. Not that he didn't have one. Xu Xingbei made the mistake of not anticipating how malicious the neighbors were. They actually became the knife sent by Spear to reap his life. Who would have thought they could be so vicious? Xu Xingbei lost the initiative to strike back, and could only passively take hits. At this thought, his heart was filled with hatred. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Whether it's those despicable neighbors or Spear Company, as long as I can survive, I will settle the score with you. Eliminate all those hypocrites. Wipe out all those true villains. Kill off the high and mighty figures in the company and let the tower completely collapse into this endless sea. I should never have tried to negotiate with those people. Do you think they would value you? Wrong. They have never regarded you as a person and would never think you had the qualification to bargain with them. From the moment the company took action, Xu Xingbei understood their malice. They wanted to capture him and extract the information they desired. Not only that, but they also wanted to make him homeless. 2 waves of people came after him. One was his neighbors, and the other was the deputy manager of the company's acquisition department. What a clever scheme, what a grand plan. No, I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die. If I die, who will take revenge for me? Chapter 26. Greatly increased strength. Xu Xingbei has fallen into the hands of his neighbor this time, and it is related to one thing. The poison frog in his house has left at some point, leaving him without a trump card. At this moment, Xu Xingbei is floating in the sea, with a force still pushing him from behind. He is unsure of his location, having lost his boat, and cannot determine where he is on the water surface. However, he is injured now, and given his complete lack of knowledge about the situation in the chaotic zone, going there is not the best option. Therefore, the only place Xu Xingbei can choose to heal is the suspended island. He is trying hard to communicate with the broken spear whale, hoping to convey his intentions. However, after a long time of communication, the broken spear whale still cannot understand what Xu Xingbei is saying. Xu Xingbei sighed in disappointment. This was really troublesome. He subconsciously looked at his wrist, where the thin string tying the waterproof storage bag was still there. He tugged slightly, and the bag surfaced. Overjoyed, Xu Xingbei completely forgot about the injury on his shoulder until a sharp pain shot from his shoulder, causing him to involuntarily hiss. The orca called out to Xu Xingbei a few times. The orca no longer pushed Xu Xingbei forward, but nodded at him instead. All right. Xu Xingbei slowly climbed onto the back of the orca. Once he lay flat, he noticed that this orca was at least 20 meters long, with its long body mostly submerged in the water, the tip of its tail resembling a small black hill. There were quite a few boats on the sea, so Xu Xingbei had the orca dive a bit deeper, allowing his entire body to be underwater. At a distance, no one would notice that there was someone moving rapidly beneath the surface. The orca carried Xu Xingbei all the way to the location of the floating island. Xu Xingbei stepped down from the back of the whale, patted its head, and said, "Thank you." Really, as he spoke, a sudden spiciness surged into his nostrils. After his father's death, he had never felt so desperate in this world, which had left him all alone. Those people were too ruthless. No one had ever helped him before. Xu Xingbei always felt he could understand from his own perspective. After all, the people in the shipyard district were not having it easy, and there were few capable of helping others. But he never expected humanity to be so ugly and cruel, willing to turn against their neighbors for a bit of food and water. And this neighbor had never harmed them. Compared to the whale, those neighbors were hardly human. To call them people was to elevate them too much. The whale waved its tail and bid farewell to Xu Xingbei with its gaze. Xu Xingbei cautiously glanced towards the outside of the island for a while, confirming that there was no one in the nearby waters. Only then did he walk towards the crevice on the island, carefully crawl in, and find a high spot. He took out the cotton from his storage bag, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This would be his nest from now on. In the days to come, Xu Xingbei would focus on recuperating. Fortunately, food and water were abundant. He also had 2 tranquilizer guns and a cutting knife for self-defense. The crevice on the suspended island was not too cold at night compared to the boathouse. However, the sound of the waves here was louder and more chaotic. Especially in the deep of night, the waves surged and repeatedly crashed into the gaps in the coral, producing a booming sound. Xu Xingbei was repeatedly awakened by the deafening sound of waves throughout the night. Finally, he sat up, hugging his knees with both hands, his eyes appearing incredibly deep and distant in the darkness. His mind became increasingly clear as he thought about the days to come and the straight punches he had been practicing for several days. Suddenly, Xu Xingbei had an idea. Wasn't he unable to produce the power of the punch? If the force of his punches could stack like the waves of the sea, one after another, to what extent would his strength reach? Xu Xingbei thought more and more that it was feasible. As he pondered this, he increasingly hoped that the wound on his shoulder would heal quickly. It would be great if he could go to Uncle Shalian again. The place he was hiding now was nothing compared to Uncle Shalian's warm little house. From Uncle Shalian's house, Xu Xingbei also thought of the black, gooey stuff that Shalian had given him to drink. Whether it was the broken-toothed whale or the sea frog, their closeness to him might be because of those things he had drunk. Xu Xingbei thought for a while and fell asleep there. 3 days later, the wound on Xu Xingbei's shoulder finally healed, with scabs forming on it. Even though he couldn't engage in intense exercise, at least he could practice a few rounds of the long-arm fist, as long as he didn't overexert himself. The open space in the cave was high and wide enough for Xu Xingbei to showcase his punches and kicks. He thought about the waves under the sea breeze and began to practice, throwing punch after punch. With each punch thrown, he felt the accumulation of power. However, he couldn't manage to create the effect of the waves crashing against one another. Perhaps it was only something to think about, but putting it into practice seemed unfeasible. In that case, why not practice a bit? Even if he couldn't achieve the crashing waves effect, he could at least refine his long-arm fist to perfection. If it weren't for that crossbow taking a good chunk of flesh from Xu Xingbei's shoulder, he would have pushed his practice even further, with even more intensity. Within a week, the injury on Xu Xingbei's shoulder completely healed. He truly let loose with his punches and kicks, practicing the long-arm fist madly in the cave. Again and again, he practiced. He didn't know how long he had been at it when he finally found the feeling of the waves crashing into one another. With the force of his punches, the cave echoed with a loud sound. Suddenly, a large black stone fell from the cave wall. It worked. This was the effect he wanted. Xu Xingbei followed up with 2 punches, but the strength behind them was no longer as powerful. At this moment, Xu Xingbei was drenched in sweat. His whole body felt hot. He could no longer throw another punch. He had exhausted himself. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground and burst into hearty laughter. I've done it. I've finally found the feeling. At this moment, Xu Xingbei couldn't wait to regain his strength to search for a sea beast around the floating island and test his boxing skills. The next afternoon, Xu Xingbei found a sea beast on the northeast side of the floating island. From its appearance, the sea beast was not yet an adult. Xu Xingbei stood in the water, holding a piece of black stone, and threw it at the sea beast. The stone struck the beast's head, immediately provoking its ferocity. It lunged at the island, its entire body breaking free from the surface of the water. Its short forelimbs landed on the island while its hind legs supported its black body. As its forelimbs bent, the sea beast's body immediately sprang up, its forelimb claws extended, each claw having 5 shiny, sharp blades underneath, each blade measuring a full 5 centimeters in length. If Xu Xingbei were to be caught by one of those blades, he wouldn't fare well, no matter where he was hit. Xu Xingbei's body moved rapidly, dodging a strike from the sea beast. His fist then swung out, delivering one punch after another, each punch landing heavily on the sea beast's body, producing a series of thudding sounds. However, the sea beast felt no pain. Instead, it grew even more furious. It leaped high into the air, like Mount Tai pressing down, casting a shadow that enveloped Xu Xingbei's line of sight. Xu Xingbei dodged again, narrowly escaping once more. A cunning satisfaction flashed in the sea beast's eyes. A sense of crisis surged in Xu Xingbei's heart. He secretly cursed his luck, retreating once more while leaning back. The sea beast's tail swung down heavily, the force of the wind from the tail stinging Xu Xingbei's face. If it weren't for his current agility being far superior to before, just this strike from the sea beast's tail would have at least cost him half of his combat strength. Seeing Xu Xingbei evade again, the sea beast snorted 2 puffs of white smoke from its nostrils. This time it did not leap again, but instead lowered its head and charged straight at Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei continuously threw punches, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and his punch power reached 4 layers of accumulation, striking heavily on the sea beast's head. The sea beast was stunned by Xu Xingbei's blows and kept retreating. Accumulation, multiple accumulations. Xu Xingbei gradually realized that his strength was insufficient. Simply stacking his power twice was not enough to contend with the sea beasts. The only reason he had lasted this long was due to his keen sense of crisis and his agile physique. The sea beast let out a painful howl, then collapsed to the ground, its gaze still fixed fiercely on Shu Xingbei. After struggling for a moment, the sea beast finally fell down unwillingly. Since the sea beast blood that Shalian had given him was effective, why should he let go of the fresh sea beast blood in front of him? In the days that followed, Shu Xingbei practiced his boxing techniques at night and searched for sea beasts around the suspended island during the day. As his strength increased, he no longer limited himself to hunting small sea beasts. He also dared to challenge slightly larger ones. A month later, Shu Xingbei was able to confirm that the power he unleashed in a single punch would definitely not be less than that of a level 1 warrior. A level 1 warrior could exert a force of 1,000 pounds, while a level 2 warrior would have doubled that, reaching 2,000 pounds in a single strike. Shu Xingbei believes that with his six-fold punch strength, he should be able to defeat a second-level warrior. Of course, this is just his own estimation. He has never actually fought a warrior, so he cannot be certain. With enough strength, he begins to prepare to leave the suspended island. Chapter 27, Revenge. Shu Xingbei still didn't unleash any fist energy, but that didn't hinder his desire for revenge. With the power of 6 levels of fist energy stacked, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the ship house district. Even if Ding Xiang from the tower came back, Shu Xingbei was confident he could defeat him without using the tranquilizer gun. As long as he moved quickly, the people in the tower wouldn't react in time. At this moment, someone from the company who wanted to capture him alive probably thought he was already buried at the bottom of the sea or in the belly of a fish. To leave this place, he had to get in touch with the dagger whale. It turned out that the dagger whale had disappeared, and facing the current one, Shu Xingbei couldn't communicate with it smoothly. If the dagger whale dropped him off in the ship house district and then vanished, Shu Xingbei would be in danger. He was very likely to find himself on a one-way street, and this one-way street was almost certainly a road of no return. Once the company reacted, Shu Xingbei had no confidence in his ability to escape successfully. The towering structure loomed over the people in the ship house district like the sword of Damocles. Life and death were entirely at the mercy of the company's will. The higher-ups in the company definitely lived in the tower. Shu Xingbei was certain of this. Just like Ding Xiang, who also resided there. The people who came out of the tower all wore different clothing, exuding an air of superiority. Shu Xingbei arrived by the water and began to call out softly. The ability to replicate also included simple language mimicry. Yo-yo. Shu Xingbei conveyed his intention to go to the boathouse area. It took the dagger whale a long time to understand what Shu Xingbei meant. It told Shu Xingbei that going to the waters around the boathouse area was not a problem, but its massive body could not pass through the outer protective barrier. Are you saying that the barrier is covered with a net of steel spikes? Shu Xingbei was secretly astonished after hearing this. The company truly was making a big move. If Yin-Ti learned about the spike net from the dagger whale, he would probably never have known. After all, every time he passed through the protective layer on a boat, he was completely unaware. This revealed how deep and concealed the spiked net beneath the protective layer must be. No wonder the dagger whale in front had Yin-Ti cross the barrier. This was troublesome. The protective layer was still dozens of kilometers away from the boathouse area. Relying on physical strength to swim over, Shu Xingbei had no confidence. Moreover, he intended to confront people there. If he exhausted himself beforehand, it would not be a matter of going to kill, but rather a matter of going to die. Just as Shu Xingbei hesitated, he heard some excellent news from the dagger whale. A consensus was reached between the man and the whale, and it was time to implement the plan. Feasible. The plan was feasible. There were no obstacles in communication between him and the dagger whale. In the afternoon, Shu Xingbei set out on the path of revenge. At this time, the boathouse area, Uncle Ping finally set down the anxiety he had felt for so long. Not seeing Shu Xingbei's corpse always left Uncle Ping feeling uneasy. Although the company had not seen Shu Xingbei's body, they still paid the reward. Even though he only received half, Uncle Ping could sustain himself for more than 2 months without having to worry about survival for the time being. Many others shared Uncle Ping's unease. Among the 10 people who received the company's reward, not one could sleep soundly. They did not feel guilty. They were just worried that Shu Xingbei was still alive. If Xu Xingbei was alive and recovered from his injuries, it would truly be their nightmare. 5 members of the Tiger capture team had died, and the families of the deputy manager of the previous task department and the deputy manager of the purchasing department had lost their lives at Xu Xingbei's hands. These matters could not help but raise alarm and provoke thoughts. However, more than 10 days had passed, and the kid named Xu had not shown up again. Sitting on the deck, Uncle Ping was sharpening a knife. The knife was not long, and the sharpening tool was a stone brought up from the seabed. With a splash, he heard a sound of water and paused for a moment, listening closely. A big fish? No, that wouldn't happen. A smaller fish would be nice, though. He recalled the day when a storm had risen at sea, not knowing how many people had fished out to see fish that had fainted after crashing into the boathouse area under the impact of the giant waves. Uncle Ping put down the knife and was about to stand up when a gleaming knife was placed against his neck. Who are the others? A cold voice asked. Uncle Ping's heart sank. The scene he feared most had actually come true. You're the Xu kid? Uncle Ping asked, his voice trembling. Of course, came Xu Xingbei's voice, filled with icy indifference. The company's rewards are not so easy to obtain. If it weren't for needing to extract information about the other people from your mouth, I wouldn't waste my breath on this self-righteous old man. I'm a worthless life. You can take me. As for the others, let it go, Uncle Ping said slowly. At that moment, he seemed to age 10 years. Xu Xingbei tightened the grip on the knife in his hand, the blade cutting into old Uncle Ping's neck. A line of blood appeared. Out of the corner of old Uncle Ping's eye, he glanced at the knife that had just been put down and said, "Listen to me, if you kill me, so be it. You won't win against the company." Xu Xingbei was genuinely surprised. Uncle Ping's words now carried a hint of advice. Could it really be true that a person speaks kindly just before death? He knew you had no good intentions. With the sound of a gunshot, Uncle Ping's body went numb, and he could no longer move. Having witnessed Uncle Ping's true nature, Xu Xingbei certainly wouldn't believe he would be so kind-hearted. Since he couldn't extract an answer, it didn't matter to Xu Xingbei. He tucked the gun into his waistband and drew a knife to sever Uncle Ping's neck. There was a boat tied up next to the cabin, and Xu Xingbei cut the rope with one stroke, then boarded the boat and left. The commotion had already startled the people inside the cabin. Uncle Ping's wife emerged from the cabin, and upon seeing Uncle Ping lying in a pool of blood, she nearly fainted. In that brief moment, she thought of the future. Without Uncle Ping, where would she get her food and drink? Her voice was filled with indescribable despair and fear. The horrifying scream alarmed the nearby boat cabin area. They were also involved in surrounding Xu Xingbei. Feng Jinyan from the boat cabin acquisition office was packing up. Today's work was done. He had completed the task assigned by the company last time. Although he hadn't delivered Xu Xingbei alive to the company, they were already quite satisfied. According to the instructions from above, after this winter, he could work inside the tower and no longer have to stay in a place filled with foul, fishy, and rotting smells. The workers looked at Feng Jinyan, each offering grateful and flattering smiles. Compared to the former deputy manager, Yao Lu, Feng Jinyan exuded more the aura of someone in a higher position. Moreover, he was more considerate in his work. It was said that this deputy manager was about to be promoted. The workers admired Feng Jinyan even more. Who would want to follow a promising leader? When a leader got promoted, perhaps the vacant position would open up for them. Shortly after the workers left, Feng Jinyan also arrived in the docking area. He jumped into his boat and was about to untie the rope when suddenly a voice asked in his ear, "Did you think about the consequences when you shot me with that crossbow?" Feng Jinyan looked at the slender young man before him and suddenly felt a sense of the unpredictability of life. "You're still alive?" Feng Jinyan was startled, but quickly regained his composure. "If you're not dead, how could I die?" Xu Xingbei smiled playfully, gripping the knife tightly. "I'm the deputy manager sent by the company. If you kill me, you won't have a good outcome." Feng Jinyan's expression was remarkably calm. Xu Xingbei's body swayed, and he was suddenly in front of Feng Jinyan, the knife already pressed against Feng Jinyan's neck. The blade sliced in from the side of the neck, and after being blocked by the cervical bone, the force of the knife did not diminish. Blood gushed out like an arrow. "How dare you?" Feng Jinyan could never have imagined that Xu Xingbei would be so decisive. He fell straight down, his eyes wide open, filled with an expression of disbelief. After killing Feng Jinyan, Xu Xingbei directly went to the task area ahead. When Tang Yuan saw Xu Xingbei covered in blood walk in, she was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. Xu Xingbei, let's talk, she stammered, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Give me the list of people who took the mission, Xu Xingbei said, pointing the knife at Tang Yuan. The moment she made any move, he would kill her. Okay, fine, please don't kill me. I am innocent. I didn't lay a hand on you. Really, Tang Yuan said, her face pale with nervousness. And the dimple that she had always been proud of could not be forced out no matter how hard she tried. Xu Xingbei got the list and glanced at it. Ding Xiang, save me. Xu Xingbei is coming. Tang Yuan was holding a communicator in her hand, running outside while continuously shouting. Xu Xingbei confirmed that he had memorized everyone on the list and followed them out with a knife in hand. Tang Yuan stood on the deck, trembling. She wanted to keep running, but she couldn't muster the strength. Xu Xingbei, spare me. You haven't tasted a woman, right? I can let you taste. Tang Yuan tossed aside the communicator in her hand and reached down to start unfastening her leather garment. Chapter 28, depending on the situation. Xu Xingbei watched as she unfastened the buttons of her leather garment, a flash of white catching his eye. As long as you don't kill me, Tang Yuan pleaded with tearful eyes. In response, a fleeting glimmer of a blade flashed. Tang Yuan fell to the ground, crimson blood instantly spreading beneath her, accumulating more and more. Hee. Tang Yuan couldn't help but let out a final wretched laugh. It was unclear whether she was lamenting her fate or feeling a sense of irony about her last actions. Xu Xingbei curiously picked up the white communication device on the deck and examined it from different angles. Tang Yuan, don't worry, I'll send warriors right away. The angry roar of the internal manager of the tower mission came from the communicator. How dare you retaliate? Are you tired of living? Xu Xingbei curled his lips and said, tired of living? Let me tell you, Tang Yuan and Feng Jinyan are both dead. You can't escape either. The manager of the task department didn't expect the person answering to be Xu Xingbei. He was taken aback for a moment, then immediately roared. So, it's you, Xu Xingbei? All right, just wait. I will make you regret coming into this world. Xu Xingbei replied without hesitation. Come back to me when you have the ability to find me. After saying this, he casually threw the communicator into the sea. Although he was curious about the communicator, he never considered taking it with him. Xu Xingbei took 2 sets of diving suits and called out a few times towards the sea, summoning the little beaked whale. He immediately dove in and quickly left the mission site. The manager of the task department in the tall tower was so furious that he smashed the teacup on the table. Xu Xingbei's provocation nearly drove him mad. After a long while, he slowly calmed down and issued orders to contact the security department, asking them to assist and fully search the entire sea area for Xu Xingbei. Alive, he wanted to see him. Dead, he wanted to see his body. Xu Xingbei sat on the back of the great whale, facing the slightly fishy sea breeze, letting the blue waves splash over him. Occasionally, seawater splashed onto his face, making him even calmer. Leaving the boathouse area, he lay on the back of the great whale that had been waiting there, his body mostly submerged in the sea, heading towards the suspended island. The very island we set off from. Just now, in the boathouse area, who knows how many people saw Xu Xingbei riding on the whale's back. Look, quick look. Someone is in the sea, riding on a big fish's back, someone exclaimed. Oh, it really is. This is quite a rare sight, truly too rare. On the other side, someone also saw Xu Xingbei on the whale's back and couldn't help but shout. For a moment, Xu Xingbei attracted everyone's attention in the entire sea area. The sea area was vast, and there were countless residents in the boathouse area. Not many people recognized Xu Xingbei, so while they were curious, they couldn't help but speculate about his identity. Do you think this person is from the tower? Impossible. How could someone from the tower wear canvas clothes? Someone immediately retorted. Maybe he's from the Benevolent Society, someone pondered. The Benevolent Society? Perhaps. Anyway, people often talk about it, but who really knows where they are? People sighed, and the topic unknowingly turned in a longing for the Benevolent Society, while also lamenting their own fate. Before they could finish their astonishment, a large ship with a huge displacement suddenly appeared in the outer sea area. On the tall ship, the sails were raised. On the deck stood more than a dozen strong men dressed in black outfits. Each of them carried a crossbow on their shoulders and had gun holsters at their waists, bulging with weapons. Their expressions were serious, and their gazes were fixed on the distance. In addition to these men, there was a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat holding a pair of binoculars, scanning the distance. The person is over there, out of the boathouse area. Speed up, Chase. We must not let Shu Xingbei escape. The man in the trench coat shouted with a fierce expression. The bounty hunters hurriedly turned their small boat to avoid being capsized by the waves stirred up by the large ship. Who are these people? Someone said, showing fear. The aura of this group is just too overwhelming. Can't you see that? Anyone who can have such a large ship. Do we even need to guess their background? A quick-witted person immediately guessed their identity. Are they from the tower? It looks like they want to capture someone. Those who heard the trench-coated man's shout immediately connected it to more matters. It must be, if nothing unexpected happens. The target is definitely the person who was just riding on the fish's back. More and more people began to piece together the situation. Shu Xingbei, the person riding on the back of the fish, is actually named Shu Xingbei. It seems I've heard this name before. Someone furrowed their brow. Ah, I remember now. Do you all recall that the deputy manager of the task office in the boathouse district and the deputy manager of the acquisition office were both replaced at the same time? I heard it was because of Shu Xingbei. He killed the families of the two managers. Someone exclaimed in shock. The company is clearly out to deal with him. That behemoth of a company is not something we small fries can offend. Even the small employees in the company are not someone we can provoke. That's Shu Xingbei. I think he has really gone overboard. Who can argue with that? Countless people shook their heads in agreement. Shu Xingbei certainly wouldn't care about what others said. He lay on the back of the whale, feeling an increasing sense of crisis in his heart. Dive down deeper and deeper until my body is completely submerged in the sea. Shu Xingbei communicated with the beached whale. The fast-moving ship crossed the protective barrier of the shipyard area and soon reached a broader sea area. The man in the trench coat continued to observe the sea surface with binoculars. However, the kid on the whale's back had disappeared from his sight. Damn it. Truly damn it. He was a level 2 warrior sent by the security department. On this mission, he had brought 12 level 1 warriors. If Shu Xingbei managed to escape, it would be a real joke. Chase him. No matter where he runs, he will eventually need a place to rest. I don't believe he can live in the vast ocean. The level 2 warrior was filled with resentment. If the mission fails, how will the people from the security department view him? And the people from mission department? This mission was a collaboration between the two departments. Which direction should he chase? A voice came through the communicator, asking questions. It was from the cockpit. To the west. The man in the trench coat was quite familiar with the entire sea area. To the west, driving another 300 kilometers ahead, is the chaotic zone. Shu Xingbei might have escaped over there. Shu Xingbei lay on the back of a whale, the sense of crisis in his heart never dissipating. This made him feel very strange. If his body were floating on the water's surface and was discovered by the pursuing soldiers behind him, that would be possible. Now that his body was submerged at the bottom of the sea, why did that sense of danger still linger? Never mind, escape first. The winter sea was cold and the wind was fierce. As the ship continued its pursuit, the cockpit once again echoed with questions as the sky darkened. Head, it's getting dark. Should we continue the chase? The man in the trench coat hesitated. The outer seas at night were fraught with countless dangers. Whether it was sea beasts or giant fish, they would also rest at night. If they provoked them while they were resting, even with their large ship, they might not be their match. In battle, sea beasts and giant fish were in their element. Return. The man in the trench coat scanned the sea surface with his binoculars twice, and finally, with reluctance, issued the retreat order. At this moment, the most frustrated person was not the man in the trench coat, but Yu Feng, who had met with Shaolin last time. He was about to contact the Jishur organization when he unexpectedly learned that the company's task department had issued a bounty on Shu Xingbei. This made Yu Feng endure once again. If Shu Xingbei could survive under the bounty, he would contact the Jishur organization without delay. Kid, you really are a troublemaker. Yu Feng thought irritably, not knowing what to say. Since he could live, why not be a little more prudent? Yu Feng couldn't help but recall what Shu Xingbei had said when they first met. A killer will always be killed. He had character and was indeed ruthless. If Shu Xingbei had a skill that could impress Yu Feng, he wouldn't have hesitated repeatedly. This time, the security department sent a powerful team led by a second-level warrior to capture Xu Xingbei. If Xu Xingbei could escape this time, Yu Feng would definitely contact the Jishur organization to recommend him. The outcome would be without suspense. Yu Feng shook his head. He never expected that just after nightfall, he would receive news that the team sent to hunt down Xu Xingbei had returned empty-handed. Xu Xingbei had actually managed to ride on the back of a fish and disappeared from the surface of the sea under the sweep of the binoculars. All right, this kid is quite capable. If I had known you had this skill, I wouldn't have dragged this out until now. Yu Feng immediately contacted the head of the Jishur organization. Old Zhou, there's an interesting kid I want to recommend to join, Yu Feng said. The head was Zhou Chuanting, who liked to have his subordinates call him Old Zhou. However, there were not many who dared to call him that in the organization. Go ahead, Zhou Chuanting answered the communicator. After listening to Yu Feng's account, Zhou Chuanting fell silent. Old Zhou, what do you think of this kid? Yu Feng asked. He was introduced by the outer member Shaolin. Lao Sha used his last chance to ask for help for him. Let us not talk about that for now. You said even the security department couldn't find him, and even if he joins the organization, we still can't find him. To be honest, I don't like this kind of personality of Xu Xingbei, Zhou Chuanting said. The Jishur organization had its own way of doing things. Those who were capable and could bend and stretch were often their first choices. That is true. Yu Feng felt quite frustrated. Let Gu Bin go out tomorrow to look for him. We'll see what happens if he finds him, Zhou Chuanting concluded, adding that whether they could accept him would depend on the situation at the time. Chapter 29, Yu Feng Zhou Chuanting was the head, and he was just a soldier. So he naturally couldn't refute Zhou Chuanting's words. Also, no matter how Yu Feng observed, Xu Xingbei indeed did not have any special abilities, which meant that in terms of personal qualifications, Xu Xingbei did not meet the organization's requirements. For a moment, Yu Feng was speechless. After ending his communication with Zhou Chuanting, half an hour later, he couldn't help but contact Xing Guobin again. Xing Guobin was the person Zhou Chuanting was about to send out to bring Xu Xingbei in. Brother Yu, Xing Guobin exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing it was Zhou Chuanting who had contacted him. Guobin, how has your strength increased recently? Yu Feng asked warmly. Xing Guobin was someone he had introduced to the organization, a simple fellow a few years older than Xu Xingbei. I'm approaching 2,000 pounds now. Xing Guobin quickly reported his progress. I can't let Brother Yu lose face after joining the organization. Life after joining the organization was basically a different world from his previous life. Xing Guobin used to live in the boathouse area, where his family struggled on the brink of survival. Since joining the organization, not only did he not have to worry about food and drink himself, but even his family had benefited. Therefore, Xing Guobin's respect and gratitude for Yu Feng were genuine. Good job, you made great progress. Yu Feng was also very pleased to hear Xing Guobin's words. The child's progress proved he had good judgment, didn't he? He just didn't know if Xu Xingbei would also bring him a surprise. Thinking of this, Yu Feng asked, have you received the task to bring him in? Brother Yu was talking about that guy Xu Xingbei, right? I received the notice, and I'll go out to find him early tomorrow morning, Xing Guobin said. He paused for a moment. Is he also someone Brother Yu has his eye on? No wonder they asked me to go pick him up. After hearing this, Yu Feng stopped for a moment, pondering. All right, you be careful. That kid is thin and younger than you. His face is always tense, as if someone owes him money. By the way, he is very clever. I heard he can even ride on a fish's back, Yu Feng said, a smile suddenly blooming on his face. Riding on a fish's back? How could he use such a funny expression? Xing Guobin answered innocently, got it, Brother Yu. I knew Brother Yu has a good eye for people. Kid, are you praising me or bragging about yourself? Yu Feng teased, since he had nowhere else to go. He might even come knocking on his door. After cutting off the communication, Yu Feng's expression improved significantly. Old Zhou was indeed more experienced in doing things than himself. He said he might not welcome Xu Xingbei into the organization, but in reality, arranging Xing Guobin to pick up Xu Xingbei was an attitude in itself. Old Zhou knew that Xing Guobin was brought into the organization by Yu Feng, and arranging him to pick up Xu Xingbei was quite clear in intention. Old Zhou was indeed hinting at protecting Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei didn't realize that he had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups before even entering the Jishur organization. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't have the mind to care about that. After returning to the suspended island, Bei took a short rest and then began practicing the Tombi straight punch. He had a feeling that this incident was not as trivial as he had imagined, and that it wouldn't just pass by calmly in a few days. Ever since escaping from the boathouse area, a sense of crisis had been looming over him, making him doubt whether he could truly escape from the situation. Bei organized the weapons in his possession: 2 tranquilizer guns, 8 bullets, and a cutting knife. Aside from that, he had nothing else. In fact, Bei wasn't worried about food. He had gradually gotten used to quenching his thirst with sea beast blood. The strong, unpleasant fishy smell that had initially made him feel intensely uncomfortable had slowly transformed into a drink he enjoyed. If he had fire and fuel, he wouldn't even have to worry about food. Aside from blood, the meat of the sea beast was the main substance. Now, he could only waste the precious beast meat. Wait, since he couldn't eat the sea beast meat himself, could he feed it to the poison frogs? If that worked, luring the poison frogs to the floating island would ensure his safety. With that thought in mind, Bei went outside again and called for the harpoon whale. The harpoon whale didn't disappoint him, carrying him to search for poison frogs. Finally, he managed to get it done. For the time being, he could only stay on the floating island. Now that the floating island had the poison frogs as a barrier, even if the people from Spear Corporation found this place, they would leave empty-handed. Bei took a short break and practiced his long-arm straight punch once again. Early the next morning, he began his life of hunting sea beasts. He specifically chose smaller sea beasts as his opponents, fighting them barehanded. After killing a sea beast, he would skin it, collect its blood, and then cut the meat into small pieces to feed the poisonous frogs on the island. Gradually, Bei also figured out the frogs' appetite. 300 pounds of sea beast meat in a day was enough to satiate them. For Bei, this meant hunting 4 small sea beasts a day. This workload was by no means small. In fact, it was quite heavy. Of course, if Bei were stronger, he could complete the daily feeding by killing just 1 adult sea beast. In order to have more time to practice his boxing skills, Bei began to challenge adult sea beasts. The large sea beast he successfully provoked stood there like an elephant. If Bei lived on land, he would certainly recognize it as a black bear, but due to rising sea levels, the black bear had evolved into its current form. Its limbs were relatively short, less than 2 feet long, but its tail was extraordinarily long, exceeding 2 meters. The fleshy tail was covered in small black scales that shone brilliantly in the sunlight. The sea beast looked at Bei with disdain in its eyes. It even abandoned the advantage of fighting in water and jumped directly onto the island, its massive body crashing down on the coral reef, smashing a large chunk of rock beneath it. Come on, Bei was already fully prepared. He waved at the sea beast. The creature towered over him, taking a few steps closer, its front limbs raised, sharp inner claws slashing toward Bei's head like daggers. That slash was like a meteor streaking across the sky, arriving at Bei's head in an instant. The sea beast didn't even need to look to know the fate of this ant-like kid. It was definitely a scene of crushed skull and splattered brains. Bei wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The only thing he could do was to quickly crouch down and then lean back, dodging the fierce claw of the sea beast. The beast's strike was far beyond 1,000 pounds. If hit, the outcome would definitely be tragic. Even if it missed, being scratched by its claws would leave deep holes in his head. When the sea beast's attack missed, it couldn't help but feel a bit confused and instinctively looked down. At that moment, Bei struck like lightning, delivering 3 rapid punches that hit the sea beast's abdomen. To be honest, Bei's height barely reached just a bit above the sea beast's abdomen. The 3 punches landed on the beast's belly, causing a sharp pain in his fists. Yet the sea beast seemed completely unaware and extended its forelimb, sweeping another claw towards Bei. Bei stepped back again, his figure a bit unsteady at that moment. After all, he was too close to the sea beast, just barely dodging the beast's claw. Bei hadn't had time to throw a punch when the sea beast spun around, its long tail sweeping towards him and striking his shoulder, sending him flying. Bei soared several meters high, and with his back facing down, if he fell like this, he would surely break his spine and never get up again. The sea beast was still watching him with a predatory gaze. In a moment of desperation, A flash of inspiration struck Xu Xingbei. He drew his cutting knife and stabbed it downwards, transferring the force to the rocky ground, stabilizing his stance. The sea beast's gaze fell on Xu Xingbei's cutting knife, and its expression turned serious. Unexpectedly, Xu Xingbei sheathed the knife again and continued to fight it barehanded. This time, Xu Xingbei unleashed 6 consecutive punches. The sea beast initially thought Xu Xingbei's strength was insufficient and was about to launch a fierce attack, but pain struck its abdomen, and a prolonged spasm drained its strength. With one successful punch, Xu Xingbei wasted no time and followed up with another 6 punches. The sea beast was driven to bloodlust by Xu Xingbei's assault, letting out a long howl. The cry was high-pitched and tragic, causing Xu Xingbei's eardrums to ache and his head to spin. Then the sea beast extended its forelimbs and wrapped them around him. Its posture suggested it intended to crush Xu Xingbei's slender body. To the sea beast, such a small frame could easily be squeezed to death. No matter how bright the stars are, time is already running out. He suddenly made a bold move, advancing instead of retreating, heading straight for the sea beast's lower abdomen. With 2 loud bangs, the sea beast covered its lower body with its forelimbs, letting out a wretched howl, its body trembling uncontrollably, having completely lost its combat ability. Xu Xingbei swung the cleaver and struck heavily on the sea beast's head. The cleaver only left a white gap on the beast's dark head. Now, Xu Xingbei's eyesight was extremely good. When one strike didn't succeed, he delivered another blow to the same spot. The gap turned into a crack, and crimson blood began to gush out. With the 3rd strike, Xu Xingbei shattered the sea beast's skull. As soon as he drank the blood of the adult sea beast, a great fire burned in his stomach, a heat that made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. Unable to help himself, he let out a roar towards the heavens, just like the sea beast earlier. After howling dozens of times, Xu Xingbei felt a bit better. He cut the beast's flesh into pieces and tossed them to the poison frogs to eat. He couldn't help but think how delicious it would be if he could cook and eat this meat himself. Just as he was thinking this, Xu Xingbei suddenly felt a jolt in his brow. Something was off. That sense of crisis returned. Chapter 30, Feather Shattered. Xu Xingbei didn't have time to finish distributing the sea beast meat and simply left it there, croaking at the poison frogs, reminding them that someone was about to ascend the suspended island. He slowly retreated to the middle of the coral reef, where there was a gap big enough for him to hide, while also keeping an eye on the situation on the island. A crisis was definitely imminent. In just half an hour, a tall building ship sailed by. "Stop. Let's take a look." The leading 2nd-level warrior Zheng Tiandi pointed at the island. Zheng Tiandi, dressed in a gray trench coat, had a gloomy expression. In the company's security department, as a 2nd-level warrior, he had never faced such a setback. Wherever he went before, he was greeted with smiles and applause. "Hello, Mr. Zheng." Those were faces full of flattery. During those times, Zheng Tiandi always wore a stern face, nodding expressionlessly at the air. He seemed to look at those greeting him, yet it felt as if he saw no one. This time, leading the team to capture Xu Xingbei, with a large building ship and 12 first-level warriors, they had wasted countless days at sea, not to mention capturing or killing anyone. They hadn't even seen a person. Although the task department didn't say anything, there were obviously voices of doubt about him in the security department. Those whispers, while not directly aimed at him, implied that he was useless, as many were volunteering to capture the arrogant Xu Xingbei. Ding Xiang, who had a good relationship with Zheng Tiandi, had advised him, "If someone is willing to take over, can't we go do other things?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Tiandi became furious, pointing his finger at Ding Xiang's nose and scolding. "Do you think I'm like you, a useless coward?" The moment Zheng Tiandi said this, Ding Xiang's heart sank. He had always felt a close bond with Zheng Tiandi, but when faced with issues, their friendship seemed to capsize. Ding Xiang had originally wanted to share his encounter with Xu Xingbei with Zheng Tiandi, but now he wouldn't say another word. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zheng." Ding Xiang felt a bitter pang in his heart. It turned out that the friendship he cherished was seen as mere charity by others. Let me tell you, Ding Xiang, others can laugh at me, but you cannot. I remember clearly that you faced off against Xu Xingbei before, right? What happened? A first-level warrior was defeated by a young man who hadn't even fully matured, right? Zheng Tiandi frustrated from not achieving anything for several days, said these thoughtless words in anger. However, he did not regret it. Ding Xiang was just a first-level warrior, far from reaching the second level. Moreover, the growth of strength wasn't something that could be achieved just by wanting it. There were too many people in the company who remained first-level warriors their entire lives. Ding Xiang left in a dejected manner. He was secretly relieved that he wasn't among the 12 following Zheng Tiandi. As for Xu Xingbei's strangeness and abilities, he would never tell Zheng Tiandi. Zheng Tiandi, just wait. When you and your dozen companions stumble under Xu Xingbei, I'll see what you have to say then. Ding Xiang's heart was filled with resentment. Zheng Tiandi had analyzed Xu Xingbei's possible whereabouts countless times. The Chaos Zone was the most likely. Zheng Tiandi commanded the building ship to charge into the Chaos Zone, using a mix of soft and hard tactics on the residents there, even secretly offering a bounty. Anyone who provided clues about Xu Xingbei would receive half a year's worth of food and water. In the end, no one had ever heard of Xu Xingbei's name. Even when Zheng Tiandi presented a drawn portrait of Xu Xingbei, no one recognized him. This scene, however, was noticed by another observant individual. If not in the Chaos Zone, the only other possibility for Xu Xingbei was hiding on some island. After all, Xu Xingbei wasn't a fish. He couldn't hide in the water day and night. The quilt in Shuxingbai's boathouse has vanished without a trace, which further highlights the issue. That kid must have found a hiding place before making his move. Now that the island has been discovered, Zheng Tiandi's heart is racing. This island could definitely be where Shuxingbai has taken refuge. Under Zheng Tiandi's command, the 12 first-level warriors were about to jump off the boat when suddenly their expressions changed. Don't dawdle. Hurry up, Zheng Tiandi urged angrily. Zheng head, look at that island. One of the warriors pointed nervously at the island and said tremulously. Zheng Tiandi glanced at the island, and his scalp tingled. There were countless poison frogs on the island, densely packed, each one sitting there with bloated bellies and glowing eyes. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they all turned their gaze towards the boat in unison. Zheng Tiandi felt a surge of hatred in his heart. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed. Near the shore of the island, there was a headless sea beast carcass. The bloodstains on the rocks had not yet fully hardened, indicating that the sea beast had just died. It couldn't have been the poison frogs that killed it. What does this indicate? Zheng Tiandi's heart raced wildly. Xu Xingbei is on the island. No, we must go to the island. Use the crossbow to shoot them, and clear a path first. Zheng Tiandi's face turned red at this moment. Since it's confirmed that Xu Xingbei is on the island, what is there to hesitate about? Aren't they just poisonous frogs? Shoot a bunch with a crossbow, and aren't we afraid they won't run away? Zheng, we can use fuel to burn them, someone suggested. Zheng Tiandi's eyes lit up. Yes, let's use fuel to clear a path first. Aren't we afraid the poisonous frogs won't leave? Zheng Tiandi thought the same as Ding Xiang initially. No matter how powerful Xu Xingbei is, can he still command the poisonous frogs? Besides, in Zheng Tiandi's eyes, Xu Xingbei was just a jumping ant. Apart from that, he was nothing else. There was naturally fuel on the ship. The fuel was poured into bottles filled with water, set on fire, and thrown towards the island. The bottles shattered, and flames surged along the oil's direction. In an instant, a huge fire blazed on the island. Hundreds of poisonous frogs didn't even have time to escape before being engulfed in flames. The first bottle was thrown, followed by the second, third, and dozens of fuel bottles thrown onto the island, igniting fires everywhere. The poisonous frogs that were dead, the injured were injured, and the remaining ones, seeing the situation was bad, also jumped up and hid. This is a big problem. Xu Xingbei had already seen these people clearly. The moment they mentioned using fuel, Xu Xingbei realized that something was wrong. If it weren't for his quick thinking, calling out a few times to urge the poison frogs to leave swiftly, many more of them would have likely died. With the poison frogs jumping away, it also meant that the defense line Xu Xingbei had set up on the island was lost. Xu Xingbei calculated the distance between the building ship and himself, then suddenly appeared and stood up. You really think highly of me, Xu Xingbei sneered. Sure enough, he's here. Quick, catch him. Zheng Tiandi said as he was the first to jump off the building ship and rushed towards Xu Xingbei's direction. Xu Xingbei ran straight to the other side of the island. Zheng Tiandi followed closely by 12 warriors, chased after him. Quack! Retreat to the back of the island. Poison frogs, Shu Xingbei commanded. The poison frogs had long harbored a deep hatred for these ruthless individuals. Ocean creatures living in groups would retaliate against any enemy that attacked one of their own. Moreover, just a moment ago, over 100 poison frogs had been killed or injured. The glowing eyes of the poison frogs ignited with fury as they lay in wait on the coral reefs. When Zheng Tiandi and his men passed by, one of them suddenly leaped out, its poison sacs swelling, shooting venom like arrows. As the poison frog jumped, the venom shot even higher, splattering some onto the warriors' necks and others directly onto their faces. Any body part splashed by the venom immediately turned white, followed by wisps of white smoke rising. On my neck, on my eyes, on my face. Cries of agony echoed painfully. Although Zheng Tiandi was not hit by the venom, he turned pale with fear. Quick, shoot him, shoot. He urged impatiently. In the chaos, someone pulled out a tranquilizer gun, but before they could fire, they were hit by the poison frog's venom. My hand. It hurts so much. More cries of despair followed. Zheng Tiandi and the others couldn't help but slow down, looking around warily. The color of the poison frogs blended in with the coral reefs, making it impossible for Zheng Tiandi and his team to detect where they were hiding. In the short time since landing on the island and being hit by the venom, 7 team members had already been injured, and judging by their reactions, it was clear that it was more than just injuries. The toxins had incapacitated them. If they didn't receive treatment quickly, they might not survive. At this moment, whether to retreat or not, the losses they had already incurred far exceeded Zheng Tiandi's expectations. No, he hadn't even considered the losses. What should we do, Captain Zheng? The remaining team members asked in terror. They no longer had the courage to move forward. Zheng Tiandi felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Retreat, let's retreat, he said, looking at the team members on the ground, convulsing. He bit his lip hard. We retreat. The remaining 5 team members, including Zheng Tiandi, sprang into action, each carrying one person as they headed towards the ship. One of the team members had only been splashed on the legs. The venom had burned through his clothes, leaving a gruesome wound on his calf. The team member didn't dare to move, fearing the toxin would spread through his bloodstream. As they approached the ship, they suddenly heard a gunshot behind them, followed by a voice. Didn't he expect that, did you? As Shu Xingbei raised his blade high, ready to take what he wanted. Shu Xingbei, how dare you? Zheng Tiandi roared. If you dare to touch him, I guarantee you won't survive even if you dive into a fish's belly. Chapter 31. Life and death struggle. As soon as Zheng Tiandi's words fell, Shu Xingbei didn't hesitate for a moment and directly cleaved the warrior's head, tossing it aside. The nearby poison frogs, already filled with hatred for these people, surged forward to start feasting on the fallen head. You deserve to die. Zheng Tiandi trembled all over, not knowing whether it was from anger or shock. Shu Xingbei calmly looked at Zheng Tiandi and said, You should count yourself lucky. There won't be such good fortune next time. The poison frogs had long been regarded as friends by Shu Xingbei. Their loyalty far exceeded that of humans. Injuring 6 warriors was enough for the security department to punish him, not to mention that one had already died. Warriors are not cabbages. They're the elite guards in the tower. Each one's growth has cost Spear Company a substantial amount. On the airship, the 6 warriors had already fallen into a coma, and the others remained silent. Shu Xingbei, do you really think you can rest easy just because of a few poison frogs? You are seriously underestimating the company. The news of Zheng Tiandi's failure soon spread throughout the company. Even the higher-ups were aware of the situation and were furious. As a member of the investigation department, Yufeng naturally learned about it as well. Despite Yufeng's extensive experience, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The trouble had escalated, and it was getting bigger. If Shu Xingbei's revenge was limited to his neighbors, the company's higher-ups wouldn't even bother to look at him twice. However, when Shu Xingbei killed 2 deputy managers in the boathouse district and beheaded a first-level warrior, things became serious. No matter how bold Zheng Tiandi was or how wild his personality, he didn't dare to conceal the truth and reported everything honestly, then waited for the higher-ups to decide his fate. Guobin was on a coral island, located 200 kilometers northwest of the chaotic area. Do you know what he looks like? Yufeng immediately notified Xing Guobin. Having seen his portrait, Xing Guobin like Zheng Tiandi, had searched the outer seas for many days. If it weren't for the introduction by Yu Feng, Xing Guobin might have given up on the task of bringing him in. Understood. Thank you, brother Yu. Xing Guobin was at his wit's end, and Yu Feng's information helped resolve his predicament. Be careful. Yu Feng thought for a moment and decided to recount Xu Xingbei's recent activities. Xing Guobin was almost overwhelmed by Xu Xingbei's accomplishments. This is just too intense. Although he hadn't faced the company's warriors directly in battle, calmly beheading a warrior without batting an eye, could a young man under 20 really do something like this? All right, I understand. I will be cautious, Xing Guobin replied. Right now, Xu Xingbei was like a hot potato if he wasn't careful. Xing Guobin could also be dragged down by him. The foundation of the company station in the high tower was far beyond what Xu Xingbei could imagine. It was only after joining the organization that Xing Guobin gained a deeper understanding of the company. Xu Xingbei was unaware that the Jishur organization was trying to guide him. He cleaned up the island, cutting up the remaining carcasses of the sea beasts and throwing them to the poison frogs for food. He was already considering his next course of action. Instinctively, Xu Xingbei knew that his danger was not yet over. He had only killed 2 deputy managers from the company, and they had already sent so many people to kill him. Now he had killed another warrior, and with 6 warriors poisoned. The company would definitely not let this go easily. He had provoked a colossal entity. Xu Xingbei's mouth was filled with endless bitterness. Can he still be called a man of blood and flesh? Thinking of this, he became even more determined to join the Jishur organization. The organization should be able to help him redeem himself, right? However, before he could enter the organization, he had to survive the next round of attacks from the company. Xu Xingbei looked at the sky and decided to hunt another sea beast to feed the poison frogs. The poison frogs were his safety line built on the island. Once breached, Xu Xingbei would immediately face a life-and-death crisis. Soon, Xu Xingbei found an adult sea beast. The sea beast's back was covered with black mane. The mane was thick and shone with a cold, eerie light in the light. As the sea beast was fully revealed in front of Xu Xingbei, Xu Xingbei couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The creature, nearly 2 meters long, had a short tail, a large head, and short but powerful limbs, making it look like a pig. But if one really treated it as a pig, that would be a serious underestimation. A sea pig? This was a big trouble. Xu Xingbei is very familiar with the characteristics of a sea pig. Once this guy is provoked, it will attack its opponent frantically, fighting to the death. What's even more dangerous is that its steel-like spines can pierce through human bodies, even bones. Xu Xingbei had once watched from a distance as a sea pig killed a bounty hunter. That was still in the water. He heard that the sea pig's attack power is even stronger and its burst speed faster after coming ashore. Xu Xingbei's expression was serious. He didn't dare to run and was anxiously searching for the sea pig's weakness. The bristles on the sea pig's back were standing on end. The sea pig then launched an attack on Xu Xingbei, charging directly at him. With bare hands, Xu Xingbei leaped high into the air, and as he was falling back down, he raised his cutting knife. Just as the knife touched the rock, the sea pig turned around and pounced at Xu Xingbei again. Xu Xingbei's old strength has faded, and new strength has yet to be born, leaving him only able to retreat sideways. The cutting knife has already fallen to the ground. The sea pig opened its mouth, revealing long tusks, and tilted its head. In Xu Xingbei's incredulous gaze, the cutting knife was snapped in two. The breaking of the knife was instantaneous, and the sea pig lunged at Xu Xingbei again. In its eyes, Xu Xingbei was already a dead man. What to do? Fight! But he didn't even have a weapon. Fighting the sea pig with his fists would be a joke. Not to mention fighting, even if the sea pig stood still. Allowing Xu Xingbei to attack with his fists, he wouldn't dare to do so. Those long, steel-like bristles were no joke. As soon as Xu Xingbei's fist came in, the bristles would definitely pierce through his hand bones, rendering his hand useless. In the face of life and death, Xu Xingbei once again unleashed a full-arm straight punch. From a distance, he gathered his strength and threw a punch. Gathering strength, he threw another punch. In a short time, Xu Xingbei threw 7 punches from a distance, reaching the peak after stacking 6 punches. After the 7 punches combined, Xu Xingbei's strength was completely exhausted. The sea pig let out a muffled grunt, its left front limb going limp and its body tilted, falling over. However, This sea pig's nature was indeed wild and fierce. After struggling to get up, it still relentlessly charged at Shuxing Bei, though its body was tilted and its speed had slowed down significantly. Shuxing Bei quickly retreated, unable to unleash the 7 punches in succession, but he could run. The sea boar did not abandon the pursuit, limping after him with a clear intent. It wanted to kill the human in front of it. During the escape, Shuxing Bei did not forget to pick up the rocks on the ground, throwing them one by one at the sea boar's head. He had considered using a tranquilizer gun. Shuxing Bei was very clear that a tranquilizer gun would probably leave no mark on the skin of the sea pig. Rather than that, it would be better to save some bullets. A rock hit the sea pig's eye. The sea pig let out a muffled grunt again. Its body paused for a moment. Another stone flew over from Shuxing Bei and hit its other eye. The sea pig's eyes were covered in blood, making it impossible to see Shuxing Bai's position, causing it to spin in anger. However, Shuxing Bai's stones kept coming one after another. The sea pig roared furiously, but always failed to hit the position it aimed for. In its rage, the sea pig charged headfirst into a reef, making a loud bang and creating a huge hole in the reef. It got stuck there, unable to advance or retreat. Shuxing Bei brought a large stone and heavily smashed it onto the sea pig's waist. With a crack, the sea pig's waist made a crisp sound. Following that, a wheezing sound came from the sea pig's throat, indicating that it had completely lost its fighting ability. Shuxing Bei took a cutting knife and split the sea pig open from the abdomen. After draining all the blood, the sea pig finally breathed its last. The cutting knife, which had lost its front end, was still barely usable. Shuxing Bei skinned the sea pig, leaving 4 pig legs, and cut the remaining parts into small pieces to throw to the poison frog. After cleaning the fat from the sea pig's belly, he placed it piece by piece on the rocks to dry. Shuxing Bei let out a long sigh of relief. That was really dangerous. To have survived today under the ferocious jaws of the sea pig was indeed a stroke of incredible luck. What made Shuxing Bei even more delighted was that he had finally unleashed his fist wind. The fist struck out through the air, the force of the wind attacking at a single point, not affecting anything else. This was the fist wind. If it were a person, under the attack of his own fist wind, would he be able to hit the opponent's acupoint? This was the answer Shuxing Bei was eager to know. However, he knew well that no one would willingly become his target. Whether the fist wind could hit a person's acupoint could only be observed slowly in the future. For now, he had achieved 7 punches stacked together. Would it be possible to reach 8 or even 9 punches stacked as his strength grew? Thinking of this, Shuxing Bei couldn't help but feel excited. Brother Shu, a voice called out from outside. Chapter 32, The Gift. Shuxing Bei had already noticed the ship approaching the floating island. However, he did not sense any killing intent or hostility, so he did not take any action. Now that the other party had actually called out his surname, Shuxing Bei was very curious. He looked at a young man who was not much older than himself, securing the boat and walking towards him, his eyes filled with confusion. The other person's round face, big eyes, and fair skin still retained a hint of redness from the long exposure to the sea breeze, making him appear quite lively. Judging by the other person's clothing, Shuxing Bei had already made a guess. He was not wearing a canvas outfit, but rather a blue coarse cloth jacket paired with blue long pants, looking like a typical neighborhood boy. "Come with me. Brother, you sent me to pick you up," the boy said, and without further ado, he turned to leave. He assumed Shuxing Bei would follow, but to his surprise, he heard no footsteps behind him. "You? Why aren't you coming?" Xing Bin was taken aback. "Where to?" Shuxing Bei asked calmly. If his guess was correct, did that mean he had achieved what he desired? However, there was no change in Shuxing Bei's facial expression. "Brother, you sent me to pick you up. You would not know, brother, would you?" Xing Bin suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Shuxing Bei nodded slightly. If it were someone else from the organization instead of Yufeng, Xing Bin would have scolded him a few times no matter what. "They don't even know you. Why are you so casually asking me to pick someone up? Is there anything more unreliable than this?" All those days drifting at sea were in vain. Xing Bin frowned and introduced himself. "Jishir Guardian, Xing Bin. Brother, you asked me to bring you into the organization. Follow me." "Where to?" Shuxing Bei was completely confused. "You say you're taking me into the organization, but you have to mention a place, right? Also, before leaving, I need to tidy up this place, right?" You'll know when you get there. Shingo Bin didn't expect Shu Xingbei to be so cautious. Thinking back to when he was brought into the organization by Yufeng, he was so excited that he felt like he was walking on clouds. He didn't expect Shu Xingbei's facial expression to remain unchanged. Wait, Shu Xingbei doesn't know Yufeng. He probably has never heard of the Jisha organization. Only someone who is unaware would remain indifferent. Xingwa Bin believed he had guessed correctly. Once you get there, at least you'll have a stable place to stay. You can eat your fill every day, and every few days you can take a hot shower. These are benefits you couldn't even dream of, no, wouldn't even dare to think of. In the boat area, water is life. Once you enter the organization, you can even shower with hot water. Isn't that enough to make people happy? If there's no rush, can I tidy up a bit? Shu Xingbei asked. Xingwa Bin was completely stunned. He was sure Shu Xingbei had normal hearing. He had just heard everything he said. But, how could the reaction be like this? Shu Xingbei did not touch the grease drying on the rocks. He had originally planned to let it dry for use as fuel. Before the guy who came down from the slaughter ship, he had already emptied the other's pockets. Inside, there was a metal lighter. Shu Xingbei had tried it, and it could definitely start a fire. With fire, oil, and meat, Shu Xingbei naturally had no longing to fill his stomach. For him, he was never lacking food. Now he could eat even better. As for bathing, Shu Xingbei had fantasized about it. However, after throwing a series of punches, he was drenched in sweat, and drying off was no different from taking a bath. He punched every day, which was equivalent to bathing every day. Speaking of a stable place to settle down, isn't this island it? He had his own army of poison frogs, building his own safety perimeter. In such a place, was it not safe enough? Of course, Shu Xingbei would not say these things. He wanted to join the Jisha organization, standing in opposition to the company, relying solely on himself, unarmed. It was simply impossible to compete with such a massive entity. Shu Xingbei finally stored the sea pig fat into the gaps of his own body. Xingwa Bin watched from the side, neither helping nor speaking. When Shu Xingbei took out a hind leg of the sea pig, Xingwa Bin finally showed some emotion. Shu Xingbei, is this a leg of an adult sea pig? Xingwa Bin asked. Shu Xingbei nodded. Is this what you hunted? He knew very well how much food and water could be exchanged for a hind leg of sea pig, as long as Shu Xingbei was willing. The hind leg of the sea pig could at least keep him from worrying about food and water for half a year. What surprised Xingwa Bin even more was that this sea pig was hunted by Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei had no helpers, and Xingwa Bin was sure of it. He understood very well how much power an adult sea pig could unleash. As a first-level warrior, Xingwa Bin asked himself honestly that he could not take down an adult sea pig. Well, the sea pig was injured at the time, and Shu Xingbei noticed Xingwa Bin's shock and explained. The sea pig was injured? Xingwa Bin touched his nose. Encountering an injured sea pig was quite a coincidence. If you want to comfort someone, this isn't the way to do it. Xingwa Bin was not just a first-level warrior. He had been in the Jisha organization for several years and was not unfamiliar with the characteristics of sea pigs. An injured sea pig would never appear in waters frequented by humans. Let us go. Shu Xingbei called out to Xingwa Bin while carrying a pig's hind leg that weighed nearly 100 pounds. He croaked a few times toward the island, and dozens of small, mound-like poisonous frogs jumped out, following behind Shu Xingbei. The muscles on Xingwa Bin's face twitched continuously. He had heard from Yufeng about Shu Xingbei's abilities, but seeing the mound-like poisonous frogs following Shu Xingbei in person still shocked him. The scene was truly terrifying. You go ahead. They won't harm you, Shu Xingbei explained to Xingwa Bin. All right. Xingwa Bin quickly took a few steps forward to walk in front of Shu Xingbei. Can they get on the boat? When they reached the edge of the boat, Shu Xingbei asked. Xingwa Bin's expression turned grim. If they can't get on the boat, will Shu Xingbei get on his own boat? This task of picking someone up is really not easy. Back when Yufeng picked him up, it was truly a case of Yufeng saying whatever he wanted, and Xingwa Bin didn't dare to breathe, afraid that Yufeng would change his mind halfway and suddenly not want him. Now, looking at Shu Xingbei, it was truly a case of comparison makes one feel inferior. Xingwa Bin didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of Shu Xingbei, fearing he would offend this younger brother. No, fearing he would offend this younger brother's poisonous frog brothers. Do I have the right to refuse? A hint of helplessness appeared on Xingwa Bin's face. How about this? You steer the boat ahead, and I'll follow behind you, Shu Xingbei said. Following Shu Xingbei, the poisonous frogs began to croak. And Xinguobin looked at Shu Xingbei in confusion, not knowing what this younger brother was up to again. Suddenly, the calm sea surface changed. The color of the water near the boat became deeper and denser, and then a long, beaked whale appeared in front of Xinguobin. Shu Xingbei sat down and propped a pig's hind leg on the whale's back, then called the poison frogs, letting them jump onto the whale's back one by one. The reason for the poison frogs was that Shu Xingbei didn't want to fully entrust his safety to strangers. The example of Uncle Ping was a stark reminder. If Shu Xingbei relaxed even a little, the grass on his grave would already be growing. With the poison frogs, no matter where he found himself at night, Shu Xingbei at least wouldn't have to sleep with his eyes wide open. In case of danger, he could have the broken spear whale take him away at any time. At that moment, Xinguobin made up his mind to get along with this little brother, Shu, no matter what. Xinguobin was simple-hearted and not a person with many schemes. Shu Xingbei's few moves really impressed him. With a brother like Shu Xingbei, he would have to worry about not having support in the organization in the future. Shall I lead the way? Xinguobin began to seek Shu Xingbei's opinion. As if today he was not there to welcome Shu Xingbei, but rather it was Shu Xingbei who was welcoming him. The two of them, one piloting the boat and the other riding on the whale's back, passed through a vast sea area in an incredibly bizarre manner. When the chaotic zone appeared before Shu Xingbei's eyes, he smiled slightly, having been mentally prepared for it. Truly, all paths lead to the same destination. He had heard the hint from Tong Ziyun's father before and thought that if things didn't work out, he could just come to live in the chaotic zone. However, because he wanted to join the Jishur organization, Shu Xingbei ultimately hadn't made up his mind. Shu Xingbei once thought that the place where the relief organization was most likely to be stationed was the Chaos Zone. Especially when he was being chased by people from the Chaos Zone, he had such thoughts. An organization that claims to be for the purpose of relief clearly does not follow the same path as the company. Can the company tolerate such an organization existing right under its nose? Brother Shu, did you foresee this? Xinguobin shouted loudly at Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei laughed off Xinguobin's question. Come on board, let's move forward. That whale over there might attract hunters, Xinguobin reminded. Shu Xingbei was taken aback. Okay. Shu Xingbei let the beached whale leave and boarded Xinguobin's ship. It goes without saying that the poison frog also jumped on board. Brother, we need to go around from the back. There's something I want to remind you of, Xinguobin said with a serious expression. Please go ahead. Most of the people in the organization are stationed outside, and the group left behind is guarding the base. They don't have much to do, so Xinguobin didn't know how to continue. Those guys are always thinking about how to have fun. If a newcomer arrives, they will immediately attract their attention. Shu Xingbei walked in, and he would definitely be tormented by them. You want to target me, right? Shu Xingbei asked calmly. Xinguobin was taken aback. Shu Xingbei's understanding is far better than his. When he entered the organization, he never thought about these things. Looking at the poison frogs on the boat and the sea pig legs placed aside, Xinguobin suddenly realized. These are all gifts prepared by Shu Xingbei. It seems that Shu Xingbei was already on guard against any intimidation. If everyone treats Shu Xingbei kindly, the sea pig legs will be an extra meal tonight. But if they want to play any tricks, the poison from the frogs might leave everyone with an unforgettable experience. Xinguobin is honest, not foolish, and he felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Chapter 33, Intimidation. Xinguobin started to worry. He decided to stop the boat and looked at Shu Xingbei. If they were going to do something, it wouldn't be too excessive. You just arrived, so you need to keep a good balance. Shu Xingbei looked at Xinguobin, and he nodded deeply. I will. I may not necessarily retaliate. Shu Xingbei spoke very tactfully. Xinguobin led him into the Jishur organization, and as long as those people didn't go too far, he wouldn't make things difficult for Xinguobin. Moreover, he wasn't very clear about what the situation would be like after joining the organization. He had asked Xinguobin on the way, but Xinguobin always avoided the question and spoke vaguely. This left Shu Xingbei with a rather uneasy feeling. Perhaps the Jishur organization wasn't sure about accepting him yet? Shu Xingbei cannot help but prepare for the worst. His long-term life in the boathouse has already tempered his mindset. Relying on others has never been an option in Shu Xingbei's life. Shu Xingbei guessed correctly. The leader of the organization, Zhou Chuanting, agreed to accept Xu Xingbei. But there was still a challenge that Xu Xingbei had to overcome on his own. If he succeeded, he would become a formal member of the organization. If he failed, he would not be able to be placed temporarily. If he still could not be placed after a longer period, he would have to become a peripheral member, just like Shalian and Yelan's brother. As the ship was about to reach the chaotic area, Xing Guobin took out the communicator to report to the reception hall. Su Xingbei did not speak. His gaze was surveying the surroundings. It must be said that there is a significant difference between the chaotic area and the boathouse area, at least in terms of the size of the boats. He had noticed this when he passed through the outer sea area of the chaotic zone. However, now that he was closer, he felt a sense of visual shock. The boats in front were at least more than twice the size of those in the boathouse area, and the further back he looked, the larger the boats became. There were even layered houseboats, densely packed, one on top of the other. In the sunlight, he could see clothes hanging out to dry on those boats. Most of the clothes were blue and black, with some lighter colors, and, judging by the styles, they were mostly women's clothing. Xu Xingbei even saw the intimate underwear, and his face turned slightly red. Xing Guobin noticed Xu Xingbei's expression and could easily imagine what he was thinking. When he first arrived, he felt the same way. In the boathouse area, who wore underwear, with such exquisite craftsmanship as now, not to mention wearing it, one wouldn't even see it. Clothing is a benefit for formal members of the organization, Xing Guobin said softly. He didn't want to touch on Xu Xingbei's sensitivity. The deep-seated inferiority was often beaten out from the most commonplaces time and again. Thank you. Xu Xingbei let out a gentle sigh. Xing Guobin's words had made him truly recognize his goodwill. Only those with kindness in their hearts would consider the feelings of those whose lives are not as good as their own. Are all the people living around here part of the organization? Xu Xingbei asked in confusion. How is that possible? They're doing work for the organization, so they're considered semi-peripheral members, like the bounty hunters in the boathouse area. However, the organization pays better, Xing Guobin explained. From the style of work of the Jishur organization, it's indeed good. In the vast boathouse area, he hadn't seen anyone wearing proper clothing. It was either canvas or sea beast skin. Do they also have fresh water for bathing? Xu Xingbei asked again. Of course, if you can provide something for exchange. The organization will definitely give you enough fresh water, Xing Guobin replied. The boat officially entered the chaotic waters behind the area, and Xu Xingbei noticed that the waterways along the way were even wider than in the boathouse area, but under the reflection of the building ship. It looked rather narrow. Brother Xing, a delicate voice called out from the building ship. Xu Xingbei looked over. A young girl with bright eyes and white teeth waved at Xing Guobin. Her curved eyebrows reached the tips of her hair, and her delicate, oval face was as rosy as the evening glow. With a tall stature and a straight back, she wore a blue cloth dress that gave her an ethereal charm. Sister Zhengya, Xing Guobin smiled and waved at her. Is the person here? Zhengya's curious gaze turned towards Xu Xingbei. Xing Guobin replied with a sound of acknowledgement and didn't linger. Instead, he increased the speed of the boat. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you running away? Zhengya asked in confusion. Sister Zhengya, I have to complete my task first, Xing Guobin said, further revving up the power. His expression was quite tense. Xu Xingbei felt puzzled, but did not rush to ask questions. After moving forward and turning four corners, Xing Guobin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stopped the boat and tied the ropes securely. Let's go. We are heading to the reception hall. Xu Xingbei carried a pig's hind leg and hid the poison frogs in the water, following Xing Guobin. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes were watching the two. What kind of sea beast leg is that? Someone asked. No matter what sea beast it is, I've never seen anyone bring a leg into the organization before. Another person laughed. It's probably a sea pig, and a mature one at that. A third voice sounded steady. A sea pig? The first two voices gasped. Can that skinny kid really kill a sea pig? Impossible. Nothing is impossible. There are many ways to kill a sea pig. Do you think it was done barehanded? The first speaker concluded after a moment. Don't be careless. The third voice paused before continuing. I've heard this kid can control poison frogs. His abilities are said to be quite strange. I say, Boss Fan, when did you become so cautious? Anyone who makes it into the organization has blood on their hands. Gu Pan exaggeratedly remarked, wanting to watch the show a bit longer. The speaker was Huang Yinggao. He didn't take Xu Xingbei seriously. After all, he had nothing to do, so he might as well have some fun with the newcomers. However, a hint of malice flashed in Huang Yinggao's eyes. Can control poison frogs, huh? We'll see when he comes out. Boss Fan's real name was Fan Shuwu. There were 4 warriors stationed at the base, with Fan Shuwu being the oldest at just over 30, making him the unquestioned leader among the 3 others. The 4th warrior was naturally Xinguobin. Xinguobin led Xu Xingbei onto the deck of a 4-story wooden ship, the cabins gleaming with an oily sheen. Upon entering the first cabin on the 2nd floor, Xinguobin called out, "Sister Gu." "Yes," Xu Xingbei nodded. "All right, I'll register you. According to the instructions, you'll be temporarily staying in room 303 on the 3rd floor of this ship. Here's the key." Sister Gu's small green bean-sized eyes glanced at Xu Xingbei's face several times before handing him a key and a tag. "Thank you, Sister Gu," Xu Xingbei said as he accepted the key. The key was made of copper and felt heavy in his hand. He had seen the tag before, but never expected to own one himself. Sister Gu then handed him a small booklet, saying, "This is the departmental division within the organization. No matter which department you enter, there are corresponding requirements. Only if you meet the requirements will you be hired. Of course, if you meet the requirements for several departments, you can also choose your favorite one. In short, it's a two-way selection." Xu Xingbei also took over the brochure. At the dining area and the place for supplies, Gu Pan was about to continue speaking when Xing Guobin chimed in, saying he would tell him about these things. "Well, that's fine." Gu Pan's green, bean-like eyes flashed again as she sat down once more. As soon as she sat down, her entire person was hidden behind the cabinet, completely out of sight. "First, put the pig leg in your room. Brother Xu, let's go get the bedding, curtains, and toiletries," Xinguobin said, leading Xu Xingbei outside. Xinguobin did not tell Xu Xingbei that these items required contributions. As a newcomer, Xu Xingbei couldn't possibly have any contributions. So, Xinguobin paid for everything himself. The supplies were on the 4th floor of the houseboat. It was quick to go from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor, and before long, with Xinguobin's help, Xu Xingbei had set up his room. "Don't be too particular. This is just a temporary stay," Xinguobin quickly said when he saw Xu Xingbei seem to want to arrange the room. "Once you join the department, another place will be arranged for you. That won't just be a room, but a whole houseboat." Xu Xingbei was taken aback. "One person, living on one ship? Don't think too much about it for now. I'll take you to the cafeteria first. Later, I'll guide you to the bathing area," Xinguobin said. "The cafeteria and the bathing area are also on this ship." Xinguobin pointed out the locations to Xu Xingbei one by one, and then said seriously, "Let us go meet the other 3 people who are staying behind." As he spoke, his expression became serious. Xu Xingbei vaguely guessed that this would be an important step for him to officially enter the organization. Xinguobin led Xu Xingbei towards another shipbuilding. That was the task hall within our organization. If he couldn't get into the organization, he would only be able to go to the task hall in the chaotic area to take on missions, Xinguobin reminded him. "When someone challenges you later, it's best to face it with your own strength. That would be greatly beneficial for you. After all, external help is still external help. You can rely on external help, and so can others." These words were heartfelt from Xinguobin, and Xu Xingbei was quite moved. It was their first meeting, and whether he could become an official member was still uncertain, but for Xinguobin to say so much was truly impressive. At the entrance of the task hall stood a young man, looking no more than 25 or 26 years old, with very short hair, a thin face, and a pair of slanted eyes that gave him a sinister look. Xinguobin first called out, "Brother Huang," then turned to Xu Xingbei and said, "Brother Xu, aren't you going to greet him?" Xu Xingbei politely called out, "Brother Huang." Unexpectedly, Huang Yinggao waved his hand and said, "Stop. It's our first meeting. We aren't that familiar yet, are we?" As he said this, his expression turned cold, a show of authority. In the task hall, there were 2 other people sitting and chatting. Upon hearing Huang Yinggao's words, their attention shifted to Xu Xingbei's face. Xu Xingbei smiled faintly and greeted. "Is there anyone familiar or unfamiliar?" Upon hearing this, Huang Yinggao instantly became furious. His eyes turned cold, resembling a venomous snake. The newcomers are becoming increasingly disrespectful of the rules. "Kid, just what you just said, I'll make you regret it." Chapter 34, I Want It. Xu Xingbei was already psychologically prepared for the situation at hand. He quietly watched Huang Yinggao, waiting for the other party to make a move. Brother Huang. Xu Xingbei just arrived. Xing Guobin was about to persuade Huang Yinggao, but unexpectedly, Huang Yinggao shot him a glare. It's none of your business. Xing Guobin didn't expect Huang Yinggao's attitude to be so hostile. He couldn't help but say, Brother Huang, you are a first-level warrior. Huang Yinggao smiled sinisterly. Can I take that as you are pleading for this kid? Since he's a newcomer, has no strength, and still refuses to back down. I must teach him a lesson today. Xing Guobin wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Xu Xingbei. Thank you, Brother Xing. This one, how do you want to play? Xu Xingbei looked at Huang Yinggao calmly. You take 3 punches from me. Huang Yinggao raised an eyebrow. All right. Xu Xingbei agreed without a second thought. Xing Guobin was shocked. Brother Xu, why do you have to do this? At that moment, Xu Xingbei could no longer think about everything in the mission hall, being watched by a group of people. An old man wearing a thick cotton coat, with his hands tucked in his sleeves, shook his head, ignorant and fearless. We in the strength department don't want him. The speaker was, of course, the head of the strength department of the Jishir organization. Xiao Jingyao had seen him in the afternoon. He had no soul fluctuations and insufficient perception of the external world. We in the soul department also don't want him, said an old woman. She was hunched over, short in stature, and a flicker of brilliance occasionally flashed in her murky eyes. Needless to say, she was the head of the soul department, which dealt with soul perception. Zhou Chuanting, sitting above and drinking an unclear liquid, wore an indifferent expression. He had long been aware of this outcome. As the head of the Jishir organization, Zhou Chuanting viewed matters with a more long-term perspective. The reason he agreed to let Xu Xingbei join the organization was after learning about Xu Xingbei's astonishing deeds. Not to mention, Xu Xingbei had successfully escaped from the company's first-level warrior Ding Xiang. As for the company sending Zheng Tiandi and another 12 first-level warriors to hunt down Xu Xingbei only to return empty-handed, it further demonstrated that Xu Xingbei possessed extraordinary abilities. Xu Xingbei can still sit on the back of the fish to escape and command the poison frogs. These are the qualities that Zhou Chuanting values. However, as the highest leader of the organization, Zhou Chuanting does not want to interfere with the recruitment of personnel in the various departments below. It would not be impossible for him to force Xu Xingbei into a specific department, but he knows very well that a forced situation does not yield sweet results. Let's observe further. Zhou Chuanting smiled slightly, non-committal. At this moment, Huang Yinggao had already removed his coat, a contemptuous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Kid, are you ready? At this time, Xu Xingbei's attention was focused on the area where Huang Yinggao was exerting his strength. Huang Yinggao tightened his abdomen, clenched his fist, circulated his energy, pulled back his elbow, and then suddenly threw a punch at Xu Xingbei's chest. As the punch was thrown, the air in front seemed to be compressed together, and the fist even created a whistling sound. Xu Xingbei and Huang Yinggao were only a meter apart. Huang Yinggao's punch was incredibly fast. From the moment he threw the punch, Huang Yinggao already knew Xu Xingbei's fate. He said it was to let Xu Xingbei take 3 punches, but in his heart, he was thinking that 1 punch would be enough to injure Xu Xingbei. The reason for saying 3 punches was to make Xu Xingbei lower his guard, thinking that each punch would be heavier than the last. Xing Guobin's expression changed drastically, and Fan Shiwu and Qin Sheng in the task hall were also stunned. Was it really necessary for Huang Yinggao to do this? Qin Sheng curled his lip. Huang Yinggao was likely acting this way because Fan Shiwu had said that Xu Xingbei should not be underestimated. As the fist was about to hit Xu Xingbei, he remained standing there, motionless. It was over. Qin Sheng couldn't bear to watch any longer. The head of the strength department also sighed, realizing that even the periphery wouldn't succeed. Before he could finish his lament, his eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? The head of the strength department could hardly believe his eyes. Xu Xingbei, who had been standing still, suddenly and strangely shrank back just in time to avoid Huang Yinggao's fist. His perception was that accurate? The old woman from the soul department's eyes flashed with brilliance. Her expression also one of astonishment. With Huang Yinggao's punch missing, he was taken aback, and just as he was about to gather strength for another strike, Xu Xingbei moved. His punch was like a shooting star, moving far faster than Huang Yinggao's. Lacking strength and being too far away, the head of the strength department, who had just been impressed, curled his lip. As the head of the strength department, He judged Xu Xingbei's punch to be remarkably precise, estimating it to be no more than 800 pounds, not reaching the requirements of a first-level warrior. Moreover, in terms of punching posture and the coordination of various body parts, Xu Xingbei did not meet the strength department standards. Fan Shuwu and Qin Sheng were still surprised to see Huang Yinggao's punch miss, and upon witnessing Xu Xingbei's counterattack, they couldn't help but sigh again. Xu Xingbei couldn't enter their department. However, just as they were either sighing or lamenting, Xu Xingbei had already unleashed 6 punches in succession. Each punch was faster than the last, and by the 4th punch, the crowd could no longer see Xu Xingbei's fist. Huang Yinggao couldn't react at all. He hadn't even thrown his 2nd punch before realizing something was wrong. He concentrated all his strength in his arms, trying to block Xu Xingbei's punch with his arm. A tremendous force surged toward him, and the strength he had gathered in his arm was simply unable to stop it. He staggered back 3 steps, then another 3, barely managing to steady himself, his face turning bright red. You little brat, you actually dare to retaliate? Huang Yinggao was both angry and furious, his face flushed. Then, Huang Yinggao pulled out the dagger at his side, gripping it with his other hand, and charged at Xu Xingbei. All right, we're going to be one big family soon. What are you doing? Fan Shuwu quickly rushed over and wrapped his arms around Huang Yinggao's waist. Over there, Qin Sheng also came over to persuade him. That's right, Yinggao, we'll all be working together in the future. What's the point of this? Huang Yinggao struggled a few times, but ultimately couldn't break free from Fan Shuwu. He pointed the dagger at Xu Xingbei and said, Kid, remember this. Ask Xinghua Bin, as a newcomer, who gets to throw punches when they first come in. You better remember this. Xu Xingbei's gaze grew colder as he genuinely felt the killing intent from Huang Yinggao. Likewise, Xu Xingbei had already regarded Huang Yinggao as a dead man. Being passively beaten was simply unacceptable for Xu Xingbei. Was he supposed to just stand there and let the other party hit him 3 times with full strength? Did Huang Yinggao take him for a fool? Or was he the fool himself? Forget it. Less talk is better, Fan Shu said, signaling Xinghua Bin to take Xu Xingbei away. Brother Xu, come visit me. Xinghua Bin understood and led Xu Xingbei away. The head of the strength department was already shocked, his mouth agape. How could this be possible? Although Huang Yinggao was only a level 1 warrior, he had been in the organization for at least 5 years. With the organization's full training, Huang Yinggao's combat experience was far beyond what Xu Xingbei could compare to. Unexpectedly, Huang Yinggao had even lost the qualification to fight back under Xu Xingbei's hands. A strange kid, strange fists. The head of the strength department pulled his hand out of his sleeve. Xu Xingbei, right? Before the head of the strength department could finish his words, the old woman from the soul department interjected, I want him. Zhou Chuaning made no comment. His gaze turned to another old man who had been silent all along. I say, can you two be a bit more competent? One sent Zhengya to investigate and said not to take her. The other let his subordinates face him and wanted to hit him 3 times without allowing him to fight back. If Xu Xingbei ends up in your hands and later learns the truth, will he still trust the organization? Will he still see the organization as his home? The old man from the strength department was taken aback. Yes, Huang Yinggao had gone too far. Not only did he go all out to hit someone 3 times, but he even brought out a dagger. Even if Xu Xingbei was recruited into the strength department, the conflict between him and Huang Yinggao could not be resolved. The old woman from the soul department also furrowed her brows. She said that it was too early to say not to take Xu Xingbei. Old Chow, what do you mean? The old man from the strength department narrowed his eyes. You're not saying you want Xu Xingbei, are you? Of course, Old Chow replied. If you all don't want him, I, Old Chow, want him. Do you expect me to push this poor child away? As far as I know, this child has no parents and is very pitiful. The old man from the strength department and the old woman from the soul department glared angrily at Old Chow. After going around in circles, this old ghost point is right here. Too many words lead to mistakes. Truly, too many words lead to mistakes. At least he has much greater potential than Huang Yinggao. No, right now, Huang Yinggao is not even Xu Xingbei's opponent. The old woman from the soul department glanced at Old Chow, but ultimately said nothing, tightened her leather coat, and walked out. Next, he is in your hands. How do you plan to train him? Zhou Chuanting asked Old Chow with curiosity. Old Chow's department hadn't recruited new people for at least 5 years. Let him go to the library department to organize some books first. Old Chow also stood up, his gaze becoming more profound. Means to cultivate patience. Means to learn some knowledge. In the future, it will be unlikely for him to have large chunks of time to read. Zhou Chuaning nodded slightly. You handle it. When you phone recommended him, I didn't pay much attention. Later, I found out this kid is a piece of rough jade. It just depends on how you polish him. Old Chow glared at Zhou Chuaning. I say, Old Zhou, don't worry. The necessary training will not be lacking. Those two guys are straightforward. And you're more roundabout and like to speak in circles. Chapter 35. Library Department. Xu Xingbei followed Xing Guobin out of the mission hall. Xing Guobin looked somewhat worried. To be honest, he was taken aback by Xu Xingbei's boldness. Compared to Xu Xingbei, he felt quite humble when he arrived. No matter who he encountered in the Jishu organization, he would always bow his head to greet them. However, today's incident was not Xu Xingbei's fault. He couldn't understand what was going on with Huang Yinggao today, and Xing Guobin finally vented his frustration. There was no animosity, and they were likely to work together in the future, so why the harsh words? This was also something Fan Xiuwu wanted to ask Huang Yinggao. Yinggao, you weren't this impulsive before. Why did you have to make things so awkward on the first meeting? Fan Xiuwu couldn't help but ask. Huang Yinggao's face showed a hint of ferocity, but he didn't respond. Now it wasn't just Fan Xiuwu. Even Xin Cheng thought it was too strange. Huang Yinggao's expression seemed to suggest that he knew Xu Xingbei. That couldn't be possible. Today was Xu Xingbei's first visit. Xu Xingbei's expression was calm, as if he hadn't taken the earlier events to heart at all. Thank you for today, Brother Xing. Xu Xingbei expressed his gratitude to Xing Guobin once again. It's nothing. Besides, I didn't really help. Xing Guobin waved his hand. Do you know Huang Yinggao from before? Xu Xingbei shook his head. The person holding the bow and arrow was incapacitated by the poison frog. Could it be that Huang Yinggao has some connection with that person? Xu Xingbei had doubts in his heart, but he asked, Brother Xing, is there a connection between the entire chaotic zone and the Jishu organization? Many members' families live in the chaotic zone. Upon hearing the question, Xing Guobin immediately linked it to a certain matter. As expected, it was true. There was no grudge. So Huang Yinggao couldn't be so ruthless. While speaking, Xing Guobin also focused on observing Xu Xingbei's expression. Xu Xingbei could summon the poison frog, which he had seen before. Could it be that one of Huang Yinggao's cousins was the source of the poison from the frog? Xu Xingbei nodded slightly. The feud started here. At that time, I was passing through the sea area ahead, and he and 3 others wanted to rob me. Xing Guobin said softly, You just arrived and are not familiar with the situation. Why not stay at my place tonight? Xu Xingbei refused, saying he didn't need it. When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we drown it. I'm not afraid of his tricks. Besides, I'm not even a formal member of the organization yet. No matter how powerful Huang Yinggao is, he wouldn't dare to come here. As they spoke, the two had already arrived on Xing Guobin's houseboat. The houseboat had 2 levels, with 4 cabins divided into bedrooms, a living room, plus a kitchen and a bathroom. Xing Guobin invited Xu Xingbei to sit down and took out some snacks from a nearby cabinet. Go ahead and eat, Xing Guobin said with a smile. Xu Xingbei was not polite and took a piece of pastry, putting it in his mouth. It was fragrant, rich, and crisp. He couldn't bear to swallow it at once, and chewed a few times before finally swallowing, leaving a delightful taste in his mouth. Is this also an organizational benefit? Xu Xingbei couldn't help but ask. His intention to join the Jishu organization was, of course, to help those in need, both assisting others and helping himself. However, there was also a thought of relying on the organization to rescue Nialan mixed in. The warriors sent by the company to hunt him down were probably just the most ordinary forces. With such good benefits after joining the organization, Xu Xingbei was naturally even more tempted. Yes, it's a benefit. However, all benefits are based on the merits you have earned. Without merit, there are no corresponding benefits. Xing Guobin explained. If he was initially worried about whether Xu Xingbei could officially join the organization, that concern had now vanished. After all, if he could defeat Huang Yinggao, wasn't Xu Xingbei's ability enough to enter the organization? At that moment, Xing Guobin's communicator rang. Sister Gu, Xing Guobin called out. As he listened to the other party, his expression grew increasingly surprised. So I can't stay in room 303 anymore? Shu Xingbei felt a sense of relief. The heavy stone that had been hanging over him finally fell to the ground. Before you earn merit, you still have to stay there. My building ship was also exchanged for merit, Xing Guobin replied. Well then, I'll just do more work in the future to accumulate some merit, Shu Xingbei said, not taking it to heart. He understood long ago that there is no free lunch anywhere. Xing Guobin looked at Shu Xingbei with a sympathetic gaze, sighing inwardly. To want to do something, one must also have the opportunity. When they returned to the reception area, it was already late. The remaining staff and Gu Pan from the reception were there. When they saw Shu Xingbei, several people introduced themselves. Come, let me introduce myself. I'm Qin Sheng, said a young man with drooping brows, extending his hand to shake Shu Xingbei's. From now on, we will be colleagues. I'm from the strength department. Fan Xiuwu. Also from the strength department, said the square-faced Fan Xiuwu, shaking hands with Shu Xingbei as well. Gu Pan from the reception smiled so wide that her eyes were almost closed, saying, just call me Sister Gu. Don't call me Sister Pan. Be careful, or I'll turn against you. Shu Xingbei glanced at Gu Pan's fat figure and shrank his neck. Huang Yinggao, who had been sullen, finally spoke up, saying that there was nothing to be proud of after joining the organization. No matter where you go, it's all about talent. Wolves may roam the sky and eat people, but as for dogs wandering the sky, that's hard to say. Shu Xingbei ignored what Huang Yinggao said, while the others frowned. Are you done? Fan Xiuwu shouted at Huang Yinggao. Huang Yinggao paid no attention and turned to leave. His words were understandable to everyone. Wolves roam the world and eat people, while dogs at the edge of the sky can only eat shit. He was clearly maliciously mocking Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei had long regarded Huang Yinggao as dead, but he couldn't help but feel sensitive. Sister Gu, which department have I been assigned to? Shu Xingbei asked. Over there, Fan Xiuwu and Qin Sheng quickly said, we're going to eat first. With that, they hurriedly left. Gu Pan hesitated, her gaze shifting toward Xing Guobin. Xing Guobin also turned his face away, not looking at Gu Pan or Shu Xingbei. Well, Gu Pan swallowed hard. Originally, you were supposed to go to the strength department. I heard the soul department wanted to take you in too, but in the end, you were snatched away by Old Chow. Which department is Old Chow in? Shu Xingbei's uneasy feeling intensified. Old Chow, well. Gu Pan truly didn't know how to respond, but suddenly her eyes lit up. Old Chow, you're here? An old man dressed in a worn, faded outfit approached, waving his hand at Gu Pan and Xing Guobin. It's none of your business. I'm here to talk to him. Xing Guobin and Gu Pan felt as if they had been granted a pardon and swiftly ran towards the cafeteria. It seemed like it was the first time Gu Pan had run so fast. Her body jiggled, and it seemed like she might drop a few pounds at any moment. The old man sized up Shu Xingbei, and Shu Xingbei was also looking at him. Old Chow was of average height, with a thin face that had a slightly reddish hue, and his eyes appeared a bit cloudy. The overall impression he gave was simply clean. My name is Chow Zhengxiong. You can call me Old Chow. The old man introduced himself to Shu Xingbei. Old Chow, just now, Gu Pan clearly called you Old Chow. How could I dare to call you that? Shu Xingbei bowed to Chow Zhengxiong. Good, good. The smile on Chow Zhengxiong's face grew wider, and he was increasingly satisfied with Shu Xingbei. A kid who broke the old perceptions of the strength and soul departments was surprisingly polite, which genuinely pleased Chow Zhengxiong. Old Chow, can you tell me which department you oversee? Shu Xingbei had a very good impression of the elder. A person's kindness can often be discerned through their expressions and eyes. The way Old Chow looked at Shu Xingbei was very kind, which warmed Shu Xingbei's heart. You didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I originally wanted Gu Pan to tell you, but I was afraid you wouldn't feel comfortable, so I came myself. The department I oversee is the library department. As Old Chow spoke, he carefully observed Shu Xingbei's expression, afraid of missing any detail. The library department? Are you saying it's a place for books? Shu Xingbei became excited. He had so much to learn about this world, yet no one was there to answer his questions. If there really was a library, he believed the vast collection of books would provide him with answers. Do you really like books? Old Chow couldn't help but be a bit taken aback. He had specifically come out to meet Shu Xingbei because he was worried that Shu Xingbei wouldn't want to go to the library department. It seemed he had worried for nothing. The little guy not only wanted to go, but he was also very eager. Yes, Shu Xingbei did not hide his enthusiasm. That's promising. Old Chow gave Shu Xingbei a thumbs up. The old and the young walked toward the cafeteria, talking as they went. Are you saying I'm the only one in the library department? The books don't need to be organized? Shu Xingbei was astonished. Some books are too simple. They are common knowledge that everyone knows. Some books are too difficult. While you might recognize the words, when put together, no one understands them. Plus, the library's collection is only available for members to borrow and isn't open to the public, Old Chow explained. Are there many books? Shu Xingbei couldn't imagine what the library department looked like. Yes, there are a lot, with 5 cargo ships worth in stock. The place you're going to is one of them. Here, this is the key to get there, and this is your communicator. Are you sure you want to go? Old Chow asked again. Yes, Shu Xingbei answered without hesitation. Chapter 36. The future and the past. Old Chow and Shu Xingbei chatted all the way to the cafeteria door. The old man patted Shu Xingbei on the shoulder. Tomorrow, ask Wu Pan for your position. Go eat. I'm leaving. Shu Xingbei felt a bit dizzy. It turned out that the head of the library department wasn't here to eat, but rather to assign tasks before leaving quickly. It was likely that those in high leadership positions had better meals. Yes, it must be so. At least it was better than what Xinghua Bin had. Shu Xingbei walked into the cafeteria, and Xinghua Bin had already prepared a meal for him, sitting there waiting. When he saw Shu Xingbei come in, Xinghua Bin quickly waved his hand over here. There was a plate of white rice, 2 pieces of fragrant, tender sea beast meat, and some kelp soup. Shu Xingbei couldn't help but doubt everything he saw. Just eat. I was just as surprised when I first came here as you are now. If you have enough merit, you can even call the chef to your place instead of coming to the cafeteria, Xinghua Bin said. However, Shu Xingbei went to the library department and thought it was better to give up on asking for a chef. Even getting a loft was difficult for him. Without enough merit, it was hard to get by in the organization. With enough merit, not only could one live without worries, but even when encountering trouble, there would be plenty of people to help. Thinking of this, Xinghua Bin once again warned Shu Xingbei to be careful of that person. Xinghua Bin spoke indirectly, but Shu Xingbei certainly understood who he was referring to. I will. Shu Xingbei nodded. After dinner, Shu Xingbei saw that Huang Yinggao and the others had already left. Xinghua Bin wanted to invite Shu Xingbei to his place, but Shu Xingbei declined. I have 10 merits here. I'll transfer 5 to you. Xinghua Bin took out a token from his pocket and swiped it against Shu Xingbei's token. Shu Xingbei only saw a flash of light, and his 0 points turned into 5. Whether it was for meals, showers, buying clothes, or living in the loft, all required points. The points used for bedding, toiletries, and meals were all from Xinghua Bin's merit. Shu Xingbei was well aware of this. He already knew the rules, so he naturally did not refuse. At least he currently had no merit to his name, and as for Xinghua Bin's points, he would have to repay them later. I'm leaving. Xinghua Bin once again reminded Shu Xingbei, although mutual harm is not allowed within the organization, you still need to be careful. Shu Xingbei responded with a serious expression. As for whether Huang Yinggao's cousin was poisoned because of the toxic frog's venom, Shu Xingbei could only speculate, since he could seek help by offering his contributions. If Huang Yinggao were to trouble him again, he wouldn't be alone. Moreover, even if he didn't take action within the organization, would Huang Yinggao refrain from acting when Shu Xingbei left the organization? Therefore, it was essential to keep a tight string in his mind. No matter how good the organization was, he was just one of its members. Everything on the suspended island belonged to him. After feeding the toxic frog, Shu Xingbei simply began throwing punches in the dark. However, judging from Huang Yinggao's attitude towards him, that person would not let it go easily. Thus, Shu Xingbei's goodwill and reservations had no effect at all. Shu Xingbei felt increasingly indignant. The people in this world were truly toxic. If they wanted something from you, you'd better obediently hand it over, even with a smile on your face, otherwise they would not be satisfied. The slightest resistance would make them see you as a thorn in their side, and they would want to eliminate you quickly. Whether it was the company, his neighbors, or Huang Yinggao, Shu Xingbei could sense the inherent toxicity in these people. Fortunately, not everyone was like this. If everyone were, it was hard to say how bad the young Shu Xingbei's state of mind would become. Of course, this was also the main reason he ultimately did not become a killing machine. Shu Xingbei practiced his punches over and over again. As the number of punches increased, his speed naturally became faster and faster. In the darkness, Xu Xingbei's punches were like wind and lightning, but every time he tried to unleash the punch's momentum, he always felt something was lacking. He could never achieve the punch wind hitting the acupoint as described on the animal hide, where one punch would show results. He estimated that he needed to deliver at least 8 punches in succession to achieve the punch wind hitting the acupoint. Xu Xingbei knew in his heart that this was due to his lack of strength. To improve in a short period, he needed an opportunity. One important reason he wanted to go to the library was to find a book similar to the straight punch to guide himself. Of course, the bigger reason was that no other department wanted to take him in. If Xu Xingbei had known that both the strength department and the soul department wanted him, and that he was pushed away by Lao Chao's words, his expression would have been quite remarkable. After finishing his workout, Xu Xingbei took a refreshing shower, feeling relaxed and clean, and lay down on the bed in a big shape. The blanket on the bed was several times thicker than his original cotton stuffing, and it had a faint fragrance when he hugged it. The Jishur organization, I have finally arrived. At this moment, Xu Xingbei's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. Since he was 15, he had been living alone, accustomed to the deceitful scenes around him, and his heart grew colder. Gradually, the expression on his youthful face faded, and he exuded a chill all over. However, he was still only 17. The youthful heart, after achieving its desires, found him alone under the covers, bursting into fits of laughter. As he laughed, tears welled up in Xu Xingbei's eyes. Nielon, the benevolent organization you admire and long for, I have finally joined. Next, it's time for me to integrate into it, strengthen my abilities, and find a way to save you. The next day, Xu Xingbei went to the reception area to find Gu Pan and got the location of the library department, then hurried there. The library department was also located on a floating building. When he opened the cabin door, Xu Xingbei discovered that the entire second floor of the ship had been opened up, filled with bookshelves. The shelves were lined with thick books, their spines marked with titles. Xu Xingbei walked 2 laps in the corridor and confirmed that the books were categorized by genre before he began searching for the secret manuals of martial arts he desired. He soon felt disappointed, as he couldn't find any category related to martial arts. This meant that it was basically impossible for him to find any martial arts techniques here. However, the disappointment was only a fleeting thought. With so many books at his disposal, Xu Xingbei felt more joy than anything else. As he continued searching for books, he no longer had a specific utilitarian mindset, but instead judged which books he wanted to read first based on their titles. Soon, he picked up 2 books. One was titled Future and the other Past. He walked over to the long table at the entrance and sat down. As he opened Future, he was stunned, and then he flipped through Past, his expression slightly tense. He didn't expect that both books were handwritten. He placed the books down, walked to the bookshelf, pulled out another book, opened it, and found that it was still a handwritten book with dark ink and neat handwriting, just different from the previous 2. Rather than calling them books, it would be more accurate to refer to them as notebooks. As he casually flipped through Future and Past, Xu Xingbei was shocked to discover that both books were actually written by the same person. The words on the title page were identical, stating that humanity had reached the brink of extinction and that falling into the abyss was merely a matter of time. To survive, one must look to the future and explore the past. The path to the future lies among the stars, where there might be a habitable planet. There are lands, grasslands, mountains, rivers, and endless fields. We can land there, continue to live and reproduce, firmly remembering the lessons of the past, and never repeat the same mistakes. The path to the past lies in digging into our inner selves, observing our hearts, and searching for the reasons our ancestors were able to survive on the planet Glycine. The 2 methods can be specifically described as the path of external observation and the path of internal reflection. External observation refers to the vast stars and oceans. Internal reflection refers to self-exploration. After finishing both books, Xu Xingbei was filled with shock. These 2 books provided directions on how humanity could develop in the apocalypse. But whether it would succeed was not mentioned by the author, only that the exploration of the stars had reached the point of being able to launch spacecraft into space. However, the spacecraft could not carry people. Moreover, as the ocean levels rose, the flight bases were completely submerged and countless materials were lost. Not to mention traveling to other stars. It was already difficult to find materials for manufacturing spacecraft. Past described how giants opened the heavens and ultimately transformed into the entire planet. A deity created humans to enable their survival on Glycine. Throughout, humanity experienced great floods, volcanic eruptions, and many apocalyptic disasters, yet they survived. Therefore, even with the rising ocean levels this time, there's still a possibility for humanity to survive. Both books did not have the author's name written on them, but Xu Xingbei judged them to be written by the same person, mainly because the handwriting was the same and the tone of writing was similar. However, Past was written with vigor, portraying humans in the past as capable of anything, daring to reach for the moon and dive into the oceans, even stealing fire from the heavenly emperor, changing the history of eating raw food. On the other hand, Future was overly sorrowful, especially when discussing the loss of manufacturing technology for spacecraft. The tone was extremely despondent. Who exactly wrote these notebook-like books? How could the Jishur organization possess so many? Furthermore, Old Chow mentioned there were books from the fifth-floor ship. Having come to this place, he had already gained so much. So what about the other 4 places? Could there be even more astonishing knowledge? Xu Xingbei increasingly felt that he was quite lucky to be selected by the library department. Chapter 37. Growth. As for the issue of meals, Xu Xingbei found Gu Pan. Sister Gu, can I advance some merit points? Xu Xingbei asked. Advance? Gu Pan was taken aback for a moment, but it's not impossible. You have to tell me how you'll repay it. Advancing merit points is not common in the organization, but it's not unheard of either. I have a can of oxygen that I'll deliver in a few days, Xu Xingbei replied. Gu Pan nodded. Then it's not a problem. If it's a long can, 2 meters high, it could be worth 50 points. I'll give you 25 points for now. Thank you, Sister Gu, Xu Xingbei said gratefully. The company was likely taking action against him, and it was probably already in motion. Once the storm had passed, he could go to Xian Island without delay. 1 merit point could cover a week's worth of meals in the cafeteria. For the time being, Xu Xingbei didn't have to worry about food. Days passed. Xu Xingbei was still immersed in the ocean of books, eagerly acquiring knowledge. He memorized what the continent looked like before being submerged by the sea, what the people living in other parts of the continent looked like, and the languages they used, all of which were etched in his mind. His abilities had begun to activate, and although Xu Xingbei couldn't precisely describe what those abilities were, he knew that the replication ability he possessed was definitely not the simple imitation that Shalia mentioned. At least, that's how it was when he read. Not only was he remarkably fast at reading, but he also remembered things very well. After putting down a book, the content would perfectly emerge in his mind page by page. Xu Xingbei was not in a hurry, but others were anxious. Zhou Chuaning got in touch with Chao Zhengxiong from the library department. Old Chao, what has Xu Xingbei been up to lately? Chao Zhengxiong replied, reading books. P.S. in the library department. What else can he do? Zhou Chuaning frowned. Are you planning to just let him keep reading? Finish the books? After a moment of deliberation, he said, I intend to officially train him. Chao Zhengxiong naturally understood Zhou Chuanting's meaning. Newcomers need to be polished and also have their skills enhanced. However, in Chao Zhengxiong's view, reading books isn't a bad thing. Gaining knowledge is also a way to improve one's abilities. As long as you know what you're doing. The shipping routes Haven T been stable lately. Do you think you should make a trip yourself? Also, since you're preparing for training, you should get started as soon as possible. Newcomers come in, and without any achievements, they can't even eat, Zhou Chuanting said. Chao Zhengxiong exclaimed, Oh, I almost forgot about that. All right, I'll arrange it for tomorrow. Xu Xingbei was unaware that the leaders in the organization had made plans for him. He was still racing against time to read books. Xu Xingbei knew very well that having the opportunity to study was not easy. In this apocalyptic world, not to mention reading, even finding a book was harder than climbing to the sky. Apart from food and drink, no one cared about reading anymore. In other words, nothing in the world could compare to food and drink. When the survival crisis loomed over everyone's hearts, reading naturally became a luxury. That was something only the wealthy and idle could afford. What surprised Xu Xingbei the most was the mention of animal languages in the book. The book even introduced the languages of several common animals. Pigs, chickens, and ducks were mentioned. And the author pointed out that the sounds they could produce were all single tones, relying on pitch and frequency to convey more information. As he read on, Shu Xingbei's eyes widened in astonishment. Shu Xingbei firmly memorized the content. Now, he is able to communicate with the beaked whale, but this communication relies more on emotional guidance rather than verbal conversation. It can be said that this book has opened a brand new door for Shu Xingbei. If beaked whales can communicate and poison frogs can communicate, what about more marine creatures? If he can converse with these animals one by one and gain their assistance, what vast areas of the ocean would be off limits to him? And what dangers could he not avoid? Marine creatures are the true masters of the ocean. Shu Xingbei had long been aware of this. This book came at just the right time. He sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but admire the author for being able to write about these topics, and it was clear that the author had put them into practice. Obviously, the author had considerable experience in communicating with animals. The only drawback was that the examples provided by the author were too few. There were still some animals that were completely beyond Shu Xingbei's understanding. Pigs, chickens, and ducks are all domesticated poultry that humans can raise, while orcas are kept in marine parks built on land for tourists to observe, and they can even push a ball with their noses. It's incredible. The more Shu Xingbei thought about it, the more he felt that the past of the Glees planet was the pinnacle of human life. Shu Xingbei put down the book, stood up, and respectfully called out, "Old Chow." Old Chow waved his hand, signaling not to be polite. "So, how are you finding it here? Are you feeling anxious?" Old Chow glanced at the book title, and his smile grew wider. Many people in the organization have read this book. It's a divine book. Shu Xingbei was taken aback for a moment. A divine book? Yes, Shu Xingbei didn't ask much more. Just as he had always thought, no matter where it was, there wouldn't be any idle people. Food wouldn't just fall from the sky for no reason. Even if Old Chow didn't say anything, Shu Xingbei was already thinking about how to find Xinghua Bin and take on a mission. Without merit, he wouldn't be able to survive in the organization. Lock the door properly and come with me. Old Chow's gaze fell on Shu Xingbei's clothes. First change into those clothes. Old Chow placed the bag he was holding on the long table. Shu Xingbei felt a warmth in his heart as he opened the bag and took out the clothes inside. There were cotton jackets, long pants, inner layers, and underwear, with 2 pieces of each type. Shu Xingbei quickly changed his clothes and followed Old Chow out. Before long, Old Chow led him into a houseboat. On the deck stood 2 people who didn't even glance at them as they approached, remaining standing there like javelins. Shu Xingbei curiously looked at them. The tight leather outfits made their muscles bulge out. Their lips were pressed tightly, and their hands rested on their waists. A holster was strapped to their waists, which was clearly bulging with a gun. Where's this? Shu Xingbei speculated about their identities. As expected, these 2 were guards. The Research Institute, which is also a hospital. Lao Gao Zipli, a hospital? If there's a hospital in the organization, then naturally there are doctors as well. But aren't doctors only found inside the tower? Shu Xingbei has always had a question. What is the relationship between the Jishur organization and Spear Company? If they are adversaries, would the company really allow a powerful organization to exist nearby? If they are allies, that seems unlikely. At least from Shu Xingbei's own situation, he can draw this conclusion. The company has already taken action against him. If the Jishur organization were an ally of the company, it would be beneficial for them to cooperate in driving him to his demise. So why would they take him in and accept him? As he walked into the cabin, a strong smell of medicine assaulted his senses. Passing through glass-walled workspaces, he saw staff in white coats coming and going, and Shu Xingbei couldn't help but marvel at the organization's depth. They have their own task hall, warriors, airships, a library, their own food and freshwater sources, and even a hospital with doctors. He couldn't help but wonder how much more he didn't know about the organization. Hand your ID to the doctor for blood testing first, Lao Chao said to Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei took out his ID card and handed it to the doctor sitting there. The doctor checked the ID and began to register Shu Xingbei. Name and age? Shu Xingbei, 17 years old. Good. Roll up your sleeve. Make a fist. Yes, that's it. The doctor finished drawing blood and sent the blood sample out. Shu Xingbei was unaware that in the room behind him, his blood sample had been placed on a glass slide, and a doctor was intently observing it under a microscope. After several attempts, The doctor instructed his assistant to retrieve another type of blood sample from the cabinet, carefully extracted a drop, and injected it into Xu Xingbei's blood sample. The cells fused rapidly, and within just a few seconds, only Xu Xingbei's blood sample remained on the slide. Complete fusion or total engulfment. The doctor hesitated. He didn't know how to write the report that belonged to Xu Xingbei. In the end, the doctor collected his thoughts and wrote on the report, fusogenic blood, with strong growth potential. After the report from Xu Xingbei came out, before the doctor could say anything, Old Chow took the report in his hands first. After reading it, his expression didn't change, but inside he was overjoyed. "Let us go. I'll take you to training camp," Old Chow said. Chapter 38, Old Dog Chow. Quite ruthless. During the blood test process, Xu Xingbei always felt that Lao Chow was a bit nervous. After Lao Chow looked at the report, Xu Xingbei noticed that his tension had completely disappeared, and there was even an uncontrollable joy. Although Lao Chow tried to hide it, Xu Xingbei's perception was extremely strong now, and even someone as cunning as Lao Chow couldn't conceal it from him. Xu Xingbei, taking advantage of Lao Chow's good mood, posed his question. "What is the relationship between the organization and the company?" Lao Chow pondered for a moment. "I originally wanted to wait until you came out of the training camp to tell you. Since you asked, I'll let you know now. The organization has no relationship with the company. They are neither subordinate nor adversarial. Strictly speaking, the organization has developed with the help of the company." The two walked one after the other and soon arrived at a floating vessel. As usual, there were two guards on the deck, their expressions serious. When they saw Lao Chow bringing Xu Xingbei over, they only glanced at them briefly before looking away. "Go in," Lao Chow said, turning to leave, taking Xu Xingbei's blood sample report with him. After entering the training camp, Xu Xingbei discovered that the person handling the registration was actually the staff member left behind in the task hall. He remembered that he seemed to be called Qin Sheng. "Xu Xingbei, right? Before you arrived, I received a message from Old Chow and have already registered you. Let's go to the camp," Qin Sheng said. "The camp isn't here?" Xu Xingbei asked in confusion. "The strength training is here. I'll lead you over," Qin Sheng replied without elaborating, walking ahead. Xu Xingbei followed behind him. Pushing open a cabin door, he was greeted by a large training area. Dozens of heavy sandbags of various sizes hung inside. Besides the sandbags, various fitness equipment was placed on the floor. "For the first day of training, how many pounds do you plan to lift?" Qin Sheng pointed to the sandbags and asked. He had seen Xu Xingbei throw punches and had roughly estimated his strength. While Xu Xingbei was still pondering, Qin Sheng pointed to one of the smaller sandbags. "How about that one? It's 200 pounds. Be careful of the rebound." Xu Xingbei nodded and was about to go over when Qin Sheng handed him a pair of boxing gloves. He put them on. Qin Sheng pulled down a 200-pound sandbag. Xu Xingbei put on his gloves, walked over, and threw a powerful punch at the sandbag. Caught off guard, Xu Xingbei couldn't dodge in time and could only block with both fists. With a loud bang, he felt a rush of blood surge through his body, a wave of heat rising to his throat, which he swallowed down forcefully. "Can we go a bit easier?" Qin Sheng asked. Xu Xingbei shook his head. He suddenly threw another punch, and the sandbag rose again, then quickly swung back. Xu Xingbei believed that his reaction speed was not slow, but he did not expect the speed of the sandbag to far exceed his imagination. With a loud bang, Xu Xingbei realized that it wasn't the sandbag making the noise, but the blood in his body flowing rapidly. "Switch to 100 pounds, Qin Sheng shouted. He saw Xu Xingbei's face turn bright red and quickly shouted again. "If he throws another punch, the recoil will seriously injure him." "Brother Qin, how many pounds do you usually practice with?" Xu Xingbei swallowed the blood in his throat with difficulty and paused for a moment. 300 pounds, Qin Sheng replied. "Can Brother Qin throw a punch to show me how it's done?" Xu Xingbei knew this wasn't the time for him to be a hero. According to the rules, when newcomers enter the training camp, the older members of the organization are indeed supposed to demonstrate. The reason Qin Sheng hadn't done so was that he had seen Xu Xingbei throw punches and knew his approximate strength. Now that Xu Xingbei had actively requested it, Qin Sheng took down the 300-pound sandbag. Then, Qin Sheng also put on the boxing gloves. He gathered his strength, threw a punch, and struck hard. The sandbag took the hit but did not recoil. It remained motionless where it was placed. Xu Xingbei looked at the fist-shaped dent on the sandbag and frowned. Qin Sheng couldn't help but smile at Xu Xingbei's surprised expression. Huang Yinggao had been defeated by Xu Xingbei, and Qin Sheng wasn't too pleased about it either. Although he thought Huang Yinggao was being excessive, wasn't there anything for a newcomer like Xu Xingbei to reflect on? At the very least, when he joined the organization, he never dared to act as recklessly as Xu Xingbei. Not just him, but everyone else felt the same way. Who didn't join the organization with a cautious demeanor? There was also something else that Qin Sheng didn't tell Xu Xingbei. The sandbag was not filled with ordinary sand, but with sea silica sand. The sand grains had great elasticity if one carelessly punched it and couldn't dodge in time. Getting hit in a vital spot could lead to serious injury or even spitting blood. A 200-pound sandbag had a rebound force that was not as simple as 200 pounds. The heavier the punch, the greater the rebound force. Even a second-level warrior who could punch with a force of 2,000 pounds would suffer greatly the first time practicing with such a sandbag. These situations had to be explored by the newcomer themselves. According to the rules, Qin Sheng couldn't say anything. Keep practicing. When you can hit it without any rebound, just like I do, then you'll pass, Qin Sheng said as he turned to leave. In Qin Sheng's view, it would take Xu Xingbei at least 10 days to figure out the next phase should be left for Xu Xingbei to explore. Do I also have to hit 300 pounds? Xu Xingbei was taken aback. If he also had to hit 300 pounds, didn't that mean Qin Sheng hadn't made any progress since joining the organization? Qin Sheng's face darkened. No, it's the 200 pounds you just chose. You'd better start practicing with 100 or 80 pounds. If you succeed, there will be a procedure to notify you that you've passed. Remember, the force cannot be small. If the force is small, you won't pass. After explaining the way to pass, Qin Sheng walked toward the hatch. Xu Xingbei nodded. He understood. When Qin Sheng threw his punch, just now, he had already noticed Qin Sheng's method of exerting force. When striking the sandbag, the punch's power must be concentrated and not dispersed. Once it is dispersed, the contact area of the sandbag increases and the rebound will be faster. In short, it is necessary to reduce the force range of the punch while ensuring that the strength is not weak. Xu Xingbei furrowed his brow in thought, contemplating the last 3 moves of the long, arm-straight punch. He wondered why the punching force to hit the acupoints was unsuccessful, and if it was related to the dispersal of the punching power. With this thought, he suddenly had a realization. If he could get through the sandbag challenge, perhaps he could also practice those 3 moves of hitting the acupoints with his punch. Xu Xingbei closed his eyes, and, in his mind, he had already fully visualized the way Qin Chengyun delivered his punch. He gathered his energy, clenched his fist, retracted his elbow, and struck out with a punch. The power surged forth, and the wind from his fist left an imprint on the sandbag. At this moment, Xu Xingbei was still 3 steps away from the 200-pound sandbag. Xu Xingbei waited nervously for the sandbag's rebound. As a result, he heard a mechanical voice say, "Sandbag check, pass." Qin Sheng, who had just reached the cabin door, almost stumbled upon hearing this voice. He wanted to confirm and thought to himself that he couldn't have misheard. If Xu Xingbei hadn't passed, the machine wouldn't have made a sound. Qin Sheng's heart raced. With Xu Xingbei's extraordinary talent, he should be making friends with him. It's important to know that when organization members go out on missions, it's not just about one person's strength, but about everyone helping each other. With a strong team, the guarantee of life is greater. At this moment, in another place, several pairs of eyes were also focused on the training camp scene. Bian Wuxing, the head of the strength department, provocatively looked at Chao Zhengxiong and said, "Old Chao, you're just a bookworm. What is the point of letting Xu Xingbei go? If you give him to me, I guarantee he can pass the sandbag test in less than a week." Old Chao remained noncommittal. "Don't just stay silent. Pretending to be deaf and mute won't help. The harsh reality will tell you that your choice is wrong," Bian Wuxing said, with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his cotton coat, subtly provoking Old Chao. Zhou Chuaning was also watching the scene in the training camp. Under normal circumstances, a level 1 warrior capable of exerting 1,000 pounds of force would take at least 3 days to pass the highly fine sand test. "Forget it. I don't want to watch anymore," Bian Wuxing sighed. "Let us come back in 5 days." Although Bian Wuxing argued with Chao Zhengxiong, he still had high hopes for Xu Xingbei. By saying to come back in 5 days, he implied that he believed Xu Xingbei could pass in that time. However, just as Bian Wuxing turned around, He saw Zhou Chuanting's mouth twitching and his eyes wide open. How is that possible? Only old Chow, with his hands behind his back, hummed a little tune as he walked out. Xu Xingbei had passed. He passed in 3 attempts, and Zhou Chuanting reluctantly informed Bian Wuxing of the result. 3 attempts? You mean just as I turned around, he passed? Bian Wuxing was astonished. Old Chow ignored him and continued walking out. 2 packs of cigarettes, half a jean of liquor. I guarantee you'll have enough strength. Bian Wuxing gritted his teeth. Xu Xingbei is the one I have my eye on. It's impossible to give him to you. Old Chow still refused. Then, old brother, what exactly do you want? Just say the word, and I can write you an IOU. Bian Wuxing couldn't bear to see a gem go unnoticed. Well, giving the person to you is impossible. If I don't have work for him, you can call him over, and I wouldn't object, right? Chao Jingxiong said slowly. Upon hearing this, Bian Wuxing's face lit up. I knew old Chow was reasonable. All right, I'll go arrange for Xu Xingbei. By the way, you still need to write an IOU for me. Half a jean of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes. Old Chow called out from behind him. Bian Wuxing almost stumbled. Old Chow, you're ruthless. Chapter 39. The Big Door. Xu Xingbei smiled faintly and said, It's the way of exerting force that I learned from Brother Qin. By the way, Brother Qin, could you talk about defense? Xu Xingbei was hit by sandbags twice and nearly vomited blood. He had already realized his shortcomings in combat. He couldn't just focus on offense without considering defense, right? That depends on what kind of defense you want, Qin Sheng said, looking deeply at Xu Xingbei. His expression was unreadable. Could this really be a 17-year-old boy? One could only wonder what kind of experiences Xu Xingbei had gone through that led to his current mindset. I don't quite understand what you mean, Brother Qin. Xu Xingbei scratched his head. You've seen a tranquilizer gun, right? The bullet's firing speed is too fast to dodge, and relying solely on your body won't provide protection. So you need equipment, Qin Sheng explained slowly. I met someone once who got shot by a tranquilizer gun, and after a while, he was able to move freely. Doesn't that mean he wasn't relying on his body for defense? Xu Xingbei immediately thought of Ding Xiang. No, wait. He shot Ding Xiang several times, and Ding Xiang didn't seem to be wearing any equipment. Then this person must have blood defense. There are people like that in our organization. Their blood can merge with the tranquilizer, and as long as the concentration isn't too high, tranquilizers are basically ineffective against them. Qin Sheng smiled. If you've had your blood tested, once you get the report and it says your blood has growth potential, you can exchange it for potions that help your blood grow at the exchange center. Gradually, you'll develop blood defense. Is there anything else? Xu Xingbei felt that defense wasn't that simple. There are other weapons too, like shotguns that are far more powerful than crossbows. They can fire iron sand, have a fast firing rate, and a wide attack range. If you want to defend against them, you need to wear a bulletproof vest, Qin Sheng continued. Although this was common knowledge, even without Qin Sheng saying it, Xu Xingbei could gradually understand. However, Qin Sheng still took the initiative to inform him. Qin Sheng had already decided he wanted to be good friends with Xu Xingbei so they could go on missions together in the future and have each other's backs. Xu Xingbei gasped. If Qin Sheng hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known about the existence of shotguns. If the people sent by the company had used shotguns against him, it was hard to say whether he would have survived that day on the suspended island. The suspended island was a place where his life was at stake. What about facing the power attacks of a warrior? Xu Xingbei asked again. There are 2 ways. One is to improve your physical fitness. The exchange center has many potions that can be used to soak the body and enhance physical strength. The other is to learn self-defense martial arts. Using strength to block strength, Qin Sheng replied. I have exchanged a book on defense techniques, and I will send it to you later. Thank you, Brother Qin. Xu Xingbei bowed seriously to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's treatment of him further made Xu Xingbei feel a sense of belonging to the organization. Since Xu Xingbei joined the organization, apart from Huang Yingyao, others, whether it was Xing Guobin, Qin Sheng, or Old Chow from the library department, had treated him well. It was their kindness that gradually made Xu Xingbei let down his guard, and in his heart, he had already regarded the organization as a trustworthy place. As for Huang Yingyao, Xu Xingbei remained vigilant. After Qin Sheng left, Xu Xingbei continued to practice. Although he had passed the sandbag test, he was not satisfied. Since Qin Sheng could hit a 300-pound sandbag, Shu Xingbei believed that with the power techniques he had mastered, he should be able to do it too. Sure enough, the 300-pound sandbag did not hinder Shu Xingbei's progress. By the time he practiced until noon, Shu Xingbei was already able to train with a 400-pound sandbag. At this point, Shu Xingbei was unaware that, apart from not having trained his defensive power, he had already reached the level of a second-level warrior. Zhou Chuanting, who was still observing in the monitoring room, could no longer hide his shock. A second-level warrior, there were at most 100 in the security department of Spear Company. It should be noted that reaching the third-level warrior means being part of the upper echelon of the security department. In terms of strength, the Jishur organization was certainly not as strong as Spear Company. One could imagine how much surprise Shu Xingbei had brought to Zhou Chuanting. After having lunch, Shu Xingbei went back to the training camp to continue practicing with the sandbags. He increasingly felt that if he continued to practice like this, his punch would inevitably be able to hit a person's acupoints. However, no one was willing to be a target for him to practice on. As for defense, Qin Sheng had handed over his book on defense techniques to Shu Xingbei, but Shu Xingbei had temporarily not looked at it. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible, as this would serve as a foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Although he was not very old, he had already experienced hardships. No matter how good external things were, they were still external. Only one's own skills were the only capital to stand in the world. In the afternoon, Qin Sheng also came over. He watched Shu Xingbei practice with a 300-pound sandbag with ease and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Compared to Shu Xingbei, he felt that his few years in the organization were wasted. Life had already gone to the sea beasts. At this moment, someone else walked into the training camp. Qin Sheng turned his head to take a look, quickly bowed, and called out Boss Bien. The head of the strength department had arrived, and as a first-level warrior, how could Qin Sheng not be respectful? Bien Wuxing waved his hand, telling him to go about his business. Qin Sheng was originally thinking about whether he should practice the long-lost sandbags, but seeing Bien Wuxing shoo him away, he had no choice but to slip away. Shu Xingbei was still immersed in his practice. The longer he trained, the more familiar he became with the frequency and force of his punches. The more familiar he was, the happier he felt. Gradually, he entered a state of flow. Punch out, retract, punch out again, retract again. Each punch became almost instinctive, and the build-up before each punch grew shorter. Bien Wuxing quietly watched from his side. He no longer felt pained about his 2 packs of cigarettes and half a gin of liquor, nor did he worry about the IOU. The only thing that pained him was why he had to speak out in front of Old Chow, expressing his skepticism about Shu Xingbei from the very beginning. However, Old Chow's promise still brought Bien Wuxing joy. Since Shu Xingbei had joined the organization, he could offer guidance, making him somewhat of a mentor, right? Although Bien Wuxing often bantered with Old Chow, he knew that Old Chow was not as simple as he appeared. Even the library department was not just about managing books. Shu Xingbei stepped out of his immersion and saw Bien Wuxing. He was taken aback for a moment. "Who are you?" "I am the head of the power department," called Bien Wuxing. "You can just call me Old Bien," Bien Wuxing said as he took his hand out of his sleeve. "Old Bien? How could I dare to?" "Just because someone asks you to call them that, you do?" He respectfully bowed to Bien Wuxing. "Bien Lao. Don't get tangled up in those superficial things. A title is just a nickname, right? Come on, go ahead and hit me." Bien Wuxing beckoned to Shu Xingbei. "Hit you?" Shu Xingbei really wanted to find target. But this target was the head of the power department and in a frail state. Did he dare to make a move? "If I tell you to hit me, then just hit me," Bien Wuxing said impatiently. Shu Xingbei took a deep breath and said, "Old Bien, then I'll make my move." "Stop talking so much. Take action." Bien Wuxing ignited the fire. Shu Xingbei swung a punch. He only used 60% of his strength. As the head of the strength department, Bien Wuxing estimated that he was not as simple as he appeared. Bien Wuxing frowned and said lightly, "Did you not eat enough at noon?" As he spoke, Bien Wuxing waved his hand, brushing against Shu Xingbei's fist. An indescribable force surged over. Shu Xingbei stumbled back several steps, and just as he was about to steady himself, he tripped and fell to the ground. "I never said I wouldn't retaliate." Bien Wuxing laughed like an old fox. Shu Xingbei stood up, his mind rapidly processing Bien Wuxing's movements. Just now there was a force that brushed past, but how was this force generated? Shu Xingbei believed that his replication ability was quite good, but the current scene still hit him hard. However, he did not feel discouraged. The inability to replicate indicated that his abilities still needed improvement. Shu Xingbei swung his fist again, this time using 90% of his strength. Bian Wuxing still waved his hand, and the sleeve of his cotton-padded coat landed on Shu Xingbei's fist. With a slight pull, Shu Xingbei lost his balance and stumbled toward Bian Wuxing's embrace. Bian Wuxing continued his movements, pushing back with his other hand. Shu Xingbei couldn't withstand that kind of force and retreated more than 10 steps before finally sitting down on the ground. Shu Xingbei looked at Bian Wuxing with suspicion. If all the opponents he had encountered before were like Bian Wuxing, even 10 Shu Xingbais would be dead. Old Bian, how much strength did you just use? A smile flickered in Bian Wuxing's eyes. Less than 10%. Less than 10%? Shu Xingbei was greatly shocked. Such a meager amount of strength had left him in such a sorry state. Then what about 20%? 50%? In other words, in front of Bian Wuxing, he was like a child in front of an adult. All his efforts were laughable. What surprised Shu Xingbei even more was that he couldn't grasp the trajectory of Bian Wuxing's strength, and thus had no way to replicate his methods. Bian Wuxing knew it was about time. He came not only to temper Shu Xingbei's arrogance, but also to offer him some guidance. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the cigarettes and alcohol he had brought for old Chow, as well as that IOU? Where do you think strength comes from? Bian Wuxing asked slowly after Shu Xingbei stood up. Where does strength come from? Yes, where does strength come from? When he was young, he had strength too, but not as much as now. After getting older, a person's strength declines. Also, when a person is sick, they can't exert much strength. So, strength itself is related to one's body. As the body grows, strength grows. As the body deteriorates, strength deteriorates, Shu Xingbei answered. That was the most basic understanding. Bian Wuxing's hand slipped back into his sleeve. Besides humans, do animals in the sea have strength? What about plants in the sea? They all have strength. What about seawater? What about waves? Extending this reasoning, what about the sun, moon, and stars? They naturally have strength too. When the strength reaches a certain level, you are already within that strength and cannot perceive it. Shu Xingbei listened in a daze, his heart already churning with enormous waves. Yes, the book's future and past also relate to power upon careful consideration, right? Great power can split the heavens and the earth. Great power can break free from constraints, allowing one to soar through the sky. A door gradually opened to Shu Xingbei under the guidance of Bian Wuxing. Chapter 40. Out on a Mission. Shu Xingbei bowed again to Bian Wuxing. Without Bian Wuxing's teachings, Shu Xingbei didn't know how long it would take to understand these principles. By integrating what Bian Wuxing said with the books he had read, Shu Xingbei felt his mind becoming clearer and clearer. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Bian. Shu Xingbei said respectfully, I'm very curious about the way you exert force just now. Bian Wuxing smiled and replied, I only asked you a question. How much you can comprehend depends on your personal talent. As for my method of exerting force, it can be simply summarized in 2 words, borrowing strength. The power between heaven and earth is endless, while human strength is limited and will eventually run out. What should we do? We need to borrow. Borrow from others. Borrow from the sea, borrow from heaven and earth. What I have understood is just a superficial grasp, and I will teach you this superficial understanding. Bian Wuxing then demonstrated a set of boxing techniques for Shu Xingbei. The techniques appeared soft and seemed to lack any strength, and although the moves were simple, they were complex in variation, leaving Shu Xingbei dazzled. Bian Wuxing practiced 3 times. The techniques were the same, but the variations were completely different. Did you remember? Bian Wuxing retracted his fists and asked Shu Xingbei. While asking, Bian Wuxing looked seriously into Shu Xingbei's eyes. Shu Xingbei smiled bitterly, noting that the moves were recorded, but they were different before and after the change, leaving him confused. Can you see the changes in the moves? Bian Wuxing asked curiously. Let's give it a try. Shu Xingbei went through the moves in his mind and found that he remembered them very well. As for the variations, he had mastered some of them, so he could try them out first. With this in mind, Shu Xingbei completed the boxing technique move by move, practicing a portion of the variations in between. Bian Wuxing's expression grew increasingly serious, asking for another round. Shu Xingbei played it again, and this time he felt a bit of sensation. "Come again," Bian Wuxing shouted. "Come again. Come again. Come again." Shu Xingbei didn't know how many times he had practiced, but his doubts were diminishing, and he was only focused on how to borrow strength more naturally. As he practiced more and more, he found himself slowly breaking free from the constraints of the fist technique and no longer bound by the moves, allowing himself to express freely. Even though he might be reprimanded by Bian Wuxing, Shu Xingbei didn't care. He was only thinking about the martial arts master in front of him, whose strength far exceeded his own. He wanted to use the technique of borrowing strength to redirect all of his opponent's power back onto himself. Bian Wuxing's expression was serious, but the shock deep within him had turned into horror. If it weren't for the set of boxing techniques he had taught Shu Xingbei, he would almost suspect that Shu Xingbei had been exposed to this set of techniques called natural power long ago. The so-called natural power initially involves using softness to overcome hardness, stillness to control movement, and then responding to changes within variability, using extreme yin against extreme yang. How far it would ultimately develop is something Bian Wuxing did not know. The profundity of the boxing techniques was certainly not something that Bian Wuxing could master with just a few moves. However, the few moves he had inadvertently acquired were enough for him to rarely encounter opponents throughout the entire maritime region. While Shu Xingbei was practicing, in the end, Bian Wuxing shouted to stop. Shu Xingbei stopped, waiting for Bian Wuxing's further guidance. Bian Wuxing said lightly, "Let's go. You can practice slowly from now on. If you have any confusion, you can find me later." "But Bian Lao, what about the training camp?" Shu Xingbei hadn't completed the training tasks yet. The voice prompt has already indicated that you've completed it. "As for the other training, we'll talk about it later," Bian Wuxing said, then suddenly asked, "I'll transfer some merit points to you. Otherwise, you'll have restrictions on eating and drinking here." "All right. If you encounter difficulties or have questions, you can come to me anytime. Take out your communicator and add me to your contact list," Bian Wuxing said. After adding Bian Wuxing's name to the communicator, Shu Xingbei now had several contacts on his communicator: Lao Chao, Xinguobin, Gu Pan, Qin Sheng, and Bian Wuxing. When faced with difficulties, he could seek help from these people. This meant that at this point, Shu Xingbei had truly integrated into the Jishu organization. After completing the training, Shu Xingbei contacted Lao Chao to report the situation. Shu Xingbei was unaware that he had completed his training in the camp. He was merely organizing ordinary members to pass their training. Completing the training for ordinary members meant that starting today, he could go to the task hall to accept missions. "Get some good rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you out to do some work," Lao Chao said after pondering for a moment. He had also seen Shu Xingbei's progress in training, and since that was the case, he decided not to let Shu Xingbei proceed to the next training assessment and instead take him out to gain some experience. To be honest, Lao Chao's trip was still very dangerous. After consulting Zhou Chuanting, he received the latter's approval and then made up his mind. Danger lurks everywhere. Joining the Jishu organization does not mean being free from worries. On the contrary, the tasks are more arduous, the pressure greater, and the threat of death is omnipresent. Shu Xingbei replied and continued to rest in the library department's houseboat. The library department was free from distractions, allowing him to continue practicing the natural boxing technique that Bian Wuxing had taught him. The next day, Fan Shuowu came to find him, bringing along a set of black tight-fitting clothes. "Put the cotton clothes on outside. This is the dagger that old Chao asked me to bring you. Let's go," Fan Shuowu urged when he saw Shu Xingbei was ready. "Is Brother Fan going too? Can you tell me the situation?" Shu Xingbei asked. Fan Shuowu glanced at him. "This trip is led by old Chao. You don't need to inquire. Just follow old Chao's instructions." Fan Shuowu had received orders from Bian Wuxing to accompany Chao Zhengxiong to investigate the troubles that had arisen on the shipping route, and he hadn't expected Shu Xingbei to join as well. According to the information Fan Shuowu had, there were significant issues with that shipping line. At least 3 warriors from the organization were missing, along with over 10 peripheral members. Old Chao hadn't instructed him to inform Shu Xingbei about the situation, so Fan Shuowu naturally wouldn't say more. It seemed that old Chao wanted Shu Xingbei to gain some experience. But did the library department's people really need such experience? Old Chow was already waiting for them on the deck of a houseboat. Upon seeing the two approach, he made a gesture towards the cockpit, and the boat set sail. After exiting the chaotic area, the three sailors raised the sails, and the boat sped up. "Let us go inside," Old Chow said, looking at the waters with little expression on his face. Once inside the cabin, Old Chow got straight to the point. "This trip is to Chongqing Island. There is an organization cargo transfer station there. According to the information we have now, the shipping fees for the transfer station have already been paid, but the goods from Mi Island have yet to arrive. Our purpose for this trip is to understand the situation, resolve the problems, and eliminate obstacles. I will arrange specific tasks once we reach the island." Fan Xiuwu and Xu Xingbei nodded repeatedly. "Before we came, Boss Bien said that the person in charge of receiving on that side, Tao Yunlai, along with 14 peripheral members, has gone missing." Since Old Chow had laid out all the circumstances, Fan Xiuwu no longer held back and shared what he knew as well. It seemed that Xu Xingbei was also there for a mission, so it was essential to share intelligence in advance. They couldn't afford unnecessary accidents due to information gaps. Old Chow nodded slightly, his expression growing serious. "Is Chongqing Island far from Mi Island?" Xu Xingbei grasped two important locations. "Yes," Fan Xiuwu replied, clearly familiar with the situation. "It's not too far from the chaotic area to Chongqing Island. The houseboat can make it from Mi Island to Chongqing Island in about 20 days. Tao Yunlai is a warrior? What level?" Xu Xingbei asked again. "Level 2, Fan Xiuwu said, his expression also becoming heavy. Xu Xingbei didn't ask anymore, because the few people left at the base, in Xu Abin Fan's words, were all first-level warriors. Now that even the second-level warriors were gone, Fan Xiuwu naturally had no confidence at all. Xu Xingbei arrived on the deck and began practicing the natural fist technique against the cold wind. The more he practiced this set of moves, the more he liked it. From Qin Sheng, he learned about defensive methods, but his contributions were minimal. He had accumulated quite a few merit points for a bulletproof vest, which he couldn't exchange for yet. Therefore, the only way he could achieve defense was through the natural fist taught by Bian Wuxing. As for the defensive technique provided by Qin Sheng, Xu Xingbei did not practice it. Bian Wuxing's fist technique balanced offense and defense, far more valuable than Qin Sheng's defensive technique. Without merit points, everything was in vain. Given this situation, Xu Xingbei could only diligently practice the natural fist, aiming to master it during the few days at sea. This scene was, of course, observed by Old Chow and Fan Xiuwu. Neither of them said anything, allowing Xu Xingbei to practice his punches on the deck without his cotton coat. Eventually, Fan Xiuwu said, when Old Chow asked about the situation later, "Let's listen more and speak less." "Got it," Xu Xingbei replied. Chongqing Island is large and different from Coral Island where Xu Xingbei had stayed. It covers a wider area with many single-story buildings scattered throughout. Old Chow walked ahead, with Fan Xiuwu and Xu Xingbei closely following. The others on the ship did not disembark. As soon as they arrived on the island, they heard someone laughing not far away. I thought who it was. Turns out it's Old Chow himself. "Please come in. Wang Tu has been waiting for you since he received the notification." Chapter 41. Knowledge. Old Chow didn't say much and directly asked, "Lead the way." The three people who came to greet them guided the way, and after a couple of turns on the island, they quickly arrived at the Jishur Organization's transit station on Chongqing Island. In front of them was a row of single-story buildings, with a tall middle-aged man in an extended cotton coat standing outside, towering nearly 2 meters tall and looking like a mountain. "Old Chow, thank you for your hard work." The welcoming person slightly bowed. "Wang Jian, we don't need to be polite among family. Let us go inside," Old Chow said as he stepped into the building. Wang Jian made a gesture for Fan Xiuwu and Xu Xingbei to enter and followed Old Chow inside. 3 months ago, we received word from Mi Island that the 2 tons of rice we ordered could be shipped. As per usual, they would send a ship, and we would have someone escort it. At the same time, Yunlai and I divided the work. I stayed here, and Yunlai took a group to meet them. The cargo ships coming from Mi Island have always been the target of various pirates, and there's never been real peace. Who would have thought that after Yunlai left? We lost contact. Wang Jian recounted the situation. "Did you find out who they were? Which ship was carrying the goods? What was the destination of that ship? Did it arrive smoothly?" Old Chow asked sharply. Hearing this, Old Chow frowned as well. "The Hongyangzi ship? Does Me Island also know about the transportation arrangement? Listening intently, Old Chow felt that this matter was not simple. It was filled with oddities from start to finish. Of course, it was the Hong Yangzi's ship that was supposed to pick them up. Later, after we got word from Hong Yangzi that another ship would transport our goods, we contacted Tao Yun Lai, but we couldn't reach him at all. Old Chow also knew that communication devices could not be relied upon in the open sea. Wang Jin sighed deeply at this point. Old Chow sat there without speaking for a long time. Old Chow, after such a long journey, let us eat first, Wang Jin suggested. Old Chow responded with a grunt. After dinner, Wang Jin instructed his subordinates to arrange accommodations for the three of them. Since Fan Shuwu and Xu Xingbei were out on a mission with Old Chow, they of course were to stay with him. You all heard it. What are your thoughts? Old Chow asked. Xu Xingbei was unfamiliar with everything and naturally wouldn't speak easily. Fan Shuwu hesitated and said, the biggest point of suspicion is M.O. Laodiao. We should investigate M.O. Laodiao first. Xu Xingbei felt a bit strange. Why is there no suspicion about Hong Yangzi? What about you? Tell me, Lao Chao asked Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei expressed his doubts. Red Yangzi? Impossible. Fan Shuwu interjected before Old Chow could speak. Do you know what Red Yangzi means among the transport ships in this sea area? It means safety and trustworthiness. Why is she called Red Yangzi? Her husband used to run transport as well, but he was killed by pirates at sea while trying to protect his cargo. To take revenge, Red Yangzi gathered the strong in this area, found the pirates' hiding island, and wiped them out. There were over 200 pirates, and it took her 2 days to kill them all. It is said that after the slaughter, the blood made her clothes sticky and thick. From then on, people called her Red Yangzi. Since then, pirates in this area have been unwilling to encounter this crazy woman. She continued to use the name Red Yangzi to run her transport business. Old Chow was not pleased with Fan Shuwu's interruption. He wanted Xu Xingbei to share his thoughts, hoping to gain an outsider's perspective on the missing cargo and personnel. 2 tons of rice is indeed of considerable value. However, there is also Tao Yun, a second-level warrior, along with 14 others in the periphery. If this matter is not handled properly, it is likely that the organization's goods will frequently go missing in the future. The first time goods go missing, the perpetrators might think of it as a small profit and a test. If there is no reaction, the next time it won't be so simple. First, confirm the timeline of everything Wang Jin said, then contact Red Yangzi's ship to verify these times. If possible, a trip to Rice Island could be arranged to find the supplier and double-check the timeline with them. The 3 parties, unaware of the details, will likely have discrepancies in timing. Thus, the timeline will point to the doubts. Xu Xingbei pondered for a moment and shared his thoughts. As Old Chow listened, his eyes lit up. Yes, that's a method. Tomorrow, let Wang Jin recount the events again. Xu Xingbei, you and Fan Shuwu should take notes. Outside, a man with a sharp face was standing there, grinning at Xu Xingbei. I say, brother, is this your first time on Chongqing Island? Come on, Lu Ge will take you out for a stroll and broaden your horizons. Xu Xingbei was already somewhat curious about Chongqing Island, not to mention anything else. Just the bright lights here were enough to leave him in shock. It should be noted that in the boathouse area, he occasionally used a headlamp for lighting at night. Most of the time, he couldn't even bear to use the headlamp. As for the chaotic area, the lighting equipment was also a headlamp, but here it was brightly lit. The walls of the room were covered with electrical wires. From what Xu Xingbei understood from his books, to generate electricity, it relied on energy sources or powerful water flows. Could it be that there's a power station on Chongqing Island? Xu Xingbei followed Lu Ge out. Chongqing Island covers an area of 40,000 square kilometers and serves as a transit station for many forces. It is a place where all kinds of people mingle. No matter what you encounter, don't try to stand out. Everything should be based on being low-key and cautious. Lu Ge seemed worried that Xu Xingbei was young and impulsive, and advised him on the way. Xu Xingbei smiled faintly and said, I will. Also, no matter what happens, do not reveal the name of the organization. The organization has a specific name for external use, called the Illuminati. If you encounter trouble, just say it's the Illuminati. There shouldn't be any problems on the island. Lu Ge reminded. Xu Xingbei nodded naturally in agreement. He just wanted to broaden his horizons and wouldn't cause trouble. When he arrived at a place filled with lights and lively sounds, He couldn't help but feel shocked as he looked at the bustling crowd inside, with shouts echoing everywhere. Compared to the dead silence of the boathouse area at night, this was truly a paradise on earth. Let us go to Brother Fan's table. Lu Gu led Shu Xingbei into the room. A wave of heat hit him, making it hard to believe it was still the cold winter season. Inside, there were at least 30 tables set up. Some were gambling, some drinking, and others chatting enthusiastically. And in one corner, 2 shirtless men were trading punches. Various female servers, dressed in revealing outfits, wove through the crowd with trays in hand. If a dispute arose, it could be settled fairly here. Regardless of winning or losing, there would be no retaliation, at least not on Chongqing Island. Lu Gu reminded Shu Xingbei as he noticed him looking in that direction. The ability to provide electricity, offer a venue for duels, and ensure fairness indicated that there must be a powerful force backing this place on Chongqing Island. Shu Xingbei's eyes flickered as he pondered silently, not speaking. After a while, Lu Gu brought Shu Xingbei to the table where Fan Shuowu was sitting. Besides Fan Shuowu, there were 4 other people at the table, all with flushed faces and exuding a strong smell. When Fan Shuowu saw Shu Xingbei approaching, he loudly called out, "Xingbei, come over and meet my brothers. This is Brother Niu, Brother Zheng, Brother Huang, and Brother Bai." Shu Xingbei greeted all the older brothers with a slight bow. "Add 2 more liang of wine." Brother Niu waved and called over a female server. "Old Niu, you're too polite." Fan Shuowu patted Brother Niu on the shoulder. "Isn't this just adding another brother?" Brother Niu seemed indifferent as he took out 2 bright yellow coins and placed them on the server's tray. The server set down a small wine pot on the table. Come, Brother Shu, give it a try." The brawny Brother Niu lifted the pot and poured a small cup for Shu Xingbei, pushing it over to him. Shu Xingbei raised his wine glass and tilted his neck back to drink. A wave of heat surged from his throat, burning all the way to his heart. He couldn't help but cough, and at that moment, it felt as if all the blood in his body was igniting, instantly giving his face a warm sensation. Shu Xingbei put down the wine glass, his hands trembling slightly. A few people were looking at Shu Xingbei, and seeing his flushed face, they couldn't help but chuckle. Shu Xingbei waved his hand. Although he didn't know what the 2 round coins that Nyogo paid were, he was sure they were worth a lot. "If Brother Shu doesn't drink, then let me enjoy it." Lu Gu grinned as he pushed his cup in front of Nyogo. "Old Lu, you have no shame." 7 gold coins, and Nyogo paid 3 himself, while you didn't spend a single cent and drank more than anyone else. "If it weren't for sending you to pick up Brother Shu, that gold coin I spent wouldn't even be enough to wet my throat." Zhenggu pushed Lu Ji's cup away. "Just have a little more. Consider it as Brother Shu drinking." Lu Gu was not at all angry and pushed the cup forward again. "Not enough fun. This way I also have 3 coins. Shall we go over there and try our luck?" Fan Shuowu took out 3 coins. "Maybe it's better not to go. How many gold coins can you earn a year? Rather than losing it there, you might as well buy 3 or 2 more drinks," Zhenggu advised. Fan Shu didn't listen to the advice at all and stood up to walk toward the gambling table. Chapter 42, Communication. Let's go. "We'll also check on old Fan's luck." Nyogo quickly followed Fan Shuowu. "We'd better not go over. Today, the dealer is the 3rd of the Longhu gang. A tough character. If you win, it's fine, but if you lose, you'll definitely take it out on the bystanders." Lu Gu shrank his neck towards the gambling table. Bai Gu also said, "Yeah, Fan Gu is good at everything, except for his gambling. The few gold coins he earns in a year are all lost at the dice. With that money, he could marry a woman and have a child. That would be a happy family. That's why they say eating, drinking, gambling, and smoking are the 5 great harms in life," Huang Gu sighed. Shu Xingbei sat quietly to the side, listening. As a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with the situation and did not know the character of the others. So he mostly remained silent and observed. A green ant crawled onto the table. Shu Xingbei curiously pinched the ant in his hand. "Don't, this ant is poisonous," Lu Gu exclaimed in surprise. Before Shu Xingbei could put the ant down, it bit him on the index finger. Shu Xingbei winced in pain, his grip loosened, and the ant fell to the ground. Looking at his finger, it had turned red and swollen. He had been too careless. Lu Gu poured a drop of liquor from the flask and applied it to Shu Xingbei's finger to disinfect it. The sea ant was still in its larval stage, so the toxicity wasn't great. If it were in its adult stage, not only would this finger be at risk, but even his right hand would have to be cut off. Shu Xingbei's face turned pale. Yes, how could there be sea ants here? Brother seemed a bit puzzled. What's so surprising about a larva crawling in? Normally, wouldn't people just brush it off with their sleeves? It's just that Brother Shu lacks experience and suffered a small loss, Zheng Gu said from the side. Shu Xingbei only felt an indescribable warmth spreading from his right index finger to his palm. But fortunately, this sensation disappeared after a while. The reason he picked up the sea ant was that he remembered a book about animal communication. The sea ant had just been crawling around without making any sounds. How did they communicate with each other? At that moment, a new awareness suddenly emerged in his mind. From these sensations, Shu Xingbei could even sense that besides the sea ant he had just encountered, there were hundreds of others scurrying around the room. It seemed that with just a thought, he could connect with them. A few people were chatting at the table, but only Lu Gu looked at Shu Xingbei with an uncertain expression and couldn't help but ask, "How is your finger? Is it better?" "No problem. Thanks, Lu Gu," Shu Xingbei replied, raising his finger and smiling at Lu Gu. "That's enough for tonight. For those who want to win, come back tomorrow. I'll continue to be the dealer." A loud shout came from the gambling table. It was the third guy from the Longhu gang that Lu Gu was talking about. Let us go. Let us go, Fan Shu said with a dark expression, shaking the wine jug on the table, only to find it completely empty. Angrily, he slammed the jug back onto the table. The members of the Jishur organization began to leave one after another. Back at his place, Shu Xingbei didn't rush to rest. He continued to sense the presence of the sea ants. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. There were about 10 within 5 meters. 8 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. There were a total of over 300 sea ants. They were running around, searching for food. As the sensations became clearer, Shu Xingbei tried to connect with a sea ant 5 meters away. "What is up?" The sea ant raised its head and asked in a somewhat confused manner. "Nothing. Do you have food?" Shu Xingbei thought for a moment and conveyed his question. "Looking for it," the sea ant replied impatiently. "If I find food, I'll let you know." Shu Xingbei tried to get closer to it. On Chongqing Island, if he could have the sea ants as his helpers, it would undoubtedly give him an edge. "All right," the sea ants seemed to perk up. "What should I call you? What should I call you?" Shu Xingbei was taken aback. Did the sea ant need a name too? Aren't all ants the same? Just pick a random name? No, that would give me away. "What about you?" "If you're older than me, I'll call you brother," Shu Xingbei asked in a moment of desperation. "I'm called 17. The sea ant conveyed its information very clearly. 17? Is that based on the order of birth, or is it arranged by the leading ant? Shu Xingbei thought for a moment and fabricated, "My name is Jujio." He wanted to report something beyond 100, but was worried it might backfire. "He's my little brother." If there's food, call me brother," Hai replied. After tossing and turning until dawn, he finally dozed off in a daze. By the time Fan Shu woke him up, the sky had already brightened. "Boss Chow wants us over," Fan Shu said, looking rather grim after losing money the night before. After breakfast, Lao Chow called in Wang Jian. According to the task arrangement, Lao Chow asked questions while Shu Xingbei and Fan Shu took notes. Repeating the sequence of events, Lao Chow said to Wang Jian. Wang Jian reiterated what he had said the night before, and Shu Xingbei confirmed that it matched what he had said. "Boss Chow, how should we proceed to solve this problem?" Wang Jian, noticing Shu Xingbei and Fan Shu taking notes, didn't think much of it. Since Lao Chow was here to investigate, it was natural to take notes. "Can't find him, Lao Yao. What about Hong Yangzi?" Lao Chow asked. "All right, contact Hong Yangzi. We need to meet her." Lao Chow's eyes lit up. Wang Jian left, and Lao Chow looked at Shu Xingbei. "How did it feel going to number 4 S-Bar last night?" "No." "For S-Bar?" Shu Xingbei immediately realized he was talking about the place he went to last night. It was eye-opening, had a bit of alcohol, he replied honestly. "Whether it's drinking or gambling, it's fine occasionally, but it shouldn't interfere with important matters," Lao Chow said, casting a meaningful glance at Fan Shu. Shu Xingbei nodded repeatedly. 2 gold coins were exchanged for 2 taels of wine, which was clearly of considerable value. He didn't even have gold coins, let alone the qualification to buy wine, much less gamble. Fan Shu and Shu Xingbei each took out their records. After comparing, the contents and times recorded were exactly the same. This meant that Wang Jian was right. They had no mistakes or omissions. Let's not rush. Let's wait a few more days and see. If it doesn't work out, we'll go to Medeo. Lao Chao quickly made arrangements. With nothing to do, staying on Chongqing Island was just wandering around. Brother Lu, the intermediary, was really nice to Xu Xingbei, accompanying him around and occasionally introducing things. Is the island protected by some force? Or is it within the territory of a certain force? Xu Xingbei asked. Brother Lu smiled slightly upon hearing Xu Xingbei's question. Brother Xu, your perception is quite sharp. You guessed right. Chongqing Island does have protective forces. Although they are strong, they haven't incorporated the entire island into their territory. Why? Because Chongqing Island is located in the middle of several shipping routes. Not only us, but other forces also have transit stations here. No one can monopolize this place. If they were careless, they would become the target of everyone. Not to mention that there are captains and sailors on the island who are proficient in navigation. They have passed through dangerous waters multiple times, and each force treats these people as treasures. As for the protective force maintaining order, it is naturally Spear, Brother Lu replied. Indeed, Xu Xingbei had anticipated this. It would be strange if such a colossal entity had not extended its reach here. Fortunately, 17 was only about 10 meters away from him. Xu Xingbei placed the bone by the door, guiding 17 to come and eat. 17 quickly caught the scent of food while devouring it. It also didn't forget to thank Xu Xingbei. 99. Huh. You have mutated? Turned into a human form? This is impossible. Xu Xingbei felt a sudden panic. He was counting on 17 and the other sea ants to become his trump card. If 17 noticed something was off, he didn't know what would happen. I didn't transform into human form. I just attached myself to him. He is my good friend, and Xu Xingbei conveyed the information, trying to resolve the situation as best as he could. That was more like it. Indeed, mutations would at most grow wings, just like number 4. 17 finally stopped being surprised. Sea ants grew wings? Xu Xingbei shivered. According to Lu Ge, being bitten by an adult sea ant could cost you even your palm. If the winged sea ants could be used for his own purposes, that would be great. Can you contact Brother 4? Xu Xingbei asked. Want to curry favor with no. 4? All the brothers around here are my subordinates. Do you want to betray me? 17 was not happy. Fine, it turned out 17 was still a leader. Forget it. Xu Xingbei dismissed the thought of contacting the number 4 sea ant. If he could calm 17 down, there would be nothing to worry about here. He didn't know what blood it had absorbed, but within a few days it grew wings. Don't worry, Gio, it's fine even without wings. We have many brothers. If there's anything, just find Brother 17, 17 said casually. Then I'll thank Brother 17 in advance, Xu Xingbei said joyfully. After all the hustle and bustle, this was the result he wanted. He didn't expect it to really happen. In the afternoon, a sudden rain poured down on the island, and outside it was like water turning to ice. Xu Xingbei was practicing his punches inside the house, and no one came to find him, whether it was Lao Chao, Fan Xiuwu, or Lu Ge. In the evening, the rain stopped, and suddenly a loud shout came from outside. Wang Tu, Fan Xiuwu has been captured by the Longhu gang. Chapter 43. Caught. All the personnel from the Jishur organization at the transfer station had gone out. Even Lao Chao and Wang Jian were alerted. Niu Zhaojin quickly explained the situation in a few words. It turned out that last night, Fan Xiuwu lost 2 gold coins and had been eager to make back the loss. Because of the rain, there wasn't much going on in the afternoon, so Fan Xiuwu called Niu Zhaojin out, and the two of them went to the rest bar together. Unexpectedly, the third member of the Longhu gang, excited from winning last night, had come early to take the bank. When they tried to leave, they were stopped by the third member. The Longhu gang had over 20 brothers there, so Fan Xiuwu naturally didn't dare to act out and was forcibly kept there. Niu Zhaojin made his identity clear, stating that both he and Fan Xiuwu were members of the Illuminati, asking the third member to release him. The third member, whose eyes were blinded by the loss, didn't care about the Illuminati and said they could either continue gambling or return the winnings. Fan Xiuwu was unwilling to comply. The Longhu gang was being too arrogant. Let's go, we'll go together. Wang Jian also got angry. Even after reporting the name of the Illuminati, the third member still refused to release them. And it was no longer just about gambling. If this matter wasn't handled well, it would inevitably affect the organization's status here, and future shipments would be impacted. Xu Xingbei naturally followed the crowd to the lounge. Of course, he didn't forget to summon 17, asking it to bring along many sea ants. 17 summoned hundreds of sea ants to crawl onto Shu Xingbei's body, while it itself twisted its body and headed straight for the lounge. Upon seeing 17's true form, Shu Xingbei nearly dropped his jaw in shock. This sea ant was a good half a foot long, with dozens of legs skimming the ground, moving at a speed far surpassing that of a human. Its green body had 2 long antennae above its head, resembling the antennas of a semiconductor radio. Passers-by saw 17 and hurriedly stepped aside in fear. No wonder 17 didn't take the flying number 4 seriously. The sea ants on Shuxingbai are much smaller compared to those on 17. The longest one is only about 2 centimeters. They crawl around on Shuxingbai, each expressing strange thoughts. Where is 17 taking us? Can this person be eaten? Don't move. He is a good friend of 99. 17 instructed us to listen to 99's orders. The ants communicate with their thoughts, and Shuxingbai's mind is filled with the conversations among the sea ants. Soon, everyone arrived at the resting place. From a distance, an angry voice could be heard. It was Fan Shuwu. Since ancient times, there has only been strong, not forced gambling. I said, "Third brother, aren't you being too excessive?" Excessive? Winning money and then running away? Is that a rule? Let's gamble 10 more rounds. Otherwise, even if your Illuminati people come. Don't say I didn't give you face, third brother sneered. Exactly. You Illuminati think you can bully our Longhu gang just because you have more people? Others from the Longhu gang echoed. Third brother, give me some face today. Let us stop here. My brother lost last night too. You said you would leave. He didn't say anything either. Niu Zhaojin squeezed into the crowd. At this moment, the resting place was chaotic, filled with people. Upon seeing that the Illuminati had suddenly brought in 50 or 60 people, those watching the commotion quickly made way. Shu Xingbei saw Fan Shuwu surrounded by more than a dozen people, his face looking exceptionally unpleasant. Your brother lost too, Niu Zhaojin. Don't think I don't recognize you. Let me tell you, your brother lost last night. How much did he lose? 2 gold coins, right? The third one, wearing a fur coat, sneered. Shu Xingbei realized that this matter was not simple. Not to mention Shu Xingbei. Even Wang Jian had long sensed that something was off. The forces on the island knew each other well and wouldn't easily show their anger, especially the leaders of various factions, who usually spoke politely when they met, let alone tearing their faces apart. The fact that Lao San could remember that Fan Shu only lost 2 gold coins last night made the situation even more complicated. Lao San, there are wins and losses at the gambling table. What you're doing is a bit too much. Our Bright Association and your Longhu gang have always gotten along well. It's not worth it over this matter. Wang Jian finally spoke up. Lao San obviously recognized Wang Jian and said calmly, Boss Wang, you came at the right time. I would have just accepted my loss. It's nothing. But this kid cheated. Do you think it's still a small matter? Cheated? The onlookers gasped. You're the dealer shaking the dice. How could he cheat? Wang Jian's face darkened. Are you taking yourself for a fool, or taking others for fools? Unless the dealer cheats, how could the bettors cheat? Ha! Lao San lost money and has gone crazy. The crowd reacted quickly and burst into laughter. Don't rush, Boss Wang. I'll tell you the answer soon. Lao San looked at the onlookers. Today's matter is a grudge between my Longhu gang and the Bright Association. It has nothing to do with others. Please leave quickly to avoid any misunderstandings. With Lao San's shout, the onlookers realized something was off. Let us go. It looks like things are about to get violent. Yes, there hadn't been a conflict on the island for 5 years. Could it be starting again today? Where was the patrol team? How come they hadn't shown up yet? Under the control of Shu Xingbei's thoughts, the hundreds of sea ants on him had already gone to their designated positions. 17 sent him a thought. 99. After this is over, give me some good food. Sure, no problem, Shu Xingbei replied cheerfully. At this moment, Wang Jian had become alert. Lao San, are you planning to fight? Just then, the door of the CAF was suddenly shut. The onlookers didn't leave completely. Over 50 people remained, surrounding Wang Jian and Shu Xingbei. What a move to catch a turtle in a jar, Wang Jian sneered. Lao San, you can't possibly think we're only this many in the Bright Association, right? If you want revenge, that can wait. Do you really think the patrol team will let you take revenge? Lao San was unyielding. Wang Jian's gaze narrowed. Are you going to surrender quietly, or do we have to make a move? Since the matter had come to this point, Lao San wouldn't hold back anymore. Hearing Lao San shout, everyone from Longhu Gang pulled out their weapons, each holding shotguns aimed at the members of the Jisha organization. Seeing this situation, Wang Jian couldn't help but feel bitter. He had been too careless. He had brought almost all the manpower from the transit station for such a trivial matter of gambling. Wang Jian slowly raised his hands. Wait! With a sharp shout, Xu Xingbei stepped forward. Lao San's wolf-like gaze fixated on Xu Xingbei. Kid, what are you stepping up for? Are you afraid you won't die fast enough? As he spoke, Lao San grinned and walked toward Xu Xingbei. In his eyes, Xu Xingbei hadn't even grown hair yet. How dare he make a noise? That was truly tempting fate. If I were you, I wouldn't even move, Xu Xingbei said calmly. Lao San was taken aback, and someone beside him exclaimed, Third brother, their S. What is it? Lao San was about to ask again when he suddenly felt an itch at his collar. Looking down, he saw a huge sea ant with glimmering compound eyes staring at him. This sea ant was at least half a foot long, and Lao San could swear he had never seen such a huge sea ant before. The members of Longhu Gang were dumbfounded. Even if they could shoot, they wouldn't dare aim at Lao San's neck. Why you? Lao San finally faced Xu Xingbei seriously. Stop with the Yuan. Have them put their guns away. Xu Xingbei coldly commanded. Oh, you don't think that with just this little thing, you can make us escape, do you? Lao San gritted his teeth and shouted. Make a move. Then, one by one, the members of Longhu Gang slumped to the ground. My right hand is numb. My hand is numb. Help me. The extra guns were collected by everyone. Fine. Our Longhu Gang has lost today. Name your price. What do you want? Although Lao San was reluctant, he had to bow down. At this moment, even if he didn't want to bow down, it wouldn't matter. Boss Wang, you're the leader. You negotiate with him. Xu Xingbei had no experience in negotiations. Rather than this, it was better to let Wang Jian step in, which would make Wang Jian feel better and help him avoid a headache. In a short time, Wang Jian felt as if he had just had a dream. From being obedient and surrendering to suddenly having the power of life and death in his hands, he really felt a bit unaccustomed. The door opened. The people waiting outside had already guessed the outcome. There was no gunfire, and this time the Bride Association had definitely become prisoners. However, to their shock, the ones walking out with their hands raised were all members of the Longhu Gang. Even the arrogant Lao San was shrinking his neck. There were still dozens of people who only raised one hand, the other hanging down, their faces filled with worry. When the members of the Jisha organization walked out behind them, each holding a shotgun, the onlookers finally gasped in surprise. How is this possible? Lao San, who had been so arrogant, ended up taking a tumble. Hearing the chatter outside, Lao San felt an indescribable bitterness. What should have been an easy win turned into this situation. Where could he go to seek justice? Chapter 44. The matchmaker back at the transit station. The organization members expressed their gratitude to Xu Xingbei one by one. Although they were curious about how Xu Xingbei commanded the sea ants, in the end, they chose not to ask. Wang Jian looked at Xu Xingbei with deep meaning, suggesting that if he felt bored staying at the base, he could stay here in the future. Xu Xingbei smiled and said good. Fan Xiuwu was even more grateful to Xu Xingbei. If it weren't for Xu Xingbei today, the personnel of the organization here would have been caught all at once. This is yours. Fan Xiuwu handed over 60 gold coins. Xu Xingbei waved his hands repeatedly. Take it. Your brother Fan's life is yours. If it weren't for the fact that your brother Fan needs money to redeem someone, I would give you everything. Fan Xiuwu's face showed more shame. When Xu Xingbei entered the base, Fan Xiuwu didn't take him seriously at all. Unexpectedly, today it was Xu Xingbei who saved him. To redeem someone? Can gold coins be used to redeem someone? Xu Xingbei's heart stirred. Is brother Fan's family inside? Fan Xiuwu nodded. It's my brother. Before I joined the organization, I was injured once, and my brother sold himself into slavery to hire a doctor. Nielan's face flashed before Xu Xingbei's eyes. It takes 60 gold coins to redeem someone? Xu Xingbei asked eagerly. If that's the case, then he would have to accept those 60 coins. No, you need to negotiate the price. Are there others in your family who are in a similar situation as my brother? Fan Xiuwu asked. Yes. Unfortunately, I can't go to redeem him. At least I can't show my face, Xu Xingbei said bitterly. He killed 2 deputy managers and a warrior, and now he is probably frantically searching for himself. It is truly difficult to redeem someone. It seems impossible for others to stand up for Xu Xingbei. Thinking of this, Xu Xingbei nodded in frustration. Let me try first. If it doesn't work, I will find Brother Fan again. After hesitating for a long time, Xu Xingbei ultimately refused. It would be better to find a leader in the organization to help, perhaps someone like Old Chow or Old Bian. Nielan's brother is an outer member of the organization, and if he pays to have them help redeem someone, the resistance should be much smaller. Fan Shuwu didn't insist, patting Xu Xingbei on the shoulder. All right, if it's really difficult, come find me. Let us go eat together. While eating, Xu Xingbei was collecting sea beast bones again. Wang Jian immediately sensed Xu Xingbei's intention and instructed the cafeteria to take out 2 large pieces of cooked beast meat and handed them to Xu Xingbei, saying, "Don't use bones anymore." "Thank you, Brother Wang." Xu Xingbei smiled gratefully. Wang Jian patted Xu Xingbei's shoulder firmly. "I'm really happy to be able to help," Xu Xingbei said sincerely. How could the organization afford to support idlers? It's truly unexpected to be able to help this time. Old Chow nodded. I really didn't misjudge you. However, your troubles are just beginning. A member of the organization can control sea ants, which is enough to attract too many forces. If Xu Xingbei can control not just sea ants, but also sea beasts, then bringing him along on the voyage across the sea will definitely provide more assurance. Old Chow's worries were precisely the reason why Wang Jian invited Xu Xingbei earlier. Just then, Wang Jian walked in from outside. "Old Chow, Xingbei. The Red Lady sent someone to invite Xingbei over. Are you going?" Wang Jian said, his eyes showing a bit more concern. "The Red Lady has a transport fleet. If you refuse her, you will inevitably become enemies, and it will be much harder to get her to take the organization's cargo orders in the future. In other words, the Red Lady can refuse Wang Jian's request to meet, and Wang Jian cannot refuse the Red Lady. On the long sea route, which cargo owner doesn't wish for their goods to be safe? Xingbei, you decide for yourself." Old Chow's expression clearly showed his struggle. Seeking to meet someone who is unwilling. Now the opportunity is knocking at the door. How can one refuse? This was Xu Xingbei's thought. He stood up and said, "Then I will go over." Old Chow suddenly stood up, opened his arms, and embraced Xu Xingbei, saying that life comes first. Everything else, like 2 tons of rice, is not important. Wang Jian looked on with a stiff expression and proactively said, "Old Chow, I'll take him over." "All right." Old Chow readily agreed. But Xu Xingbei could clearly see the worry in his eyes. Xu Xingbei followed Wang Jian outside. In the darkness, there stood a big man with a full beard and slightly curly yellow hair. "Come on," the man called out, walking ahead. Xu Xingbei looked at the man's appearance and suddenly thought of Shailian, as well as the book he had read about different races. Wang Jian walked alongside Xu Xingbei and whispered, "After we pass, don't look in the matchmaker's eyes." Xu Xingbei listened with confusion and was about to ask something again when Wang Jian glanced at the person in front and gently shushed. Wang Jian seemed very wary of the matchmaker, as well as the bearded man in front. Xu Xingbei thought about what Lao Chao had said and connected it to Wang Jian's earlier actions. He couldn't help but be cautious. The 3 of them walked in the dark, 2 in front and 1 behind, without speaking. After arriving at the dock, the bearded man called out to Xu Xingbei to follow him, ignoring Wang Jian. "Tell Hong Jia that he is my family," Wang Jian suddenly shouted loudly. There was an indescribable sense of frustration and gloom in his voice. Xu Xingbei became increasingly certain that Hong Yangzi was not simple. Someone who could make Wang Jian so wary couldn't be an ordinary person. The bearded man led Xu Xingbei onto a houseboat. The boat was lit up, and the sound of the engine was clattering, blending with the sound of the waves, making the night feel even more tranquil. He knocked on the cabin door and respectfully said, "Sister Hong, I've brought the person." Following that, the bearded man opened the cabin door, signaling for Xu Xingbei to enter. Xu Xingbei stepped into the cabin, where the furnishings were simple, just a table and 2 chairs, with a carpet on the floor that made no sound as he walked. There was no one in the cabin. As Xu Xingbei was pondering, the cabin door was closed from the outside by a bearded man. Then a crisp voice rang out from inside the cabin, "Come in, my guest." Shu Xingbei guessed that it was the matchmaker inside, and he steeled himself and walked into the room. As soon as he stepped into the room, he saw a woman dressed in a fur skirt standing there, with long golden hair cascading down like a waterfall, sapphire-like eyes, and a fair face that was smiling. Her alluring eyes were scanning Shu Xingbei from top to bottom. Shu Xingbei's eyes involuntarily glanced at the exposed waist of the animal skin skirt, where there was a dazzling ivory white. The round belly button was visible. "Please sit down." The woman beckoned Shu Xingbei to take a seat. Then she took out 2 teacups, put some tea leaves in, filled them with water, poured 1 cup over, while holding the other cup herself. Shu Xingbei noticed that she was barefoot, with each of her pure white feet painted in red polish, which was particularly striking under the light. "Let's get to know each other. My name is Eurus, and people outside call me the Red Lady. What about you?" Eurus greeted Shu Xingbei as she sat down opposite him, crossing her legs. The short animal skin skirt had risen to the roots of her legs, making her look even more alluring. Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei's heart raced wildly. No matter how mature he seemed, he was still just a young man. No matter how hard life was, he was still in the prime of his youth. "I heard you can command sea ants, and I'm really curious about it. Can you tell me more?" Xiao Lizi spoke, her voice like water droplets falling from the eaves, tinkling softly. She casually lifted her gray short coat, revealing her impressive figure that could not be concealed. Shu Xingbei's gaze flickered, no longer meeting Xiao Lizi's eyes, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Yes." "What method of driving?" Xiao Lizi leaned in a little closer, and Shu Xingbei could smell the fresh scent of grass and trees from her. Xiao Lizi laughed softly. "Is that so? Little brother, I want to hear it. You can't make up stories. I'm telling the truth." Shu Xingbei naturally couldn't reveal that he could communicate with sea ants. Not to mention Xiao Lizi, he wouldn't tell even the people in the organization. Some things could be left for others to guess, but the truth he would not disclose. That was his trump card, a trump card he held in this merciless apocalypse. "Is it?" Xiao Lizi raised an eyebrow. "Have a sip of tea." She picked up the cup and took a sip. Shu Xingbei pointed her cup and said, "I'll drink from your cup." Kaya Lisai looked at Shu Xingbei in surprise, seemingly astonished by the caution exhibited at such a young age. She handed over the cup, and Shu Xingbei carefully took a sip. The taste of the tea was fragrant, with a lingering aroma. "Little brother Shu, didn't anyone tell you this is called an indirect kiss?" Kaya Lisai burst into another fit of giggles. With a flick of Shu Xingbei's hand, he tried to calm his mind and placed the teacup on the small wooden table in the center. "Tell me the story of how you fed the sea ants." Kaya Lisai's voice became softer. It seemed that a fragrant aroma began to fill the room, growing stronger. Shu Xingbei's heartbeat grew slower, and his eyelids became heavier. "You didn't feed the sea ants. You understand their language and can communicate with them, right?" The voice asking the question was no longer crisp, but soft and sticky. "Yes, yes." Chapter 45. Breaking free, the questions from the matchmaker increased, and Shu Xingbei fell deeper into obsession. He was seemingly unaware of his situation. At this moment, even if the matchmaker told him to get rid of the sea, he would jump down without hesitation. A curve formed at the corner of the matchmaker's mouth. What a stubborn kid, surviving alone in the boathouse area at just 15, and even clashing with the Spear organization. Wait, he was trying to redeem a woman named Nielan. The matchmaker inquired about Nielan's identity and learned that Shu Xingbei had joined an organization called Jishur. The Illuminati was the external name for the Jishur organization. So that's how it is. The matchmaker's faction was also a formidable force, and she naturally wouldn't regard the Jishur organization lightly. On this island, aside from the power of the matchmaker, there probably weren't any other forces that could make her wary. 99, what's wrong with you? Wake up, wake up. Just as the matchmaker fell into thought, a consciousness transmitted into Shu Xingbei's mind. It was 17. How did 17 come here? Shu Xingbei immediately woke up. Not good. He had fallen into the trap of the Hongniangzi. No wonder he heard that the Hongniangzi wanted to see him. Old Chow had a serious expression and told him to prioritize his life above all else. It turned out that Old Chow also knew the terrifying nature of the Hongniangzi. And then there was Wang Jian, who directly said that Shu Xingbei was his family, making his intention to protect him unmistakable. "From now on, you will follow me," the Hongniangzi said softly. Her voice had added a hint of seduction. Shu Xingbei can summon the broken spear whale and have the poison frog guard him. Plus now he has the sea ants. Hong Yangzi is increasingly optimistic about Shu Xingbei. With such talents among his subordinates, his power has undoubtedly increased significantly. After Shuxingbai was awakened by Shiqi, his mind was already clear. Originally, Shuxingbai's determination was so steadfast that his peers could only look up to him. And even the experienced and weathered old Chow did not have a level of resolve that surpassed Shuxingbai. What qualifications do you have to make me follow you? Just as Shuxingbai was about to mock him, he suddenly changed his mind and decided to take the opportunity to clarify the true identity of old Diao, who was in charge of transporting the rice, and where he had gone. All right, the Illuminati has treated me well, and I have not yet completed this mission, Shuxingbai replied, pretending to be dazed. Huh? Hong Yangzi immediately sensed something was off. Shuxingbai had underestimated Hong Yangzi's abilities. Her awareness had already caught onto his fleeting hesitation. Shuxingbai's consciousness had actually slipped out of his control. Stop pretending. Speak up. Will you submit or die? As soon as Hong Yangzi thought of this, her demeanor changed. She shifted her body and pulled out a shotgun from her back. Shu Xingbei quietly watched the Red Lady. This woman no longer had even a hint of a dust-laden appearance. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her hands gripping a gun, and her eyes were filled with an unspoken, killing intent. As she turned hostile since her seduction failed, a cold smile appeared at the corners of Shu Xingbei's mouth. Since you think I am useful to you, why not persuade me a bit? The Red Lady looked coldly at Shu Xingbei. As soon as he made any move, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. On the shipping route, she was used to the life-and-death struggles. How many people had just been laughing and chatting, only to start fighting without any warning? Many had died at Shu Xingbei's hands. She would not capsize in the gutter. You think I would easily trust you after escaping my psychological tactics? The Red Lady retorted. Even if I submit, would you believe me? The situation was extremely urgent. If he made even the slightest mistake, he would die here today. Shu Xingbei could only gamble, hoping that 17 could help him out. Huh, and you don't need to worry. Let me tell you, I have at least 10 ways to make you obedient, the Red Lady said, her expression showing delight. Oh, Shu Xingbei raised an eyebrow. Take a look at your feet, and then speak. The Red Lady was taken aback, looked down, and then let out a shocked scream. Her prolonged voice was extremely piercing, startling even Shu Xingbei. Unbeknownst to her, the tops of her feet were already crawling with sea ants. Although each sea ant was small, less than a centimeter, they lay there, their long antennae twitching, reminding the Red Lady that they could bite her at any moment. Why you don't talk about shooting? The Red Lady was so frightened that she didn't even dare to move. She had seen huge sea beasts and had hunted many of them. But these tiny sea ants terrified her to the extreme. It was like how many girls love to keep dogs and cats, but a single mouse could make them scream for a long time. Put down the gun. Let's have a good chat. Shu Xingbei took control of the situation, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Okay, just don't let them move, the Red Lady stammered, her lips trembling. Shu Xingbei moved a thought, and the sea ants crawled off the back of Hong Yangzi's foot one by one. The furry ant legs brushed against Hong Yangzi's foot, making her heart tremble. After the sea ants retreated, a knocking sound was heard from outside. Hong Jia, what's going on? It's nothing. Everyone step back, Hong Yangzi said, her heart still racing. She put down her gun and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The reason for bringing Shu Xingbei onto the ship was her concern that he might secretly harbor sea ants. Unexpectedly, despite her careful calculations, this kid still managed to bring the sea ants along. She decided to play along for now and see what he had to say. What do you want to talk about? Hong Yangzi stood up and asked. At this moment, her expression was indifferent, exuding an air of superiority, like a queen who speaks with authority. Shu Xingbei didn't have time to lament the unpredictability of women. He was still communicating with Shiqi. After he asked everything he wanted to know, he still had to retreat completely, and he needed to be well prepared for that. Shu Xingbei looked at her and asked for the exact departure time of Old Mo's ship, then memorized it. Is Old Mo a fake name? Has there never been such a ship owner before? Shu Xingbei asked again. He has been running on this route for 2 years. As for whether he is using his real name, that's not my concern, Hong Yangzi said somewhat impatiently. Fine, then it's settled. Goodbye. Shu Xingbei stood up, opened the cabin door and walked out. In the darkness, his pace was not slow. "Stop him," a voice came from behind him. It was Hong Yangzi who spoke. If Xu Xingbei thought he could walk out of his own ship unscathed, then she, Hong Yangzi, would have wasted her reputation. A big man jumped out of the darkness. He stood coldly in front of Xu Xingbei, his towering figure making anyone who glanced at him feel a sense of dread. The man stood at the ship's side, completely blocking the way out. If Xu Xingbei wants to pass, then the man is an obstacle he must overcome. "Stay here," the big man stretched out his large hand. Resembling a palm fan, tried to grab Xu Xingbei by the neck. A punch was thrown, then another. In just over 10 seconds, Xu Xingbei had thrown 7 consecutive punches. The force of the punches struck heavily against the strong man's abdomen, causing him to grunt in pain, covering his stomach with both hands and crouching down. Xu Xingbei pushed with a flick of his hand, and the burly man gritted his teeth in pain, desperately trying to block Xu Xingbei's palm. But Xu Xingbei had already grabbed his arm and pushed him forward. With a splash, the burly man fell overboard and into the sea. Waves? No, it was not just waves. A voice in the dark spoke in fear. The deck was filled with people, each holding a shotgun, coldly aimed at the approaching Xu Xingbei. "Stay," the leader said coldly. "Xu Xingbei, it's better not to struggle. Submit to me obediently. You can't possibly dominate the sea with just a few ants, can you?" A mocking voice echoed behind Xu Xingbei. No need to ask, it was naturally Hong Yangzi Xiao Lizi. Xu Xingbei's lips curled into a smile. Fortunately, he had communicated with Shichi in advance. Otherwise, he truly feared he would be doomed tonight. "Hong Yangzi, I advise you stop here and let us remain friends. If you insist on going your own way, I am not afraid of a deadlock," Xu Xingbei shouted emphatically. "Is that so? Are you going to use ants to create a deadlock?" Hong Yangzi approached closer, now standing behind Xu Xingbei. She confirmed that there were no sea ants on her anymore. Instinctively, Hong Yangzi took a step back. She was indeed frightened by the sea ants. Turning her face, she was stunned. What was on her shoulder? Had a bird landed on her shoulder? No, it wasn't a bird. Thanks to the light emanating from the cabin, Hong Yangzi saw clearly that it was also a sea ant. My goodness, when did such a large sea ant appear? It was over half a foot long, and it even had a pair of wings. If it weren't for the 2 antennae on its flat forehead, Hong Yangzi wouldn't believe it was also a sea ant. Now, Hong Yangzi didn't dare to move. No matter how brave she was, the shotgun couldn't hit her shoulder, right? Even if it did, so what? Did she want to harm herself? "Can I leave now?" Xu Xingbei asked. "Let him go. If you want to be friends, then let the sea ant release me," Hong Yangzi said through gritted teeth, each word bursting out as if forced through clenched jaws. "Once I leave, it will naturally let you go," Xu Xingbei said calmly as he strode away. Chapter 46, Disguise. Xu Xingbei walked away, and the sea ant on Hong Yangzi's body flapped its wings and flew up. Having suffered a loss, Hong Yangzi was unwilling to let it escape. Even if it attracted more sea ants, she couldn't care less at this moment. She raised her gun and fired a shot at the sea ant. The shotgun, also known as a scattergun, has no rifling, and when fired, the sound is deafening. Hong Yangzi thought this shot would definitely hit the flying sea ant, but unexpectedly, just as the sea ant flew upwards, it suddenly folded its wings and dropped straight down to the surface of the sea. Then, under the limited light, Hong Yangzi saw clearly that it was floating on the water, its ant legs paddling rapidly, and soon disappeared from her sight, filled with unrelenting anger. She viciously fired another shot into the air. Hong Jia, everyone on the deck, clearly knew that Hong Yangzi was furious and shouted in unison. "What are you shouting about? Search for me. Search the whole ship. See if there are any damned sea ants left." Hong Yangzi screamed hysterically. Those people hurriedly turned on their headlamps and went to search. Soon, one by one, they came back to report, "Hong Jia, there are none on the deck." "Hong Jia, we've searched the cabins upstairs, and there are none." "Hong Jia, we've searched all the cabins downstairs, and there are none." "None, is it?" Hong Yangzi gradually calmed down. Indeed, impressive. Not only could it escape my psychological tactics, but it also had this trick up its sleeve. Be friends? Good. Let's see what else you can do. If we really want to be friends, it's not impossible. The big man who was pushed into the water by Xu Xingbei had a bath, changed his clothes, and came to Hong Yangzi looking dejected. "Hong Jia, I'm sorry. I'm useless. Hong Yangzi was silent for a moment. I don't blame you. That kid has a way. Although it was getting late, Xu Xingbei didn't care much. No, Xu Xingbei could feel Wang Jian's concern and was touched. Let's go see old Chow, he just left. Wang Jian said. The two quickly arrived at old Chow's residence. Old Chow was still awake. When he saw Xu Xingbei come in with Wang Jian, he was momentarily stunned, then asked softly, "Are you here to say goodbye to us?" Goodbye? Xu Xingbei was taken aback, thinking of Hong Yangzi's words. He smiled. Old Chow thinks I've been tamed by Hong Yangzi? Are you saying no? Old Chow suddenly got excited. No? That's great, no. Wang Jian and I have been worried about you. It's good that there's none. It's good that there's none. Let me talk about what happened when I went to see Hong Yangzi. Xu Xingbei had witnessed Hong Yangzi's psychological tactics and knew their terrifying nature. Upon reflection, he guessed that old Chow must also know about Hong Yangzi's abilities. Since this was the case, it would be better to clear up the doubts early to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. Are you saying the sea ant woke you from your obsession? And these sea ants followed you because they were worried there would be no beast meat to eat in the future? Old Chow and Wang Jian listened, feeling increasingly incredulous. Yes, Xu Xingbei felt as if he was dreaming. This time, he really almost fell into Hong Yangzi's hands. He didn't expect that 17 thought that 99 had gone with him to the dock and believed 99 was leaving. So he not only called the nearby sea ants, but also contacted the fourth old, who was also called over. If 17 knew there was no 99 sea ant at all, would he turn against him? Xu Xingbei didn't know. Hong Yangzi let you go. We didn't stop you. Even without Hong Yangzi, other forces would come looking for you. Kid, you made quite a name for yourself, and the trouble is also quite big, old Chow sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, the patrol team is also watching you. Only Hong Yangzi can temporarily keep these forces in check. What about afterwards? Xu Xingbei really hadn't thought that far. Hearing old Chow's words, he couldn't help but start to worry about his situation. Not becoming Hong Yangzi's subordinate is already a stroke of luck. As for what happens next, just don't turn against Hong Yangzi. Even if we can't be friends, we shouldn't be at odds with her, old Chow replied. Our G-Sure organization has always sought balance and development among various forces. Of course, I don't want to turn against Hong Yangzi, but I have no say in the matter. Xu Xingbei forced a smile. Wang Jian shook his head. Xingbei, you're overthinking it. Since you can retreat unscathed from Hong Yangzi, she wouldn't have any further thoughts. Even if she wanted to act, it would be when you're in danger. We are all people who risk our lives to make a living, who would go all out because of a moment of conflict. The Longhu gang fell today, and we only seek compensation from them. If we fell at the hands of the Longhu gang today, the result would be the same. Just a matter of giving up interests. As long as there's no extermination, we can continue to cooperate when needed in the future, and no irreconcilable situation will arise. Hearing Wang Jian's explanation, Xu Xingbei finally felt more at ease. He had thought that if Hong Yangzi insisted on hunting him down, he would immediately run away tonight. Wang Jian was also at a loss, rubbing his hands nervously. It would be fine if it were single force. The organization here had considerable strength and could completely fight back. However, the island had too many complicated forces, and each force was coveting, which was indeed a headache. Wang Jian, you should go rest early. Xingbei, stay for a moment. I have something to tell you. Old Chow's expression changed unpredictably, and in the end, he seemed to make a decision. Wang Jian left. Old Chow looked intently at Xu Xingbei. Do you have any intention of becoming an intelligence officer for the organization? What intelligence officer? Xu Xingbei was taken aback. The little booklet given by Gu Pan didn't mention anything about an intelligence department. Intelligence officers are responsible for collecting information from various places and forces. They need to know how to gather, record, and classify information. Of course, they also need to have a strong ability to adapt. Once you join, you'll be constantly on the move, basically drifting at sea. Old Chow couldn't continue. Xu Xingbei was too young. Could he handle drifting around at such an age? Xu Xingbei suddenly asked, Old Chow, the library department is the intelligence department, right? Old Chow was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Since I have already joined the intelligence department, is there still a need to seek my opinion? Xu Xingbei was speechless. At this point, is there any room left for him to choose? Dies technique? Back in the room, Xu Xingbei opened the small booklet. Like the books in the organization, This was also a notebook with the title Facial and Body Transformation Technique written on the front page. Su Xingbei flipped through the pages, gradually becoming captivated. The transformation of one's appearance could not only be achieved by applying specially made skin, but also through changes in bone structure and facial muscles to achieve the effect of disguise. The book did not mention how to create the specialized skin. Instead, it focused on the changes in facial muscles and the training of bones. In other words, the entire skeletal system could also be altered in flexibility through practice, allowing a slender figure to become more robust. The challenge lay in how to stabilize the bones after they had been stretched. Su Xingbei firmly remembered the content and began to practice along with it. Without experiencing the situation firsthand, one cannot understand the difficulty. Su Xingbei practiced repeatedly, exhausting himself to the point of sweating profusely, yet he still couldn't find the trick. Remembering Lao Chao's words about things that can't be mastered, he even began to doubt his own comprehension. Lao Chao's statement clearly implied that the art of disguise wasn't difficult and could be mastered quickly. He didn't know how long he had been practicing, but the muscles in his face were already sore from the strain, and his face remained unchanged. It was still not working. Training the bones, that also requires strength. Relying on his own, pulling meant external forces acting on the bones, which wouldn't yield results. What if the bones could generate the stretching force themselves? Unknowingly, Su Xingbei had practiced his natural powers to an extraordinary level and used them for disguise. First, there were changes in the facial bones, but the effect didn't last long. It couldn't hold for more than 10 minutes before returning to its original state. The bones of his body were also stretched successfully, but the duration was even shorter, lasting at most 3 minutes. After experimenting until dawn, Su Xingbei finally managed to maintain the changes in his facial bones for about 20 minutes, while the duration of the bone changes remained unchanged, still around 3 minutes. Su Xingbei hurriedly washed up and ran to find Old Chao. Old Chao opened the door and looked at Su Xingbei in confusion. "Are you here to find me?" Su Xingbei nodded. "As for the matters on the transfer station, you should go find your boss Wang. No need to come to me. Lao Chao is a bit unhappy." Su Xingbei suddenly chuckled. "You are Xingbei?" Old Chao asked hesitantly after scrutinizing him several times. "It's me." "Old Chao, didn't you say those who can't do it will come to find you?" "I want to ask how to extend the duration of skeletal changes," Su Xingbei asked eagerly. Chapter 47. Pursuit. Old Chao stared blankly at Su Xingbei, at a loss for words. When he handed the book to Su Xingbei last night, his intention was for Su Xingbei to come and ask him if there was anything in the book he didn't understand. Who would have thought that Su Xingbei could already change his appearance? He could even alter his skeletal structure. How long had it been? From midnight to morning. About 7 hours, right? In just 7 hours, he had mastered the incredibly difficult art of disguise. How long did it take him to learn it initially? 2 years or 2.5. Since Old Chao took on the role of head of the intelligence department, he had accepted at least 15 intelligence operatives. They had all learned the art of disguise, and the fastest one took a year and 10 months to learn it. At that time, Old Chao had praised that operative for his extraordinary comprehension ability. Now, looking at Su Xingbei, Old Chao's mouth twitched. That extraordinary operative probably wouldn't even be considered a speck of dust in front of Su Xingbei. I will teach you. No, I will discuss with you." Old Chao didn't dare to say he would teach Su Xingbei. He felt he wasn't even qualified to discuss it. Under Old Chao's guidance, Su Xingbei spent several more hours and finally managed to stabilize his form after skeletal changes, but still couldn't last more than an hour and a half. Fortunately, the change in appearance could last for about an hour now. Old Chao looked at the still unsatisfied Su Xingbei and didn't know what to say. Such an extraordinary comprehension ability, and he was still not satisfied. Did the others who learned the art of disguise still have the face to stand in front of him? Old Chao felt awkward inside, but he still had to maintain his image in front of Su Xingbei, of course. He couldn't express his true feelings. "Take your time." Old Chao pretended to speak earnestly, feeling his old face flush as he said this. "Where are you going?" Su Xingbei, no longer practicing the art of disguise, asked Old Chao curiously. "I'm going to Mi Island with Fan Shuawu. Wang Jian has contacted the cargo ship over there, and we'll leave after lunch." "You've already helped a lot by finding out about Old Miao's situation," Old Chao replied. Old Chow reminded him that he initially intended to take Fan Shuwu and Shu Xingbei to meet Island together. However, since Shu Xingbei had managed to command sea ants, which attracted too many covetous eyes, he could no longer take Shu Xingbei along. Old Chow could even estimate how many pairs of eyes would be watching them once he and Fan Shuwu boarded that cargo ship. Now that Shu Xingbei could initially disguise himself, he could leave Chongqing Island confidently. As they spoke, Old Chow changed his appearance. He pursed his lips, casually put on a hat, and hunched his waist, looking no longer like an old man, but a genuine old lady. Shu Xingbei couldn't help but be amazed. "Let's go eat. I've been entangled with you for the whole morning, and I haven't even had breakfast." Lao Chao's voice has changed, trembling and shaky, completely sounding like a woman's tone. Shu Xingbei was first taken aback, then quickly reacted and smiled as he said, "Yes, Grandma. Let's go, let's go. If we keep dragging this out, be careful that Grandma hits you with her dragon-headed cane." Old Chow coughed a couple of times. I have to say, Old Chow's portrayal of an old lady is truly vivid. The crowd outside the transfer station was noticeably larger than usual. Wang Jian observed this and felt even more worried. Staying on the island any longer is really not suitable for Shu Xingbei. Those people undoubtedly come from various factions, and once Shu Xingbei goes out, he will inevitably be threatened by them, just like last night with Hong Yangzi. It's just that those factions are not as unscrupulous as Hong Yangzi. "Let's go. I'll see you off," Wang Jian urged as he waited for Shu Xingbei to feed the sea ants. "No need, Brother Wang. I'll leave by boat. Even if someone notices, there won't be many following me. If you escort me, it will actually draw attention." Shu Xingbei firmly refused. Wang Jian could certainly think of this. He was just concerned about Shu Xingbei. The strength of the transfer station could certainly protect him. However, this protection is limited to the island. And once Shu Xingbei leaves the island, it's uncertain how many pursuers will be behind him. Shu Xingbei was not in a hurry. He had initially mastered the art of disguise, able to change his shape and appearance, making it easy to leave Chongqing Island. Even if there were pursuers behind him, they wouldn't easily resort to violence without being certain that he was the one who could control the sea ants. However, he still needed to plan carefully. This trip to Chongqing Island had been very fruitful for Shu Xingbei. Not to mention anything else. Just the 60 gold coins from Fan Shuwu was enough to make him extremely excited. Before this, Shu Xingbei thought that the only things that could be exchanged in this world were food and water and nothing else. Gold coins were something that not many people in the shipyard area knew about, and those who could possess them were even rarer. Coupled with the disguise technique given by Old Chow and the ability to communicate with the sea ants, it was enough to leave Shu Xingbei pleasantly surprised. With joy after joy, the only one who almost caused him trouble was the matchmaker Qiao Lizi. This woman was too wicked. Shu Xingbei has not interacted much with women, except for the 2 female deputy managers before and after the task release in the boathouse area, and one is Nielon. It can be said that the boldly dressed Eurus flustered Shu Xingbei, leading him to fall for her tricks. If he were to encounter Eurus again, Shu Xingbei still wouldn't have full confidence in facing her. Bringing the sea ants along? In the vast ocean, it's not impossible to hunt some sea beast meat. Plus, there is already food on the houseboat. With this thought, Shu Xingbei made up his mind. He opened his consciousness and communicated with 17. "No problem. As long as there is food, it's fine to follow your good friend." 17's answer made Shu Xingbei particularly happy. With a group of sea ants led by 17, even if he were to be surrounded at sea, he wouldn't be at the mercy of others, without any chance to fight back. With the sea ants, Shu Xingbei finally felt a bit relieved. Once his mood settled, he took out the 60 gold coins given by Fan Shuwu from his pocket, spreading them one by one on the table, the surface shining with a golden hue. Shu Xingbei pressed his face against them, feeling the coldness brought by the coins. The youthful nature of a boy was fully manifested at this moment. He had helped Fan Shuwu a great deal, without the assistance of the sea ants. Fan Shuwu and Wang Jian's group would have been captured by the Longhu gang. Not to mention the considerable profits that the organization's transit station here would have to give up. Fan Shuwu wouldn't have a single gold coin left in his pocket. Shu Xingbei felt justified in acquiring these gold coins. The only thing unclear was the purchasing power of the gold coins. He didn't know what they could buy. Before leaving, he needed to ask Wang Jian. Although he was reluctant to spend these coins, planning to use them to redeem Nielon, understanding their use would prevent any waste if he obtained more in the future. Upon hearing Xu Xingbei's question, Wang Jin naturally answered truthfully, "You must have come from the boathouse area, right? The exploitation of people in the boathouse area is too severe. The residents there have a bit of freedom, but other than that, they are no different from slaves. Rice is a good thing, right? 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 30 pounds of rice. A merchant ship makes a trip to the rice island to transport 500 tons of goods, and it only earns a reward of 100 gold coins." Xu Xingbei let out a gasp. Is the value of gold coins really that high? Although he had never been to Mid-Island, he knew the distance between Mid-Island and Chongqing Island. It took more than 20 days for a large ship to travel from Mid-Island to Chongqing Island. The speed of merchant ships was even slower than that of large ships, and to transport 500 tons of goods, there would have to be dozens of sailors on board, along with samurai to protect the ship, right? After deducting fuel and expenses for food and drink along the way, how much of the 100 gold coins would be left? How much would each person get? At 3 in the afternoon, Xu Xingbei bid farewell to the personnel at the transfer station, called on Captain Old Chun and a group of sailors, and left Chongqing Island. The personnel at the transfer station had a good impression of Xu Xingbei. After all, he had turned passivity into initiative and rescued them from the hands of the Longhu gang. Everyone wanted to keep Xu Xingbei, but, constrained by the situation, could only wish him safe travels. Survival at sea is extremely difficult. Many people live day by day. There are countless cases of those who have today, but no tomorrow. For the sake of food and drink, they scheme against each other and harm one another, pretending to be brothers while waiting for the chance to turn on each other. It can be said that the people in the Jishur organization genuinely care for each other. Xu Xingbei could certainly understand all of this. His perception of the outside world became increasingly clear. He could sense who held hostility towards him and who had murderous intent, without anyone having to remind him. As Xu Xingbei insisted on not letting anyone see him off, no one forced the issue. At the moment he stepped out, he changed his facial features and elongated his bones, transforming into a square-faced, sturdy man. The sea ants, guided by Xu Xingbei, quickly ran ahead. Although the island was land, the sea ants moved swiftly towards the dock, and no one noticed. Otherwise, with these sea ants, those monitoring the area outside would have been able to detect something unusual. No target among the crowd? The leaders of various forces had lost their focus. What about the brothel owner's ship? Is there anything unusual? Someone asked. They were tidying up in the morning and were expected to set sail today, with subordinates reporting back. The heads of various forces immediately connected the dots. Chase. Send speedboats. Chase. Those who reacted quickly immediately gave the order. If Xu Xingbei had left in the morning, it would explain why there had been no movement from the brothel owner's ship until now. As for Old Chow and Fan Shuwu, they had long been ignored by the various forces. Xu Xingbei's abilities are truly bizarre. If he can command sea ants, can he also command sea beasts? Can he foresee a fish tide in advance to avoid it? Capturing Xu Xingbei alive at the lowest cost is not only the idea of the matchmaker, but also the thought of various forces. What is being compared now is just the speed of action. Chapter 48. Human Knife and Ruler on the Ship. Old Chen clearly realized the urgency of the situation, but he had experienced many storms and waves, so he stepped steadily and led a group of sailors aboard the ship. Xu Xingbei boarded the ship, and the sailors swiftly lifted the anchor and stowed the dinghy. The houseboat then started moving, sailing out of the dock. Hong Nyangzi received a report from her subordinate, brushed her golden bangs, and quickly exited the cabin, arriving on the deck of the houseboat. She used a telescope to observe Xu Xingbei and Lao Chen's group. It's not that kid. Hong Nyangzi put down the telescope. Xu Xingbei watched as the sea ant boarded the ship ahead of him, feeling relieved. Just at that moment, a gnawing pain surged in his abdomen, almost costing him his life. Xu Xingbei used all his strength to suppress himself. At this moment, his steps were light, as if he were walking on clouds on the deck, without any feeling of exertion. Old Chun was in the cockpit, and the sailors were each performing their duties. No one noticed Xu Xingbei's abnormality. Xu Xingbei suddenly fell to his knees, his limbs uncontrollably twitching. If there was someone nearby, they would definitely see Xu Xingbei convulsing as if having an epileptic seizure, his body shaking like a sieve. What is happening? Am I poisoned? Father, mother, I will come down to be with you soon. Shu Xingbei collapsed on the deck, the cold sea breeze blowing in, cutting like a knife across his face. It was another kind of pain. However, this pain was much easier to bear than the agony in his abdomen. Fortunately, this pain brought Shu Xingbei back from the brink of collapse. He slowly leaned against the wooden board by the cabin door, gradually propping himself up. The face and bones, altered by the disguise technique, had long since returned to their original form. It was this sight that caused Hong Nyangzi's expression to change drastically. Chase. It's that kid. Almost let him get away. Hong Nyangzi immediately ordered the ship to set sail. Nearby, more than a dozen speedboats were filled with people who were secretly observing Hong Nyangzi. If Hong Nyangzi didn't move, they wouldn't easily take action. Once Hong Nyangzi's ship set sail, it was like sending a signal to all the factions. Chase. The crazy woman has moved. That kid is definitely on the ship ahead. All factions quickly reacted, wanting to capture the person before the crazy woman could. One speedboat after another roared to life, the waves churned up by the speeding boats crashing heavily against the dock. In an instant, everyone on the cargo ships moored at the dock turned pale. What is going on? This scene was, of course, clearly seen by Hong Nyangzi. A fierce expression flashed across her beautiful face. Trying to snatch my person? Full speed ahead. Shout out. Tell those guys that if they don't get out of the way, I'll let them taste the bullet. Following Hong Nyangzi's command, her ship's speed immediately increased several times, the high bow resembling a giant blade, cutting through the dark sea. The water on both sides constantly rolling, like two playful dragons entwined around the ship. 99, what's wrong? 17, who was on the cabin roof not far from Shu Xingbei, anxiously sent a message to him. Nothing, I'm fine. Shu Xingbei gritted his teeth against the pain and communicated with 17. It's my friend. He might be poisoned. Poisoned? We have poison on us. Maybe we can suppress the poison in him. Why don't you bite him and try? 17 replied. Bite? How can I bite? Shu Xingbei sighed helplessly. He couldn't exactly tell 17 that he wasn't 99, but rather a good friend in 99's mouth, could he? Shu Xingbei's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, the sea ant is also poisonous. Since I can't go on like this for long anyway, it might be better to fight poison with poison. With this thought, Shu Xingbei hesitated again. Who knows if he could survive after a bite from the sea ant? Perhaps he wasn't even poisoned. When one can live, who wants to die? People always yearn for survival. Otherwise, the people in the boathouse area would have died long ago. Not to mention those slaves. Only when faced with death do people truly understand the preciousness of life. Shu Xingbei was hesitating when he heard shouting from behind him. Listen up, speedboats in front. If you don't want to die, get out of the way early. Turning his head, Shu Xingbei saw several speedboats rushing towards him. Following the speedboats was a tall ship. The speed of that ship was much faster than his own. At the current distance, it would catch up in at most half an hour. The speedboats were even closer, with the nearest one just about a mile away. On the deck of the pursuing ship stood a woman in leather, looking heroic, holding a telescope. The voice shouting came from that ship. It was Hong Nyangzi. She truly was a relentless spirit. Just as Shu Xingbei was growing anxious, over a dozen men appeared on the sides of the ship, each holding a shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. The men decisively opened fire at the speedboats. Blood splattered as the driver of the speedboat had his head turned into a sieve. The speedboat lost its direction, shot up suddenly, flipped in the air, and crashed onto the sea with a loud boom. On this side, another speedboat also soared into the sky. A long scream trailed off, accompanied by a series of trembling sounds. Hong Nyangzi, are you crazy? You lunatic! Another speedboat was hit, and the severely injured man flying from it couldn't help but curse. The response to him was the loud crash of the speedboat hitting the water. The one who had just been roaring in shock was thrown back, spewing blood from his mouth, and his body floated on the sea shortly after. Retreat. We retreat. The remaining speedboats, encountering such a madwoman, were all terrified. You must know that in the sea, shotguns were mostly used for deterrence. No one was willing to shoot easily. What they fired were not bullets, but gold coins. Taking advantage of the chaos behind him, Shu Xingbei made his final choice. With this woman's madness, if he fell into her hands, there would be no good outcome. If the sea ant could truly cure his poison, it would mean he had a glimmer of hope. If not, the sea would be his burial place. 17. Oh, my friend, the toxin in my body isn't enough. Shu Xingbei transmitted the message to the sea ant. Really useless, 17 replied disdainfully. The half-foot-long 17 crawled onto Shu Xingbei's instep and asked, "Where should I bite your friend?" 17 then transmitted another message to Shu Xingbei. "Where to bite? Where should I bite?" He was reluctant to be bitten anywhere. "Leg? No, I still need to walk." "Hand? No, that's too far from the painful spot. And if my hand is injured, I would still be at the mercy of others." Wielding poison against poison, he decided to bite his stomach. 17 opened its mouth, and the slime pulled apart, clearly showing a large gap. Looking at the green ant body, the swollen parts at the head and tail were clearly two small balls, making Shu Xingbei feel pained. Even through his clothes, he could feel the pain in his abdomen. As 17 injected the toxin into Shu Xingbei's body, he was horrified to see that the green color of the ball-like parts behind 17 was gradually fading. "When your friend is better, I want to eat more." 17 clearly weakened, saying, "I can't protect him either. Let 4 help him." "Thank you." Shu Xingbei conveyed his gratitude, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. Could he still survive? With so much toxin, surely even a behemoth would be poisoned to death? Suddenly, a warmth surged from Shu Xingbei's abdomen, and gradually, the gnawing pain subsided. He didn't know if it was suppressed or if he had become numb to the pain. The boat in front stopped, and Hong Yangzi's ship finally caught up. Lao Chun ran over from the cockpit. "Mr. Shu, we can't outrun her." The pain was still there, but Shu Xingbei could already stand straight. "It's okay. I can handle everything." Lao Chun looked at him with doubt. To be honest, he really didn't dare to believe Shu Xingbei. Although he had heard that Shu Xingbei could command sea ants and even made the third of the Longhu gang stumble, it was just hearsay. The notorious reputation of Hong Yangzi was far above that of the third. "You go to the cockpit and reduce the ship speed. When the 2 boats are close, put down the gangplank and let her come over," Shu Xingbei ordered. Lao Chun could only comply. He was merely an outer member of the Jishur organization, and in terms of status, Shu Xingbei was indeed higher than him. As the 2 boats drew closer, Hong Yangzi looked at the lowered gangplank with a slight smirk. "I said, you are quite sensible." Today's attire of Hong Yangzi was obviously different from last night. She was dressed in a complete set of black leather, with a pair of black leather boots, entirely in black. The only exception was her collar, which was open, revealing a touch of white. Her golden hair was styled in a bun, but a few strands still floated in the air in front of her. Behind her stood a dozen burly men, each nearly 2 meters tall, with fierce expressions. Despite it being the dead of winter, they were still bare-chested, their leather boots creaking on the deck. "Sensible?" Shu Xingbei wiped the sweat from his forehead. This scene only made Hong Yangzi sneer more. She was unaware that the sweat was due to Shu Xingbei's stomach pain. "I was able to leave last night. Do you think I'm afraid I can't leave today?" The pain in Shu Xingbei's abdomen had disappeared. Although he couldn't be sure if he was better, he was no longer afraid for the time being. "Shu Xingbei, I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. To be honest, following me only brings endless benefits. I also admire your abilities and don't want to ruin you. However, don't think I won't give the order to shoot." Hong Yangzi stared at Shu Xingbei. At this moment, Shu Xingbei was like fish on the chopping board. Chapter 49. Entanglement. Shu Xingbei once took a fall in front of Hong Yangzi, and the reason is quite simple. A young man full of vigor encounters a mature woman who is very good at teasing. Anyone who claims they can handle it is probably just bragging, though other reasons could exist, like having practiced the sunflower scripture or something similar. Even Wang Jian and Old Chow are extremely wary of Hong Yangzi. Old Chow is more than a generation older than Shu Xingbei. However, one cannot easily step into the same river twice, and Shu Xingbei certainly wouldn't take a second tumble with the same woman. At this moment, Shu Xingbei is incredibly calm and thankful for Sister Qiao's appreciation. "However, my fortune is shallow, so I can only say I'm sorry." Before Hong Yangzi could say anything, a burly man behind her sneered, "You're being given face. Don't be shameless." Shu Xingbei looked at the man coldly and said, "Don't think that just because you have a gun in your hand, you can do whatever you want. To be honest, I could make you die in an instant." The big man spoke without any interruption from the red lady. Shu Xingbei always gave her a sense of invulnerability. Was it just bluster, or was there another reason? She had considered that Shu Xingbei's support was the sea ants. At that moment, the ship had already sailed hundreds of miles from the dock, and she hadn't seen the sea ants follow Shu Xingbei onto the ship. If Shu Xingbei was just bluffing, the Red Lady didn't believe it. How much experience could a young man have? Although she learned about Shu Xingbei's past through psychological techniques, she internally believed that he was merely a young man with a sense of revenge and justice. The Red Lady observed Shu Xingbei's expression repeatedly. As soon as he showed any sign of worry, she would immediately order him captured. However, Shu Xingbei spoke before the Red Lady could. He pointed at the big man and said, "If you don't believe me, just take a look at the back of your hands." The big man scoffed repeatedly, too lazy to pay attention to Shu Xingbei's words. What were the more than 10 people waiting for? They were not waiting to waste words with Shu Xingbei. They were waiting for the Red Lady's command. He didn't check his own hands, but the Red Lady did take a glance. When she looked, her expression froze. There were indeed sea ants on the back of the man's hands, one on each hand. "Shu Xingbei, don't be impulsive. Let's talk," the Red Lady said, just as old Chow had mentioned, able to take up and put down. Sometimes, intimidation is more effective than tearing the facade. Shu Xingbei could not possibly be a match for more than 10 big men. The reason he could confront the Red Lady now was that she wanted him to submit. With the presence of these sea ants, Shu Xingbei had more confidence in his conversation with the Red Lady. After all, the fourth sea ant was still hiding in the shadows. Surely the Red Lady could realize this. Of course, he wouldn't. Shu Xingbei connected his consciousness with the sea ants, and one by one, they crawled away from the bodies, hands, and legs of the big men. Upon witnessing this scene, the big men were all terrified. It turned out that without their knowledge, Shu Xingbei had already taken control of their fate. Even if they could shoot and Shu Xingbei couldn't survive, their own fate wouldn't be much better. Shu Xingbei made a gesture of invitation to the Red Lady. The Red Lady raised her hand, brushing aside a few strands of hair from her forehead. As her arm lifted, her wrist appeared pure and white, and her slightly exposed arm was as white as ivory, with clear veins visible. She intentionally twisted her waist, the graceful figure beneath the leather outfit fully revealed. Her slender waist, which could be easily grasped, seemed to be at risk of breaking at any moment. Shu Xingbei followed behind, unable to see the face of the Red Lady. If he could, he would clearly notice the smile on her face that hinted at a successful scheme. Once they entered the cabin, Shu Xingbei pointed to a chair and gestured for her to sit. However, he stood there, leaving the cabin door open. "Come with me. With my protection, I can guarantee that there are few people in the vast Haifu domain who would dare to harm you." The Red Lady was secretly surprised by this young man's composure. Little did she know that since last night, after he had stumbled at her place, Shu Xingbei had been continuously reflecting on his actions. He had already realized that the woman's charm had led him astray, and if it weren't for Qishur, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was precisely because of this setback and facing it head-on that he had grown. If the Red Lady thought she could use the same trick again, she truly underestimated Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei can seize every opportunity to make himself stronger, whether it's the boxing techniques from the Seven Ruins or the knowledge in the organization's library. All of it has become the nourishment for his growth. I think my attitude is already very clear. No way. Shu Xingbei directly refused. He didn't want to fall out with the matchmaker, at least not until he was out of her shotgun range. Well, I'll say two things, and after you listen, you can consider them at your leisure. The matchmaker, seeing that Shu Xingbei remained unmoved and that her usual charm was unable to dazzle him, became serious. Shu Xingbei is qualified to negotiate with her. Please say. Shu Xingbei listened quietly. His mind was racing, thinking about how to make Hong Nyangzi willingly leave without thinking about making him submit anymore. Besides the sea ant, is there any other way? The organization you rely on for survival. Let's not worry about what it's called for now. Do you think it can protect you? Hong Nyangzi asked. Is it a psychological attack? Shu Xingbei smiled and said, I have never expected anyone to protect me. The vast sea is everywhere. Survival is difficult, and everyone is preoccupied with their own struggles. How can one talk about protecting others? Is this something a 17-year-old boy would say? If that's the case, why would he still want to join the Qishur organization? With his abilities, as long as he avoids overly dangerous places, he could already survive in the sea. Is it because of that Nyalan? Hong Nyangzi secretly regretted not asking more questions last night. Xu Xingbei fell silent. He had asked Lao Chao about the relationship between the organization and the company, and from the moment he learned the answer, he had given up on the idea of requesting help from the organization to rescue someone. You killed several people in the company, which would undoubtedly provoke the anger of the middle management. Trying to rescue someone through normal channels would be impossible. Yalan might even be sent to a place where you could never find her. When the matchmaker saw Xu Xingbei silent, she immediately seized the opportunity. Is that so? A bitter taste arose in Xu Xingbei's mouth. If that's the case, then it's because his actions were too radical. No, not radical. When someone has a knife to your throat, wouldn't you resist, whether it was Ding Xiang or the forces the company later sent? As long as they were willing to talk to him, the situation would definitely not be as it is now. In that moment, Xu Xingbei had an epiphany. If your strength is inferior to others, expecting them to negotiate with you is just a delusion. The woman in red before him is a clear example, isn't she? Without the threat of the sea ant, would she be saying so much to him? She would definitely have taken action as soon as they met. Wait, a thought flashed through Xu Xingbei's mind. If the woman in red was going to take action, then the tea he drank last night and the sudden abdominal pain he experienced today must be connected, right? With this thought, Xu Xingbei's eyes became even colder. The organization can't help me. Do you think you can? Xu Xingbei asked. No need. After finishing the two matters, please leave. Xu Xingbei made a gesture to send her off. I only mention one thing. There's another matter, and I advise you to think carefully. The woman in red noticed that Xu Xingbei was acting differently. He was becoming increasingly indifferent. Are you trying to say you poisoned me? A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Xu Xingbei's mouth. The abdominal pain was gone, and Xu Xingbei was certain that the toxin from 17 was effective on him. Since that's the case, it wouldn't hurt to be straightforward. The woman in red suddenly stood up. You know, that poison cannot be resolved by anyone. How could you? The more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. Who did Xu Xingbei find to cure the poison? Without knowing the composition of the poison, who would dare to prepare an antidote for him? Moreover, if Xu Xingbei really found someone to cure the poison, wouldn't that mean that his subordinates, who were controlled by the poison, could betray him? The more Hong Yangzi thought about it, the more she felt that Xu Xingbei could not be left alive. Anything she could not obtain, whether a person or an object, should be eliminated. Her poison had not been cured. It was just temporarily suppressed. Xu Xingbei had an unusually keen perception of external stimuli, and he immediately caught the fleeting change in Hong Yangzi's emotions. He realized that he had somewhat overplayed his hand. However, there was still time to remedy it. You don't want to live? Hong Yangzi was not willing to easily believe him. Offending an immensely powerful company, do I have any way to live? Is it important whether the poison is cured or not? Xu Xingbei shrugged. The usually decisive Hong Yangzi hesitated. To fall out with Xu Xingbei? Was that flying sea ant of his lingering on some part of her body? Not a fallout. Keeping this kid around might lead to trouble later. Chapter 52 Messages. For a moment, Hong Yangzi's thoughts were racing, and finally, she made up her mind. Xu Xingbei, if you change your mind one day, come find me on Chongqing Island. I don't want you to submit. Let's be friends and cooperate. Hong Yangzi looked deeply at Xu Xingbei. To be honest, she felt reluctant. There was too much information that she was sure Xu Xingbei was unaware of. If he were behind her, her chances of success would be greatly increased. All right, Xu Xingbei agreed without hesitation. As long as Hong Yangzi didn't play tricks, he didn't want another enemy. Then I wish you good luck. Before I leave, let me share a piece of information with you. The number 7 ruins are not as simple as you think. Also, if you want to cooperate with me, it's best to do it quickly. At that time, our chances of getting the ARC tickets will be greater. Hong Yangzi was decisive in her actions. After she finished speaking, she left without hesitation. Now that Xu Xingbei was unwilling to walk with her, what about in the future? These two messages were her sincerity. Hong Yangzi completely believed that these two pieces of information would leave a mark in Xu Xingbei's heart. As long as he was moved, Hong Yangzi did not believe he would not go to Chongqing Island to find her. Skilled in psychological tactics, Hong Yangzi successfully planted a wedge in Xu Xingbei's heart. The reason for not acting too quickly was that Xu Xingbei wanted to give Hong Yangzi the impression that he was confident and unafraid. so that she wouldn't suddenly turn against him. Having dealt with Hong Yangzi twice, Xu Xingbei had already witnessed this woman's madness. She could be alluring and charming at times, cold and cruel at others, sometimes soft-spoken and sometimes sincere. Anyone who trusted this woman too easily would likely end up with nothing left, not even bones. Dealing with Hong Yangzi twice also made Xu Xingbei grow quickly. At the very least, he understood the skills needed for negotiating with people, to have confidence, and to mix intimidation with deception. As for the two messages from Hong Yangzi's departure, they made Xu Xingbei's gaze flicker. Hong Yangzi actually knew about the 7 ruins and even mentioned that they were not simple, which truly surprised Xu Xingbei. But if there really was a magnetic field, how did his ship later break free? Besides the oceanic magnetic field, the literature also mentioned ghost ships, frozen creatures, and frozen people, all of which Xu Xingbei kept in mind. He increasingly felt that the ocean was unfathomable. The 7 ruins? It was just a row of bungalows, and everything inside the houses had turned to dust over time. What was so complicated about that? No, it was indeed not simple. That massive protective dome, if it were only to protect that row of bungalows, would truly not make sense. Xu Xingbei thought about it, and the more he thought, the stranger it became. When he first went there, he only wanted to find 1 or 2 items to negotiate with the company about the ransom. Now, upon reflection, had the place he visited really been searched thoroughly? What about underwater? Or perhaps the area covered by the 7 relic is far more extensive than this. Also, when the matchmaker mentioned the Ark, was she referring to the Noah's Ark that Nyelon spoke of? How could something that even Nyelon knew about never have been mentioned after joining the organization? Mr. Xu, the ship has left, a sailor came in to report. Has it? Xu Xingbei responded. Then he became alert. Could the matchmaker's words be 100 trustworthy? Her intention was probably to deliberately pique his curiosity and then continue searching for her. This woman truly had deep schemes. Xu Xingbei immediately threw these 2 pieces of news out of his mind, and his thoughts drifted to another question. When did the Red Lady poison him? Was it the cup of tea from last night? But she clearly drank it too. Xu Xingbei felt a chill run down his spine at this thought. This woman was too terrifying, so much so that she poisoned others without sparing even her own cup. Thinking about the fate of those speedboats when leaving the dock, Xu Xingbei increasingly felt that this woman was too fierce. It must be the reason she has survived until now, right? If she were a bit kinder, she would have been swallowed up by those predatory guys long ago. As he thought about the poison that the matchmaker had given him, Xu Xingbei's gaze suddenly flickered. Was the matchmaker using poison to control her subordinates? What about Spear Company? What about the Jishir organization? Xu Xingbei didn't realize that his associations had led him to speculate more about the Jishir organization. As his thoughts started to wander, he found himself considering more and more issues. After a long time of fanciful thinking, he ultimately decided to temporarily set aside everything. Many things cannot be understood just by thinking. He had just joined the organization, and there were many internal matters that needed to be explored gradually to understand. After having lunch, Xu Xingbei fed the sea ants with sea beast meat. After eating 2 pieces of meat weighing a full pound, 17 spirits improved significantly, and he was no longer listless. Captain Lao Chan watched curiously from the side and exclaimed, "Mr. Xu is truly skilled. Such abilities, apart from Mr. Xu, no one else in the organization possesses." Xu Xingbei listened, his heart stirred. "Captain Chen, how many years have you been in the organization?" "Let me think. About 12 years, I guess." "I do say I'm an old-timer," Old Chen replied. He let Xu Xingbei call him Old Chen, though he wasn't that old. Probably just over 50. "So, you know all the leaders in the organization?" Xu Xingbei probed, intentionally making his tone sound curious. Old Chen immediately puffed up with pride. "Of course. Not to mention the leaders, even the newcomers, I know them all very well. We sailors are not on the periphery." "No wonder," Xu Xingbei laughed. "I was wondering why Boss Chow didn't let me pass on the message and instead assign the task to you." Old Chen's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. "Is it because you've been in the organization for too short a time? Actually, whether you pass it on or I do, it's the same, right?" "Same? That's not the case." Xu Xingbei wasn't interested in the message-passing matter. What mattered was that Old Chow had clearly told him that he would be an intelligence officer in the organization from now on. Therefore, This situation would definitely be reported upwards, meaning it would certainly be included in the information that Captain Old Chun was about to report. What Old Chow say? Would he suggest that he could command the sea ants and let the organization control him? He had done blood tests over at the lab, but he hadn't received the report. Some things require a bit more vigilance. Since Hong Nyangzi valued his abilities so much, it was hard to imagine that the organization would be indifferent to it. Shu Xingbei pretended to be indifferent, and he didn't inquire indirectly about the information from Old Chun anymore. No matter what was in the information, the organization would surely take corresponding actions later. At that time, everything would be clear. In the following days, Old Chun deliberately avoided Shu Xingbei, which made Shu Xingbei even more vigilant. He initially wanted to contribute his share of light and warmth after joining the organization, but now it seemed that many things needed to be observed from a distance before he could make his own decisions. Shu Xingbei didn't want his trust to be betrayed. He thought he could rely on someone to have his back, only to end up with a fatal stab. Compared to people, Shu Xingbei preferred to believe in the behemoths, sea frogs, and now the sea ants he dealt with. If he could also have a crew with a captain, sailors, and a group of warriors as guards, wouldn't his power be even stronger? This thought took root in Shu Xingbei's heart. These days, he continued to practice his punches without slackening. He had successfully mastered 2 out of the 3 forms behind the arm-piercing straight punch, and the natural power that Bian Wuxing taught him left Shu Xingbei increasingly amazed as he delved deeper into it. What kind of mind could come up with such a way to leverage power? After drifting at sea for 5 days, they finally arrived at the chaotic zone in the evening. Old Chun docked the ship hastily and then hurriedly left. The sailors were merely peripheral members of the organization. After bidding farewell to Shu Xingbei, they dispersed to the outskirts of the chaotic zone. Shu Xingbei first went to the library ship, where he arranged for the sea ants to stay, and then went to the reception area for dinner. Xing Guobin, Qin Sheng, and Huang Yinggao were still on duty. When they saw Shu Xingbei, both Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng excitedly sat down beside him and started chatting. Huang Yinggao glanced over at them and let out a heavy snort. Xing Guobin didn't say anything, but Qin Sheng told Shu Xingbei not to pay attention to him. Of course I won't pay attention to him, Shu Xingbei said slowly. He was not afraid of those who opposed him. For some people, unless they were made to feel pain, they would never know fear. Huang Yinggao put down his chopsticks and left with a stern face. Xingbei, be careful. That guy's been getting close to me Yandong lately, Xing Guobin reminded him. Xing Guobin nodded and quietly said to Shu Xingbei, that guy's all about profit. Huang Yinggao must have given him some benefits. But don't be careless. Mi Yandong is a second-level warrior. Chapter 51, Sea Spirit Grass. Xing Guobin had never seen Shu Xingbei's performance in the training camp, so he was naturally anxious for him. Of course, Shu Xingbei could feel Xing Guobin's concern. He patted Xing Guobin on the shoulder and said, it's fine. Do they dare to act directly against me within the organization? Of course not. However, we can't rule out that Mi Yandong might challenge you, but it's impossible for him to go all out. If there's a challenge, the leaders in the organization wouldn't be able to say much. After all, in an area with immense survival pressure, the organization needs to become stronger. When the organization becomes stronger, its members become stronger too. Qin Sheng said, if there are tasks, they will be assigned to you. If no tasks are assigned and you're not required to stay behind, you can rest and adjust yourself. So that's how it is. Shu Xingbei then asked about the tasks posted in the task hall. You have to ask, otherwise, no one will guide you. The booklet given by Gu Pan isn't very detailed. When there are no tasks, you can naturally go over there to accept tasks and earn merit points. Those tasks, well, there's not much confidentiality. The merit points aren't many, and usually, members with families take those tasks and have their family members complete them, Qin Sheng replied. Newcomers can practice their skills. Both Guobin and I have done it. You can decide for yourself. Qin Sheng knew that Shu Xingbei didn't have many merit points, but the merit points from the tasks in the task hall were still too few. Originally, Qin Sheng thought about lending some points to Shu Xingbei, but Gu Pan told him that Shu Xingbei had already borrowed points from the organization. After thinking it over, Qin Sheng gave up on the idea. I'll accompany you tomorrow morning, Xing Guobin chimed in. Then it's settled. To be honest, Shu Xingbei also wanted to see the situation of the tasks released by the organization. If there are tasks with manageable difficulty, He also wants to take one. The purpose isn't for the points, but because he wants to go to the suspended island and carry back a can of oxygen to offset the borrowed merit points. After dinner, Shu Xingbei took his badge and swiped 2 points in the kitchen to buy some sea beast meat. After feeding the sea ants, Shu Xingbei began to practice his punches repeatedly. Still limited by the merit points, otherwise he would definitely buy some potions to strengthen his body. After joining the Jishur organization, Shu Xingbei had grown taller. He was only about 1.75 meters before, but now he was nearly 1.8 meters. He wasn't as thin as a bamboo pole anymore. Instead, he had become sturdier. After finishing his rounds of punching practice, Shu Xingbei was drenched in sweat, as if he had taken a sweat bath. He dried his body with a towel and changed into a fresh set of clothes. As for taking a shower in the bathroom, Shu Xingbei still felt reluctant. Fresh water was precious. Previously, he fought hard for a bit of fresh water and liquid food. Now using fresh water to bathe, Shu Xingbei still couldn't accept it. After communicating his thoughts with the sea ants, asking them to be vigilant for safety nearby, Shu Xingbei laid down on his bed to rest. Before falling asleep, he thought a question. Did the cup of tea from Hong Nyangzi control his consciousness or guide it? Why did he answer all her questions after just one sip of tea? Also, since she had such a magical ability, why did she want to use poison to control him? Wouldn't it be better to use that magical ability directly? If Hong Nyangzi knew that Shu Xingbei had such thoughts, she would probably be furious and scold him for being ignorant. Psychological techniques could indeed be used to control people, but first, the person using the psychological technique must be strong enough, and second, they must find the psychological weaknesses of the target to plant a shadow in their mind, so that thereafter the target would obey. At that time, Hong Nyangzi had not fully understood everything about Shu Xingbei, and he was awakened from his confusion by the sea ants. This meant that Hong Nyangzi's attempt to use the technique on Shu Xingbei had failed. Once a psychological technique fails, it is basically impossible for the target to be controlled again. Moreover, Hong Nyangzi's psychological technique had not reached such a powerful level. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the trouble of using poison. After thinking for a while, Shu Xingbei fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he saw Nielan again. Her face had a hint of blush, and when she saw Shu Xingbei, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Brother Shu," Nielan ran towards Shu Xingbei. "Brother Shu, I see you again. Are you feeling better?" Nielan asked excitedly. "I'm better now," Shu Xingbei murmured, "but what about you? Are you okay?" With half-closed eyes, Shu Xingbei felt a bit moist in the corners of his eyes, suddenly realizing Nielan's importance to him. Only she truly cared for him silently. As for the organization, Old Chow and Hong Nyangzi, weren't they all accepting him only after witnessing his abilities? Shu Xingbei suddenly recalled a sentence from a book he had read. A person is only called a person when they're needed by others. If no one needs them, they're called useless. When he was injured and unconscious, he was indeed useless, just a useless person waiting to spend money for treatment. In order to be rescued, Nielan was willing to sell herself as a slave. Wasn't her goodness enough for her to give everything? If he could possess the same abilities as the matchmaker and control the manager of the company in the shipyard area, could he find out Nielan's whereabouts? Shu Xingbei suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. He jumped out of bed, turned on the lights in the cabin, and began to search through the bookshelves one by one. What would such a book be called? Mind control? Soul control? Telepathy? Shu Xingbei's fingers slowly brushed over the spines of the books, and he couldn't determine the name of the ability that the matchmaker had exhibited, so he had no way of finding the corresponding book. In fact, Shu Xingbei had not yet considered another question. If the library had such collections, they would have long been taken away by the organization's higher-ups. How could they still be here now? Even if they couldn't understand them, they would still take them away and study them slowly. Psychological activity recognition, criminal psychology, death, psychology, external manifestations of psychological activity. Shu Xingbei pulled out one book after another, and then he sat down in a place that could serve as both a bed and a desk, flipping through the books one by one. This one isn't it. This one isn't either. After briefly browsing through several books, Shu Xingbei shook his head, feeling extremely disappointed. None of them were related to the matchmaker's abilities, which meant that what Shu Xingbei was looking for was at least not here. Could it be that the organization doesn't have such books? Shu Xingbei suddenly thought of something and picked up the booklet that Gu Pan had handed to him. He remembered that it recorded the departments of Strength, Research Institute, Soul, and Intelligence. Could it be the Soul Department? Yes, it was very likely. He should ask Xingwu Bin about it tomorrow. With this thought, Shu Xingbei instinctively glanced out the window of the cabin. Unknowingly, the sky outside had already brightened. After having breakfast, Shu Xingbei, along with Xingwu Bin and Qin Sheng, headed towards the mission hall. Inside the mission hall, there was a large display screen. The first mission was to collect oxygen, with merit points calculated by leaders. 2 points per liter, released by the Research Institute. The second mission was to collect sea beast meat or giant fish meat, 1 point per 100 pounds, released by the cafeteria. The third mission was to collect sea spirit grass, 1 point per 10 stalks, released by the Soul Department. What is sea spirit grass? Shu Xingbei pointed to the third mission and asked Xingwu Bin. Sea spirit grass grows on islands with springs. Though it is called grass, it looks like a short tree. The sea spirit grass has pointed leaves on its branches and buds, with the best being 3-leafed. When harvesting, one must pick the light yellow ones, which can be used to make spirit tea that calms the soul and mind. If it's red, it must be avoided, as red ones are highly toxic. Also, harvesting sea spirit grass is not that easy. The closer islands have long been stripped of it. The sea spirit grass in the deeper sea. Who knows how many kilometers one would have to sail. Moreover, sea spirit grass often grows alongside other weeds, and there are often sea snakes lurking within. Xingwu Bin was very familiar with sea spirit grass. He had harvested it before and had rich experience. Which of the released missions is not dangerous? If you want to live well, you need courage and strength. If you're afraid of death, then don't join the organization. Can't you also find something to eat and drink while scavenging relics in the boathouse area? A cold voice echoed in Shu Xingbei's ear. Shu Xingbei glanced at the speaker. The guy was wearing a fur coat, with his shoulders exposed, looking quite strong. By his age, he was also a middle-aged man. He was Miandong, a second-level warrior. Xingwu Bin was worried that Shu Xingbei would have a conflict with him, so he whispered in Shu Xingbei's ear. Shu Xingbei didn't say anything, and another voice rang out, "Newcomers, huh? Joining the organization doesn't help at all. Without contribution points, you can't get anything to eat. And as for taking a shower, you can only envy others." The one saying this was Huang Ingao. Qin Sheng placed his hand on Shu Xingbei's shoulder. "Brother Shu, don't mind them." He knew Shu Xingbei's strength, but in the task hall, no one was allowed to make a move. Shu Xingbei is young, and Qin Sheng is worried that he can't handle other people's cold words and might act impulsively. Chapter 52, Sensation. Exactly. Xingbei, if you want to take on a task, it doesn't matter if you wait a day or two. It's not too late to take on a more suitable task later. Xingwu Bin also began to advise Shu Xingbei. There are many people like this in the world, wanting something in their hearts, but lacking the strength to achieve it. Sigh. It's all fate. Huang Ingao continued to speak sarcastically. His intentions were clear. He wanted to provoke Shu Xingbei. As long as Shu Xingbei dares to make a move, Mi Yandong will step in to help him. Moreover, in the task hall, whoever strikes first will face severe penalties. As for Qin Sheng and Xingwu Bin, they were completely ignored by Huang Ingao. Even if the two of them told Shu Xingbei about the rule of not being able to make a move in the task hall, it was hard to guarantee that Shu Xingbei would remain calm. Young people, after all, can they not act impulsively when provoked? "Brother, I will help you vent this anger." A hint of malice flashed in Huang Ingao's slanted eyes. However, what Huang Ingao did not expect was that no matter how much he jumped around, Shu Xingbei completely ignored him, not even bothering to glance at him. "How do I take on a task?" Shu Xingbei asked Xingwu Bin. "These are all long-term tasks. As long as you obtain these items, you can exchange them for merit points. Of course, you can also register in advance to let the task hall know your whereabouts." Xingwu Bin replied. Shu Xingbei nodded and walked towards the staff in the hall. "Hello, which task do you want to take? Name? Which department?" The staff asked politely. Shu Xingbei, from the library department. "I've taken the first 3 tasks," Shu Xingbei replied. The staff looked at Shu Xingbei in surprise. He didn't expect someone to take on 3 tasks at once. It's worth noting that while the tasks in the hall were simple, they were not something an ordinary person could complete. The staff had never heard of the name Shu Xingbei. However, they didn't say much and simply registered Shu Xingbei. Overconfident, Mi Yandong couldn't help but mock him. Just now, Shu Xingbei's voice was not small, and they all heard him say that he wanted to take on 3 tasks. After the staff, including Shuxingbai, finished registering, they asked one more question. Excuse me, when accepting tasks in the hall, do we also have to endure being insulted by others at the same time? Shu Xingbei's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of all the staff nearby. Of course not. The staff member in charge of registration's expression darkened instantly. No matter where it is, bullying newcomers is the norm. Even when he entered the organization himself, he had suffered quite a bit of unjust treatment. But that wasn't a reason for him to actively help Shu Xingbei. However, now that Shu Xingbei had spoken up, the staff member had to take action. If they didn't, it would imply that the task hall was encouraging Huang Yingao and Mi Yandong to do so. You too. Apologize to Shu Xingbei, the staff member said angrily. Huang Yingao and Mi Yandong, who had already felt something was off due to Shu Xingbei's unexpected question, were even more startled to hear the staff member ordering them to apologize. Apologize? To him? Huang Yingao hesitated, while Mi Yandong sneered. Not apologizing is fine. You will pay the price for what you just said. Someone, deduct 100 points from each of them. The staff member was furious. This anger stemmed from Huang Yingao and Mi Yandong not taking him seriously. Mi Yandong was unhappy. He had been in the organization long enough. How could he tolerate the staff member making trouble for him over a newcomer? Deducting 100 points is too much, right? It was just a few words. What newcomer hasn't suffered? Haven't you? Mi Yandong pointed at the staff member, not taking him seriously. If you think it's too much, just apologize. The staff member said with a grim expression, chattering on, really never ending. Mi Yandong was unwilling to apologize. Saying sorry to a newcomer would be a huge loss of face. Mi Yandong's expression also turned sour. X and Xin Sheng did not expect that Shu Xingbei's clever maneuvering would force Mi Yandong and Huang Yingao into this situation. They didn't want to see Shu Xingbei clash with those two, and were hesitating whether to advise him when a plump figure burst into the task hall. Shu Xingbei, you made your sister Gu run from the reception to the library, then from the library to the task hall. Her calves have grown fatter from all that running. How should we settle this account? Gu Pan shouted upon seeing Shu Xingbei standing in the hall. Sister Gu, are you looking for me? Shu Xingbei asked in surprise. Yes, that's right. I actually came to call you over. The merit points you earned for your last business trip have been approved. Bring me your card, and I'll help you redeem it, Gu Pan said, reaching out for Shu Xingbei's card. The previously tense atmosphere in the hall relaxed due to Gu Pan's interruption. The staff member no longer mentioned deducting points from Huang Yingao and Mi Yandong, nor insisted they apologize. His original intention was simply to stop the two from being so verbose. He has merit points? Mi Yandong looked at Gu Pan in surprise. The only reason Gu Pan would come running to help redeem merit points was if Shu Xingbei owed her points. After newcomers report to the reception, if they have no points and don't know many people, the most reliable place to borrow points is from Gu Pan. Moreover, Gu Pan wouldn't disappoint newcomers and would lend them some. At most a few dozen points, repaying even that might not be enough. Mi Yandong had a grudge against Shu Xingbei since his cousin fell into Shu Xingbei's hands, so he certainly had no good feelings towards him. If it weren't for being in the organization base, he would have acted long ago. The approved points amount to 1,000. Should I transfer all of it to his card, or? The staff member in charge of redeeming merit points asked Gu Pan. Not only did Gu Pan think it was impossible, but Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng also thought it was impossible. As for Huang Yingao and Mi Yandong, they wore expressions of mockery. Everyone thought they must have misheard. Hiss! Everyone in the hall gasped in shock. 1,000 points? What major event had occurred? Gu Pan, surprised, didn't dwell on it and turned to Shu Xingbei, shouting, I said, give me back the points I lent you, okay? Of course not. Shu Xingbei scratched his nose. He hadn't expected the organization's higher-ups to be so generous to give him 1,000 points. Wait, I'll return 50 points to Brother Crossing. Shu Xingbei thought that with 1,000 points in hand, he could pay off his debts, and what's left would be enough for himself. It's fine. Just acknowledge me as a friend, and don't keep pulling back and forth, Shu Xingbei said as he forcefully put his arm around Xing Guobin's shoulder. Xing Guobin had no choice but to respond, then I'll reluctantly accept it. Gu Pan completed the paperwork for Shu Xingbei, returned the card to him, her eyes squinting with a smile. Shu Xingbei, Let's rent a houseboat. Sister Gu has a group of capable people under her. It's not just me boasting. If you want to eat good food, I have top chefs I can recommend to you. There are also servants who are quick and thorough in their work. Even if you want a maid to warm your bed, Sister Gu has ways. With good looks, an excellent figure, and a gentle personality, whatever service you want. She won't fail to meet your needs. Just be afraid you can't think of it. Shu Xingbei was stunned by the words coming out of Gu Pan's mouth. What on earth is this? Yes, Brother Shu, it's all for a bite to eat. Sister Gu didn't lie to you. Qin Sheng interjected. You have a maid? Shu Xingbei stared wide-eyed at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng lowered his head, slightly under that unusual gaze. I'm telling you, brother, desire is part of human nature. If you have means, why wouldn't you know how to enjoy it? Not to mention Qin Sheng. Even the warriors in the chaotic zone, who doesn't have one or two close maids? Let alone the warriors, even Gu Pan, despite her current state, has a few gentle and considerate male servants who are skilled in various arts. I'd rather not. I can eat in the cafeteria. What do I need a chef for? I can stay in the library department. What do I need a houseboat for? As for the maid, Shu Xingbei had even less interest. Gu Pan was a bit surprised that the business didn't go through. But in her eyes, it was because Shu Xingbei was shy in front of so many people. He was just too embarrassed. Men care about face, after all, when there are fewer people around. Shu Xingbei would probably have a different excuse. All right then, if you need anything, remember to come find Gu Pan anytime, she said as she hurriedly left. Shu Xingbei, are you still taking those 3 tasks? The staff responsible for registration had clearly observed everything and was quite shocked by Shu Xingbei's impressive contribution points. With so many points, Shu Xingbei probably wouldn't take on these small tasks anymore. Yes, Shu Xingbei answered without hesitation. He had other intentions in taking those 3 tasks. Let's go. Shu Xingbei called Qin Sheng and Xing Bin, and they left the task hall. As soon as he left, the entire task hall erupted in excitement. 1,000 points? What major task did he complete? I've never heard of any task that rewards 1,000 points. By the way, you handle point exchanges. Has any newcomer ever earned 1,000 points? No. Even for veterans, it's rare to earn 1,000 points in one go. Huang Yinggao and Mi Yandong exchanged glances, clearly having other thoughts. Chapter 53. Borrowing a knife, Shu Xingbei left the mission hall and parted ways with Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng. He needed to prepare for going out on a mission, but he did not inform Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng of the specific departure time. He was very aware that some people had already set their sights on him. The reason he remained patient in the mission hall was not because he was afraid of Huang Yinggao and Mi Yandong, but because even if he took action, it would not be possible to kill the 2 of them. In that case, it would backfire, making him suffer and giving the other party a warning. Sitting on the deck of the library ship, Shu Xingbei opened his mind and sensed the location of the poison frogs. With the experience of communicating with the sea ants earlier, he felt that finding them would not be difficult, unless they were not nearby. After a round of sensing, Shu Xingbei did not detect the presence of any poison frogs. Just 5 minutes later, a poison frog appeared. Soon, more and more poison frogs appeared in front of Shu Xingbei. When the sea ants saw the poison frogs approaching, they dropped the sea beast meat in fear and fled in a panic. Even the flying number 4 flapped its wings and flew away. The sea ants are my friends. I can't harm them, Shu Xingbei thought with a wry smile. After finally calming down the watchful poison frogs, he began to communicate with the sea ants again. 99. Are you saying that the poison frogs are partners of your good friends? 17 asked, skeptical. Yes, I assure you, the poison frogs will not harm us. Shu Xingbei continuously sent messages of goodwill. 17 turned out to be the most courageous. It quickly floated over from the water's surface. Following that, the other sea ants also gradually floated over, still looking timid and fearful. Sea ants and poison frogs are not natural enemies. How did it come to this? Although Shu Xingbei was puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. After feeding the sea ant poisonous frogs and communicating with them, Shu Xingbei headed towards the mission hall. Not long after he left, he received messages from Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng, both informing him that as soon as he left, Mi Yandong also departed. Huang Yinggao, however, stayed behind, probably too afraid to leave his post, Qin Sheng said. Shu Xingbei adjusted his posture, a curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Now, He had an additional weapon compared to before, a shotgun, although it only had 2 bullets, which was enough to handle unexpected changes. Throughout the journey, Shu Xingbei navigated the boat at a speed of over 10 knots, leisurely leaving the chaotic area. Once he reached the open sea, it wasn't long before a speedboat came chasing from behind. Shu Xingbei's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyesight was no longer what it used to be, but just a glance was enough for him to notice that it was Mi Yandong who was chasing after him. Shu Xingbei, Mi Yandong shouted through a loudspeaker. What's the matter? Shu Xingbei looked at Mi Yandong, who was standing in the opposite cockpit, with indifference. As a newcomer, you don't know how to respect your elders. For this reason, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, Mi Yandong said ominously. Oh, really? I suspect you must have received some benefits from someone to deal with me, right? Shu Xingbei looked at Mi Yandong with interest. Mi Yandong anticipated that his actions would not escape Shu Xingbei's notice, so he decided to be straightforward and said, "That's one reason. The key is, are you confident?" Shu Xingbei's tone was mocking. "Stop the ship, and I'll spare your life." Mi Yandong was quite confident in his own strength. Huang Yinggao had informed Mi Yandong of Shu Xingbei's background, warning him not to underestimate him, as Shu Xingbei could command poison frogs. Shu Xingbei ignored him and instead accelerated. "You're seeking death," Mi Yandong said angrily, pulling out a tranquilizer gun from his waist and aiming it at Shu Xingbei. "I'll say it again, stop the ship, and I'll spare your life. Even if I stop the ship, can you really capture me?" Shu Xingbei asked with a smile. "Your alliance is those poison frogs, right? The poison frogs can't get on my ship. What can a first-level warrior like you do to me?" Mi Yandong's voice, coming through the loudspeaker, carried a hint of mockery. Shu Xingbei stopped talking and accelerated the boat speed. "Stop the boat, or I'll really shoot," Mi Yandong threatened, his words laced with intimidation. "It's time. They should be out of the surveillance range by now. If the company could see him coming out of the number 7 relic, could the G-Sure organization not have such capabilities? Also, could the company monitor this area as well? Didn't he dare to take the risk? If he guessed right, he would just give Mi Yandong a lesson. If he guessed wrong, he would reveal his whereabouts and might attract the company's pursuit. Shu Xingbei slowed down the ship, and Mi Yandong thought he had given in. So he sped up the ship even more and chased after him. Shu Xingbei bent down and lifted the shotgun with both hands. Mi Yandong was momentarily stunned. Then he forced a calm smile and said, "Who are you trying to scare? Do you have any bullets? You could try." Shu Xingbei replied nonchalantly, "And do you think this is my only backup?" At this moment, Mi Yandong's brain was racing. He knew the effective range of the shotgun was only about 100 meters, while the tranquilizer gun had a longer range. If he acted first, even if Shu Xingbei got hit by the tranquilizer, he would still end up in Mi Yandong's hands. However, Shu Xingbei's current demeanor left Mi Yandong feeling indecisive. Just a bit closer. As long as I stay outside of 100 meters, Shu Xingbei can't do anything to me, and I'll be the winner. "You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin," Shu Xingbei sneered. "If I didn't want to spare your life, do you think you could have made it this far?" Xiao Si flied his face, with a thought from Shu Xingbei. The 4th sea ant that had already flown onto Mi Yandong's boat took to the air, pouncing towards Mi Yandong's face. Faced with such a large sea ant, Mi Yandong's mind went blank. What is this? He instinctively reached out to block it, but suddenly heard Shu Xingbei shout, "If you don't want to die, don't move." Mi Yandong obediently stood still, not daring to move an inch. What is this? It was all green and had a head and tail that looked like 2 large flesh lumps with antennae in front. "Do you still have the confidence to spare my life?" Shu Xingbei asked. I'm sorry, Shu, Brother Shu, Lord Shu, it's me. I have dog eyes and couldn't recognize a mountain. I'm sorry. I'm willing to pay money to make amends." Mi Yandong had no confidence to teach Shu Xingbei a lesson. "Oh, how much?" Shu Xingbei's heart stirred. 10 gold coins. "Is your life only worth 10 gold coins?" Shu Xingbei laughed. 15, no, 20 gold coins, all my possessions. If you don't think it's too little, I also have 150 points. Mi Yandong originally wanted to mention points directly, but Shu Xingbei had 1,000 points. Would he care about his little bit of points? It was better to mention gold coins. 20 gold coins, huh? I've saved up for 3 years to accumulate this little bit. However, Mi Yandong still kept a little caution. Has Shu Xingbei ever seen gold coins? All right, bring it here. Shu Xingbei turned the boat towards Mi Yandong's direction. Mi Yandong took a small leather bag from his closest pocket, trembling as he handed it to Xu Xingbei. He couldn't afford to be fearless. That winged creature was still flitting around right before his eyes. Its long legs could easily pierce his eyes at any moment. "Nice bag. Give it to me too," Xu Xingbei said, pouring out the gold coins and counting them, then took out a large handful of gold coins from his own pocket. Mi Yandong stared at Xu Xingbei in shock. Just now he thought Xu Xingbei was a rookie who had never seen gold coins. Unexpectedly, Xu Xingbei had much more gold than he did. This person looked young. Who knew what kind of crazy things he had done? Mi Yandong secretly regretted agreeing to Huang Yinggao. If it weren't for his greed, agreeing to Huang Yinggao, he wouldn't have offended Xu Xingbei. Out of the corner of his eye, he had already noticed the dense toxic frogs in Xu Xingbei's boat. With these toxic frogs, there probably weren't many in the entire chaotic area who dared to oppose Xu Xingbei. He was really being reckless. "I dare not. I dare not. I will never dare again." Mi Yandong spoke the truth from the bottom of his heart. Revenge? What revenge? With a gun? He had a gun. With force. He couldn't even get close. Mi Yandong watched as the sea ant flew away from in front of him and landed on Xu Xingbei's boat, which then sailed away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and plop down into the cockpit. After a while, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Huang Yinggao, you damned one. You're trying to use Xu Xingbei's knife to kill me. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I won't let it go with you." Xu Xingbei did not kill Mi Yandong, partly because the latter was also a member of the organization and a second-level warrior. Killing him would have significant repercussions. Moreover, he intended to use Mi Yandong's hand to punish Huang Yinggao. Huang Yinggao must not die, but he would at least suffer a great deal. The ship arrived at Suspended Island 3 hours later. Xu Xingbei glanced at the island and his expression darkened. Chapter 54. Desperate situation. The entire Suspended Island was charred black. The rocks burned by fuel were coated with layers of grease, and oil droplets hung precariously, resembling black icicles. There were hundreds of traces on the rocks, and judging by their shapes and sizes, they were left by the poisonous frogs that had remained on the island. They had been burned to ashes, and the signs of their struggles before death were still evident, whether they were leaping forward, rolling, or convulsing. What a grand display! Xu Xingbei's expression grew increasingly cold. If he had hidden in that crevice, even if the fire did not reach him, he would have suffocated from the smoke that permeated the island, or been roasted alive by the high temperatures. It turned out that the company had already adopted a must-remove-at-all-costs attitude towards him. For a moment, Xu Xingbei's mind was in chaos. In Xu Xingbei's mind, the words of Hong Nyangzi couldn't help but surface. "The power of the company far exceeds your imagination." Xu Xingbei carefully set foot on the island. The things left behind in the gap, such as oxygen tanks, diving suits, and anesthetic guns, as well as that human model, were likely gone for good. However, Xu Xingbei couldn't help but take a look. After all, the J-box still contained liquid food. Before even stepping over to the other side of the gap, Xu Xingbei had already seen everything. The gap no longer existed, not to mention the gap. Even the rocks in the area had vanished, leaving behind a large hole measuring hundreds of square meters. Beneath the hole, the sea gently lapped, resembling a small inland lake. This trip to accept a mission had him change a large amount of fuel, with the purpose of finding an island to inhabit while searching for sea spirit grass. As for the Suspended Island, he originally thought it was too close to the chaotic zone, and since Zheng Tiandi and his group had been there, it was no longer safe. Little did he expect that after his departure, the Suspended Island would end up in such a tragic state. The dead poison frogs cast a shadow over Xu Xingbei's heart. If he had still been on the Suspended Island, no matter how clear his perception of danger was, he would have been burned to ashes by those fuel bombs. Climbing out from beneath the gap would take time. It would be better to first investigate the situation within the organization. Coming out recklessly like this was not a wise move. Spear Company burned the Suspended Island without discovering him, and they would definitely have further actions. Given the significant commotion here, it was impossible for the organization to be unaware of anything. At this moment, the attitude of the organization's higher-ups towards him was crucial. Xu Xingbei pondered for a long time before contacting Bian Wuxing. As the head of the strength department, Bian Wuxing was at least a mid-level figure, if not at the top of the organization. Mr. Bien, Shu Xingbei opened the communicator and, after getting in touch with Bien Wuxing, chose his words carefully. However, he no longer had the same enthusiasm he had when teaching himself natural powers. Yes, he originally planned to take a look at his former dwelling place. But to his surprise, it had been destroyed. Shu Xingbei did not want to beat around the bush anymore. Perhaps the higher-ups wanted him to leave voluntarily. That was also a possibility. But how to explain the 1,000 merit points? Bien Wuxing remained silent. Some matters involved internal organizational secrets, and he could not disclose them without old Zhou's permission. To speak would mean betrayal. Yet, Shu Xingbei was a young man he liked. If he didn't like him, would he have taught him his natural power fist technique, which was his means of survival? However, there were too many disappointments in this world. The world was unpredictable. Who could foresee what would happen next? The organization valued Shu Xingbei for his ability to control poison frogs. However, Shu Xingbei was also a person with troubles, and old Zhou remained indecisive for this reason. As for old Chao bringing Shu Xingbei to Chongqing Island, it was the result of a group discussion. Everyone wanted to see if the company would take a tough stance against Shu Xingbei. Leaving the area would at least allow Shu Xingbei to avoid the limelight. But unexpectedly, upon arriving at Chongqing Island, Shu Xingbei showcased his ability to control poison ants, catching everyone's attention and, of course, not escaping the notice of the patrol team on the island. If it weren't for the sudden intervention of the matchmaker, the patrol team's report would likely have already reached the upper management of the company. Shu Xingbei is too eye-catching. In the maritime domain, having someone like Shu Xingbei is enough to drive many forces mad. As the largest power, the company has unfortunately developed a grudge against him. Zhou Chuanting immediately called for a meeting. This person, I can't control him through the soul department. The psychological skills of the matchmaker are even above mine. The old woman from the soul department bluntly stated. The research institute analyzed Shu Xingbei's blood. It has devouring and growth properties, and controlling it with drugs is probably not feasible. The head of the institute, dressed in a white lab coat, said in a deep voice, "What is your opinion?" Zhou Chuanting looked at Bien Wuxing. Bien Wuxing raised his head and looked directly at Zhou Chuanting. Shu Xingbei is very perceptive, smart, and down-to-earth. It would be a pity to ruin such a young man. If the company doesn't take further action, let us wait and see. Let us first give him the credit he deserves so as not to hurt the young man's feelings. It can be said that Bien Wuxing is the only one who stood up to support Shu Xingbei. After much contemplation, Zhou Chuanting finally said slowly, "Then let us do it this way. Let Gu Pan allocate the credit points to him. As for the company, I will have you phone, keep a close watch, and see what actions the upper management will take regarding Shu Xingbei. However, the possibility of letting things be is low. We should still prepare for the worst." Shu Xingbei immediately understood what Bien Wuxing meant. He deeply thanked Mr. Bien. Then he squeezed his hand, causing the communicator to burst in his grip, and casually threw it into the sea. Reflecting on the initial longing and yearning he and Yalan had for the Jishur organization, Shu Xingbei felt a wave of despondency. In this world, the one with the bigger fist holds the reasoning. As an organization that grew as a subsidiary, the Jishur organization could never stand against itself and the company. On the contrary, Bien Wuxing provided Shu Xingbei with the last bit of warmth. And then there was old Chao, a cunning old man. It wasn't hard for him to guess the organization's next move. Yet why did he pass on the art of disguise to Shu Xingbei? Right until the last moment. No one knows what will happen. Old Chao likely did this because he didn't want to gain another formidable enemy for no reason. If Shu Xingbei didn't die at the hands of the company, who knows how he would retaliate? Next, he needed to find a place to settle down. Fortunately, he had brought along the liquid food and water left in the library department. At least for now, he wasn't facing survival difficulties. Shu Xingbei shook his head, freeing himself from the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and steered the boat deeper into the sea. In the end, Mi Yandong raised his voice by an octave. He didn't care about the surprised looks around him and angrily pointed at Huang Yinggao. 80 gold coins. You find a way to return them to me. Huang Yinggao shuddered, nearly scared to death by that number. Mi Guyu, you gave him 80 gold coins? Doesn't Shu Xingbei even consider that you're also part of the organization? Huang Yinggao thought to himself, but his face was full of bitterness. Stop your damn nonsense and raise the money. It's a miracle I haven't beaten you up yet. Mi Yandong grew more and more furious. He almost killed your brother. Don't you think you should investigate what kind of abilities he has? You're in such a hurry for revenge, and what happens? You kick a piece of iron. No, a steel plate. All right, Miga, don't worry. I'll sell everything I have to gather the money for you. Huang Yinggao felt a sharp pain in his heart. 80 coins. How many years do I have to save for that? However, Huang Yinggao's eyes flickered, and he said to Mi Yandong, Migo, do you want revenge? Revenge your mother. Mi Yandong finally couldn't hold back, giving Huang Yinggao a heavy slap across the face. If you want to die, then hurry up. After hearing this, Mi Yandong's expression fluctuated. To be honest, he no longer had any thoughts of seeking revenge on Shu Xingbei. But if he could use the organization to report Shu Xingbei's whereabouts, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Chapter 55. Transforming into fish, Huang Yinggao was more aware of the external situation. He learned that Mi Yandong had fallen into Shu Xingbei's hands, and a flash of inspiration hit him, leading him to think of the grievances between Shu Xingbei and the organization. Offending the organization. Did Shu Xingbei still think he had a way out? Once Huang Yinggao said this, Mi Yandong immediately perked up. The two spoke without deliberately lowering their voices, and only when they prepared to report to the company did their voices lower a bit. Thus, everyone in the task hall heard their conversation. Xingwu Bin and Qin Sheng naturally heard it too. Xingwu Bin stood up to leave, but was pulled back by Qin Sheng. Where are you going? Qin Sheng looked at Xingwu Bin with a serious expression. Where else? To inform Brother Shu, Xingwu Bin replied in a low voice. The organization continued to shelter him. With the two of them, they were no match for Shu Xingbei, who wouldn't take them seriously. If the organization, Qin Sheng sighed. He was much more mature than Xingwu Bin, and Shu Xingbei's 1,000 points had truly shocked him. Now that he thought about it, Shu Xingbei must have done something outside that caught the company's attention again. Qin Sheng certainly wouldn't tell Shu Xingbei the situation, even though he had previously thought about becoming a good friend with Shu Xingbei, who he could rely on. So, are we just going to watch? Xingwu Bin's eyes turned red. He thought of all the times he had gone to pick up Shu Xingbei and couldn't quite wrap his head around it for a moment. Let us just watch for now. Qin Sheng sighed. He had no choice, although he knew it wasn't very decent to do so. Who didn't want to live? The more he interacted with Shu Xingbei, who knew what would happen in the future. He is out on a mission. I'll send him a message that should work, right? Xingwu Bin took out his communicator, but he couldn't reach Shu Xingbei no matter what. Let him take his chances. Qin Sheng watched this scene and shook his head. Shu Xingbei was still sailing deeper into the ocean, and in the vast sea, there were no signs of any solitary islands. After adding a barrel of fuel, Shu Xingbei looked at the dusk and felt increasingly lost. Could it be that he had truly reached a dead end? As the sky darkened, the sea breeze grew stronger. The cold wind blew past, more painful than a knife cutting his face. But what hurt more was the despair and confusion of having nowhere to shelter. Spear Company, I want to let this go. Hatred erupted from the depths of his heart, and Shu Xingbei felt a heavy stone weighing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Shu Xingbei was deep in thought. The suspended island had already been burned once, and now that night had fallen. It was impossible for the company to search for themselves over there. Shu Xingbei was well aware of the saying, the darkness under the lamp. Shu Xingbei opened his consciousness and slowly extended it forward, exploring underwater, 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, reaching his limit. Yet still no sign of the sperm whale. Then he felt a surge of excitement. He called out a few times, and the sound of the sperm whale grew closer. After about 10 minutes, it was right in front of Shu Xingbei. Let's go. The massive tail of the sperm whale swayed in the water, and the waves spread out with a splash. Why can the sea ant communicate with me through consciousness, while the poison frog and sperm whale cannot? A question flashed through Shu Xingbei's mind. However, he didn't dwell on it. In the cabin, he picked up a rope and secured the boat, tying the other end around the sperm whale's waist. After wrapping it around for more than 10 meters, Shu Xingbei finally threaded the rope under the sperm whale. What a huge sperm whale! Shu Xingbei marveled silently. Thank you for your hard work. I have no choice. I want to save some fuel. Once this fuel runs out, getting more will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Shu Xingbei gently patted the head of the beaked whale, which did not protest, but instead let out a couple of soft calls, carrying Shu Xingbei as it submerged into the water. The icy, bone-chilling seawater extinguished all of Shu Xingbei's anger. He knew that no matter how angry he was, it wouldn't change his current situation. The only way to find vitality was to become stronger, even if possible, to gain the assistance of someone within the company. Infiltrating the company and entering the high tower was not impossible. The difficulty of disguise lay in the changes of the bones and the duration of maintaining those changes. If he could visit Chongqing Island again, could he buy the mask that old Chow mentioned? The thought just emerged, but Shu Xingbei quickly dismissed it. He remembered how he had left Chongqing Island, with so many forces chasing him, including the relentless matchmaker who vowed not to give up until she achieved her goal, which was enough to keep him on guard. Even if he had to go to Chongqing Island, he needed to successfully practice the disguise technique first. How wonderful it would be if he could swim like a fish in the water, and once on land and aboard a ship, freely change his appearance. Shu Xingbei thought to himself. He tried hard to shrink the bones in his body, smaller and smaller, pressing his body against the beaked whale, turning to the side. At this moment, I am a fish, my arms are my fins, and my legs are my tail. My head should be sharper, which would reduce water resistance. Yes, just like that. The beaked whale moved swiftly, faster than the speed of the boat. Shu Xingbei gradually entered a state of cultivation, with the goal of becoming a fish that could swim freely in the water without resistance, breathing through gills, expelling water through the mouth to filter oxygen from the water and send it to his lungs to maintain breathing. Also, to make his breathing longer and his heartbeat slower, reducing the loss of body heat. It would be best if he could maintain a temperature cycle in the cold sea water like the beaked whale. Yes, just like that. He didn't know how long this state lasted, but suddenly Shu Xingbei woke up. He couldn't miss the suspended island. He sat up and recalled that he seemed to have become a fish earlier, reaching up to touch his head. His head really couldn't become sharper. That would make him a flat-headed fish. His facial shape hadn't changed, but his skull, it seemed to have softened. This discovery made Shu Xingbei both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that he had just feared he had truly become a fish. There are legends of mermaids in this world, but mermaids don't have males, right? He hadn't heard of that. He was delighted that his skull could soften. Could the bones in his whole body also soften? Once the bones softened, he could change and combine them freely. Shu Xingbei touched his shoulder blade again, pinching, kneading, and rubbing it. It's soft now, indeed soft. Softness is good. This ability is truly too strange. However, no matter how strange the ability is, as long as it can adapt to survival requirements, it is good. Perhaps the origin of humanity is a fish. Since some speculate that humans evolved from monkeys, what is to say that they couldn't have evolved from fish instead? The dark area ahead, calculating the position, is the suspended island. Shu Xingbei had the harpoon whale stop near the island, jumped down, and after thinking for a moment, made a few calls, telling the harpoon whale that if there was an island in its memory, it could take him there tomorrow. Great, wonderful. Shu Xingbei waved his hand at it, telling the harpoon whale to come pick him up early the next morning. The harpoon whale swished its tail in the water and quickly swam away, taking out a piece of cooked beast meat from the boat. Shu Xingbei shared it with the sea ants and poison frogs. As for the harpoon whale, he didn't share. Such a large harpoon whale. Even if he fed it all the sea beast meat he had, it wouldn't be enough to fill even a small gap in its stomach. There were no more gaps to shelter in on the suspended island. After searching for a while, Shu Xingbei only found a spot to avoid the wind. He sat down, listening to the sound of the waves, but he didn't dare to fall into a deep sleep. Without betting, he was afraid that if he fell asleep, he would be frozen into an ice pop by the cold winter night. After sitting for a while, Shu Xingbei got up to practice some punches. This round of punches was not for practice. It was purely to keep warm. After getting his body heated up, he sat down to rest. When he got cold again, he practiced another round of punches. The night was spent like this, tossing and turning, until finally dawn broke. No, before the harpoon whale took him to the island. He needed to exchange for a quilt. Without anything to keep warm, even if he reached the island, he wouldn't survive. He couldn't be practicing punches every night. Additionally, he needed to replenish some equipment. For example, replacing his current broken dagger with a new one. He also needed to buy more food and water. He He needed to find out what Niao Lan's brother's name was. All of this depended on one person, and that was Xing Guobin. He hoped that when he contacted Xing Guobin, the company hadn't discovered his whereabouts yet. Chapter 56. Hiding Place Guobin. That woman was a bit startled, but didn't dare to resist, letting Xing Guobin use his magic. Before long, she was sprawled in the bed. Xing Guobin released a breath of pent-up frustration, but his mood didn't improve. He still felt a bit uneasy about Xu Xingbei. Tao Hong, go make something to eat, Xing Guobin said as he got up and put on his clothes. Tao Hong didn't dare to oppose him. Everything she had now came from Xing Guobin. Xing Guobin was just a first-level warrior with not much merit. If he had more merits, he wouldn't have to make Tao Hong also work as a cook. It was also because of Xu Xingbei's arrival that Xing Guobin had eaten in the cafeteria a few times. During meals, Xing Guobin's face was always gloomy, scaring Tao Hong so much that she wanted to say something several times. But in the end, she didn't dare to ask more. After a night of silence, the next morning, Xing Guobin got up to wash up and unexpectedly saw a burly man docking his ship next to his houseboat. The man leaped over and tied the rope. "Who are you?" Xing Guobin asked coldly, already on the edge of fury. The man smiled slightly and whispered, "Guobin, brother. It's me." The voice sounded extremely familiar. Xing Guobin was taken aback and looked at the man's figure in confusion. "You? Is it really you?" "Yes." The old friend came. "And you didn't even invite me in to sit down? Is it because of the golden house to take in beauties?" The man joked. Xing Guobin's face turned awkward, leading the man to another cabin. In the bedroom, Tao Hong was still lying in bed. Upon entering, Xing Guobin looked at the man in surprise. "I can't believe it. You, how did you change your appearance to look like this?" The man shrank his bones, then rubbed his face with his hands, revealing his true appearance. It was Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingxing did not explain that he was not wearing makeup, but rather using a disguise technique. Since Xing Guobin believed he was in makeup, it didn't matter. Let him be mistaken. Xu Xingbei expressed his intentions and then looked at Xing Guobin, saying that if it was difficult for him, then it could be dropped. Before coming over, Xu Xingbei had thought it through. If there was anyone in the organization who could help him, it would be Xing Guobin. Xing Guobin had not been in the organization for long himself, and he was at least not as worldly and smooth, relying on the fact that his disguise technique could now last over 4 hours. Xu Xingbei confidently came over by boat. "No, how could it be?" Xing Guobin replied. "The woman you mentioned, her brother is a peripheral member. When you went out last time, I helped you inquire about him. His name is Nie Qingyun, and he's responsible for collecting materials for the organization. As for blankets and food supplies, I have everything here for you." As he spoke, Xing Guobin pulled out a dagger from beside his leg. "You could take this first." There were 2 beds in his room, both with blankets. Tao Hong could sleep with him, so the blanket was unnecessary. "Thank you," Xu Xingbei said, watching Xing Guobin busily moving around. He quietly left his own card in the cabin. The card had over 800 points left on it, which he wouldn't be using, so he handed it to Xing Guobin, not wanting their acquaintance to go to waste. After Xing Guobin moved everything to the small boat, he came back in and asked, "What are your plans next?" "I don't have any plans for now. Let's take it one step at a time," Xu Xingbei replied. "You can disguise yourself. I didn't even recognize you just now. If you really have nowhere to go, why not stay here with me?" Xing Guobin looked at Xu Xingbei sincerely. Xing Guobin couldn't be sure what problem Xu Xingbei had with the organization, but his drastic change in appearance spoke volumes. "No, I can't." Xu Xingbei shook his head. He was already very grateful for Xing Guobin's help and naturally didn't want to burden him. As for his next plans, Xu Xingbei had already thought them through. He just didn't want to say much. After stretching his bones and changing his appearance, Xu Xingbei stepped outside. After untethering the rope, he paused slightly, remembering the card left in the previous cabin. You can arrange the points on it as you see fit. The card issued by the Jishur organization was not registered to a name. Its purpose was merely to confirm location and transaction points, similar to an anonymous shopping card from a supermarket, but it had the added function of location tracking. Since Xu Xingbei has left, he certainly does not want to be located by the Jishur organization. As the small boat set off, Xu Xingbei gradually moved away. Xing Guobin stood on the deck, watching from a distance, feeling a bit sour in his heart. At this moment, he still did not know that this farewell would lead Xu Xingbei to accomplish something astonishing that he could never have imagined. Who was that person just now? Tao Hong also got up, came to the edge of the deck, and curiously asked Xinghua Bin, standing beside him. Xing Bei's brand probably has a lot of points, and Xinghua Bin knows it all too well. It's not just a tenfold return of grace, it's simply 100-fold repayment. Xu Xingbei steered the boat swiftly away from the chaotic zone. He knew that the longer he delayed, the less safe it would be. Once he was far from the chaotic area and reached open waters, Xu Xingbei summoned all the poison frogs and sea ants onto his small boat. After that, he stopped the boat again and called for the beached whale, which had been waiting outside. He wrapped the rope around the body of the beached whale, just like last night, then lay flat on its back. Xu Xingbei gently said go, which sounded like a couple of soft calls to others, but the beached whale understood. With a sinking motion, it submerged into the sea. As evening approached, the beached whale finally swam to an island. This place was at least 2,000 kilometers away from the chaotic zone. Xu Xingbei jumped off the back of the beached whale, first securing the boat before gazing at the island for a moment, then slowly walked towards the island. The island was larger than the suspended island, and unlike the suspended island, it was not a coral island. It had land, rocky hills, and low trees and vines. Further ahead, a small stream meandered down from the back mountains, the water flowing gently and crystal clear. Beneath the water were pebbles, some yellow and some grayish-white. Xu Xingbei did not rush to scoop up a handful of spring water to verify whether it was salty or fresh. However, the joy deep within him was hard to hide. The living environment here was better than that of the suspended island. As he walked on the island, Xu Xingbei paid attention to suitable places for building a shelter. Eventually, his gaze settled on the side of a stream, which was quite open and devoid of vegetation. Even if any danger approached the island, he would be able to notice it right away. With his living experience on the suspended island, Xu Xingbei quickly got to work, finding some stones to build a small house, covering it with some vines, and managing to construct a shelter. He didn't bother eating, but summoned the broken spear whale to fetch some fish from the bottom of the water. He then used a dagger to cut some vines and young trees, doused them in fuel, lit them with a lighter, and began roasting the fish on the branches. The aroma soon filled the air. The enticing scent attracted not only sea ants, but also poison frogs, which hopped from their small boats onto the island. Don't rush. These are not for you, Xu Xingbei conveyed to them. The few fish strung on the branches wouldn't even fill a corner of their stomachs. He hoped that the smell of the roasted fish would attract sea beasts from the nearby waters. Hard work pays off. Just as the fish turned golden brown, there was a loud splash in the water, and a sea pig leaped out, its bristles standing on end, rushing towards the direction of Xu Xingbei's roasting fish. It's coming. A smile crept onto Xu Xingbei's lips. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly heard another loud splash in the water, and another sea beast came leaping up. It was an animal with mottled white fur, lying on the land. Suddenly, it stood up, shook off the water from its fur, and walked over upright like a person. Its figure resembled that of an iron tower. Its cold gaze was fixed on a roasted fish dangling from the branches. Two sea beasts? I'm no match for them. Xu Xingbei quickly moved away from the campfire, reached down, and grabbed the shotgun from the ground. No rush. He focused his mind and began to attempt communication with the sea pig. The sea pig ignored him completely, darting over to the fire and gulping down a grilled fish from the branch, humming contentedly. Its cunning eyes glanced around, finding no other grilled fish. Then it looked back at the sea beast behind it and turned to leave. The sea beast, seeing the fish being eaten by the sea pig, immediately flew into a rage, pounding its chest and making angry noises. Kill the sea pig, and I'll give you grilled fish. Xu Xingbei tried to send a message to the sea beast. The sea beast looked around in confusion, and when its gaze fell on Xu Xingbei, he forced a smile. All right, it seemed the sea beast wasn't used to communicating through thoughts. It was struggling to express itself. At that moment, the sea pig had already run to the other side, just a few meters away from diving into the sea. The sea beast, however, sprinted a few steps and leaped into the air, landing right in front of the sea pig. The sea pig was startled, but having experienced the sea beast's power, it dared not fight and changed direction to run away. The sea beast went wild, kicking the sea pig in the rear. The bristles on the sea pig's backside were as hard as steel nails, and the sea beast's foot was made of flesh. Shu Xingbei couldn't help but let out a hiss. He felt pain for the sea beast. A shocking scene unfolded before Shu Xingbei. A sea pig weighing at least a few hundred pounds was kicked into the air, flipping over before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust flew up from the impact, and the sea pig emitted a series of grunts. Kill it, Shu Xingbei thought, and he tried to communicate with the sea beast. Chapter 57. Blizzard, however. The sea beast ignored the message Shu Xingbei was trying to convey. Instead, it thumped its fluffy, broad chest and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. What triggered this? Shu Xingbei looked at the sea beast in confusion. Meanwhile, the sea pig that had fallen to the ground struggled to get up and, seizing the opportunity while the sea beast was going berserk, made a desperate dash towards the ocean. Kill it, and there would be meat to eat, Shu Xingbei thought, holding the shotgun, wanting to shoot but hesitating over the bullets. 2 bullets. If he fired one, there would be one less. After the sea beast finished its roar and sensed the message Shu Xingbei sent, it took several large strides, its hefty feet thumping on the ground, and moved behind the sea pig. It reached out a large hand and grabbed the sea pig's tail, yanking it back, causing the sea pig to let out a desperate scream filled with endless fear. The sea beast bent slightly and grabbed the sea pig's legs. Then, to Shu Xingbei's disbelief, it lifted the sea pig high up and slammed it down hard onto the ground. The sea pig was knocked dizzy, its head split open, and blood gushed out. Still unsatisfied, the sea beast stepped forward again, lifted the sea pig once more, and slammed it down again. The sea pig lay motionless on the ground, dragging it over. Shu Xingbei attempted to continue issuing commands. The sea beast looked at Shu Xingbei with a puzzled expression, and just as Shu Xingbei contemplated whether to tempt it further, the sea beast dragged the sea pig over. When it got close, Shu Xingbei felt a powerful sense of oppression coming from the sea beast. This creature was too massive and tall. Standing in front of it felt like a child standing in front of an adult. "I'll give you roasted meat," Shu Xingbei said, putting down the shotgun. He noticed that the sea beast was always in a state of slight confusion about him, likely because of the gun. To his surprise, the sea beast even nodded at Shu Xingbei. Could they communicate and exchange? This was an unexpected delight. If he had it by his side in the future, along with the beached whale, food would truly be the least of his worries. Shu Xingbei gestured for it to sit beside him, while he took out the dagger from his leg and swiftly began to dissect the sea pig. First, he peeled off the skin, setting the legs aside, then cut off the head, followed by the internal organs. After dividing the sea pig meat into 2 halves, he didn't continue cutting, but instead started a fire. He made a long cut on one of the pig's hind legs, skewered it with a sturdy branch, and placed it over the fire to roast. Before long, the aroma of the pork began to waft through the air. The nearby sea ants and poison frogs were drawn over, and seeing the dense swarm of sea ants and poison frogs, the sea beast was startled and quickly backed away a few steps, its eyes fixed on the sea pig's hoof, drool clearly dripping from the corners of its mouth. When one of the pig legs was roasted to a golden brown, Shu Xingbei tossed it to the sea beast and then began roasting another leg. The sea beast grabbed the pig leg, not caring much about anything else, and took a bite. Its eyes widened in surprise, and the drool flowed even longer. "Be careful, it's hot," Shu Xingbei communicated to it, while also calming the sea ants and poison frogs, asking them to wait a bit longer. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept an eye on the sea beast. The sea beast must have burned itself with that first bite, as it was clearly much more cautious afterward. Its eyes expressed a raw desire for the pig leg, but it was also afraid of burning its mouth, anxiously scratching its ear and then its jaw. Following its gaze towards the stream, it seemed like it wanted to cool the roasted meat in the water. No need to put it in the water. Just blow on it and take small bites. Shu Xingbei thought it was quite amusing. This sea beast was indeed quite clever. The sea beast really did bring its mouth close to the roasted meat to blow on it, but its patience was limited. After just 2 blows, it took another big bite. With a delighted expression, it made noises as it savored the delicious taste in its mouth, looking at Shu Xingbei with joy. "If you want to eat, stay on the island and follow me." Shu Xingbei conveyed new information to it. The sea beast paused for a moment, They made a gesture that filled Shu Xingbei with joy. It actually nodded at him. It's a done deal. Shu Xingbei had roasted another pig leg and used a dagger to cut it into small pieces, stacking them into two piles. One pile was tossed to the poisonous frogs, while the other was shared with the sea ants. By the time he roasted the third pig leg, the sea beast had already devoured the entire pig leg weighing over 30 pounds and was now staring hungrily at the one Shu Xingbei was roasting. The sky had long since darkened. By the campfire, there was a person, a sea beast, hundreds of poisonous frogs, and hundreds of sea ants, all silently watching Shu Xingbei with their eyes fixed on a roasted pig leg in his hand. It seemed that there wouldn't be any for him after all. Shu Xingbei smiled slightly. In his heart, they had already become his best friends. As for who ate first and who ate later, he didn't really care. The sea monkey looked at the crackling flames, and then at the pig leg that was about to be done, licking its lips. Sea monkey? Shu Xingbei nodded. He knew quite a bit about marine life, but it was indeed the first time he had seen a sea monkey. Do you have companions? Shu Xingbei asked again. The sea monkey glanced at Shu Xingbei, a flicker of hatred flashing in its eyes. Then it looked at the shotgun that Shu Xingbei had just set down, remaining silent. In the darkness, only Shu Xingbei's eyesight could make out this scene. He guessed that there were definitely more sea monkeys, but perhaps the others had been shot dead by people with shotguns. No wonder when he initially issued commands, it had let out such a howl. That sound probably expressed a kind of anger. However, it couldn't resist the aroma of roasted meat. After all, it had come ashore because it smelled the scent of roasted fish. Are you the only one left in this world? Then I shall be your companion from now on. I will call you Big Monkey, okay? Shu Xingbei continued to convey his message. He wanted to tame this sea monkey, so he had to get closer to it. The sea monkey turned its gaze toward Shu Xingbei. It saw no hostility in his eyes. After a long while, it nodded. After the third and fourth pig legs were roasted and divided, Shu Xingbei felt really a bit tired. I'm going to rest now, in the house ahead. Will you follow me? Shu Xingbei asked. The sea monkey hesitated, as if still making a decision. If you want to come in, you need to lower your head. Shu Xingbei said with a smile, then turned and entered the house. Before Shu Xingbei could take the blanket out of the waterproof storage bag, the sea monkey also came in. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the roof was pushed open, collapsing on the ground, and the wooden and stone supports of the house rolled everywhere. It's over. Shu Xingbei felt like crying without tears. Last night, he didn't sleep at all, and tonight would be another sleepless night. No, he had to rest well. He needed to quickly master the art of disguise on this island, at least to maintain it for about a day, which would be the time he could leave. During this time, Shu Xingbei had to race against the clock. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for his plan to save Nielon. It wasn't just about saving Nielon. Thinking about the blackened ruins on the suspended island, the ashes of those toxic frogs, and the company putting a bounty on him, even inciting his neighbors against him, made Shu Xingbei furious. The company's ruthless and underhanded tactics were meant to bring about his demise. Even the organization he had founded to help others had to abandon him due to the company's oppressive influence. With these thoughts, Shu Xingbei couldn't endure for a moment. No, he had to endure. He needed to stay composed, master the art of disguise, and infiltrate the company. Shu Xingbei already had a clear plan, and he couldn't change it because of his anger. When he saw Shu Xingbei turn on the headlamp and start building a house in the dark, the sea ape realized it had made a big mistake and began to help. It must be said that with the sea ape as a helper, the new house was built quickly, and it had a significant advantage. It was much taller than the original one. Exhausted until dawn, Shu Xingbei finally collapsed onto the bed made of branches and stones, not wanting to move at all. He truly fell into a deep sleep. Shu Xingbei was awakened by the howling cold wind outside. After waking up, he could hardly believe his eyes. Outside, everything was covered in silver. The sea monkey was holding up the roof, staring at him motionlessly. Did it snow? Or was it a blizzard? Shu Xingbei stepped outside and saw the tilted house. Letting out a sigh, he had no idea when the snow had fallen. If it weren't for the sea monkey, the roof would have collapsed long ago, and he would have probably been buried under the snow by now. He hurriedly took everything out of the house and then gestured to the sea monkey to come out. The sea monkey wasn't foolish either. With the release of its large hand, its body sprang out. The house collapsed with a loud crash once again. The snow continued to fall in large flakes outside, and Shu Xingbei stood in the snow, looking around. The distant sky looked like it was pressing down on a large curtain, with a gloomy face glaring down at the sea below, seemingly expressing great anger and dissatisfaction. Since stones and trees couldn't be used to build a house, he might as well use the thick snow to construct one. Shu Xingbei began his house-building project again. The snow on the island had accumulated to over a foot thick, and Shu Xingbei gathered the snow into piles to build a foundation, mixing in branches and vines to create the wall base. The sea monkeys were also helping out. As for the sea ants and poison frogs, they had vanished after one night. Once the house was roughly built, the snow in front of it had been completely cleared, and the sea ants and sea frogs appeared one by one. After the snow house was fully constructed, Shu Xingbei went inside and started to build a bed. To be honest, the snow house was warmer and more windproof than the original wooden house. Next, he needed to solve the problem of food. The vines and trees were covered in snow, and to light a fire, he would have to rely on fuel. Chapter 58. Warship Shu Xingbei found a sheltered spot and, along with the sea monkey, began his new round of roasting pork, each dragging a piece of meat. Once both pieces of pork were fully roasted, everyone, whether it was Shu Xingbei or the sea monkeys, sea ants, or sea frogs, was well fed. Just as Shu Xingbei extinguished the fire and glanced towards the sea, his gaze suddenly froze. In the distant east, a massive fleet was approaching. The fleet was arranged in a straight line, with flags fluttering. The large skull insignia on the banners was grayish-white, and the empty eye sockets were chilling. Even from several kilometers away, Shu Xingbei could see clearly that each ship was at least 200 meters long, with towering bows and hulls made entirely of steel. Armed soldiers stood on the gangplanks and decks, clad in armor, seemingly oblivious to the snowflakes falling from the sky. They were equipped with crossbows, bows, shotguns, daggers at their legs, leather boots on their feet, thick steel helmets on their heads, and glass shields in front of them. The entire fleet appeared dark and oppressive, almost covering the entire surface of the sea from a distance. Is this the power of Spear Company? Shu Xingbei looked at the fleet, uncertain as it slowly advanced. Each ship had a very high water line, and, as it passed over the sea, countless white waves were split apart. No, it couldn't be the company's warships. Shu Xingbei shook his head. The company's warships would not fly a skull flag. When he previously rented salvage ships from the company, each had a spear insignia carved on it. Shu Xingbei was observing the fleet, and on the command ship in the center of the fleet, there was also a person in a cloak using a telescope to scan the surroundings. He spotted Shu Xingbei and was momentarily taken aback. There were actually people on that small island, and what was that next to them? After just a glance, he quickly turned his gaze away and ordered behind him, "Go. Bring that leading person out." "Yes," a soldier replied and hurried down into the cabin. In a short while, a ragged man was brought up onto the deck. "Do you recognize this area of the sea?" The middle-aged man in the cloak put down the telescope and asked the person who had been brought up. The man looked ahead and shook his head in confusion. "Take a look at this," he said, handing over the telescope. "Look, there's another small island over there. If old Chow from the Jisha organization were here, he would definitely recognize the person who was being held. This person was none other than Tao Yunlai, who had come to assist the transport ship from mid-island." Tao Yunlai lowered his head submissively, taking the telescope with a humble demeanor, and cautiously looked around. "All right, take him down," the middle-aged man said. "Yes," the soldier replied, escorting Tao Yunlai back towards the cabin. Captain Li, you said that if I guided you, you would spare my life." Tao Yunlai seemed to realize his impending fate. He took a few steps and suddenly knelt down, bowing his head from a distance towards Captain Li, his forehead hitting the deck with a thud. "Yes, I did promise," Captain Li chuckled playfully. "But we haven't reached there yet, have we?" The soldier grew impatient, striking Tao Yunlai on the head with the butt of his gun. "Get up, get out." For hours, he wondered if this area of the sea would give him enough to complete his task. Captain Li's gaze became distant. He extended his palm, allowing a snowflake to land in his hand, which then melted into a droplet of water. Thinking of the chaotic zone, he couldn't help but think of the Jishur organization there, and of Xinghua Bin. Should he follow? No. Under such a massive fleet, following would be of no use. Not to mention saving anyone. He didn't even have the right to observe from a distance. However, letting them go was not Xu Xingbei's style. No matter how wary the Jishu organization was of him, Xinghua Bin was still his friend. Moreover, there was also Bian Wuxing, who at least had not harmed him and had even taught him the ways of natural power. Perhaps he should follow them for a bit. Maybe this fleet was not the enemy of the Jishu organization, but their friend instead. Xu Xingbei thought for a moment, then turned his gaze to Yuanda. Can you swim? No, can you dive? Yuanda nodded. Can you stay underwater for a long time? Xu Xingbei was still not at ease. Yuanda's strength was very important for this trip to the chaotic area. After thinking for a moment, Yuanda nodded again. That's good. Xu Xingbei didn't ask Yuanda for a specific time. It wouldn't help anyway. Yuanda had no concept of time. After asking Yuanda, Xu Xingbei's gaze turned to the nearby sea ants and poison frogs. At this moment, he truly understood where his flaws lay. The sea ants and poison frogs could indeed serve as a deterrent to the enemy, but that came with a premise. The enemy had to allow you to approach. If the other side didn't allow you to get close, or if they came up and didn't waste words directly using guns, then the sea ants and poison frogs would basically be useless, merely cannon fodder. Last time, when he fought against Zheng Tindy sent by the company, Xu Xingbei had already realized this issue. However, today's fleet gave him an even greater shock. If the company's strength was comparable to this fleet, then the enemies he faced were incredibly formidable. If the company's strength was still far superior to this fleet, then it would truly be terrifying to the point of despair. Thinking of Hong Yangzi's serious expression, Xu Xingbei had no doubt that the company's strength was stronger than this fleet. An hour after the fleet passed, Xu Xingbei called over the Zheji whale, took Yuanda, and together they sat on the whale's back, heading towards the chaotic area. The snowflakes showed no sign of diminishing, and the sea was colder than usual, but Xu Xingbei still chose to set off. In a corner of the Jishu organization's base, Zhou Chuaning was having a meeting with the old woman from the soul department and Bian Wuxing from the strength department. They had received news that Xu Xingbei had appeared on Chongqing Island. Coupled with his previous actions, the company's higher-ups were furious and had issued a strict order to capture Xu Xingbei. Any force or individual that sheltered or harbored Xu Xingbei could live if they reported him voluntarily. If they remained obstinate, they would be killed without mercy. Old Zhou knocked on the table and glanced at Bian Wuxing. Bian Wuxing lowered his eyelids and said nothing. Since no one was expressing their stance, they could only hand him over. Zhou Chuanting concluded decisively. Hand over? Didn't he go out on a mission? The old woman from the soul department asked. There are communicators and badges for positioning. What are you afraid he can escape to? Zhou Chuanting replied nonchalantly. Let the mission hall check his location. In no time, news came from a mission hall that Xu Xingbei's communicator could not be located. The badge could be located, but what? Zhou Chuaning became somewhat irritated. Zhou Chuaning's tone grew colder. Although the Jishu organization's strength was far inferior to the company, it was not a place someone could come and go as they pleased. Now, looking at old Zhou's demeanor, it seemed he not only wanted to expel Xu Xingbei from the organization, but also to actively hand him over to the company. Bian Wuxing felt a shock in his heart, but instinctively felt relieved. Xu Xingbei is quite clever. Not only did he destroy the communicator, but he also sent the sign along with it. But when did he come here? He's caused a huge mess, and Zhou Chuaning's anger could no longer be contained. There are far too many people with this mindset. They take advantage when there are benefits, but flee at the first sign of danger, even kicking someone when they're down. Without Zhou Chuanting's consent, Xu Xingbei wouldn't have been able to join the Jishu organization. The first person to regret it afterward was precisely him. Zhou Chuaning notified Yufeng, reporting the situation of Xu Xingbei's salvage operations in the sea to the company, trying to get us out of this mess. Yes, Yufeng immediately responded. Then it's settled. Zhou Chuanting glanced at the old woman from the soul department and then at Bian Wuxing, just about to announce the end of the meeting when suddenly the alarm in the cabin rang out. Well, the alarm came unexpectedly, startling the three people in the cabin. Someone from another cabin immediately reported that a warship had entered our area. Warship? What warship? The three were taken aback and hurried into the adjacent cabin. If Xu Xingbei were here, he would have quickly noticed that there were 10 computer monitors in this place, positioned to display the directions of due east, southeast, due west, northwest, northeast, and southwest. Even the area where he went to sea and even further into the ocean could be clearly seen. A dense mass of warships was currently under surveillance. In Chapter 59, Level 4, on the command ship among many warships stood a middle-aged man in a black cloak, his face chiseled and defined, with thinly pressed lips. Suddenly, his gaze turned to a certain spot, and a wicked smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Call out." "Yes." The guard immediately relayed the command, and 3 warships accelerated, heading straight ahead, followed by a loudspeaker blaring. "People in the chaotic zone, listen. Let the person in charge of the G-Sure organization come out. Let the person in charge of the G-Sure organization come out. Let the person in charge of the G-Sure organization come out." After 3 repetitions, all the warships halted over the sea. The fleet fell silent, seemingly waiting patiently. Zhou Chuanting, Bian Wuxing, and the old woman from the Seoul department wore serious expressions. "What are they up to?" Bian Wuxing asked. Zhou Chuanting shook his head, the skull flag. "I've never heard of it. Should we send someone to ask what they want?" The old woman from the Seoul department suggested cautiously. "All right." Zhou Chuanting nodded slightly. The 3 continued to focus on the monitors. As for Captain Li on the central warship, they could clearly see him as well. Bian Wuxing opened the communicator, took a look, and gave Qin Sheng the order to go ask what they wanted. Qin Sheng, along with Xie Guobin and Fan Shuwu, who were among the warriors stationed in the mission hall, had to let the remaining personnel go out to inquire about the situation since this incident had occurred. "I'll go out," Qin Sheng said, glancing at the other 3 and then at the mission hall. At this moment, his mood was extremely bleak. "Be careful," Xie Guobin stood up and said with concern. Huang Yinggao also approached, looking at him with a complex expression. "Be safe." Qin Sheng didn't say much, nodded, and walked straight out. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Sheng appeared in front of the 3 warships. "May I ask what you all need?" His heart trembled, and even his body was slightly shaking. "Are you the person in charge of the G-Sure organization?" A guard under Captain Li looked at him coldly. "In charge?" Qin Sheng's mind buzzed. "Yes. The earlier announcement mentioned the one in charge. What did he come out for?" "I'm not the person in charge, but I'm responsible for inquiring about what you all need. Anything that our organization has, we could discuss." Qin Sheng forced a smile. He was indeed a level 1 warrior, and he wouldn't be afraid of more than 10 ordinary people. But now what good was his strength? "Since you're not the person in charge, don't speak anymore." The guard's eyes turned icy. One of the soldiers beside him immediately pulled the trigger. Then came a gunshot. Qin Sheng didn't even get the chance to say another word before he fell headfirst into the sea. "You have half an hour to come out. If you don't bother coming out." Captain Li's voice echoed in the guard's ears. "Understood." Following this, the guard began a second round of announcements. "If the head of the G-Sure organization doesn't come out within half an hour, we will take action." The scene of Qin Sheng collapsing was witnessed by countless eyes in the chaotic zone. Most of the residents in the chaotic zone had fierce reputations, and a small number had various relationships with the members of the G-Sure organization. They usually felt fearless in the sea area. But now, everyone couldn't help but feel terrified. Who has the capability to confront so many warships? Even the G-Sure organization, with its deep roots, would likely not be able to handle it, right? "I'll go out." Bian Wuxing stepped forward. "No need. Since they want to find someone in charge, let me go." Zhou Chuanting suddenly looked much older. "What do they really want?" Bian Wuxing sighed. In the blink of an eye, his subordinate Qin Sheng had lost his life. To be honest, who wouldn't be alarmed facing so many warships? "What do they want?" "It's nothing more than money and goods. What else could it be?" Zhou Chuanting shook his head. "But why did they come here? And how did they know of our existence?" This was something Zhou Chuanting could no longer fathom. He spoke as if he would go out, but his heart was still hesitant. Zhou Chuanting stepped to the cabin door when the old woman from the Seoul department grabbed him. "You can't go. If you go and something happens, who will take responsibility for such a big mess?" "Let me go instead," the old woman said, glancing at Bian Wuxing. Her meaning was clear. As a big man, how could you? Bian Wuxing, let me go? "Let me go instead." Bian Wuxing's lips twitched. He understood the old woman's implication. But if it came down to letting the old woman take the lead, she might not agree in the end either. Sometimes, it's better to be straightforward than to be twisted. Zhou Chuanting valued his life. The old woman valued her life. Did Bian Wuxing not value his? But with the situation at hand, not going out was not an option. Bien Wuxing set sail. The remaining old woman said to Zhou Chuanting, "Let's sink down. Are we giving up everything?" Zhou Chuanting's eyes flashed with reluctance. "What else is there to want? At this point, what more do you want? Send a message to Yu Feng. Let him report the situation here to the company and see if they can come to our rescue. We'll sink down first," the old woman urged. Zhou Chuanting looked at the place he had painstakingly built up, painfully closing his eyes. After a long time, he finally said, "I'll contact Yu Feng first. Let's see the situation before we move." "All right." The old woman did not urge him further. Bien Wuxing arrived before the 3 warships. "The person in charge of the Jishir organization has arrived. My name is Bien Wuxing. May I ask what forces you all belong to and what you want from us?" "Captain Li." The guards are relaying a message to Captain Li. "All right, bring Tao Yun over." The command ship where Captain Li was located also moved forward. Bien Wuxing's lips twitched. Supplies for 108 warships? Who can afford that? The entire fortune of the Jishir organization couldn't last 2 months, let alone half a year. "Captain Li, are you joking? Although we say we are a force, in reality, we are just a group of people drifting at sea, coming together to keep warm. How can we have that much?" Bien Wuxing forced a bitter smile. "Is that so? Then let your people speak for themselves." Captain Li clapped his hands. Tao Yunlai was once again brought to the deck. Bien Wuxing's face darkened. The previously monitored Zhou Chuanting and the old woman from the Soul Department also looked grim. It turned out there was a traitor. Just a moment ago, they thought the traitor was Xu Xingbei. "Boss Bien, let Zhou from the organization hand over the goods. If he does, we might save our lives," Tao Yunlai shouted loudly at Bien Wuxing. As a second-level warrior, Tao Yunlai certainly recognized Bien Wuxing. Moreover, he understood the organization much better than Xu Xingbei. He even knew that the real leader of the organization was someone with the surname Zhou. When Tao Yunlai shouted, Bien Wuxing realized something was wrong. Although he was older, his reflexes weren't slow. With a sudden push, he leaped into the air towards the command ship. The soldiers raised their guns, but Captain Li waved his hand, signaling him to come up. As he spoke, he shrugged off his clothes, revealing a muscular physique. "Come on, let me test your skills," Li Xing said with a cheerful smile. Zhou Chuanting's gaze was fixed on the screen. The current situation was the best he could hope for. If Bien Wuxing could duel with Li Xing, he might be able to turn the tide. Bien Wuxing landed on the deck, just as Li Xing swung a punch. Bien Wuxing allowed Li Xing's fist to hit him, then hooked his arm and pulled, causing Li Xing to stumble forward a few steps, nearly falling over. "Huh?" After Li Xing stabilized himself, his eyes narrowed, showing some interest. Following that, Li Xing threw another punch at Bien Wuxing's face. Bien Wuxing stepped back. Just as he was about to hook his arm onto Li Xing's, Li Xing transformed his fist into a claw, continuing to reach for Bien Wuxing's face. Bien Wuxing tried to retreat, but the soldiers behind him had already raised their guns. With his retreat blocked, Bien Wuxing could only dodge sideways, at which point Li Xing's left hand traced a large arc, striking towards Bien Wuxing's chest. Bien Wuxing had to dodge again, jumping into the sea, but he still took the full force of Li Xing's palm. As the force hit him, Bien Wuxing took a deep breath and sharply contracted the muscles in his chest. When Li Xing's palm struck, Bien Wuxing's face instantly turned pale as paper. Blood gushed from his mouth. Are you a 4th level?" Bien Wuxing's voice halted here, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You guessed wrong. I'm not a 4th level, but I'm close." Li Xing gently pushed, and Bien Wuxing fell heavily onto the deck. That palm just now shattered Bien Wuxing's organs. "What a pity." Li Xing looked at the Bien Wuxing on the ground, realizing he had been too rough. Otherwise, he could have asked what skills the guy used earlier. Li Xing was still a bit interested in the pulling force Bien Wuxing had used that nearly caused him to fall. "Since your organization isn't giving face, and the leader with the surname Zhou isn't coming out, then I won't force it. Kill them." Li Xing waved his hand. Soldiers on over 100 warships raised their crossbows towards the chaotic area and launched a volley. In an instant, the sky over the entire chaotic area was filled with crossbow bolts. No one expected the people on the battleships to act so quickly. Those watching from a distance were already horrified by Bien Wuxing's impending death when the crossbow bolts arrived. Chapter 60. Change of ownership. Tens of thousands of steel crossbow bolts flew through the sky, and the chaotic area truly descended into chaos. The iron crossbows shot forth, causing those who were standing on the deck and looking out to run frantically into the cabin. Some cautious ones were watching their surroundings, their eyes fixed on the anchors and ropes securing the ships. One by one, the flying bolts fell, and those unable to dodge were struck in the back, blood gushing forth with heart-wrenching screams. Some had just gotten their heads into the cabin, their bodies not fully inside when they were hit in the calves by the bolts, ignoring the pain as they stumbled into the cabin. Li Xing, on the outer sea, waved his hand, and the guards immediately understood his meaning. Quickly relaying the message to each battleship, fire the fire crossbows. Another round of crossbow bolts was launched. Unlike the previous volley, this round of bolts appeared dark and glimmered faintly in the snowy night. As the bolts were shot, the glowing parts ignited due to friction with the air, instantly becoming powerful crossbows trailing long, fiery red tails. Crack, 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 the sound echoed as the fire crossbows, already coated in oil, ignited the deck of the ship in flames. Such fire crossbows could not be resisted by ordinary ships. The previously orderly back of the chaotic area descended into a cacophony of cries for help as this wave of fire crossbows shot through. The rear became chaotic as one ship after another started up and fled outward. "Captain Li, it's about time," a guard reported respectfully to Li Xing. 10 warships directly enter and take that Tau with them." Li Xing nodded slightly. One after another, the warships entered the rear of the chaotic area, entering the territory once held by the Jishur organization. The Jishur organization, which Zhou Chuanting had managed for many years, was completely disbanded under 2 rounds of fire crossbows from a Sea Eagle battle team. Zhou Chuanting and the old woman from the Seoul department dived underwater, while the researchers in the institute had no combat capability at all. Facing the powerful Sea Eagle battle team, they didn't even utter a harsh word before surrendering. In the task hall, the 4 remaining personnel, Fan Shuowu followed Old Chow to carry out a mission. Qin Sheng had already died, and Huang Yinggao and Xinghua Bin, seeing the situation, fled by boat. Mi Yandong ran away even earlier than they did. The people in the task hall had long since scattered, leaving behind an empty hall. Li Xing's command ship also sailed in. "What about that Tao Yunlai? Should we deal with him?" the guard asked. "Not for now. He knows quite a few people in the Jishur organization. Let's keep him for now." Li Xing's gaze was deep, and it was unclear what he was thinking. "Yes." The guard hurriedly ran out to relay the order. "Everyone in this area, listen up. Raise your hands and surrender. You can still stay in this area. In the past, you could find food and drink while carrying out tasks, and you can still do so in the future. Those who try to escape will be killed on the spot." The loudspeaker's voice echoed throughout the chaotic area. There were still many ships in the chaotic area that hadn't managed to escape, and upon hearing the loudspeaker outside, one by one, their thoughts were stirred. "Surrender. Even if you can escape, without food and drink, you won't survive long," a peripheral member of the organization said. And he was communicating with another peripheral member. The organization used a sound powerful, yet it turned out to be easily defeated. "I surrender," on the other side. Some were also using communication devices to connect. The total population in the chaotic area was at least several 100,000, excluding those who had fled. Almost all remaining had no choice but to surrender obediently. They raised their hands above their heads, lining up to board one battleship after another, waiting to be interrogated. "Name? Huang Qi. What did you do before? Are you a member of the Jishur organization?" A peripheral member of the Jishur organization, responsible for categorizing the materials received in the task hall. "Are you related to any formal members of the Jishur organization?" "Yes. I know Gu Pan. She's one of her boyfriends." The recording team member of the Sea Eagle raised his head and glanced at Huang Qi. "Boyfriend? Is there another one? Is he just for warming the bed?" the team member asked. Huang Qi lowered his head and softly responded with an MM. "The next one." The team member didn't say much and directly let Huang Qi go. The same scene appeared on other warships as well. "What is it called? What is the relationship with the Jishur organization? Are they formal members?" Li Xing sat in the command ship, listening to the guard's report. All 29 people from the research institute were present. All 41 people in the mission hall were also accounted for. Only one person was found from the force department, named Huang Yinggao. It was said that 2 others had escaped outside. 4 were found at the reception, and the person in charge was named Gu Pan. When the guard said this, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Li Xing looked at his longtime guard Wang Yi, raising an eyebrow. It's nothing. It's just that this woman is quite interesting. It was found out that she has 20 boyfriends, 2 each night. Wang Yi said with a chuckle. Oh, are you thinking about women? Isn't this one right in front of you? Li Xing joked. Wang Yi made a retching sound. Nearly gagging, no, I don't want to. Additionally, I found out that there is a sole department with 2 female members, and neither has been found. One elderly woman is the head of the sole department. The head of the research institute said that the highest leader of the Jishir organization is named Zhou Chuanting. It is said that the 2 should be together, currently underwater. Our personnel are now escorting the head of the research institute to find them. Underwater? Li Xing was taken aback. Yes, there is a derelict submarine underwater. It is their old nest. The true meaning of the Jishir organization's base is this submarine. Wang Yi reported. Li Xing rested his chin on his hand. There's still a derelict submarine? Interesting, really interesting. They can not only go underwater, but I feel they can also observe us. Huh? Wang Yi could hardly believe his ears. Yes, they can indeed observe us. But it's useless. Aren't they like fish in a barrel? Li Xing waved his hand. We have already occupied this place as a base. With so many personnel, are we still worried about future supplies? Wang Yi hesitated. Captain Li, aren't we looking for Spear Company? I've heard they are wealthy and powerful. Norus, find that Zhou guy. I want to interrogate him personally, Li Xing said firmly. It didn't take long for Zhou Chuanting and the elderly woman from the Seoul department to be dragged out from the derelict submarine and directly escorted to Li Xing. Was it hard to find? Li Xing looked at Zhou Chuanting with interest. An old man in his 60s, with snowy white hair, his eyes were already blank. The Jishir organization, built from his ancestors, had fallen into someone else's hands in the blink of an eye. He hated it. He was unwilling, but he had no choice. Who are you? Zhou Chuanting did not respond, but the elderly woman from the Seoul department stepped forward to ask. Li Xing's gaze turned sharp, and he kicked the elderly woman in the abdomen with his boot. The elderly woman's wrinkled face instantly turned crimson, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. You are prisoners. Do you understand? Cooperate well, and you can still live, not much worse than before. If you don't understand the rules and don't know what's good for you, you won't survive tonight, Li Xing said coldly. The elderly woman from the Seoul department lowered her head. Speak. Tell me everything you know about the Jishir organization. By the way, introduce the company situation as well, Li Xing said, alternating his hands and tapping his fingers repeatedly. Yes, by this time, Zhou Chuanting had no other choice. Who doesn't want to live and live better? Since there was no one with such power, admitting defeat was also an option. Are you saying that the tools you use for communication and monitoring come from Spear Company? Li Xing's pupils constricta. Yes, Zhou Chuanting replied with his head down. No matter what power or organization, unless they don't use long-range communication tools, they can't escape their eyes. As for the entire sea area, I can't say it's 100, but at least more than half of the situation is under their watch. The only area we can monitor is within a radius of 300 kilometers. That is still allowed by the company. Every year, we have to pay them 3,000 gold coins. Adding the communication tools, it totals 5,000 gold coins. Li Xing was silent for a moment, then asked expressionlessly, what else? Also, whether it is our Jishir organization or you taking over our organization, it makes no difference to the company, Zhou Chuanting said cautiously, glancing at Li Xing's expression. Yes, it makes no difference. Indeed, it makes no difference. Li Xing had to admit that this statement was correct. He then waved his hand, instructing someone to take Zhou Chuanting and the elderly woman from the Seoul department down to be placed under house arrest. Captain Li, what should we do next? The guard Wang Yi clearly realized the seriousness of the problem and waited for Li Xing to give a next instruction. What to do? Ask Zhou Chuanting how they have been in contact with Spear Company. How are the fees paid? We will continue to pay according to the original fees of the Jishir organization, Li Xing said gloomily. Wang Yi listened, lowered his head, and slowly retreated. He didn't dare to say much. There was no need to guess. The captain's mood must be very bad at this moment, and he didn't want to touch the wrong nerve. Wang Yi even thought that bringing Zhou Chuanting down for questioning was intentional on Li Xing's part. He can't afford to lose face. But even if he doesn't want to lose face, it has to be lost. Still, foolishly hoping to ask the company for supplies. It seems that now it's best to admit defeat without opening one's mouth. Your fleet is indeed powerful, but before you even reach them, they already know your every move. God knows what kind of deadly weapons are in those 10 towering towers, and what destructive arrangements are in place once you knock on their door. Chapter 61. Choose for yourself. As Li Xing's warship launched the second round of rockets, Xu Xingbei and Yuanda had already arrived in the sea area. The scene before them left Yuanda dumbfounded. It stared wide-eyed, shocked to see the blazing flames engulfing half the sky, illuminating the night as bright as day. One after another, the tower ships fled from the chaotic area, like lost dogs scrambling everywhere. Xu Xingbei guided the broken spear whale and approached the nearest ship, then quickly climbed aboard. The big ape also heard Xu Xingbei's command and followed onto the ship. However, its movements were not as agile as Xu Xingbei's. After climbing onto the ship, the steel deck made a loud thud, immediately startling the people aboard. "Who is it?" A low voice came from the cabin, and as the headlight flickered, a beautiful woman in a cotton coat walked out from inside. As soon as she stepped out, she recognized Xu Xingbei at a glance. "It's you?" Xu Xingbei looked at her and immediately thought of who this person was. When Xing Guobin took him to the Jishur organization, they encountered a woman in the chaotic area who greeted Xing Guobin. Wasn't she the one standing in front of him now? "Your name is Zhengya, right?" Xu Xingbei remembered that Xing Guobin seemed a bit afraid when he met this woman. "So what? I don't care how you got up here. Please leave before I lose my temper." Zhengya's face turned pale, her attitude extremely cold. "What if I don't leave?" Xu Xingbei originally thought she knew Xing Guobin and was planning to negotiate with her nicely for a cabin to take a hot shower and change clothes. He didn't expect this woman to be so unapproachable. After all, he had even called her by name. "Not leaving?" Zhengya sneered, raising a tranquilizer gun in her hand. As a sea beast, Yuanda had a strong sense of danger. The moment Zhengya raised her gun, it stepped forward toward her. Seeing the situation was bad, Zhengya shot at Yuanda first. The bullet hit Yuanda's abdomen, but it seemed to feel nothing and continued to advance towards Zhengya. It swatted the gun out of Zhengya's hand and then swung a fist towards her head. Zhengya did not expect this person to be so fierce. For a moment, she was stunned, and then her heart sank as she realized she was about to meet her doom. "Spare her life. I have questions for her." Xu Xingbei transmitted the message to Yuanda Zheng. Ye had just been scared out of her wits, and, after finally recovering, shook her head at the woman. "Don't provoke them." She had recognized their situation. Just one big guy could easily take their lives, not to mention that there was also Xu Xingbei beside her. The tranquilizer bullet hitting her body showed no reaction, which terrified Zhengya even more. Just now, Yuanda's slap had almost broken her wrist. "Suli they. Zhengya didn't know how to explain, and suddenly her mind lit up. "You are Xing Guobin's friend?" Xu Xingbei looked at Zhengya and then at the woman named Suli. "I need to use the bathroom. Prepare hot water for me. Also, find me a set of clothes." He had soaked in the water for over 4 hours. Even if he could slow his heart rate, lower his body temperature, and maintain internal heat circulation, it was still the dead of winter, and it was snowing. After coming out of the water, wearing wet clothes, Xu Xingbei felt even colder. One nice thought. Chen Suli ignored Xu Xingbei's words. "You should obediently go and drive the boat." Xu Xingbei gestured to Yuanda, who stepped up to Chen Suli and lifted her effortlessly with one hand. Suspended in midair, Chen Suli screamed in fright. "Put her down. Please let her go. I'll prepare the water. I'll prepare hot water." Zhengya realized they were in a dire situation. At this moment, obeying was the only way to save their lives. Forget about preparing hot water. Even if they were told to go inside and take off their clothes, they had no choice. Zhengya gritted her teeth and prepared hot water for Xu Xingbei, letting him enter the cabin to take a shower while she thought about what Xu Xingbei's possible identity could be. Just as Xu Xingbei entered the bathroom, Zhengya considered resisting. However, the big guy outside was too intimidating, and she lacked confidence in escaping from him. What a fate. The enemy outside had infiltrated the organization. She and Chen Suli had reacted quickly, but unexpectedly. Just after escaping the chaos, they fell into the hands of such a thug. She wondered what he intended to do. Would he turn against her after taking a shower? The tranquilizer gun was useless. Was it malfunctioning? Zhengya's mind was racing with thoughts when Xu Xingbei finished a shower, came out, and said with an unhappy face, "The clothes don't fit." The clothes indeed did not fit. They were too loose. "What can I do?" This outfit was bought by Chun Suli for her brother, but wasn't delivered in time. Otherwise, apart from our clothes, there are no others. Zheng Ye felt wronged. What kind of big man comes to a woman's ship to change clothes? Just then, a loudspeaker sounded outside, and everyone in the area listened, raising their hands to surrender to remain in this area. In the past, they could find food and drink while on missions, and they could still do so in the future. Those who tried to escape would be killed on the spot. Zheng Ye heard it clearly, and Chun Suli outside also heard it clearly. Zheng Ye's eyes flickered as countless thoughts raced through her mind. But if they didn't surrender, where could they go? Would they drift aimlessly at sea? Their abilities were not based on force. They had no chance against retrieving relics from the bottom of the water or fighting sea beasts. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask your name?" Chun Suli approached Shu Xingbei, steeling herself to ask. "Me? Nie Qingyun," Shu Xingbei replied. "Nie Qingyun? No one in the organization has that name, right?" Zheng Ye thought, glancing at Chun Suli, who shook her head slightly, clearly having never heard that name either. "Emir. Ne. As you can see, we escaped from inside. Now we have nowhere to go. What do you think?" Zheng Ye feigned a pitiful look as she gazed at Shu Xingbei. Since they had escaped from inside, of course they had to surrender. Did they have any better place to go? Shu Xingbei could certainly guess their thoughts. They were likely just pitiful people with nowhere else to go, just like him. However, Shu Xingbei pretended to be indifferent. "What about you, Mr. Nye?" Zheng Ye asked. "I have nowhere to go either. I'll stick with you." Shu Xingbei shrugged. Oh, Zheng Ye was full of grievances but dared not voice them. She realized that this Nye Qingyun had them completely at his mercy. "What about that one?" Zheng Ye cautiously asked, glancing at Yuanda. She wasn't afraid of Shu Xingbei. She was afraid of that person. Him? He doesn't need to go. Shu Xingbei shook his head. Whether he would surrender or do something else, of course. He wouldn't tell them. Most importantly, Shu Xingbei wanted to see what this fleet would do next. Such a large fleet, with so many costs for food, drink, and maintaining the ships, incurred significant daily expenses. Shu Xingbei didn't believe that after they took down the Jishur organization and the Chaos Zone, they wouldn't have any thoughts about the company. Since that's the case, he would temporarily submit himself to this fleet and decide on the next step based on the situation. "Mr. Nye, I won't hide it from you any longer. Both Chun Suli and I are members of the Seoul Division of the Jishur organization. We should surrender immediately. We can clarify our identities. What about you?" Zheng Ye, Chun Suli, and Shu Xingbei had all arrived at the cockpit. "Me? Am I not your husband?" Shu Xingbei answered without thinking. "Husband?" Zheng Ye's face turned red all of a sudden, and she was so angry she almost wanted to hit Shu Xingbei. "We?" Chun Suli nearly yanked the steering wheel off and threw it. She had never seen someone so shameless. Without hesitation, Chun Suli drew out her tranquilizer gun, and Yuanda promptly stood in front of Chun Suli. A shadow loomed over Chun Suli's eyes, also shrouding her heart. Zheng Ye had quietly informed her of the situation, and Chun Suli certainly understood that the most dangerous person among these two was the big guy. "I misspoke. I didn't mean you two. What I meant was, any one of you could do," Shu Xingbei explained. "Any one of us? You mean one of us has to recognize you as a husband?" Zheng Ye and Chun Suli were almost going crazy. "You can choose for yourselves." Shu Xingbei didn't consider what his words would mean to the two unmarried women. Or rather, he had never focused his attention on them. Where should Yuan to go next? To the seabed, or stay on the ship? After joining the fleet, how to proceed next was something he needed to think through thoroughly. Choose for ourselves? Zheng Ye looked at Chun Suli. She certainly didn't want to. When Chun Suli saw Zheng Ye's look, she immediately turned her head away, pretending to be focused on piloting the ship. "Hurry up and choose. If you really can't decide, Yuanda, help them out." Shu Xingbei instructed Yuanda, Chapter 62. Soul techniques, and there's no need to rush. "Even if we surrender, it's not something that needs to be done tonight," Shu Xingbei said lightly. "If we don't go now, then when?" Chun Suli was anxious. They were from the Seoul Division, and drifting outside the sea wasn't a good situation. In the cockpit, Chun Suli and Zheng Ye exchanged glances. These two women were feared by everyone below the high ranks of the Jishur organization, along with an elderly woman from the Seoul Division. Not to mention the old lady responsible for the Seoul Division. Just talking about Zheng Ye and Chen Suli, they controlled more than one or two members. With a thought, they could send those members to their deaths without blinking an eye. Both women were quite beautiful. Zhenya had an oval face, and her skin was unlike that of someone who had been at sea for years. Her complexion was fair and appealing, and she spoke with a smile, looking quite approachable. Chen Suli, on the other hand, appeared much colder, with a round face that had a bit of baby fat. "Ollie, what do you think we should do?" Zhenya was in distress. This person named Nie Qingyun seemed like he was going to stay on this ship. Zhenya was troubled. If it were just Nie Qingyun, she had a good chance of handling him, but with that terrifying big guy, she felt completely uncertain. "Do you think that big guy is human?" Zhenya asked softly. Chen Suli frowned and, startled, quickly shook her head. "Then what do you think? Is there a good chance to lure him?" Zhenya pouted. "Those two guys. The most terrifying one, ISNT, even human. If you want me to lure him, ISNT, that's seeking death, why don't you go? You've practiced a method for sea beasts, right?" Zhenya suddenly said to Chen Suli. "I'll take the helm." Chen Suli was almost in tears. "My method targets only small sea beasts. I've never even seen one this big in the cafeteria." The two of them discussed back and forth, but couldn't find a good way to resolve the current crisis. Thinking about how the Jishur organization was rapidly disintegrating beneath the warship, they could hardly see a future. In the darkness, the two fell silent. Snowflakes were still fluttering down, as if the heavens were venting their dissatisfaction with this world, expressing all their anger through the snow. "I'll give it a try. That big guy seems to listen to him. And with these two around, our chances of survival will be greater in the future." Zhenya finally made up her mind. Chen Suli hesitated. However, her instinct for survival made her hope Zhenya would give it a try. "Be careful, don't provoke him," Chen Suli advised. Zhenya stopped talking, turned on her headlight, and walked dully toward the upstairs cabin where Xu Xingbei had just gone. "Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Emer. Ne, emer. Ne." Zhenya tried hard to make her tone sound softer, more endearing. The cabin door opened, and the room was lit. Xu Xingbei glanced at her and asked, "What is the matter?" Zhenya peeked into the room. "Oh, the big guy ISNT here. I wanted to ask if you had dinner yet, and if you wanted me to make something for you." Seeing that the big guy was absent, Zhenya's courage grew a bit. "No need." Xu Xingbei waved his hand. Yuanda was full from the afternoon, and he hadn't felt hungry until now. He wanted to practice his disguise technique for a longer duration, so of course, he didn't want to waste words with this woman. "Is that so? I'll check if the blanket is too thin. If it is, I'll bring you another one," Zhenya said, walking steadily toward the bed. She deliberately bent down, raising her hips high. This kind of seduction technique was also a required course for them in the Soul Division. Although she was inexperienced, she had seen and heard enough to have a good grasp of how to entice men. Xu Xingbei didn't expect Zhenya to barge in directly, and he felt a bit unhappy. In the blink of an eye, he noticed Zhenya intentionally striking a pose. Xu Xingbei bit his lip, feeling a noticeable warmth in his lower abdomen. Zhenya was capturing his gaze, and seeing Xu Xingbei's expression, she felt a certainty in her heart. "There's a chance. People are worried that you might feel cold while sleeping at night." Zhenya maintained her original posture, wondering if she should come up with some other way to warm her bed. Xu Xingbei quickly suppressed the surge of evil fire in his heart. After experiencing that night with Hong Yangzi, his determination had become even stronger. As for the purpose of Zhenya's actions at this moment, he didn't need to guess. He already knew why she had come over. Was it to win him over? Xu Xingbei's expression remained unchanged as he pointed to the bed, saying, "Sit down. I have something to ask you." Zhenya noticed that the fiery look in Xu Xingbei's eyes had vanished, and she realized that she had already failed. "No, I just want to care about you. Why sit down?" Her voice took on a more flirtatious tone. Xu Xingbei coldly laughed. "You didn't see the big ape here, so you got bold? What if I tell you it's right outside?" Zhenya shivered and quickly stood up, but after thinking for a moment, she obediently sat back down, placing her hands on her knees and cautiously watching Xu Xingbei's expression. "What is the method your Soul Division uses to control people?" Xu Xingbei had previously looked into the library's collection and wanted to master psychological techniques like that of the Red Matchmaker. This time, he casually found a boat to bathe and rest, only to unexpectedly encounter two women from the Soul Division, which was a delightful surprise. "They don't understand what you're saying?" Zhenya was startled. She had mentioned the Soul Division in front of Xu Xingbei, not expecting him to know what they were about. If you speak nicely, I will spare your lives. If you continue like this, I will have the big ape throw you into the sea immediately, Xu Xingbei said impatiently. Thrown into the sea? On a snowy night? In cold seawater? Would I even survive if I were thrown in? Feng Yeti played seriously. Yes. She was scared. I can control people because my mental strength is strong. Generally, I do it through conversation, subtly controlling the other person's mind without them realizing, and then plant a seed deep in their psyche, causing them to fear me. Zhengye began to explain slowly. And? Xu Xingbei continued to ask, unable to help but think of the red matchmaker. This tactic was indeed ruthless. If he were subjected to the same treatment by the red matchmaker, he would have no ability to resist in her hands afterward. Anything else? No. Zhengye shook her head. What exactly is the process? Xu Xingbei was not satisfied with the answer. How about this? You try it on me. Following Xu Xingbei's arrangement, the big ape was sitting behind the cabinet in the cabin. He originally wanted to see what Zhengye was up to. In 2 minutes, if you don't understand, fine. Just breathe, okay? If you don't get it, fine. After you breathe 10 times, wake me up. Xu Xingbei conveyed the message to the big ape. At that moment, Zhengye smiled bitterly. I can't do it. Why? Xu Xingbei asked in surprise. Is there some procedure to controlling others? To control someone's mind, you first need to have the other person in a completely relaxed state, meaning they're unguarded or have no suspicion. In your current state, I can't do it at all. Zhengye shook her head. Aside from being unguarded or having no suspicion, what about other situations? Can you do it then? Xu Xingbei urged. Since she couldn't do it, there was no need for the big ape to do anything. Zhengye thought for a moment and said, in simple terms, controlling someone's mind usually falls into 2 situations. One is when the other person is unguarded or completely relaxed. The other is when they're in an extreme psychological state, such as great fear, despair, or ecstasy. Basically, they're caught off guard while not fully aware. Will all members entering the Jishur organization be controlled? Xu Xingbei asked lightly. Zhengye was startled. You know? Right, you. She dare not continue. Just say whether it's true or not. Don't relate it to me. Xu Xingbei frowned. Grandma? Xu Xingbei's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Grandma is the head of our soul department. All right, stop thinking about messy ideas. You all steer the ship to the outskirts of the chaos zone and dock alongside the other ships. If there's a problem, come find me. Xu Xingbei waved his hand, signaling for Zhengye to leave. Zhengye, feeling lost, returned to the cockpit. How is it? Chen Suli asked eagerly. Did you succeed? Succeed? Zhengye laughed self-deprecatingly. Is that even possible? Not only did I fail, but he also kept asking me questions. I feel like he is very familiar with our Jishur organization. How could that be? Chen Suli did not believe it. Not long ago, I saw Xing Guobin bring someone into the back of the chaos zone. At that time, I didn't pay much attention, but now it seems that he gave me a very familiar feeling. That day, Xing Guobin must have brought him into the organization. Zhengye thought carefully and felt that this possibility was very high. Impossible. Once he enters the organization, will they let him roam freely? Either you or I must have controlled him. Chen Suli completely did not believe that such a thing could happen. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. The important thing is that he is now on our ship, and we don't even know what he wants to do. The more Zhengye thought about it, the more scared she became. Moreover, they appeared suddenly. I remember there were no other ships near us at that time. The 2 women became increasingly alarmed. A powerful mental force to control others' minds and plant seeds of fear. 2 psychological states, one unprepared, the other in extremes. So at that time, when the Red Lady used her spell on herself, what psychological state was she in? Chapter 63. Control. Since the Sea Eagle team took over the entire Chaos Zone and fully absorbed the Jishur organization, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. Not only Zhengye and Chen Suli could not sleep, but even the captain of the Sea Eagle team, Li Xing, did not rest. Order after order was issued. Register all personnel and distribute badges. Gather all the warriors of the Jishur organization together. Separate and detain Zhou Chuanting and Yimin. Immediately contact Yu Feng in the company and have him convey goodwill to the company. We will arrange gifts to send over immediately. The personnel in the task hall continued to operate as usual. The kitchen and bathing area remained open, limited to team leaders and above. Former members of the G-Shur organization no longer enjoyed privileges. All warships were dispersed in combat formation, half protecting the outskirts of the Chaos Zone, and half sailing into the back of the Chaos Zone. As order after order was issued, the Chaos Zone gradually became quiet. Although people did not sleep, the outside noise had lessened. Those who chose to surrender stayed in their houseboats, imagining possible futures. Your brother suddenly went from a warrior of the G-Shur organization to an ordinary person, and he won't be able to look out for us anymore, a woman sighed. I said, head of family, you worked so hard on the outskirts of the G-Shur organization, and now the Sea Eagle team has come. It might still be a good thing for you. Another woman comforted her man. Why care about so much? If we die, we die. If we don't, we turn around. In my opinion, whether it's the G-Shur organization or the Sea Eagle team, they're all the same. It doesn't matter who is the emperor. We should hunt sea beasts when it's time to hunt and fish when it's time to fish. Not doing anything is less tiring. Who'll feed you? A fisherman who is good at fishing side. Those who chose to surrender were now lamenting in the Chaos Zone. Some who did not choose to surrender were sailing their boats in the outer sea area. Under the pitch-black night, their hearts were in turmoil. Suddenly, someone began to play the flute. The sound was mournful and plaintive, like a woman who is good at crying and complaining, leaning against a wall, recounting her tragic life over and over again. Those who were unwilling to surrender originally had no great ambitions, and the reason they were unwilling to surrender was simply due to the unclear situation. Now, with the flute sound, various sorrows welled up within them. The imagery of the apocalypse. Any sadness that can be expressed is not real sadness, and any pain that can be cried out is not true pain. Before them was an endless darkness, and the little thoughts in their hearts were like tiny starlights, merely supporting themselves. On the other side of the Chaos Zone, personnel were still being thoroughly checked. Those who actively surrendered reported their names, stated their identities, and received badges. Others mingled in, neither actively surrendering nor revealing their identities, just blending in among those houseboats, trying to slip by unnoticed. These people with the intention to sneak by, like Xu Xingbei's choice, placed their houseboats on the outermost edge. This way, it was easier to run away at any time, and they could also observe the situation inside. Naturally, these circumstances did not escape Li Xing's eyes. The Sea Eagle team, which took full control of the G-Shur organization, also possessed the monitoring of the G-Shur organization. Send people to check this area immediately. Those who remain must surrender. Those who do not will be executed. Li Xing instructed his guard, Wang Yi. Wang Yi immediately went out to convey the orders. Tens of thousands of soldiers had already formed small teams based on the warships. Every 10 people formed a small team. Every 10 small teams formed a medium team. And every 10 medium teams formed a large team. Above the team leaders was the commander. Li Xing's small team spread out according to the locations of their warships, checking and registering one houseboat after another. When Zhenya and Chen Suli's ship was checked, it was already the next morning. Team leader, look over there. A soldier who had seen Chen Suli and Zhenya in the cockpit all night exclaimed, quickly reporting to his team leader. The team leader looked in the direction indicated and immediately became transfixed. Two beautiful women. Being a soldier is originally a hard job, and being a soldier at sea is even harder. For them, women represent boundless joy. Come with me over there. The others will check this way. The team leader immediately exercised his authority. As for whether it would arouse the envy of others, it was completely out of his consideration. Right now, there were two women. The soldier eagerly followed the team leader, excitement coursing through him. The two quickly arrived on the houseboat. They completely failed to notice Xu Xingbei at the edge of the ship or the half-submerged figure of Yuanda. Even if they had noticed, they wouldn't have cared. What could be more important than going to the cockpit? The soldier ran ahead and pushed open the cockpit door, saying, "You two, squat down." The moment Zhenya and Chen Suli saw the two men's expressions as they entered, they realized something was wrong. A sinking feeling filled their hearts. "We surrender." Zhenya raised her hand first. Chen Suli quickly followed suit, raising both hands. Don't rush. Just come out first," the team leader said with a smile. The cockpit was too small to move around in, and it was cold. Zhenya and Chen Suli exchanged glances, both sinking into despair. They knew that the reason they had seized the ship to escape last night, fearing this very moment, was now coming to pass. No matter what kind of desperate situation or predicament they encountered, women often suffered the most, especially young women. Quickly, go to the cabin. The soldier clearly understood the team leader's intentions. Zhenya looked around, not seeing Xu Xingbei's figure, and felt even more desperate. Those two guys were completely unreliable. They talked about helping to save their lives, but in the end, they were just bullies who picked on women. Zhenya and Chen Suli moved step by step towards the cabin upstairs. Each step was incredibly difficult for them. What fate awaited them inside the cabin? Was there any need to think about it? The two arrived at the cabin door and stopped, their four eyes looking around, hoping to see a possibility of a change in fate at the last moment. Hurry up, the soldier urged. The squad leader, however, was smiling, nearly unable to contain his excitement, as scenes that made his heart race flashed through his mind. How many lonely nights had he imagined this scene, using Wuzishan as a reference? Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The squad leader first noticed a strange light appear in the eyes of the two women, and then he heard a muffled sound next to him. The squad leader was startled. Years of training as a soldier caused him to instinctively draw the dagger at his side, but before he could move again, a cold, gleaming dagger was pressed against his neck. "Open the door," Xu Xingbei shouted at Zhenya and the others. The cabin door opened. Xu Xingbei pushed the squad leader and walked towards the cabin. Yuanda took the corpse of a soldier and sank it into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Once inside the cabin, Xu Xingbei quickly tied up the squad leader tightly with the rope he had prepared earlier. Meanwhile, Chen Suli cleverly closed the cabin door. The completely immobilized squad leader coldly stared at Xu Xingbei as he approached, saying, "You've moved against us. Will you still have your life?" Xu Xingbei didn't even show any interest in looking at him, and instead walked towards Zhenya and Chen Suli. "When I shout to take action, you two need to control him immediately, understood?" Zhenya and Chen Suli nodded together, even though both of them looked pale as paper at that moment. "What's your name?" Xu Xingbei then turned around and asked the squad leader. Before they arrived at the ship, Xu Xingbei had already heard the conversation between this guy and that soldier. The squad leader didn't speak. He didn't call for help either. Calling for help inside the cabin was meaningless. Outside, they would only hear noise coming from inside. Xu Xingbei was not in a hurry. He slowly stretched his bones, letting them stabilize gradually. Then he pushed on the bones of his face and tugged at the facial muscles. At this moment, Xu Xingbei resembled the little soldier who had just died. The squad leader looked at him with a ghostly expression. Even Zhenya and Chen Suli were stunned. It was time to act. This was the moment Xu Xingbei wanted. Zhenya and Chen Suli simultaneously looked at the squad leader, both using all their abilities. Before long, the squad leader's gaze became dazed. "Is it done?" Xu Xingbei asked the two of them. "Yes." "Which one of you controlled him?" he asked again. I did. Zhenya and Chen Suli both replied. Xu Xingbei couldn't help but reach out to touch her forehead. "It's really me," Zhenya said a bit excitedly. "It's me." Chen Suli, although her expression was calm, the hint of fervor in her eyes said it all. "Stop arguing. You two should give it a try. Be quick." Xu Xingbei felt overwhelmed. "I'll go first." Zhenya rolled up her sleeves. "I'll go first." Chen Suli was also unwilling to fall behind. "Stop arguing. One at a time." "You, Zhenya, go first." Xu Xingbei was almost driven to despair by the two of them. Zhenya responded with a sound and walked over. She patted the team leader's forehead and looked at me. The team leader woke up from his daze, his eyes wide as he looked at Zhenya. "What's your name?" "Gao Xiaobong." "What position do you hold in the Sea Eagle team?" "Team leader." "Are you married?" "No." "No wonder you're so lustful," Zhenya scoffed. Then she looked at Xu Xingbei. "See? I told you it's me." Xu Xingbei ignored her and glanced at Chen Suli. Chen Suli understood and also walked over to look at me. The Sentinel Chow's gaze shifted to Chen Suli again. "How do you solve your needs without a wife?" Xu Xingbei's face darkened, almost making him faint. Using his hand, Chao Xiaobing directly responded without giving it any thought. Chapter 64, Origin. Chen Suli didn't ask further and cast a somewhat proud glance at Xu Xingbei, meaning it was clear. "Look, I have him under control too." "There is no need for this," Xu Xingbei sighed. Two official members of the Soul Division controlling a squad leader. Isn't that a waste of resources? "You release your control over him," Xu Xingbei said to Zhenya. "Why is it me?" Zhenya was unhappy. Now that the Sea Eagle team had control of the chaotic area, she had finally had the chance to dominate a squad leader, which at least ensured her survival in the future. She wasn't willing to let go of her control over the squad leader. Besides, controlling and releasing isn't that easy. She didn't even know how to untie that kind of mental control. Then you do it. Shu Xingbei turned to Chen Suli again. No way, Chen Suli replied coldly. She wasn't stupid. Yes, just a squad leader. Shu Xingbei finally spoke the truth. Just a squad leader? What does that mean? Zheng Ye's eyes darted around, and confusion appeared on Chen Suli's cold, round face. I'll try to release it. Zheng Ye was the first to react. But Chen Suli wasn't slow either. I'll do it. Shu Xingbei helplessly rubbed his forehead. Just now, none of you were willing to unlock one of your own. Now that you understand my words, you all want to unlock your control. Don't rush it. First, ask him about the origin of the Sea Eagle team. Shu Xingbei pointed to Chao Sentinel. Chao Sentinel answered every question without any concealment. The key point is that even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Both women could see through his heart, and as soon as there was a slight fluctuation in his emotions, they immediately shouted, "You are lying. We are from the Nanyang Nation, originally having 30,000 warships. The commander led us adrift at sea, hoping to find a land to settle on. Even a large island would do. But after drifting at sea for 3 years, we found nothing. We didn't see any land, but we encountered quite a few islands. Unfortunately, they were all too small. 2 years ago, we came across a large island and were about to attack. But unexpectedly, the forces on the island were even stronger than ours. Their weapons and manpower far exceeded ours, and that battle was said to be extremely fierce. Almost all 30,000 warships were lost, except for our unit, which was responsible for logistic supply. Over 300 warships left the battlefield and survived by chance. We no longer dared to stay in that sea area and wished we could equip our warships with wings to fly into the sky. The faster the better. On our escape, we used crossbows to shoot fish and catch sea beasts, but unfortunately, we lacked fresh water. Due to the competition for fresh water, internal strife broke out, leading to many deaths and the loss of several warships. Along the way, whenever we encountered an island, we would rush up and plunder. On our journey, when we came across transport ships, we would rob them clean and then interrogate them before killing them. After traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers, we encountered a transport fleet. The leader was named Mo Laudiao, and he said he was transporting 2 tons of rice for the Illuminati. We didn't bother with that and directly robbed their ship, killing everyone on board. Not long after, we encountered more than 10 people who, upon seeing us, turned their boats around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, with our massive fleet, where could they run? After we caught them and interrogated them, it turned out they were from the Illuminati. Further questioning revealed that the Illuminati was another name for the G-Sure organization. From them, we learned that there was a G-Sure organization here and a large company called Spear. Our team leader was intrigued and did not kill that person leading us here. The guy named Tao Yunlai, intentionally misdirected us several times on the way, and our captain Li beat him nearly to death before he finally behaved. Chao Sentinel recounted everything, and the 3 people in the cabin listened intently. It turned out that old Chao took himself to Chongqing Island to investigate, and the problem lay with this team from the Nanyang Nation. Zheng Ye and Chen Suli exchanged glances, wondering whether it was themselves or the other controlling Tao Yunlai. Hasn't the Nanyang Nation been submerged by the sea? Shu Xingbei asked curiously. Although we are a small country, our terrain is high. The food produced domestically is sufficient for self-sufficiency, so when the seawater first surged in, the impact on us was not significant. Several generations have been looking for a way out, but the entire Gliese planet is like this. What better way out could there be? So we just lived one day at a time, Chao Sentinel replied. That's true. People only truly think of ways when they're driven to a dead end. If one can live comfortably for a day, that counts as a day, since the outcome in the future is inevitable and cannot be changed in the short term. Why bother with unnecessary worries? Chao Sentinel's face turned bitter. I lost a soldier. Losing one person in the team is no joking matter. The higher-ups will investigate. Shu Xingbei answered lightly. How many people have died along the way? Can't you find an excuse? Chao the Sentinel said tremulously. That was during the war. This area is now under our control, and Zhao Haishui has disappeared for no reason. As he spoke, he was glancing at Xu Xingbei's face. Xu Xingbei looked at him in confusion. What do you want to say? Chen Suli smirked. She found it amusing. So that's what you're thinking. Xu Xingbei understood. But it wouldn't work. Qiao Xiaobing's face turned bitter. He thought for a moment and realized that wasn't the case. He had also been scared earlier. After calming down, he realized that Xu Xingbei's plan could actually work. Zhao Haishui wasn't a big shot. He wasn't even a squad leader, just someone who followed him around all day, flattering him. If Zhao Haishui were the one who had died today, he would be in big trouble, but Zhao Haishui was the one who died. Qiao Xiaobing could still see the gravity of the situation clearly. He nodded and cautiously retreated, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the big guy. Was that big guy even human? Why was he covered in fur? Forget it. Anyway, these few leaders were not people he could afford to offend. As for reporting them, Qiao Xiaobing didn't dare. The two women seemed to be playing some tricks. They had questions, and he had to answer them, as if his mind was no longer under his control. If he reported it, and they died, he would definitely not have a good ending either. Qiao Xiaobing left the ship, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. Back on his warship, he immediately reported the situation to his squad leader. There are sea beasts in the outer sea, and in my squad, Zhao Haishui was taken away by a sea beast, Qiao Xiaobing said in a panic. If he was going to lie, he had to sound convincing. A sea beast? The squad leader was startled. What kind? How big? As for the death of a soldier, the squad leader really didn't take it to heart. Just as Xu Xingbei thought, as long as one held power. With such a vast area in the chaotic zone and so many people, who would worry about soldiers? Very tall, very big. Its head is as big as a water barrel, and it's covered in fur. Qiao Xiaobing replied, it probably has great strength. It reached out from the sea, and Zhao Haishui just fell down without even struggling, disappearing into the water. Yes, Qiao Xiaobing stood at attention. Nie Qingyun, we are running low on fuel on our ship, and we also lack food. Zhengya mustered up her courage to say to Xu Xingbei. She wouldn't dare speak to Xu Xingbei unless absolutely necessary. However, since Xu Xingbei rescued her and Chen Suli from the two soldiers, her negative feelings towards him had diminished considerably. The fear from last night was also gradually fading. We can wait a few days for fuel. Anyway, there's no rush to leave, and food can be dealt with. Do we have fresh water? Xu Xingbei asked. Yes, we have plenty of fresh water, Zhengya nodded. That's good then. Yuanda, go catch 2 big fish from underwater. Wait, let's go from the bottom of the cabin. Xu Xingbei thought for a moment and led Yuanda to the bottom of the cabin. The bottom of the ship could access the water surface. Lifting the cover, Xu Xingbei conveyed the message to Yuanda, who excitedly dove down. Yuanda also liked cooked food, which was why it always followed Xu Xingbei closely. In no time, 2 big fish were thrown into the bottom cabin. At noon, Xu Xingbei grilled a whole fish. Half was given to Yuanda, and the other half was shared between him, Zhengya, and Chen Suli. It must be said that Xu Xingbei's grilling skills were truly exceptional. Yuanda ate with glee, mumbling something that no one understood. Zhengya and Chen Suli also enjoyed their meal immensely, their bellies full. After eating, Chen Suli and Zhengya went to their room to rest, while Xu Xingbei continued to practice his disguise technique. Now he could maintain his disguise for 5 hours. But it still wasn't enough. Back in their cabin, the two women began to chat. What do you want to say? Are you trying to say he is one of us? Chen Suli asked. Disguise technique, isn't that something only Chow from the intelligence department can do? I haven't heard of anyone else who can do it. Zhengya still had some doubts. Chen Suli sighed. Why worry about so much? In my opinion, whether he is one of us or not is irrelevant. Are we part of the organization, right? But has anyone ever truly cared about us? If it weren't for this damn guy, we wouldn't have survived today. Even if we did, it would be a fate worse than death. Chapter 65. Instant understanding. Chen Suli's emotions clearly affected Zhengya. Zhengya had been silent for a long time. I think being able to live like this isn't bad either. Nie Qingyun's cooking is good, and that Yuanda listens to him. As long as we don't cause a ruckus, we're even freer than before, Chen Suli said softly. Zhengya listened, sitting up on the bed. Resting her chin on her hand, you seem a bit off. You used to be cold towards everyone, but you seem to have a good impression of Nie Qingyun. Shut up, Chen Suli retorted, playfully scratching Zhengya's underarm. Zhengya giggled, and turned over to scratch Chen Suli back. The two were laughing and playing, gradually forgetting that Shu Xingbei was still outside. However, deep down, they still harbored a vague anxiety about the uncertain future. After all, the chaotic zone had a new master now. Yuanda, seeing they weren't eating, decided to finish both of their portions and then lay down on the ship's deck to sleep, snoring loudly like thunder soon after. Zhengye, come here. I have something to ask you. Shu Xingbei called out to Zhengye, who was about to take a shower. 2 hours later, Zhengye entered the cabin, looking a bit puzzled. Chen Suli noticed her expression and waved her hand in front of her eyes. What are you doing? Zhengye frowned. Nothing. I was afraid you lost your soul. Chen Suli chuckled lightly. I didn't. Zhengye replied. By the way, do you want to know why he called me over? Zhengye leaned close to Chen Suli's ear and asked. Chen Suli shook her head. I don't want to know. She answered this while her gaze shifted back to Zhengye. Don't think too much. He called me over to ask about the methods of psychological techniques. Zhengye said with a grin. Psychological techniques? He wants to learn that. Learning psychological techniques requires a very high level of mental strength, which he probably can't even imagine. Chen Suli shook her head, believing from the bottom of her heart that Shu Xingbei was overestimating himself. Who knows? Maybe he's just curious. Anyway, I think he's not a formal member of the organization. At least he is on the periphery. Otherwise, how could he know so much? Zhengye said, never mind. I'm going to take a shower. The Sea Eagle team was different from the Jishur organization. They didn't understand their own existence and wouldn't think too much about themselves. Whether the Sea Eagle team would wage war against the company next or voluntarily submit didn't affect them for now. With Yuanda, coupled with the sea ants and poison frogs, there was no one in this sea area who could threaten his safety. Not even the Sea Eagle team could. In a large-scale battle, Shu Xingbei wasn't a match for the Sea Eagle team. If the warships spread out, everything would be uncertain. If a real fight broke out, it would be hard to say who would win. The next morning, Chen Suli woke up early. She stretched and was just about to wash up when she suddenly saw several poison frogs hopping around the side of the ship. Ah! Chen Suli let out a sharp scream, and as she was about to rush back into the cabin, she saw several half-foot-long sea ants scurrying about. Ah! She screamed again, this time even more shrill, catching the attention of people on the nearby ship. What happened? Zhengye rubbed her eyes and was about to open the hatch when Chen Suli shouted, No, don't open the door. Seeing the situation in front of him, Shu Xingbei understood. You all go to the lower cabin. He waved at the poison frogs and croaked a few times. Then he communicated with the sea ants, asking 17 to take them to the top of the cabin. Can you command them? It's you. Chen Suli's mouth fell open, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Didn't you say his mental power wasn't strong enough? Zhengye asked. Not that. Chen Suli waved her hand, looking quite irritated. Then what is it? I think I know who he is. Chen Suli took a deep breath. Unlike Zhengye, who had seen Shu Xingbei, Chen Suli had never met him, but she had heard members of the Jishur organization talk about him, someone who could control poison frogs. Just that alone was enough for her to connect Shu Xingbei with the person in front of her. Who is he? Feng Ye. Chen Suli took another deep breath. I don't want to say. Zhengye was confused. What does this mean? During lunch, Chen Suli rushed into the kitchen first. She looked at Shu Xingbei seriously. I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Shu Xingbei looked at her deeply and nodded. Your name is Nie Qingyun. Even if someone hold a knife to my neck and asks me, you are still Nie Qingyun. If you don't believe me, you can control me. Chen Suli said these words after careful consideration, without pausing. I am Nie Qingyun. Shu Xingbei smiled slightly. He understood what Chen Suli meant. She was afraid he would silence her. Zhengye also entered the cabin, looking at the two people inside in confusion. After a 10-day restructuring, the Sea Eagle team had completely taken control of the chaotic area. The residents here were doing the same things as before. Food and fresh water could be exchanged in the mission hall. Chefs and servants could also be hired if you had enough capital. If there was any difference, it was that the original members of the Jishur organization, except for those in the Research Institute and Mission Hall, had all become just like the residents of the chaotic area. They also had to do missions to exchange for food and drink. Another difference was that the Mission Hall no longer used points to exchange for items, but directly used gold coins. Shu Xingbei was indifferent to all of this. He had the big monkey catch over a dozen large fish and exchange them in the mission hall for enough water and fuel. Then he told Chen Suli that if she needed anything, she could just come and tell him. With the safety of the ship assured and having a spy like Chow the Sentinel outside, he had no worries about food and drink. Shu Xingbei's skills in disguise and psychology were becoming more and more refined. By that night, he confirmed that he could maintain his disguised face and shape for about 10 hours, and he knew it was time for him to take action. Coincidentally, as soon as he left the cabin, the squad leader, Chow the Sentinel, was rushing onto the ship. He reported 2 pieces of news, holding a piece of paper in his hand. "Go ahead," Shu Xingbei said calmly. Zheng Ye and Chen Suli also came out of the cabin upon hearing the commotion. "First, our Sea Eagle team is officially recruiting members and hiring instructors. If Mr. Nye is interested, I can sign him up," Chow the Sentinel said. Joining the Sea Eagle team provides more security than living by completing missions like they do now. The members of the Sea Eagle team also undertake missions, but the rewards are much higher than those for ordinary residents. And the second, Shu Xingbei looked at the paper in his hand. Chow the Sentinel assessed Shu Xingbei, instinctively glanced at the paper, then looked at Chen Suli and Zheng Ye, and without saying much, handed the paper directly to Shu Xingbei. Shu Xingbei opened the paper and his expression froze, but he casually handed it to Zheng Ye. Zheng Ye looked at the paper with confusion and couldn't help but glance at Shu Xingbei, covering her mouth with her hand. Chen Suli had already caught a glimpse of the contents on the paper, and her gaze towards Shu Xingbei now carried a sense of inquiry. Shu Xingbei shook his head slightly, signaling her to wait. "Help me sign up. I'm going to apply for the instructor position," Shu Xingbei said to Soldier Chow. This. Soldier Chow stammered, looking as if he had something to say, but didn't dare to say it. Shu Xingbei reached out to take the paper from Zheng Ye's hand. "What do you think?" he asked casually. The paper was a wanted notice issued by Spear Company, featuring an image of Shu Xingbei. Anyone who spotted Shu Xingbei had the right to capture or kill him. If they were unable to do so, they could contact the mission office in the shipping area for a generous reward. A few lines were enough to show the company's hatred for Shu Xingbei. However, the notice didn't mention why they wanted to capture him or what heinous acts he had committed. Did a high and mighty company need a reason to act? Of course not. You're a big man. Wouldn't it be appropriate for you to apply as an instructor with the Sea Eagle team? Zheng Ye was also quite clever. Were there really any slow-witted people in the Soul Department? But the Sentry Chow was so close to sticking the wanted notice right on Shu Xingbei's face for comparison. This person really had a thick skin. He came over intending to let that big guy join the military. As for Shu Xingbei, he was merely the one who informed. There was no but about it. "My man is Nye Qingyun. Have you forgotten?" Zheng Ye's face darkened, and she said to the Sentry Chow with irritation. The Sentry Chow exclaimed, "You can think I'm a fool, but you can't take everyone for fools, can you? Do you think changing a name will get you off the hook? No. This Nye Qingyun really seems capable of becoming someone else. No, this Shu Xingbei really can become Nye Qingyun." The Sentry Chow understood immediately. Chapter 66. Assessment. The squad leader left with a belly full of doubts. However, he didn't dare to say much. After all, his life was in someone else's hands. If it were wartime, he might have considered reporting that he was being controlled. But now the entire combat team was stationed in a chaotic area. It was nothing like the previous life of drifting at sea, constantly facing the danger of death. Though life wasn't entirely stable, it was at least reasonably secure. Who would want to die if they could live? Once he reported being controlled, the only thing waiting for the Sentry Chow would be death. The Sentry Chow understood the gravity of the situation. As for whether the person the company wanted to capture was the man from earlier, it didn't really matter. That person could change his appearance. Even if the company came to capture him themselves, it wouldn't be an easy task. Having thought this through, the Sentry Chow skipped the selection for instructors in his squad and directly submitted Nye Qingyun's name to the battalion. Whether Nye Qingyun could fight or how high his combat power was, the Sentry Chow didn't care at all. As long as he remembered that the soldier under him, named Zhao Haishui, had his head smashed by that big guy next to Nye Qingyun, the Sentry Chow couldn't help but shudder. After submitting Nye Qingyun's name to the battalion, he focused all his energy on selecting new team members. After the Sentry Chow left, Shu Xingbei signaled to Zheng Ye and Chen Suli that they could leave as well. He still wanted to practice his disguise techniques and continue training in the natural power fist that Bian Wuxing had taught him before. Unexpectedly, Zhengye and Chen Suli completely ignored his intentions. Zhengye sat on the edge of the bed, looking nervously at Xu Xingbei. Chen Suli's expression was no longer so indifferent. She stood beside Zhengye, occasionally touching the end of her long braid, then letting it go. Is something wrong? Xu Xingbei asked them. Nya, brother Nya. Zhengye forced a smile that looked worse than crying. I'm only 17 years old, Xu Xingbei replied. Nya no, Qingyun. I'm your wife, right? Zhengye said this while feeling her face flush. Me too, Chen Suli chimed in. Didn't you say you weren't? Zhengye exclaimed in a panic. But you also said you weren't, Chen Suli retorted defiantly. Xu Xingbei finally experienced the taste of a headache. Don't argue. I said before, isn't that used to conceal identity? When a man is with two women, they always have to introduce their relationship when the Sea Eagle team comes to check identities. But now such introductions are no longer necessary. In other words, the two women don't need to say that Xu Xingbei is their husband. After controlling the soldier Chao, there's no need for such trouble. That won't do. Anyway, you said that, so you can't deny it. Zhengye and Chen Suli both became nervous and stopped arguing, opposing Xu Xingbei together. Denying it doesn't help. I'm still not of age, Xu Xingbei sighed. He admitted that he hadn't left in a hurry because he was learning psychological techniques. Who would have thought this would develop into such a hassle? Not being of age doesn't matter. I'm 17 this year, and in a month I'll be 18, Zhengye smiled, looking like her scheme had succeeded. I can wait. Chen Suli remained proud, speaking concisely and clearly. Xu Xingbei was taken aback for a moment, looking at them, and soon he understood what the two meant. Sigh. Isn't it all just to survive? Why make it so complicated? Is it interesting? Women, rest assured, I won't silence you. Speaking of which, I've learned quite a bit from you. Xu Xingbei thought he had seen through their thoughts. Unexpectedly, Zhengye still didn't back down. I'm not afraid of you silencing me. After all, I'm already your person. If you kill me, there's nothing I can do about it. Besides, killing your own wife, how would that look if it got out? I'm not afraid of death. If you want to kill me, I can give you my life anytime. Chen Suli remained proud. It seemed like it wasn't Xu Xingbei who wanted to kill her, but rather she who wanted to kill Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei finally realized that something was wrong. So what exactly do you want to do? It's nothing. We just want to confirm one thing, Zhengye said seriously, looking into Xu Xingbei's eyes. I am your wife. Chen Suli enunciated clearly. This is troublesome. He didn't expect a small matter to turn into a big hassle. But I only have one person. How can I marry two wives? Xu Xingbei sighed. This was a good way to shirk responsibility. Although he hadn't thought about marrying them, he had considered it long ago. Whether it was to save or redeem, he wanted to successfully rescue Nialan from the company and repay that favor. As for the rest, he just wanted to find a way to sneak into that ark, leave the sea area, and find a better, more suitable place to live. He wanted to take Nialan with him. As for the others, Xu Xingbei didn't even want to think about them. He was someone who understood priorities. Ever since he started living independently in the boathouse area, he understood one principle. Everything is illusory. What you can get into your hands and eat into your stomach is real. He was not a savior, nor could he become one. That's not the problem. Don't say you want to marry both of us. Even if it's more, we have no objections. The chaos area was not without such men. There were several in the organization, and Chen Suli directly interrupted Xu Xingbei's words. Fine. To put it simply, what do you want now? Xu Xingbei didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. You can't understand euphemisms, right? Then let us be direct. Qingyun, I can see that you want to achieve something. I just hope you can protect yourself and occasionally think of me, Zhengye said, her eyes seemingly glistening. Me too. As long as there's a little corner of your heart for me. That's enough? Chen Suli's eyes turned red. If it were someone else, they would definitely be moved by two women. However, Xu Xingbei let out a low sigh. After a long time, he said, I will go out to apply for the instructor position. You don't need to say anything. I will have poison frog and sea ant protect your safety. As for food, it will be prepared before I leave. You can go out now. Hearing Xu Xingbei's promise, Chen Suli and Zhengye understood that their wish had been fulfilled. Normally, both should be happy, but once they went out, neither could feel joy. What is he really going out to do? Zhengye said in a low voice, I think he wants to confront the company. He has already confronted them before. Otherwise, the company wouldn't have issued a capture order, Chen Suli sighed. I remember the capture order was issued 3 years ago. At that time, the company captured 2 people. One committed suicide, and the other ran away. It seems. Zhenya looked out the window toward the outside of the cabin. He can disguise himself. If he doesn't want to be found, no one can locate him. But it seems he won't stay put. I wonder what he will do next. Chen Suli also sighed. No matter what he does, do you think we can stop him? Anyway, I've put all my hopes on him. If he dies, as a weak woman, how can I survive in the chaos area? If he lives, at least I can follow him and have a life. The more she spoke, the lower Chen Suli's voice became, until it was just a sob. Where's your brother? Why can't I see him? I remember he used to come to see you often. Zhenya turned her head and asked, You are better off than me. At least you have a brother to protect you. Protect me? Chen Suli scoffed. He protects my money. That's more like it. The chaos area has become the Sea Eagle team's territory. He probably thought I was losing power and found another strong backer. Look, have I saved any gold coins in these years? All went to him. Chen Suli didn't continue the conversation. The reason the two were entangled with Xu Xingbei, making him confirm their identities as his wives, was precisely for this purpose. A man without ability is a coward, while a capable man conquers the world. Successful women only need to conquer capable men. Xu Xingbei did not expect that the 2 women had such far-reaching perspectives. He continued to practice his disguise skills and natural powers. 3 days later, Chao Xiaobing came over again. Nya Qingyan, let's go to the team. I'll take you to apply for the instructor position. Okay, Xu Xingbei replied. I'll make some arrangements. In the past few days, Yuanda had managed to catch enough fish, which Xu Xingbei exchanged for food and fuel. He had communicated with the poison frogs and sea ants, instructing them to stay in one place to respond to any potential dangers at any time. As for Yuanda, Xu Xingbei had sent it to the lower cabin. He had also spoken to Zhenya and Chen Suli, asking them to prepare some cooked food to feed the marine creatures that provided protection. Although he called an arrangement, Xu Xingbei did not do much. He just tidied up his belongings, packed everything into a waterproof storage bag, and then tied it around Yuanda's neck. After inserting a dagger above his thick leather boots and changing his appearance, Xu Xingbei followed Chao Xiaobing outside. Zhenya and Chen Suli stood in the cockpit, looking outside, feeling an indescribable emotion in their hearts, a mix of loss and confusion. This time, the instructor assessment was conducted by each squad, selecting a warrior to go to the team for the assessment. Once at the team, the one ranked first would participate in the brigade assessment, and the top 3 would automatically gain instructor status. Chao Xiaobing explained the rules. What about the first place in the brigade assessment? Xu Xingbei asked. First place in the brigade assessment? Chao Xiaobing was taken aback. I haven't heard of how the brigade is assessed. You should know about the general assessment, right? Xu Xingbei asked again. Chao Xiaobing forced a smile. Brother, I don't even know how the brigade assessment works. Do I look like I know about the general assessment? Chapter 67, The First. Squad leader Chao Xiaobing led Xu Xingbei in circles until they arrived at the ship where the team was stationed. At this time, the Sea Eagle team's warships had already been divided into 2 parts. One part was stationed in the inner area of the Chaos Zone, while the rest were all stationed in the outer sea area, with the obvious purpose of preventing unexpected enemies from invading an internal chaos. Usually, the warships were maintained but not used, relying on the ship to travel back and forth. After Chao Xiaobing and Xu Xingbei boarded the ship, Chao Xiaobing ordered to set sail, and the ship began to move directly towards the center of the Chaos Zone. Li Xing's troop formations were completely different from the original Jishur organization. The Jishur organization stayed firmly behind in the Chaos Zone, regardless of any movements in the front. They remained unmoved. Residents in front of the Chaos Zone defended against incoming enemies, while Zhou Chuanting and others could arrange personnel to respond at any time due to surveillance. This time, Li Xing's success was truly due to his enormous power, combined with the fact that the Sea Eagle team was originally military personnel, where military orders were like mountains, something those building forces in the rivers and lakes could not compare to. The young soldier steering the ship looked at Xu Xingbei curiously. Although Xu Xingbei had become taller after disguising himself, he still appeared to be around 20 years old. Could such a young person stand out in the instructor selection assessment of the team? The young soldier was quite puzzled. However, squad leader Chao Xiaobing did not even go through the selection process, which genuinely surprised his subordinates. Perhaps this person named Nie Qingyun really had some skills? Xu Xingbei sat at the bow of the ship, observing with his eyes focused on his nose and his mind at peace, showing no interest in everything outside. If he was initially curious about Li Xing's Sea Eagle team, he had now lost all interest. Chao Xiaobing wanted to say something to Xu Xingbei, but looking at his meditative demeanor, he lost the urge to speak. The ship silently sailed to the middle. On the ship where the squadron headquarters was located, many people had already arrived, standing on the deck and looking out at the two sides of the channel. Here they come. Are these the people brought by Chao Xiaobing? They're so young. They don't look particularly strong, someone said in surprise. Their combat power is probably not even as good as my subordinates, another person said disdainfully. He was the captain of another small team and usually had a poor relationship with Chao Xiaobing. Old Fong, don't look down on people, Chao Xiaobing said. Who knows where he found these fearless roughnecks in the outer sea area? Those who are just watching the fun certainly don't mind making a big deal out of it. And someone immediately retorted. Just as Old Fong was about to argue back, a messenger suddenly walked out from the cabin, announcing that the squadron leader commanded that each small team should immediately bring the warriors for the assessment into the cabin. Yes, the voices responded, all from the small team leaders. One small team leader led a warrior towards the inner cabin. Although the soldiers piloting the ship wanted to watch, unfortunately, they had not received orders and could not enter the inner cabin, only waiting anxiously outside. The inner cabin was extraordinarily spacious, nearly 100 square meters. At first glance, it was clear that 3 inner cabins had been combined together. At the innermost position, there was a large table, behind which sat a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and no beard. Without a doubt, he was the squadron leader. 2 soldiers stood on either side of the table. Looking outside, the messenger also followed in, reporting to the squadron leader that everyone had arrived. The squadron leader then laughed heartily. Today we will conduct the warrior assessment for our squadron. Regardless of your previous identities or backgrounds, our Sea Eagle team will only judge by martial prowess. 10 small teams, each recommending 1 participant for the assessment. You will face off in pairs. The winners will advance to the next round, and the losers will be eliminated. In the second round, the matchups will still be in pairs, with 1 person left out to face the 2 winners from the second round. If they lose both matches, they will be eliminated. Winning 2 matches in 1 round will place you in third. Winning both matches will rank you first. The top 3 will be the instructors of our squadron. Now, choose your opponents and let the competition begin. Xu Xingbei was just about to choose an opponent when, unexpectedly, 5 people suddenly appeared in front of him. Each of them looked at him with ill intentions. So they think he's young and easy to bully, huh? Xu Xingbei smiled playfully. He remained silent, allowing the 5 people to stand there with watchful eyes. Hey, Soldier Chao, this person is brought by you, right? Is he scared silly? I mean, old Chao, the one you picked is really too young. Even if he started practicing from the womb, he wouldn't be able to match up to them. Interesting. 1 person, 5 opponents. What to do? The squad leader asked the messenger to come over. No. Let's see what he does. The squad leader raised his hand, signaling the messenger to stay out of it. At this moment, Xu Xingbei spoke. You all have chosen me, and I am honored. I also don't intend to disappoint you. Let us go 1 by 1. Having cultivated his natural strength and the long arm straight punch for a long time, Xu Xingbei hadn't fought with anyone for quite a while, so he wasn't sure about his own strength. He might as well have a good fight today. Unexpectedly, when he said this, the expressions of the other 5 became awkward. Their intention in coming over was to pick on the soft target first, hoping to win a round easily. They didn't expect to be looked down upon by the so-called softest guy. Shameless. A foolish face. A frog at the bottom of a well. Overestimating oneself. 4 of them blurted out a phrase through clenched teeth. The only one who was not good with words slowly added, heroes grow old, while beauties wither. Dazed. Is that how this term is used? Fortunately, they were all warriors and didn't have much education. In the end, everyone felt that the last guy spoke the best. It was long, symmetrical, and most importantly, it mentioned a beauty. Xu Xingbei smiled. Then it's you. The guy's face turned red, and he stepped forward, striking a pose. Focusing his energy and threw a punch. Xu Xingbei reached out, pulled him, turned his body, and struck an elbow at his dantian. The guy let out a muffled grunt, staggering back who knows how many steps, finally crashing against the ship's wall, and then slumped down, his face as pale as paper, unable to speak a word. Xu Xingbei made his move, while the other four were still in a standoff. He swiftly took down one opponent, and the remaining four looked quite grim. Everyone knew they had picked the wrong person. No way, they couldn't fight this kid. Fighting others would still give them a chance to make it into the top 3. But against him, they might be eliminated in the first round. With this thought, the remaining 4 became obedient. They faced off in pairs, ignoring Xu Xingbei as if they looked down on the idea of fighting him. Interesting. Really interesting. The team leader clapped and laughed heartily. Chow, I just heard. This person was brought in by you? Yes. Xu Xingbei seemed to playfully went around, and Chow's expression brightened considerably. At least he felt relieved now. What is his name? The team leader continued to ask. Report to the team leader. His name is Nie Qingyun. He is 20 years old. Chow almost blurted out Xu Xingbei's real name. Fortunately, he had memorized the registration form many times, fearing he might accidentally forget. As they spoke, 2 more people had determined their victors. Xu Xingbei immediately walked towards the winner, saying, "Shall we go?" "No." The winner's face changed dramatically. "No. I want to wait a bit." Then, 2 more people decided the outcome of their match, leaving Xu Xingbei no choice but to walk towards the winner again. Unexpectedly, that person seemed to anticipate what Xu Xingbei was going to say and moved aside from a distance, turning their head in another direction, firmly avoiding eye contact with Xu Xingbei. After all 4 matches were decided, they chose their opponents again and entered the next round of competition. Naturally, Xu Xingbei had a bye. The person who originally had a bye would gain quite a bit of advantage, because the one with a bye only needed to win 1 match to be in the top 3. Winning 2 matches would make them first, whether third or first. It was all based on others having played 2 consecutive matches. The one with a bye could take advantage of this because they had only played 1 match. In terms of physical strength and consumption, it was far less than others. Clearly, it was a chance to gain an advantage. But no one took it, and all gave this opportunity to Xu Xingbei. Half an hour later, the first match of the 2 rounds determined a winner. Xu Xingbei immediately walked towards the victor. Xu Xingbei ranked 3rd. Not only did Qiao Xiaobing fail to understand, but even the messenger couldn't comprehend it. Without even fighting, Nie Qingyun had already secured 1st place. What exactly are those 2 planning to do? The choices of smart people are different from those of ordinary people. The squad leader shook his head. No matter which one faced Nie Qingyun, they would lose. This only meant they were most 3rd. Now, however, with Nie Qingyun becoming 1st, they still had a chance to be 2nd. The squad leader was quite clear about the situation. He just overlooked one thing. Among the 10 people who signed up, besides Nie Qingyun, the other 9 were familiar with each other. Think about it. Although there are hundreds of thousands of people in the chaotic zone, aside from the warriors in the Jishu organization, the remaining powerful individuals either work together on missions or have heard of each other's names and sought opportunities to spar. This is also why Xu Xingbei was targeted by 5 people right from the start. They were familiar with each other, and the only unfamiliar one was Xu Xingbei. To be honest, these 5 acted quickly. The other 4 also wanted to deal with Xu Xingbei, but they just didn't have the time. Chapter 68. Not crazy, right? The squad leader laughed heartily. With 10 squads in a brigade, according to the requirements of the brigade commander Li Xing, each brigade must now hold instructor assessments. At this moment, it would show which squad was stronger. With a talent like Xu Xingbei, the squad leader already envisioned the brigade commander's praise for him, along with some unexpected rewards in women. Let us go. Let me take you to the brigade assessment. The squad leader didn't want to delay for a moment. As for whether the other squads had finished their assessments, it was no longer his concern. The earlier they got there, the more favor they would gain from the brigade commander. He knew he had no backing and had accumulated military merit step by step through plundering at sea to rise from small team to the position of squad leader. As the squad leader spoke, he glanced around, temporarily leaving the 2nd and 3rd place assessors behind. How to arrange will be discussed after I go to the brigade headquarters. Also, Qiao Xiaobing, you come along too. Qiao Xiaobing, who was originally looking sorrowful, feeling that the talent he discovered was taken away by the squad leader, unexpectedly found that the squad leader still remembered him. He quickly replied yes. Thus, the squad leader took Xu Xingbei and Qiao Xiaobing aboard a large ship and headed to the brigade headquarters located further back. They had indeed arrived early. They didn't TC anyone from other squads. Instead, the brigade commander praised the squad leader a few times and let them rest while waiting for others to arrive. It wasn't until after lunch that personnel from other squads showed up for the assessment. This time, in our first squad's instructor assessment, we have a first-level warrior who stood out, a proud squad leader said. Our third squad is not bad either. Although we don't have a first-level warrior, getting into the top 3 of the brigade assessment is not a problem, another squad leader said unwillingly. I heard the 5th squad came particularly early. Did you not discover any outstanding talents? The first squad leader looked at the 5th squad, his eyes filled with amusement. Humph, you'll know when the time comes. The 5th squad was indeed the squad where Xu Xingbei participated in the assessment. The squad leader was initially excited, but unexpectedly, the first squad had a first-level warrior, leaving him a bit unsettled. 10 squads brought 10 individuals ready to participate in the instructor assessment. Not only did the squad leaders tease and mock each other, but even the participants coming for the assessment were sizing each other up, evaluating each person's strength in their hearts. Xu Xingbei also glanced at the others, but he did it casually, his gaze landing on one of the people, looking at the position where that person stood. It was right next to the captain of the first squad. Xu Xingbei's eyes narrowed. The rules of the battalion assessment were the same as those of the company. As the battalion leader announced the start, everyone was mentally prepared to find their opponents. Although Xu Xingbei was not in a hurry to find an opponent, someone quickly stood in front of him. Step aside. Xu Xingbei waved his hand impatiently. My opponent is him. As he spoke, he pointed at a first-level warrior from Team 1. The person who was about to compete with Xu Xingbei was quite annoyed. However, when he noticed the direction Xu Xingbei was pointing, he was startled and quickly stepped aside. The first-level warrior stood lazily there, and no one had challenged him at all. Now that Xu Xingbei directly approached that first-level warrior, it actually relieved this person. Turns out he's just a fool, he thought to himself. Everyone was there to participate in the instructor assessment, and it could be said that making it into the top 3 would mean becoming an instructor in the team. Therefore, avoiding the fiercest opponent was not the best choice. Although the chaotic zone was large, there were very few who could reach the level of first-level warriors. Not to mention the chaotic zone. In any part of the sea area, those who could reach the level of first-level warriors were rare. For example, Ding Xiang, whom Xu Xingbei encountered back then, had already shown signs of arrogance when he came out of the company. Later, Zheng Tiandi, who was sent by the company, was even more arrogant. Although Zheng Tiandi was defeated by Xu Xingbei, his pride had not diminished at all until the end. Undoubtedly, the first-level warrior brought by Team 1 would definitely be the strongest, and no one would challenge him. Therefore, this person quickly stepped aside from in front of Xu Xingbei and followed him to challenge another person. Xu Xingbei slowly walked towards the first-level warrior and stood in front of him. Are you going to challenge me? The first-level warrior was somewhat surprised, having never thought that someone would challenge him. Is it not allowed? Xu Xingbei asked lightly. It's not that it's not allowed. The point is, I never hold back when I throw a punch, the first-level warrior said disdainfully as he began to prepare himself. The captain of the 5th squad, who had brought Xu Xingbei over, looked completely bewildered. Is he out his mind? The 5th squad captain asked the Sentinel Chao. No, Sentinel Chao replied, feeling troubled. He wasn't worried about Xu Xingbei's mental state. He was more concerned that if something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to explain it to that big guy. Xu Xingbei has a very good relationship with that big guy. One can tell from how obedient the big guy is to Xu Xingbei. In Chao the Sentinel's eyes, Xu Xingbei not only cannot die, but he also cannot be injured. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. However, this is not a small team, but a large one. Moreover, it was Xu Xingbei who actively challenged others, so he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. It all depends on heaven's blessing. Oh heavens, don't play tricks on me. While Chao the Sentinel was praying in his heart, that first-level warrior had gathered enough strength and was about to throw a punch when suddenly Xu Xingbei asked, Huang Yinggao, you have quite a bit of courage, huh? Huang Yinggao was taken aback, and the force in his hand dissipated. You know me? Knowing me doesn't help, Huang Yinggao thought. In the Jishur organization, He was known for being cunning. So what if Xu Xingbei recognized him? He would still get beaten up. Huang Yinggao made up his mind and was about to punch when Xu Xingbei's fist had already launched a series of attacks. With one punch, he unleashed 7 consecutive strikes. The airwaves generated by his punches layered upon each other, the force like a stream merging into a small river, which then flooded into a larger river, growing more powerful. The punches wind drew in the surrounding airflow, all rushing towards Huang Yinggao. Huang Yinggao was taken aback. He struggled to punch back under the pressure. But as soon as his fist met Xu Xingbei's punch wind, his wrist was suddenly shattered by the force. "You stop. Huang Yinggao realized he had encountered a warrior even stronger than himself, and his teeth began to chatter. "Brother, we just came to apply for the instructor position. There's no need to use such heavy hands." However, Xu Xingbei continued to unleash 7 punches without holding back. He leaped into the air and delivered a heavy blow to Huang Yinggao's head. The human brain is actually quite hard. However, Xu Xingbei's punch struck Huang Yinggao's Baihui point. The Baihui point is located at the intersection of the midline of the head and the lines extending from the tips of the ears. Countless nerves and veins converge there. If a person is considered a machine, then the Baihui point is the control center of that machine. Xu Xingbei's north fist has long made a name for itself in striking vital points. When this punch lands, it doesn't seem heavy to the onlookers. But under the influence of the fist's wind, Huang Yinggao feels as if he has become a kite with its string cut, completely lost in direction. Huang Yinggao trembles all over, flailing his limbs, emitting sounds that are neither cries nor laughs, and his gaze is long since scattered, unable to focus at all. Not to mention continuing with the instructor assessment. He doesn't even know where he is right now. The people in the cabin were all shocked. The captain's gaze towards Xu Xingbei grew more serious. The captain of the first squad, who had originally been confident about Huang Yinggao's promotion to the battalion instructor, now felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, completely devoid of any thoughts. "I say you went too hard, didn't you?" The captain of the first squad glared at Xu Xingbei, his face dark with anger. Before Xu Xingbei could speak, the captain of the 5th squad became unhappy and immediately stood in front of Xu Xingbei. "What's the matter? Can't take a loss? Since this is a combat assessment, casualties are inevitable. You." The captain of the 1st squad furiously pointed at the captain of the 5th squad. "What about me? Since you're not as skilled, it's better not to embarrass yourself by showing up," the captain of the 5th squad retorted. He had already been mocked by the 1st squad earlier, and he couldn't miss the opportunity to taunt them back. Moreover, at this moment, stirring the pot was advantageous. Who knew what troubles might arise later? Therefore, despite being reckless, the captain of the 5th squad understood the benefits of taking the initiative. "Stop arguing. The assessment continues. Someone, help him to the side and call a doctor." The brigade leader quickly recovered from his shock and began organizing things in an orderly manner. Although Xu Xingbei injured someone, the person injured was not a member of his Sea Eagle team. The captain's thoughts were exactly what Xu Xingbei had already considered. He had to incapacitate Huang Yinggao before Huang entered the top 3. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble Huang would bring him in the future. Huang Yinggao's cold mockery of him in the Jishur organization, as well as his collusion with Mi Yandong to teach him a lesson, all indicated that Huang wanted to eliminate him quickly. Since this was the case, what need was there for Xu Xingbei to show mercy? Even if he was confident in defeating Huang Yinggao, to be cautious, he called out Huang's name before Huang could make a move. That call interrupted Huang's buildup of power and caused him to lose the initiative. It can be said that Xu Xingbei was gradually maturing. He was becoming more insightful about human nature and increasingly familiar with people's weaknesses. The subsequent assessment had become unrelated to Xu Xingbei. He had just incapacitated Huang Yinggao, and everyone had witnessed it. The first-level warrior Huang Yinggao had lost his senses, and after the doctor came in to diagnose him, he shook his head, which spoke volumes. This guy who defeated Huang Yinggao was undoubtedly a madman. Niqinggun. He wasn't crazy, was he? The captain of the 5th squad couldn't help but ask Sentinel Chow. Chapter 69. Arrangements. Without a doubt, Xu Xingbei became the first in the battalion instructor assessment. After the assessment ended, the captain announced the results and then looked at Xu Xingbei with a worried expression. "First place, Nie Qingyun. Come with me to the headquarters tomorrow morning for the assessment." The second and third places will be instructors of this battalion from this day forward. After reading the results, the captain ignored Xu Xingbei and instead called over the captain of the 5th Squad. The captain of the 5th Squad knew what the captain was going to ask next, so he brought Sentinel Chao along. This assessment at the headquarters was crucial. Do you know the details about Nie Qingyan? The captain entered his office and immediately changed his demeanor, asking seriously. He was sent up by the squad. The captain of the 5th Squad quickly shifted his gaze to Sentinel Chao. Sentinel Chao was naturally well aware of the rules in the team, and given the captain's serious tone, he dared not be careless. His name is Nie Qingyun, and he has. Sentinel Chao stammered. What does he have? The captain of the 5th Squad urged. Speak quickly. He lives in the Chaos Zone and makes a living by completing tasks for the Jishur organization. He is very capable indeed. He has 2 wives. Sentinel Chao thought of the beautiful Zhenya and Chen Suli, straightened his back a bit. I can guarantee he won't be a problem. Guarantee what? The captain burst into laughter at Sentinel Chao. Sentinel Chao shrank his neck. What else could he guarantee? It was just words. Moreover, a man with 2 beautiful wives, what major events could he dare to undertake? At most, he would control himself for his own use. Sentinel Chao thought very simply. Captain, generally speaking, a man with 2 wives should have no ulterior motives. The squad leader helped Sentinel Chao out. Seeing Sentinel Chao's timid demeanor, the captain of the 5th Squad knew he had to speak up. After all, no matter what, Nie Qingyun was sent up after his squad's assessment. If he could get 1st or 2nd place in the headquarters assessment, it would also reflect well on him. The captain knew more about the inside story of this instructor assessment. He pondered for a moment and then nodded. Having 2 wives, this guy doesn't look that impressive. Once the conversation reached this point, both the squad leader and Sentinel Chao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Nie Qingyun's participation in the headquarters assessment would not encounter too many obstacles, although the captain had been serious while announcing the results. What if he suddenly changed his mind? The captain grunted, thought for a moment, and still felt a bit uneasy. You remind him that he can't go too hard in the competition tomorrow. If something goes wrong, he won't be able to save his neck. And I'll also be in trouble. As for you two, the captain of the 5th Squad and Sentinel Chao instinctively shrank their necks. They both understood the captain's implicit message. Xu Xingtian followed closely behind the 2, mimicking their every move, with none of the fierce aura he had when he was with Huang Yinggao. The captain of the 5th Squad cast a cold glance at him, suddenly recalling something. Once they entered the floating ship, he immediately asked Xu Xingtian, "Do you have a grudge against that 1st-level warrior?" Xu Xingbei nodded immediately. He had once wanted to have an affair with my wife. Oh, the captain of the 5th Squad thought to himself, so that's it, there's a grudge, no wonder. The soldier Chao pretended to be indifferent, but he shivered inside. Didn't he and Zhao Haishui also have designs on his wife? No wonder. He had indeed escaped with his life. Tomorrow they would compete at the headquarters, and he needed to be measured in his actions. Our Sea Eagle team is no longer the chaotic place it used to be. Everything must follow orders. Do you understand? The captain of the 5th Squad sternly lectured. Yes. Xu Xingbei answered without hesitation. A warning and a bit of comfort. The captain of the 5th Squad understood how to manage his subordinates. One soldier Chao brought Xu Xingbei onto the squad's airship. He immediately gave Xu Xingbei a thumbs up. Impressive. Xu. No, Brother Nie is already a 2nd-level warrior, right? Xu Xingbei glanced at him, saying that he needed to bring 1 more person tomorrow. Who? Chao Xiaobing quickly asked. Prepare a set of clothes for me, the largest size. Xu Xingbei replied flatly. Chao Xiaobing felt a surge of resentment in his heart. This kid, how dare he act all high and mighty with me? Do you even know you're a wanted criminal? Forget it. I'm a dignified squad leader. Why should I stoop to his level? If he wants a large size of clothing, does that mean he intends to bring that person along? I say, Brother Nie, you can't take your companion with you. Chao Xiaobing panicked. And I can't guarantee I can bring you over. You know I'm just a squad leader. Just prepare the clothes. You don't need to worry about anything else. I won't make it difficult for you. Xu Xingbei said impatiently. Of course, that's fine. But Brother Nie, you absolutely mustn't mess things up. If you do, I might lose my life. And if I die, it's whatever, but you're young and promising in the prime of your life, Chao Xiaobing continued, emphasizing the importance. All right. Xu Xingbei shot him a glare. Looking into Xu Xingbei's murderous eyes, Cao Xiaobing felt a chill run down his spine. He must not let anything go wrong. This guy is a wanted criminal. Who knows what he's done? How did he end up getting infatuated and joining that deadbeat Zhao Haishui's gang? Cao Xiaobing was filled with bitterness. He couldn't offend his superiors. If he did, he might face light punishment like confinement or dismissal, or worse, lose his head. And he certainly couldn't offend this person in front of him, or he'd be done for. A perfectly fine squad leader reduced to such a state. If anyone in the Eagle Squad is the most miserable squad leader, it must be him. Stop overthinking it. From now on, your life will only get better. Just put your mind at ease, Xu Xingbei said, having learned psychological tactics. How could he not see through Cao Xiaobing's little thoughts? That's good, that's good. Cao Xiaobing wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. It was indeed the dead of winter, and he was sweating from fear. After returning to the ship, Zhengya rushed over. How is it? How is it? Chen Suli appeared to be more indifferent, but she also stood at the door of the cabin, looking at Xu Xingbei. Tomorrow we're going to the headquarters for the assessment, Xu Xingbei replied. Get ready and let's have dinner. I'll go cook. By the way, the meat I roasted might not be that good. Today Yuanda didn't eat much. Zhengya cautiously glanced at Xu Xingbei, afraid of upsetting him. Oh, I'll roast it later. Xu Xingbei nodded slightly. So, do I still need to cook? Zhengya was uncertain. Of course. Xu Xingbei pushed open the cabin door, walked in, and casually closed the door. Chen Suli watched this scene clearly, sighed, and also entered the cabin she shared with Zhengya. He seems unhappy? Zhengya murmured. You should be happy to go for the assessment tomorrow. It must mean he did well, she said. Why is he looking so serious? Chen Suli lay on the bed without answering. Hey, I'm talking to you. Thing Yairith. What'd be wrong? It's just an assessment, Zhengya said, confused. I don't know. I just had a feeling he won't stay with us for long. Chen Suli sighed. Come on, I'll go with you to cook. Just as Chen Suli thought, Xu Xingbei locked himself in the cabin, contemplating the plan for the next day. Whether working as a bounty hunter for the company in the shipyard area or entering the Jishur organization for missions, Xu Xingbei always felt that his fate was controlled by others, and he could only act according to their wishes. Lacking a voice in decision-making was his greatest weakness. Xu Xingbei participated in the instructor assessment with the goal of gaining a certain level of influence. This was also a question he had seriously pondered while on the island. He could no longer allow others to control his destiny. Otherwise, in essence, he would just be a slave, albeit not as directly controlled by the company as Nyelon. Now, with the poison frog, the sea ant, and the support of Yuanda, Xu Xingbei's power was no weaker than that of a small gang. After carefully considering the tasks he needed to accomplish the next day, Xu Xingbei made his way to the lower deck to communicate with Yuanda. Early the next morning, Sentinel Chao arrived on the floating ship to greet Xu Xingbei, bringing along the set of large clothes that Xu Xingbei had requested. Xu Xingbei handed something to Yuanda, who put it on and gestured left and right, then broke into a smile. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? Xu Xingbei asked. Yuanda nodded. All right, let's go, Xu Xingbei said as he personally helped Yuanda put on the clothes. The large-sized clothes were still not enough for Yuanda, but it was all they had. Let's go to the bottom cabin, Xu Xingbei whispered, to bring Yuanda to the headquarters. Xu Xingbei's plan was for it to stay in the bottom cabin. What Sentinel Chao needed to do was to steer his airship to the headquarters. They would pick up people along the way. First, they picked up the captain of the 5th Squad, and then went to welcome the brigade commander. By the time they arrived at the headquarters, it was already 9:30 a.m. This trip wasn't too early for Xu Xingbei and the others. Before them, the other 9 teams had arrived almost at the same time. Each team had 4 or 5 people. The headquarters was stationed on a 4-story airship. The assessment location was arranged in a cabin on the 3rd floor. Once all the personnel from the teams had gathered, Li Xing's guard, Wang Yi, stepped out to issue an order. All personnel participating in the instructor assessment, line up and take a step forward. 10 people stepped out and lined up. Xu Xingbei was among them. Headquarters order. The top 3 participants in this instructor assessment will be determined first. Wang Yi's voice rang clearly in the cabin. Xu Xingbei's gaze narrowed. He heard the word first, which meant there would be subsequent arrangements. Chapter 70, try it out. After 10 people stepped forward, the guard Wang Yi immediately shouted, choose your opponents, the assessment begins. Those who could enter the general team's assessment were all first place, selected from various squads. And none of them had weak combat abilities. They held themselves in high regard, but did not underestimate others, each cautiously selecting their opponents. Xu Xingbei did not rush to take action. Instead, he chose a corner to stand in and quietly waited for his opponent to arrive. He had already assessed these 9 people when he entered. There were no familiar faces. This puzzled Xu Xingbei. He should have seen Huang Yinggao during the squad instructor's assessment. So why had he not seen Xing Guobin and Qin Sheng during the general team selection? At this moment, Xu Xingbei was unaware that Qin Sheng was already dead. Xu Xingbei never expected that the so-called instructor assessment was actually a whim of Li Xing, the captain of the Sea Eagle team. Ever since Li Xing fought with Bian Wuxing and ended up killing him, he had always felt a bit of regret. The power behind Bian Wuxing's punches, as well as his strange ability to use force against force, excited Li Xing more and more, giving him a feeling of hunting pleasure. He could only blame himself for being too fierce and killing that old man. However, in Li Xing's view, although Bian Wuxing was dead, there might still be someone in the chaotic zone who had learned that boxing technique. Thus, the idea of the instructor assessment emerged. Rather than being an assessment, it was more about Li Xing selecting someone who could master Bian Wuxing's boxing style. After all, how could the Sea Eagle team suddenly recruit people with unknown backgrounds as instructors? Even if they did recruit, they had to be controlled, ensuring that even if they harbored ulterior motives, they would still have to be loyal to him. It was just like how the Red Matchmaker wanted to control Xu Xingbei. The Jisha organization also gave up on him because they could not control Xu Xingbei. Xu Xingbei had no idea about the true purpose of the assessment conducted by the Sea Eagle team instructors. If he had known, he would still have come, because he had to. 10 people paired off into 5 groups. 3 groups had already started fighting, and Xu Xingbei was about to face his opponent. A lean man with a cold gaze looked at Xu Xingbei, saying, "My name is Chun Hao. Nie Qing Yun. Please, please." Chun Hao was extremely polite, but his actions were not slow. Before the word please had fully left Xu Xingbei's mouth, his fist was already aimed at Xu Xingbei. With a right punch thrown and a left punch retracted, he was taking both a defensive and offensive approach. Under normal circumstances, Xu Xingbei would have thrown a punch to block. Unexpectedly, not only did Xu Xingbei not block, but he also moved in closer, charging straight at Chun Hao. Chun Hao had never seen such a reckless person. He was startled, but his fist increased in force. It was a principle understood by any warrior to hold back a bit of strength. If one were to use all their strength, their lower body would naturally be unstable. Chun Hao's punch already had 7 parts strength, but he forcefully added another part, and the intention was clear. He wanted to defeat Xu Xingbei in one blow. Whether it was the soldier Chow or the captain of the 5th squad, they were already shaking their heads. They didn't want to watch any longer. With this punch from Chun Hao, Xu Xingbei would either die or be seriously injured. There was no way to stop it. The captain of the 5th squad felt no pity. He thought that his desire to gain recognition through Xu Xingbei was now impossible. However, Chow the soldier was terrified. If Xu Xingbei makes a mistake, he's doomed. It's important to know that the big guy was brought along by Xu Xingbei this time. If nothing unexpected happens, Yuanda is currently underwater at the headquarters ship. The captain, however, is watching calmly. Li Xing's thoughts have already been conveyed to these captains by the guard Wang Yi. The instructor's assessment, whether successful or not, is just a game. As for getting injured, that's just what they deserve. For those who have seen life and death, it's impossible to have any compassion. Those who have survived to this point in the apocalypse have hearts as hard as iron. The narrative is long, but the actual fighting happens in an instant. Just when everyone was aware of Xu Xingbei's fate, he reached out and grabbed Chun Hao's wrist. Chun Hao was taken aback, and Xu Xingbei pulled him forward. Chun Hao instinctively raised his left fist and aimed it at Xu Xingbei. However, Xu Xingbei expertly timed his move. He lowered his body and pulled Chun Hao forward. Although Xu Xingbei's grip wasn't strong, Chun Hao felt his body moving involuntarily. Xu Xingbei leaned to the side, switched his palm to a fist, and struck Chun Hao on the back with a punch. That punch seemed ordinary, but it contained the force of 3 punches stacked together, hitting Chun Hao directly on the lung meridian point. Chun Hao took the blow hard, struggling to breathe, his face turning red. and the last bit of strength in his body vanished without a trace, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. The rapid exchange of moves truly surprised everyone. After a long while, Chun Hao managed to recover, barely getting up from the ground, his face flushed and retreating to the side. It could be said that Xu Xingbei had shown mercy if he had delivered a punch with 7 layers of force. Chun Hao would either be dead or unconscious by now. "Stop! Everyone stop!" Wang Yi shouted into the communicator. The other 4 matches in the arena had not yet determined a winner, but Wang Yi's voice was undeniable. With his command, over a dozen team members emerged from the inner cabin, each holding crossbows aimed at the people in the cabin. As soon as Wang Yi gave the order, the crossbows would fire immediately. The other 4 groups had to come to a halt. Pairs of eyes turned to Wang Yi, unsure of what he was up to. The 10 captains noticed something was off, their faces revealing obscure smiles. "What's going on?" Someone muttered discontentedly. "In a few minutes, I could have defeated my opponent." It seemed this wasn't about selecting instructors. Some clever individuals immediately grasped the key point. Let us go. Let us go. This is the Sea Eagle team. We have the numbers. We can't go against their intentions." One by one, they walked out of the cabin, none noticing that among those leaving, an elderly man suddenly darted aside and vanished into the airship. "Wait here. I'll go report," Wang Yi shouted to Xu Xingbei inside the cabin. Xu Xingbei nodded slightly. However, the team members holding crossbows did not leave, but continued to aim their crossbows at Xu Xingbei. After about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man with a face like a chiseled sculpture stepped into the cabin, followed closely by Wang Yi. Behind Wang Yi were the captain who had brought Xu Xingbei and the captain of the 5th squad, while the sentry, Chao, followed at a distance, looking tense. This was the closest he had been to a big shot recently. The man was also dressed in ordinary leather clothes, but they were relatively well-made, with a shiny emblem of a sea eagle in a flying pose on his shoulder. He wore a pair of high-top black leather boots, and there was a bulging holster at his waist, undoubtedly containing a gun. "Your fist technique is quite good," the man said as he walked up to Xu Xingbei, casually sizing him up before asking, "What is your relationship with Bian Wuxing?" "Bian Wuxing?" Xu Xingbei felt a stir in his heart. Wasn't it said that Bian Wuxing was already dead? With Bian Wuxing dead, he couldn't claim to be familiar with him, let alone say that Bian Wuxing had taught him martial arts. Heaven knows what those people in the Jishur organization said after falling into the hands of the Sea Eagle team. As for the person in front of him, there was no need to guess. It was definitely the captain of the Sea Eagle team, Li Xing. Having met only once, Li Xing slowly took off his bee skin coat and said, "Come on, let me experience your martial arts." As he spoke, he tossed the coat into Wang Yi's hands and assumed a stance. Xu Xingbei's boxing style is only slightly similar to Bian Wuxing's. After watching the surveillance footage of Xu Xingbei's battle with Chun Hao, Li Xing came to this conclusion. What impressed Li Xing the most was the punch Xu Xingbei threw at Chun Hao's back. Although the force was not great, Chun Hao reacted as if he was in extreme pain. It's worth noting that Li Xing's martial arts level is at a level 3 warrior, close to level 4. Not to mention, in the entire chaotic zone and even the surrounding sea area, no one has heard of anyone being a level 3 warrior. As for the company, outsiders know very little about the situation inside, so they have no way to speculate. As soon as Xu Xingbei saw Li Xing appear, he knew that the person in front of him was not easy to deal with. There was a profound aura about Li Xing that made Xu Xingbei feel alarmed. Engaging in a contest with Li Xing could leave him severely injured. When surrounded by crossbows aimed at him, being seriously wounded meant death. This was Xu Xingbei's thought. "I have a senior brother," Xu Xingbei said slowly. Li Xing raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Are you not my match and want your senior brother to come?" Xu Xingbei hummed in response. "Where are the others?" Li Xing asked. "If they're not far, there's no need to rush. It's just for fun anyway." Before Xu Xingbei could answer, a sudden voice came from outside. "He's not your opponent. Let me give it a try." As he spoke, an elderly man with a worn face quickly walked in. Whoosh! All the crossbows pointed at the man. How could the team members not be startled by someone suddenly barging into such a heavily guarded place? Not to mention the team members, even Li Xing's expression changed. Besides these team members with crossbows, there are also hidden security forces. Where are those forces? Why didn't they come out to stop him? How did you get past the inspection? Li Xing no longer cared about Xu Xingbei. He darkly questioned the elderly man. Wang Yi thought the old man looked familiar. He had just participated in the instructor assessment here, and Wang Yi leaned closer to Li Xing and said, "Oh?" Li Xing relaxed a bit upon hearing this. "You're unwilling to leave and still want to participate in the instructor assessment, right? Fine, as long as you can beat me, it's all good." The old man laughed, revealing 2 yellow teeth. "Then let us give it a try." Seeing the old man smile, a thought flashed through Xu Xingbei's mind. Chapter 71. Sudden change. As the old man and Li Xing took their stances, Xu Xingbei felt something was off. Ever since Xu Xingbei awakened his abilities, he could vaguely sense things about people and marine creatures, including their strength and vitality. For instance, when Li Xing wanted to spar with him earlier, Xu Xingbei was reluctant because he sensed that Li Xing was very strong, stronger than the second-level warriors he had encountered before. Mi Yandong and Zheng Tianyi would not be Li Xing's match. Now, with this old man, Xu Xingbei could also determine that he was not Li Xing's opponent. If that was the case, where was the old man's confidence and backing? "Go ahead," Li Xing said, looking eager. Just as the old man was about to act, he began to cough. Cough, cough. It seemed he was going to cough out his lungs. Li Xing withdrew his fist. "All right, get lost." He waved his hand impatiently. How could such an old man withstand his punch? "Wait," the old man raised his hand. "Take him out, kill him." Li Xing, despite his good temper, couldn't stand the old man's antics. "When I say get lost, you get lost. Do you want to throw your life away here?" Furthermore, Li Xing's temper was not that good. Before the crossbows could be fired, the light at the door dimmed, and over a dozen people walked in. Each of them held tranquilizer guns aimed at Li Xing. Li Xing suddenly froze. You dare to rebel?" These 10 or so people were warriors from the Jishur organization that he had taken in after occupying the Chaos Zone. Xingbin, Mi Yandong, Gao Xiaofei, Wu Ge, among others. After taking in these warriors, Li Xing believed he had complete control over them. He never expected that their lives were in his hands. Yet they dared to come after him. Truly audacious. Rebel? Where does that come from? The old man grinned. "Let them lower their crossbows." Li Xing hesitated, turning to the old man. "It seems these are all you're doing?" At the old man's command, Xingbin and the others stepped forward to confiscate the crossbows from the team members. Those team members were unwilling, but with Li Xing being threatened by guns, they did not dare to resist and could only watch helplessly. "Be good," Mi Yandong scolded while collecting the crossbows. "You all have ingested toxins developed by the Research Institute without an antidote. It's a dead end for you." The guard Wang Yi could not imagine such a shocking turn of events. He couldn't help but shout loudly. "Oh, then who does the Research Institute belong to?" The old man turned around, smiling at Wang Yi. Although he was speaking to Wang Yi, he intended for Li Xing to hear. "I see." Li Xing realized at this point. He had struck the snake, but ended up getting bitten by it. Now, as the commander of the Eagle team, he had fallen into the hands of the Jishur organization. What could he use to contend with them? "I was so clever all my life," Li Xing sighed. "Can you tell me who you are? Even if I lose, I want to understand." "Don't worry, Captain Li. Even if you lose, you're still the captain. However, this captain will have to follow my orders, understand?" The old man said, his form changing, his bones cracking as he rubbed his face. In a moment, he revealed his true identity. "My name is Chao Jingxiong. You can call me Old Chao, Captain Li." The captain of the 5th Squad and the guard Chao had their mouths agape, as wide as duck eggs. They never dreamed that this instructor assessment would turn into the situation. The brigade leader had long lost his color and gripped his gun at his waist. But facing so many people, he did not dare to take the initiative. "I lost," Li Xing sighed. "What I truly don't understand is that your leader Zhou Chuaning is still in my hands. By doing this, aren't you betraying him?" "Betrayal? You're mistaken." Chao Zhengxiong shook his head. "You are gravely mistaken. Just as you will have to obey me from now on. Who knows what the Eagle team really is? I could assist you, just as I could assist old Zhou before." "Are you implying that Zhou Chuaning is also a puppet?" Li Xing shook his head, never expecting it. Chao Zhengxiong slowly retreated to the back of the cabin, sitting down at a table. "You lost fairly. Our Jishur organization has a long-standing heritage. How could the Foundation be destroyed by you leading a large army? Come, feed him the medicine." Yes, another person walked in from outside the cabin, holding a bowl, and walked straight to Li Xing. "Please." Li Xing looked at Wang Yi, then at the guards who had lost their weapons. He took the bowl, his hands trembling violently. Drink it. If you don't want to, that's fine. I believe the Eagle team's captain will still have someone willing to take over. Old Chow's voice turned cold. How could Li Xing not understand the meaning behind his words? In front of everyone, he raised the bowl to his lips, the strong smell of medicine wafting toward him. Wait, I have something to say. As this voice rang out, a tall figure stepped forward. Li Xing naturally stopped. The tenser the situation grew, the more one needed to seize every opportunity. As someone who could stabilize his position as the captain of the Eagle team, Li Xing would not just leave things to fate. Li Xing looked at the speaker. He was stunned. It turned out that this person was Nie Qingyun, the one he wanted to spar with. Is it useful for you to step out? The young man asked. Who are you? Do you have a say here? Mi Yandong shouted sharply, his tranquilizer gun already aimed at Xu Xingbei's head. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask Mr. Chow. Since the Eagle team is under your command, will the instructor assessment continue? Xu Xingbei asked Old Chow. Kid, you still want to participate in the assessment? Old Chow seemed a bit curious. Of course. If the assessment is no longer continuing, then I have no reason to stay, right? Xu Xingbei still looked oblivious. Li Xing siga quietly. He thought there was a chance, but turned out to be a fool. It definitely won't continue. Of course, you can stay. Our organization welcomes you. Old Chow knows the significance of making it all the way to the headquarters in the instructor assessment. This guy named Nie Qingyun seems to be quite capable. Keeping him could also strengthen the organization. Stay? What position would you give me? Xu Xingbei continued to ask like a fool. Old Chow couldn't sit still. What exactly is this guy named Nie Qingyun up to? Is he trying to buy time for something? Enough. Old Chow's face darkened. If you don't want to die, shut up. Mi Yandong was just ignored by Xu Xingbei and was feeling quite angry. Xu Xingbei smiled at him playfully and completely ignored him. Slap him. Old Chow shouted at Mi Yandong. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know his limits. All right. Mi Yandong said as he put away the tranquilizer gun and approached Xu Xingbei with a sinister grin. Tear him apart. Xu Xingbei shouted loudly. He quickly walked a few steps and arrived in front of Old Chow. Yuan had already been summoned while he was speaking. Just now, everyone's attention in the cabin had been focused on Li Xing. When Shuxingbai stepped forward, everyone's attention shifted back to him. Yuanda charged in through the hatch, but not many noticed him. As soon as he entered, Yuanda reached out and grabbed Mi Yandong. Standing a full 2 heads taller than Mi Yandong, Yuanda was incredibly strong. A second-level warrior appeared like a child standing in front of an adult. The child might have some flashy moves, but in the face of the adult's absolute power, everything seemed ridiculous. Following Shuxingbai's signal, Yuanda lifted him up and slammed him heavily to the ground. The cabin erupted with a loud boom, akin to an earthquake. A large number of security personnel rushed in from outside, realizing something significant was happening. Old Chow had already stood up in shock. However, he was met with a series of punches from Shuxingbai. In a moment, Shuxingbai had launched 8 consecutive punches at Old Chow. If he hadn't wanted to ask about the situation, he would have thrown 10 punches. Indeed, after continuous training, Shuxingbai was now capable of delivering 10 stacked punches. Old Chow was not so weak. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Mi Yandong, but he was no match for Shuxingbai. Shuxingbai uprothed. He realized something was wrong and was about to take the initiative to strike, but he was still a step too slow. 1 step slow, every step slow. The combined force of 8 punches hit Old Chow, making it extremely difficult for him to even catch his breath. More than a dozen warriors from the Jishur organization opened fire, but a massive figure lifted Mi Yandong from the ground, blocking him between itself and Xu Xingbei, acting as a shield. Even so, Yuanda still took a few shots. The warriors of the Jishur organization were thrilled that they had hit their target. However, Yuanda seemed unfazed, grabbing Mi Yandong and sweeping across, knocking him down to the ground. Li Xing seized this opportunity, tossed aside the bowl in his hand, and, under Wang Yi's cover, rushed chaotically towards the hatch. Outside were his guards. As long as he stepped out of the hatch, he could take care of this bunch inside. Even if it meant abandoning Nie Qingyun, who had saved his life, he would send them all to their demise. Wang Yi indeed managed to escape, but Li Xing, who was clearly ahead of him, was picked up by a furry large hand and thrown back into the cabin. The guards outside, each holding a shotgun, aimed at the headquarters cabin, ready to fire at any moment. Chapter 72. Three parties, the entire headquarters was now in a tense standoff. Outside, Li Xing's guard held shotguns aimed at the headquarters cabin. The warriors of the Jishur organization each held tranquilizer guns, some aimed at Xu Xingbei and others at Li Xing, who had been thrown into the cabin by Yuanda. Old Chow was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. The combined force of Xu Xingbei's 8 punches is truly not to be underestimated. Lao Chow endured for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't hold back the blood in his chest, and fresh blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the only ones able to move freely were Yuanda and the 3 who led Xu Xingbei into the main team for assessment. The captain of the 5th squad, and the Sentinel Chow. These 3 were also bewildered by the scene before them. Bring him here, Xu Xingbei pointed at Li Xing. Yuanda and Xu Xingbei had basically reached a level of mutual understanding. It extended its massive paw and picked up Li Xing, throwing him in front of Xu Xingbei. Now we can have a proper talk, Xu Xingbei said with a slight smile towards Li Xing and Lao Chow. Both Li Xing and Lao Chow let out a heavy grunt through their noses. Lao Chow, right? I order you to have all your subordinates withdraw, Xu Xingbei said. Seeing that the two didn't respond, he wasn't in a hurry. He first issued a command to Lao Chow. Lao Chow didn't even look at him, let alone reason with him. Not afraid of death, huh? Xu Xingbei chuckled. With you in my hands, do you think anyone in your pathetic organization is a match for me? Even if there is, who would dare to act? Xu Xingbei gestured towards Yuanda. Old Chow had already assessed Yuanda, and now that he was right in front of him, he could see Yuanda's true appearance clearly. He was tall, at least 2 meters or more. His muscles were prominent, clearly visible through his beast skin clothing, and he had a face full of hair. Is he a sea beast? Old Chow's mind buzzed. He initially thought Yuanda was just a warrior and didn't believe he could turn the tables. But after getting a good look at Yuanda's face, Old Chow realized the situation had turned against him. With such a large sea beast, who among the 1st or 2nd level warriors could possibly defeat him? Even if they could land a few punches, would they be able to injure him without hitting a vital spot? You all put down your weapons and get outside. Old Chow finally issued his command. Seeing the warriors unresponsive, Old Chow shouted, "Get outside now. Do you want to watch me die?" The warriors exchanged glances. In the end, it was Xingu Bin who took the lead and walked towards the cabin door. Before leaving, Xingu Bin glanced at Xu Xingbei, his eyes filled with confusion. Call your guards in here. Remember, if you don't want to die, do as I say. Also, let him come in alone. Xu Xingbei instructed Li Xing again. Li Xing had no choice but to comply. The guard Wang, he rushed outside, and upon hearing Li Xing's call through the communicator, he steeled himself and ran back in. Control the warriors outside. Monitor the surroundings. Li Xing received Xu Xingbei's instructions and told Wang Yi. Wang Yi looked at Li Xing in confusion, confirming that the overall leader was safe, then quickly dashed out. You all can leave too. Xu Xingbei waved to Chow, the sentry, and the other 2. The situation outside was under control by Li Xing's men. With Yuanda controlling Li Xing and Old Chow in his hands, everything seemed to settle. Today's events were completely unexpected for Xu Xingbei. As for the next step, he had already thought it through. With a massive fleet of the Sea Eagle team, obtaining an ARC ticket shouldn't be difficult. As the chief instructor, it was also possible for him to get one from Li Xing. The only thing he wasn't clear about was the attitude of the Sea Eagle team under Li Xing's leadership towards the company. Were they bowing down in submission? Or were they using the Chaos Zone as a base to plot for hegemony over the sea area? Of course, he originally intended to understand all this gradually after joining the Sea Eagle team. To become an instructor in the main team, Xu Xingbei even brought Yuanda along to prevent any unexpected events. Yet, unexpected events kept occurring. First, Li Xing suddenly halted the instructor assessment. Li Xing actually came down personally to challenge him. This scene truly surprised Xu Xingbei and made him suspicious about the instructor assessment. Perhaps it didn't even exist. Before Xu Xingbei could figure out the truth, Old Chow jumped in. Not only did Old Chow come, but he also brought warriors from the Jishur organization. This was the second surprise. Following Old Chow, who controlled the entire situation, the warriors from the Jishur organization, who had initially sided with Li Xing, turned against him again and became Old Chow's subordinates. Old Chow even claimed to be the true master of the Jishur organization. One unexpected event after another was actually a series of dangers. A slight misstep, and today Xu Xingbei could have lost his life here. Fortunately, he had brought Yuan De, who ultimately helped control the situation. Now we can have a good talk. Xu Xingbei smiled slightly. Li Xing, Old Chow, and Xu Xingbei sat down at the table. Yuan De stood behind Xu Xingbei. Young man, to be honest, your abilities exceed my expectations. However, do you really think you can control the Sea Eagle team and the Jishur organization with your current capabilities? That's not something one person can accomplish. Old Chow said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking calmly. Li Xing also looked at Xu Xingbei. Nie Qingyun. I don't know what you intend to do. I just want to say, whether it's you or Mr. Old Chow here, my men are not so easy to manage. If we sit here too long, I'm afraid they might revolt. Su Xingbi Juke Sopti. You want to play mind games with me? It's useless. Whether it's the Sea Eagle team or the Jishur organization, they belong to you or they belong to you. However, I have one request. If you agree to my request, you too will survive. If you don't, there's only a dead end waiting for you. You think you can scare yourself just because you're young? No chance. If you can be defeated once, why would you be afraid of being defeated a second time? Mister. Yeah, please speak up. Lao Chao has also opened his mouth, although he is still reluctant in his heart. Xu Xingbei didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed on Li Xing, entrusting his life to me. Li Xing was taken aback. This was essentially asking him to die, right? However, just as he lost focus, Xu Xingbei's consciousness appeared deep within his mind. I am your master. Do you understand? Yes, Li Xing answered in his mind without hesitation. Let your men come in and control him. Xu Xingbei continued to control Li Xing with his consciousness. His lips didn't move at all, yet Li Xing reacted quickly, immediately contacting Guard Wang Yi and asking him to bring in the armed escort team. As one guard after another entered, Old Chow's expression grew worse. He had suffered serious internal injuries and couldn't possibly compete with Xu Xingbei through force. Not to mention, there was also a Yuan De here. The rest is up to you to handle. Leave X's life. Do not harm him. Xu Xingbei ignored Old Chow and continued to transmit his consciousness to Li Xing. He had learned psychological techniques from Zhengya, and after studying it several times, he surprisingly found that he had already mastered it. Whether it was Hai or Yuan De, he communicated with them through consciousness. The only area where he was not as good as Zhengya was that he couldn't control others through psychological techniques. Connecting to Zhengya's mention of controlling people under extreme emotions, Xu Xingbei immediately understood. The reason for controlling someone under extreme emotions is that the person's mind has lost focus. It sounds a bit convoluted, but the principle is very simple. When a person's body is attacked from the outside, they will instinctively make self-defense movements. When a virus enters the body, antibodies will form to combat the virus. If the resistance is successful, there will be no problem. If not, the person will become ill. The same goes for the human mind. When disturbed by external factors, it will spontaneously form protection. If the mind loses focus, this protective mechanism is destroyed, and under the influence of strong external consciousness, the mind can be taken over by the other party. Just like the psychological technique Xu Xingbei applied to Li Xing, after the technique was performed, Xu Xingbei essentially buried a seed deep in Li Xing's soul. Once Li Xing regained his senses, the seed planted by Xu Xingbei had also penetrated into Li Xing's consciousness. From then on, Li Xing would not harbor any bad thoughts towards Xu Xingbei, because unknowingly, Xu Xingbei had become a part of his own soul. Hurting Xu Xingbei would be equivalent to hurting Li Xing himself. This is the strange nature of psychological techniques. The person being subjected to the technique appears unchanged on the surface, but inside, they are silently protecting someone, even without realizing it. Xu Xingbei looked at everything with satisfaction. His satisfaction stemmed from successfully using psychological techniques for the first time. He didn't expect that he would succeed on his first attempt. It wasn't difficult at all. Not difficult at all. If Zhengya and Chen Suli knew about his thoughts, they would surely faint. Back when they entered the Seoul division of the Jishur organization, they had followed Old Lady Yi for over a year before they could barely perform the techniques. Yet, Xu Xingbei had only slightly understood them from Zhengya and Chen Suli. Give me a suitable identity. Xu Xingbei continued to manipulate Li Xing's consciousness. He issued an order that from this day forward, Nie Qingyun would be the instructor for their team. The second and third place from the team assessment would automatically become instructors for their respective teams, and Li Xing's command was immediately released. Chapter 73. Powerful. After Li Xing completely took control of the situation, Chao Zhengxiong naturally became a prisoner. Take him out, Li Xing instructed. 3 trained team members approached Chao Zhengxiong. One pointed a shotgun at old Chao's head, while the other 2 came over and twisted old Chao's arms, forcing his hands behind his back. You've really made something of yourself, old Chao sighed softly, sounding both nostalgic and like he was talking to himself. Xu Xingbei, do you think you've won just like this? Li Xing looked at old Chao in confusion, unable to understand what he meant. However, old Chao's words shocked Xu Xingbei greatly. Xu Xingbei was able to join the Jishe organization because Lao Chao accepted him, allowing him to read in the library and even taught him the art of disguise. It would be a lie to say that Xu Xingbei feels no gratitude towards him. After leaving the chaotic area, Xu Xingbei took the opportunity of completing a task to contact Bian Wuxing. Bian Wuxing implied that the Jishe organization could no longer shelter Xu Xingbei and might even hand him over to Spear Corporation. This infuriated Xu Xingbei. He had never been soft-hearted towards those who wanted his life. This was also the reason he took the initiative to act against old Chao in the face of the sudden chaos. At that time, old Chao had control over Li Xing and claimed to be the true master of the Jishe organization, which made Xu Xingbei even more resentful. Keep him here. I have questions for him, Xu Xingbei said to Li Xing. Li Xing was taken aback. He was very resistant to this request, yet somehow he agreed. He had no idea that he could no longer defy Xu Xingbei's orders, let alone keeping old Chao. If Xu Xingbei ordered him to commit suicide, Li Xing would not hesitate much. Li Xing had no choice but to comply, quickly leaving with his men and leaving the cabin to Xu Xingbei. Have a seat. Xu Xingbei gestured to the seat opposite him. I really didn't misjudge you. You're indeed quite good, even better than I imagined, old Chao said slowly. How did you recognize me? Xu Xingbei showed no excitement. If old Chao uttered even a hint of falsehood, he would have Yuan to send old Chao to his demise immediately. After learning psychological techniques, Xu Xingbei became increasingly adept at grasping people's psychological fluctuations. Lying would cause a change in heart rate. No matter how calm one was, heart rate could not be faked. Xu Xingbei now has the ability of a lie detector. I didn't recognize you. That was just my guess. Lao Chao carefully examined Xu Xingbei's face, and what puzzled me was the name you used, Niechinyan. I looked into your background, and you went against the company because of a woman named Nielon. I even found out that she has a brother named Niechinyan, who is an outer member of our Jishe organization. According to the data, Niechinyan died while doing a mission in the shipyard area to help his family. Xu Xingbei listened quietly, without showing any expression. Of course, a name doesn't mean much. There are many people with the same name. And one more thing, when you asked Li Xing to spare Xing Guobin's life, it reminded me that it was Xing Guobin who picked you up when you entered the Jishe organization. What else? Xu Xingbei asked. Old Chao shook his head, nothing more. I was just trying you out to see if I could save a life. Now you surely won't deny that you are Xu Xingbei, right? Old Chao, thought I was treating you well, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless towards me. You were quietly reading in the library, and when the company wanted to capture you, I took you to Chongqing Island to help you escape. I even taught you disguise techniques. These may not be considered great favors, but at least I didn't harbor any ill intentions towards you, right? Xu Xingbei's determination was unwavering. He could not be swayed by Lao Chao's obvious attempts to take credit. Chao Zhengxiong was left speechless. However, after a brief moment, he let out a bitter laugh. You know, the Jishe organization was founded by Zhou Chuaning's father. I can't help but speak the truth about the situation outside. Just now, you clearly said you were the true master. Xu Xingbei smirked slightly. Forget it. Xu Xingbei, considering I've treated you well, spare my life. From now on, I will only be your support and will never have any ulterior motives. As long as you're willing, the entire power of the Jishe organization will be yours. Lao Chao dared not gamble any further. After Xu Xingbei learned about his identity, he continued to be tough on himself. This indicates that he has completely lost trust in himself. As for whether old Chao is really good to Xu Xingbei, that is of course a lie. His original intention is quite similar to Bian Wuxing's. In fact, Bian Wuxing's motives are even more straightforward than old Chao's. Bian Wuxing simply sees that Shuxingbai has decent combat skills and wants to help him. Old Chao, on the other hand, is focused on Shuxingbai's abilities. As long as this kid isn't killed by the company, both his ability to control the poisonous frog and his combat skills can make him stand out in the entire Jishu organization. It is precisely for this reason that old Chao taught Shuxingbai the art of disguise. The purpose, of course, is to ensure that Shuxingbai can save his own life, while also leaving himself an opportunity to continue building a good relationship with Shuxingbai. Shu Xingbei is dead, so naturally, everything for old Chao has come to an end. Shu Xingbei didn't die at the hands of the company and managed to escape with his life, so old Chao can still make use of him in the future. All of this has disrupted old Chao's plans. During this process, old Chao also thought about lying. However, since Li Xing from the Eagle team was completely controlled by Shu Xingbei, it was enough to show that Shu Xingbei's skills in psychology were not low. Lying in front of someone well-versed in psychological techniques is just asking for trouble. With the help of the Eagle team, why would I need the Jishu organization? Given the expertise in disguise, I'll let the doctor treat you. By the way, I should let you know that while I can spare you today, I can just as easily kill you tomorrow. Shu Xingbei said as he stood up. Can I ask how long your disguise can last now? Old Chao seemed a bit curious. At that moment, Shu Xingbei had already decided to kill him. But in the end, he still held back. The disguise technique taught by old Chao had helped him a lot. Given that, he decided to let it go. Old Chao, however, shouted unwillingly, "Nie Qin Yun, if you want to be an enemy of the company, I advise you to give up this thought early. You will die, and it will be a very tragic death. The company's strength is beyond your imagination." Outside, Wang Yisho saw Shu Xingbei come out and quickly put on a smile. "Instructor Nye, how should that person be dealt with? Heal his wounds and let the research institute control him with drugs," Shu Xingbei directed cleanly. It was definitely impossible to let Chao Zhengxiong go free. Not killing old Chao, Shu Xingbei already considered it an act of mercy. Li Xing was waiting for Shu Xingbei in the office. When he saw Shu Xingbei, Li Xing asked in surprise, "Instructor Nye, where is that very powerful warrior?" "He is outside," Shu Xingbei replied with a smile. He knew Li Xing was referring to Yuan to Captain Li. "There's something I want to understand. Please go ahead, Instructor Nye." Li Xing politely invited Shu Xingbei to sit down, and then personally made a cup of tea for him. "This is tea made from sea spirit grass. It tastes good. Instructor Nye, please have a taste." "Good." Shu Xingbei placed his hand on the porcelain teacup. "Do you know about Spear Company?" Yes. When we first came here, we caught someone from the Jishu organization named Tao Yunlai, who told me all about the situation in this area. At first, I was thinking of getting some supplies from the company, but later I abandoned that plan," Li Xing said without hiding anything. "Oh, why?" Shu Xingbei raised an eyebrow. It seems he really came to the Eagle team to be the chief instructor at the right time. At first, he thought Li Xing wanted to make a move against the company after establishing a foothold in this area. But it turned out that the other party had no such plans at all. The Eagle team in my hands was originally just a logistics team. The real main force of the Eagle team had long ago provoked a major power and was completely wiped out. "Even our logistics team has lost quite a bit of strength," Li Xing said, still looking anxious as he spoke, his eyes flickering with fear. Shu Xingbei had heard these words from the guard Chao, and now, with confirmation from Li Xing, a thought began to emerge. "Are you saying that the major power is related to Spear Company?" Shu Xingbei asked. Li Xing nodded seriously. "At first, I hadn't thought of this. After we took over the chaotic area and interrogated members of the Jishu organization, I discovered that the company's logo was exactly the same as that of the power that had destroyed the main force of the Sea Eagle team. One could even conclude that this power is merely a branch of this company," Li Xing said. At this point, he took out a piece of paper, on which was drawn a pattern of a long spear. "This is the power that wiped out our main force." This logo was drawn by someone on the ship at that time. Su Xingbei took a sharp breath. What Li Xing said gave him a preliminary understanding of the company's true strength. The company should not be underestimated, after all. Chapter 74. Moving forward again. After discussing with Li Xing, Shu Xingbei became exceedingly clear about the current situation. He had managed to gain control over Li Xing, making him open up completely, which forced him to treat the company with caution. His initial plan was to join the Sea Eagle team, become a chief instructor, and then try to ally with Li Xing, leading the Sea Eagle team to attack the tower. The plan seemed flawless, but after Li Xing introduced the main forces of the Sea Eagle team, which were completely wiped out under a faction marked as Spear, Xu Xingbei realized he had completely miscalculated, or rather, he had underestimated the company's strength. In other words, regardless of which faction wanted to target the company or stir up trouble, as long as they used the company's surveillance or communication systems, it meant they were seeking their own demise. Every move you make is under their watchful eyes. What else is there to play with? Xu Xingbei believed in Li Xing's words. Li Xing's soul was deeply implanted with Xu Xingbei's psychological techniques, so he couldn't possibly lie to Xu Xingbei. Moreover, the information that leaked from the task department of the shipyard area during their lucky survival of the No. 7 ruins clearly indicated that the company could monitor the entire sea area. With both pieces of evidence, Xu Xingbei concluded the same as Li Xing. The company was overwhelmingly powerful. Similarly, how could someone who wanted to die allow him to live well in this world? Reflecting on the ups and downs of the day, Xu Xingbei still felt a chill. Lao Chao's scheming and the low-key lurking of the Jishur organization all indicated the presence of those old foxes. Whatever they did, they always left a backup plan. In any case, everything in the inner area of the chaotic zone had stabilized. Those who had undergone psychological techniques could still think normally. Li Xing intensified his management of the entire inner area, establishing checkpoints every 5 steps and sentries every 10 steps, tightening the atmosphere of the chaotic zone. The rebellious warriors were all captured and confined in one place. The guys in the research institute were also strictly controlled by the Sea Eagle team. They wouldn't be allowed to die because these people were all doctors and thus useful. As for Lao Chao, after being treated, he was also confined with Zhou Chuanting and the old woman from the Soul Department. The 3 leaders of the Jishur organization met in this way. The only person who found a way to survive was Xing Guobin. As for whether Xing Guobin would doubt his identity, Xu Xingbei paid no attention to it. Wang Yi brought Zhengya and Qin Suli from the outer ship to Xu Xingbei's residence, but Xu Xingbei did not come out to meet them. It was time for the disguise technique to lose its effectiveness. In other words, Xu Xingbei could no longer maintain the appearance of Nie Qingyan. He could only stay in the cabin and not go out. Yuan stood guard outside the door, not allowing anyone to enter the cabin.